It's all about the singles. Damn, I have.
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, Jungle. Like just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds in, Ja Rule get a stream for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? Without alone might break me. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that one.
I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, right like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, right like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks, they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it, the fire can stand to the tallest of giants. The tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling his dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers. I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Ayy, I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the T when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers. I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
We were asking questions after this man was found dead in Vance County at the base of a tree with a rope around his neck. His name is HB2N McGee. Many of you reached out to us after a TikTok video went viral. WRO's Destiny Patterson has been digging into his death and joins us live from Vance County. Destiny, you spoke to the sheriff today. What do we know about this crime, about this case from law enforcement?
Just in the last 20 minutes, we've gotten a search warrant that gives us more insight into this investigation. A representative for the family says that HB2N McGee was a truck driver, and I'm told that trucks often park here while making deliveries at a nearby Walmart distribution center. The sheriff said that McGee was found outside of a fenced area of this business, and they say that they found him at the base of a tree with a rope around his neck. 21-year-old HB2N McGee stopped through Vance County as part of his job as a truck driver. It's a long way from where he lived in Illinois. Deputies found him dead Wednesday under a tree with a rope wrapped around his neck.
We have a lot of questions, not enough answers.
Candace Matthews identifies herself as a spokesperson for his family. She says law enforcement initially told them McGee died by suicide.
This young man has not had no indication of no type of suicidal ideation. He doesn't have a history of mental illness.
At no point in time that we have said this was a suicide.
Vance County Sheriff Curtis Brame says they're still investigating McGee's death. McGee's family does not believe he took his own life. But how can we rule out a hate crime at this point?
Look at me and who I am. If I thought that anyone, regardless of their race, was lynched in Vance County, I would have it all over national news. When we got there, he was sitting with his back up against the tree on the ground. It's something common we would say, as we would call a jail suicide or homicide, where a person does not have enough height to hang or dangle.
McGee's family says they were told surveillance footage showed McGee buying a rope from Walmart. The sheriff says they're still looking into that. He says the medical examiner's office will officially determine the cause of death.
Mom and stepdad and dad has not even seen his body yet.
Sheriff Brame says the family could not view the body in person due to distance.
We want to see everything. We want full transparency.
As I mentioned before, we do now have a search warrant. We're going to continue to dig through that and bring you those details as we get them. Even at this hour, the family stories and law enforcement stories don't quite align. Now, McGee's family has hired a national civil rights attorney, and an autopsy has been ordered and will be performed. Destiny Patterson, WRL News, Vance County.
Hello? Oh my god. What is going on here? What is going on? What are you doing? Let's hold up. Let's hold up. Hold up, guys. Hold up.
Can't argue with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, Jungle. Like this talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds and Ja Rule get a string for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? The style on my break, man. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that one.
Hello? What are you doing tonight, guys? Hello? Brug, wait, I can't. Are you talking? I can't hear you. Oh my god, what is going on here? Yeah, he might be dead. Oh man, I don't know what's going on. I'm looking through the stream and I hear nothing. Did he have a whole monologue to himself? I guess so. Oh shit, he's gone. All right, guys. I didn't want to come up here, but looks like we got issues. We got technical difficulties. Well, troubling, very troubling. No idea what's causing. Oh, we gotta get off the StreamYard's plantation. Oh my god. I should have had some stuff queued up for the video in case like we needed it. Man, looks like HB's taking a while to get back. I don't know, guys. Any Thorpe news? No, not really. Nothing really. Oh, Virgo's here. What's up, Virgo?
Give Craig!
Oh.
Give Craig!
I wasn't supposed to come back on here, but I was like, what is HB doing? Like, I hear no audio.
What's up, man? Yeah, I had dropped off and then Stanley logged off, so I couldn't get back on because nobody could put me back on.
Oh, really? Oh, there wasn't many hours left on his stream. Oh, okay.
Damn it, Stanley.
Weird. That's
damn
weird.
It, Stanley. If you
weird.
can hear me, damn it, Stanley.
And they took away
Stanley
the intro.
Stanley is the back
too.
like, oh, everybody else dropped off. I don't care. Listen. When I come up, give crack. I don't care if it's just me and you, just me and HB. If it's just me and Stanley, we're gonna rock out.
Man, I don't know what's up with. Hey, so did you watch the beginning of this stream? Because I rewinded it. HB's on here, but I hear no audio. So I had to come up on here because I was like,
I hear no audio either. So, maybe he fell asleep at the wheel.
No, it looks like he must have been trying to speak because it was like at least like good 6 minutes of silence before he started playing a video. So he's controlling it.
And I still didn't get that Stanley intro that I'm waiting for.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm pretty getting annoyed by that too. I'm like, what the heck? We had everything ready to go. Oh my god.
You know, I think I need my own intro too. Fuck that.
Oh, you want your own intro? Okay, gotta put that. Yeah, if Imperius has one, everyone should get one then.
I want my own intro. I don't know what y'all would put for me though.
You'll have to suggest
give
something.
Craig!
Oh, yo, god damn it.
I don't know. But I love what y'all did with Duale, man. I love it. Oh my god. Every time y'all put that on, I am on the floor.
Yeah, I think it's the best thing we got so far. Yeah, you can't beat it.
Yo,
Can't beat that one.
you don't even understand. Every time you put that on, I actually dance to it too. I don't care if I'm tired, sleeping. I don't care. Every time it comes on, I'm like, hold up. And I go, dun 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 dun. Oh God, Duale. We love Duale though.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. Got to put on the creepy music or something. I don't know. I don't want to play the creepy music right
Does
now.
Master Kim have his own song on this channel?
I think he does, but
Because I know he had it on a different channel, and that is hilarious. But I guess you can't copyright people's shit, right?
no, I don't think that matters. Let me see. What the heck? Do we have one? Yeah, we do, don't we? Here we go. I don't know. That's a good point. I don't know if we ever played it. Let me see. Yeah, that's more professional. Yeah, that was the professional one, I think.
That's keeping it proper.
Yeah, so we don't have a funny one for him. That's the only one I got on here.
Oh no, I remember one on another channel that he had.
Yeah, we know that one, but that one we could replicate a funny one. Yeah, that's no problem. If you really wanted one, like if you really wanted one, you know, we could like do something like a style of that kung fu movies, like the old school ones. Yeah, that would be the best way to do it. Okay, where is HB? Oh my god. This is the trucking show. You're supposed to be doing the trucking show. Come on. All right. Yeah, nothing's going on with the Thorpes. I have no information there. Maybe I'll play this.
So what's up, guys? All of that.
Don't ever do that again.
Come on.
When you talk about Justin,
the bitch got moist right there. I just did that. Mackenzie got a little moist right there. I know she did.
One. We don't got to call it out no more.
So you got here on the left King TL. On the right we have Dan, who used to be on this channel before we banned him for trying to dox Stanley. So, you know, these guys were going at it for most of that night yesterday. Quite interesting.
Yo,
oh, finally you fixed your shit. What the hell's going on?
Okay.
So you spent a whole 8 minutes monologuing to nobody.
Yo, I didn't realize. Yo, I couldn't even hear you when you pulled up.
Really?
Yeah. So what I had to do was I updated all my apps and shit on my phone. You know, like I don't know why my iPhone doesn't update. So I updated all my apps and then I restart my phone. and I restarted my headset, and we're good now.
Oh my god.
Yeah, man.
So, oh man.
Yeah. Are you playing something right now?
Well, I didn't know how long you were gonna take to get back, so I was like,
I'm back. I'm back.
Virgo.
So what was your what? Oh man. Oh my god, these cats. Stop. Man, you guys are getting too good at this. Oh my god. What the fuck?
I want to get a cat now. Now I can't see what you're sharing on the screen though.
Really?
Yeah, nah. Share something else. Well, back out of it and then share it again. Let me see if I can see it.
Do you see it
There's
now?
a difference because when this shit pops,
I see it. Now I see it. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're good now.
So what exactly went wrong with your phone? Like, this makes no sense, cause
No. So I updated all my apps, and then I had to So I had
oh man.
I had to update the headset app to get it to work. But what's crazy is I couldn't even hear you when you pulled up. So I don't know.
Man, but what was your monologue about then?
All right. So let me get back to the monologue. So I was talking about trucking, being a trucker. And good morning, Virgo. By the way.
Good morning.
So I'll try to redo my monologue. So damn, it's hard to like redo it when the the passion isn't there, because I had a lot on my heart when I first did it. So what I'm gonna say is, when I first got into trucking, I was mentally, spiritually, and financially prepared to get into trucking. Trucking is a job where it's a very lonely job. And that's part of the reason that I got into it. After COVID, I realized how much I like my solitude and I like being by myself. I was always very quote unquote popular, had a bunch of friends. COVID taught me that all that shit is useless, because if you have a difference of opinion, motherfuckers will turn on you, will tell on you, snitch on you. Plus, I always wanted to be on the road, but trucking is not for people who aren't spiritually, mentally, and financially prepared to be on the road. So one thing that you have to know as a trucker is that sundown towns do exist, and that mental illness on the road is a real thing. I've seen guys on the road completely lose their shit, where they are out for months at a time and they don't shower. Completely. I've seen guys on the road go completely feral. Like, they don't shave, they don't groom themselves, they don't bathe, they don't change their clothes, completely gone feral. And being on the road, if you don't have that spiritual, you don't have financial, you don't have mentally, you're not mentally prepared, it'll break you. And that's part of the reason that I wanted to get into it, is because I love the challenge. Sometimes as men, we do things that are easy. Going to work in a fucking office and there's a coffee machine, and you gotta.
He is like, test me, motherfucker.
Yeah. No, I love the. I'm a natural explorer. I love to be in new places and see new people and talk to people, and also I love my solitude. So I saw this story, And there is a lot of history of niggas going from Chicago to the South and losing their lives. Emmett Till, King Von.
Oh.
And now we have another one. So I'm gonna play this story. Let me know what you guys think. Well, I'm gonna give you my
please.
I'm gonna give you my perspective because I'm 50-50 on it. But here we go. Make sure you guys hit the like button.
We can talk about it. Just play it. We could talk about it. Yeah, just play it.
Okay. Hit the like button, you guys. Subscribe if you're new here. And if you want to help support this episode, Cash App $.
We were asking questions after this man was found dead in Vance County at the base of a tree with a rope around his neck. His name is JVN McGee. Many of you reached out to us after a TikTok video went viral. WRO's Destiny Patterson has been digging into his death and joins us live from Vance County. Destiny, you spoke to the sheriff today. What do we know about this crime, about this case from law enforcement?
Just in the last 20 minutes, we've gotten a search warrant that gives us more insight into this investigation. A representative for the family says that Javion McGee was a truck driver, and I'm told that trucks often park here while making deliveries at a nearby Walmart distribution center. The sheriff said that McGee was found outside of a fenced area of this business, and they say that they found him at the base of a tree with a rope around his neck. 21-year-old Javion McGee stopped through Vance County as part of his job as a truck driver. It's a long way from where he lived in Illinois. Deputies found him dead Wednesday under a tree with a rope wrapped around his neck.
We have a lot of questions. Not enough answers.
Candace Matthews identifies herself as a spokesperson for his family. She says law enforcement initially told them McGee died by suicide.
This young man has not had no indication of no type of suicidal ideation. He doesn't have a history of mental illness.
At no point in time that we have said this was a suicide.
Vance County Sheriff Curtis Brame says they're still investigating McGee's death. McGee's family does not believe he took his own life. But how can we rule out a hate crime at this point?
Look at me and who I am. If I thought that anyone, regardless of their race, was lynched in Vance County, I would have it all over national news. When we got there, he was sitting with his back up against the tree on the ground. It's something common we would say, as we would call a jail suicide or homicide, where a person does not have enough height to hang or dangle.
McGee's family says they were told surveillance footage showed McGee buying a rope from Walmart. The sheriff says they're still looking into that. He says the medical examiner's office will officially determine the cause of death.
Mom and stepdad and dad have not even seen his body yet.
Sheriff Brame says the family could not view the body in person due to distance.
We want to see everything. We want full transparency.
As I mentioned before, we do now have a search warrant. We're going to continue to dig through that and bring you those details as we get them. Even at this hour, the family stories and law enforcement stories don't quite align. Now, McGee's family has hired a national civil rights attorney, and an autopsy has been ordered and will be performed. Destiny Patterson, WRL News, Vance County.
Now, I'm 50,
wow, I got all kind of feelings about this.
Yeah,
if you wanna go first, HB, go ahead. Yes,
yeah.
sir.
Now I'm 50-50 on this one. I'm right on the fence with this one because
I got all kinds of feelings about this.
A lot of people don't really understand the trucking industry. You see a lot of guys on YouTube, they'll post how much money they make. They'll brag about how much money they make, but they don't talk about over-the-road trucking and what it's really like on the road. It's tough. It's hard. And it's not hard. The work isn't hard. It's everything surrounding the work. Your mentality, your spirituality. If you don't have family to talk to, I talk to my sister damn near every day. If we don't talk, we at least text each other. I talk to my friends every day.
Aww.
I get online. I talk to you guys every day.
that is true. That is true. I love you, HB.
Arguing with Imperious every day every day is a good thing.
Every day is a good day. I have a little nest egg. I have money in investments. So even if the worst case scenario happens, I have life insurance. I got health insurance, dental. If worst case scenario, I flip this truck and burn up in a blaze of glory, I know.
Hold up.
There's a
Who the fuck is knocking at my door? Hold on.
Oh shit.
All right.
Oh shit. Uh-oh. Virgo got a quick visit. Oh shit. Oh, is that lasagna at the front door?
Oh my God. Hell nah. You got time for this. Wait, wait a minute. But the story, oh my.
Yeah, no, the story is wild. So
yeah.
What I'm saying is that it can be very easy to lose your mind over the road. Very easy. I don't know what this brother's situation was, but to deny that there are sundown towns out here would be foolish in me. That's why a lot of times when I'm in these hillbilly ass towns, I notice these people are very, very, very nice to me. Very nice. And I'm from Detroit. When somebody's nice to you, that means they either trying to rob you or kill you.
True.
So
It was a goddamn coon at my door. And yes, and I was ready to blast this. I don't play. I was ready to blast his little ass. I was like, who the hell was knocking at my front door? But okay, yeah, go ahead. I'm safe. I'm safe.
Thank God, Virgo. Thank God.
Yeah, my husband is asleep, so it's like I was like, who the hell is this?
Grab that pistol. So when I'm in these super hillbilly towns, I notice everybody's real kind to me. And everybody talks about the positivities of trucking. Oh, get your LLC, go buy your own truck, live on the road, do this, do that, make a bunch of money. Everybody shows how much money they make, but they don't tell you about how lonely the job can be. They don't tell you about the sundown towns. They don't tell you about the police you got to worry about, because the police will shake you down. And with this story, I'm not sure if it was a suicide or a homicide. I don't know. But what I do know is that this guy was 21 years old. And everybody, John always says, young niggas should probably get into trucking. But me, as an older gentleman, I know good and well when I was 21, I would not be prepared to be on the road. My mentality wasn't there. I wasn't mature enough. I didn't have money saved up. There's a lot of things that can break you on the road. I said it before. I've seen guys smell so bad that they probably would smell better dead. If they were a corpse, they would smell better. Guys completely lose their minds, going feral over the road. Now, they say that this guy had footage of him at Home Depot or Walmart buying a rope before he hung himself on a tree. And Stanley, I think Be Brave only says that because he's not the type to hang a nigga. He's the type to get online and talk about niggas, but he's not the type to hang a nigga. Now, there are still white folks out there that will hang a nigga. And maybe Be Brave doesn't want to admit it. Maybe he doesn't want to accept it. but there's still sundown towns in America. There's still sundown towns in South Africa. There's still sundown towns all over the world where if you are black, don't find your ass there. Don't be wandering around, or we'll make it look like a suicide.
There were they're cat downtowns too in America.
That is true too. That is true too. So, you know, Stanley, when it comes to different races of people telling me about what I should and shouldn't worry about, I don't really listen to that, because nobody knows what it's like being a black man in America. We are enemy number one no matter where we go. And a lot of people don't understand that, and nor should they. I'm not telling you to sympathize. I'm not telling you to feel bad for us. That's why I don't get mad at the race the politics around race or the politics around gender, because as a black man, we have to hold ourselves to a certain standard. We have to always understand that you got to protect yourself. You're mentally, spiritually, and financially, because everybody is out to get you. The devil is out to get you. Society's out to get you. And you got to move like that sometimes.
The white man's out to get you. The white man's out to get you.
I'm not 100% sure if that's what this situation is. This could literally be.
I'm playing.
It is true though. It is true.
Everybody's out to get you. Even the black man's out to get you. You think I'm gonna be? Let's just say somebody like King Von was around my neighborhood. You think I'll be like, hey homie, and be afraid of the white man next door? No, I'll be more afraid of King Von.
Exactly.
Come on now. Let's keep it. Black people, let's keep it 100. Please, let's keep it 100. But if I'm allowed to speak.
No, well, just let me finish. So
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So with this story, I have a lot of compassion for this brother, because, you know, he did the right thing. He went and got his CDL. He went over the road. And I'm not sure if this was a homicide or a suicide. Regardless, don't let people tell you that this job is just easy. Anybody can do it. No, you got to have a certain mentality to do this job, do it effectively, and not lose your fucking mind. It's a lot of time to yourself. You have to really love yourself to really do this job. That's why I see a lot of women excelling at this job, because women have a lot easier time. I'm not gonna say easier, but a lot of women can love themselves and be by themselves. You know, a lot of guys, I don't think that they can really love themselves and be by themselves. It takes a certain maturity. I'm sure you've went through your phases where you had girlfriends, you needed validation from getting pussy, but now you're at a place in your life where you don't really need that. You don't need the outside validations from the world. But I think when you're young, there is a lot of things you have to take into consideration.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember much from those times. You know, when you're young, it's been so long. It's like a different person at that point in time.
It's totally like sometimes I literally can't even put myself into the person that I used to be.
Yeah.
Like it's completely like a different person.
Yeah,
I would always have to be around my friends. I would always have to be around a girl. I'd always have to be chasing women, all this shit. Smoking weed, partying.
Chasing the meow.
Yeah, chasing that.
Yeah.
And I'm a completely different person, you know? I couldn't imagine just going to the movies by myself back then. Now I find so much happiness in just doing things by myself.
That is
You know?
awesome. Going to the movies by yourself and
Yeah.
dating yourself and going to lunch by yourself, going to
I
dinner
don't
by yourself. I have no issues with that.
well, Virgo, I
No, I
don't
have
date
no issues
myself.
with that.
I don't like how I don't like how you phrase that, Virgo. Dating, yeah, I don't date myself. But
No, well, you know what I mean, HB. Stop playing.
I
You
don't
know what
date
I mean.
myself. But I do enjoy, going to get dinner by myself, going to the
Yeah.
movies by myself. There's a lot of I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes the
I
hubs
feel
is not available and he has to do something else or he's off on his own doing whatever he needs to do for the household or for his parents. And guess what? I have no problem with just be like, okay,
you have to
I can go
sometimes.
to a movie.
Yeah. I think you really have to love yourself before you can love somebody else.
Okay.
Yes. Absolutely. I
And
agree.
I think that's where, in any relationship that I ever been in, it's always been my fault because I didn't necessarily love myself. So how could I love somebody else? How could I understand them? How could I have compassion? I didn't care, I've dated some of the baddest women and treated them like shit. And every relationship I was in, it ended because of me. It was never the woman. It was always me. I know at times guys get online and they try to shit on women. Oh, it's always women's fault. Women are, it's what is it? What do they call it? Hypergamy. It's all this and that.
Hypergamy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all this. Man, listen, man. I have some of the most gorgeous, smart, beautiful, intelligent. I think all those words kind of mean the same, but just some of the best women. And I fucked it up. It wasn't them. I fucked it up because I didn't take the time to love myself, get in touch with my spirituality, and do the things that I needed to do as a man to feel secure. And I think a lot of times that's what leads a lot of men to suicide, to thinking about grabbing that rope and killing themselves. But also, this could be a sundown town situation too. So I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think, Virgo?
But at least HB, at least you can come up here and be vulnerable and admit to that you were wrong. So that's a big step. A lot of people, and not just men, a lot of people think they're always right and they do shit and it's like, well, this person did something to me or that person did something to me, and then they don't admit they're wrong. So I commend you for that. Serious.
Yeah.
But as far as
I just want to say, Virgo, when you take that time to really get to know yourself and love yourself and kind of cut everything off, you realize that people can only do things to you if you allow them to.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
You only invite what you put out there. That's why in any relationship that's went left for me, I never blame the other person completely because I allowed it to a certain extent, and you have to take accountability for it. That's why any relationship that I've been in, I don't talk down about that person. I might be mad in the moment, but I let it go because you have to take accountability, especially as a man. You're never going to get through life blaming society, blaming women blaming friends for why they did you wrong. You gotta take accountability. You gotta look at yourself. You gotta be introspective. So this story, it really touched my spirit in a way, because I could only imagine what that young man was going through to get to that point. And I think being on the road is like a drug. It can really amplify your mentality, where you are in your mind. If you are somebody who's not spiritually based, it can turn you into a goddamn demon. I've seen guys go crazy on the road, literally go crazy. If you're somebody that is spiritually grounded, it can turn you into a goddamn monk. Look at Momo. Momo is like living, man. Momo is living the fucking dream as a trucker.
Is Momo a eunuch?
No. But Momo is probably one of the most grounded people I've ever talked to online. You know, he is completely grounded in reality. Like, the dude has never owned a house, never owned an apartment, lives with his parents, been on the road for years, just saving money.
With his parents.
No, but the thing is, though, he's on the road though, so really he doesn't need any of these. He doesn't need anything. He's just on the road saving money. This nigga, Virgo, Momo probably has $250,000 saved up.
Okay, is he married? How old is he? Is he married?
He's not even married. He's in his 30s. He's probably got $250,000 saved up in his bank account.
Yeah, but he got to get out his parents' house if he wants to get married, though.
But see, that's the thing, though. He's spiritually set. He doesn't need any of the worldly things. He's still Virgo. He's still a virgin.
Let me.
Wait, he said that?
Yeah,
Wait,
he's
what?
still a virgin. Yeah, he's still a virgin.
I'm gonna take a seat then.
When did he say that? What? Oh shit.
Yeah, no. When he gets back up here, we'll talk about it. But
Did I
Momo,
miss something? God damn
Momo,
it.
I know he's not somebody that can't get pussy. He's sitting on $250,000. He can go buy pussy if he really wanted it.
Good lord.
That is true. I mean, I don't care. Even if he looked like Smeagol, he can get some if he had $1 million. You know.
Right. But I think
but that means he's serious though.
Very serious.
Jesus.
Banked Up 700 said he's not living life. But what is living life?
Here comes the lasagna argument.
Yeah. And see, that's the thing where, he's not living life. So what should he do? Be out here paying for pussy? Out here chasing women?
As opposed to imperial, what's his name? Imperialism. Yeah, imperialism, as opposed to him, where he probably wants it, but he can't get it. But somebody like Momo just chooses not to get it.
And Banked Up, you said experience in life. Bro, some of the stories Momo has told me, he's experienced life. Momo has been in every single state in the USA except for, Hawaii and Alaska. But he's been to all the states. He's gone to the Rocky Mountains. He's climbed up Mount Everest. Maybe not Mount Everest. You get my point, though. He's literally, as far as trucking goes, he parks his truck. He explores every major city. He's lived life. He's seen everything in America. He's lived life more than a lot of people have lived life. I know people that they grew up in Detroit, they got married in Detroit, they had kids in Detroit, and they died in Detroit. They didn't see shit. This man has went to every state and experienced life to the fullest. So a lot of times it's your perspective. You know, a lot of guys think, oh, all I got to do is make a bunch of money, get a wife, have kids. That's experience in life. That's just your perspective.
You're right.
So I think, yeah, banked up. Nah, he's doing everything, and he actually has the means to do it. A lot of guys, they out here on the road, man. Every check is going to their family. They ain't got shit. They ain't got nothing saved up. They live in check to check across the road. Just the fuck out. This nigga Momo ain't
buying
got
ramen noodles.
Right. Momo ain't got a care in the world. And I think
and hot pockets.
When you're on the road, it can really amplify who you are as a person if you're not spiritually based. And you know, I don't know about this story. It is still developing.
Well, do you want to hear my take on it?
Go ahead, Virgo. Go ahead.
Okay. So no, you're good. When you first said it, I was like, oh no, here we go again, another black man, you know. But then as I listened to you talk about it, I understand where you're coming from, that the trucking is, and you know, not just trucking, there's some other jobs too that you just lose your mind. And I get that. But at the same time, they are sundown towns. And I hate when people say that they are not sundown towns. Yeah. I hate it.
It's usually white people that say that.
Oh, I'll tell you right now. I don't care if he's listening or not. My husband is one of those that be like, "There's no sundown town." Like, what the fuck do you mean? Yes, there is. There may not be a sign put up in front of it, but you know you can't go into that town.
But it's not that simple. It's more like you don't want to get, the Suns aren't like they used to be. They're not a bunch of KKK members that'll string you up.
Right. And I think that's why he feels like that. Yeah. I think that's why he feels like that. I think he's like, you know, oh, there's no more sundown towns. Yeah.
But there's certain counties that if you're in and you are stopped on the side of the road, listen, you walking around late at night and you're black, the police can make it look like it's a suicide. And that's just the reality.
It is. And you're absolutely right. Shit. When I went up to Georgia, I drove up to Georgia, and this is before I met my husband. I drove up to Georgia. I was stopped in Jupiter, Florida. Small ass motherfucking town. And I was stopped out there, and you know, police was like, license and registration, ma'am, you know, and I'm like, all right, here it is. And they tried to do everything to agitate me. Everything to agitate me. But I kept my cool because I knew if I even showed an ounce of black in me, I was going to be dead. And it's facts.
Yep.
It's facts. I mean, can't we just all admit there's good and bad people in every fucking race? Why do we act like, oh, you know, white people are not evil? You know, no, there's evil fucking white folks. There's evil fucking black folks. You know, why do we have to act like, oh, there's no racism in this world? Yeah, there is racism in this world. There is.
No, there's still, I know for a fact there's still sundown towns in South Africa, definitely. And I know there's sundown towns in America too.
Yeah, and get this, there's sundown towns in South Africa that goes the other way, where whites can't go.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. I mean, shit, south side of Chicago is it's a sundown town in certain parts.
Shit, here in America, there's sundown town, like not even sundown. We do it sun up to sundown over here in America.
Yeah. That's why,
Certain town, yeah.
You know,
it is what it is. People, there's evil in everybody. There's evil in everybody. And for people to say, oh, well, it's just only these people or it's just only that people, man, that's bullshit, man. It's bullshit.
That's why, we have to, I was talking yesterday about we have to accept America for what it is and don't fight against it. Accept it and move accordingly. Even though I'm voting for Trump, his slogan, it is a lie. We can't make America great again. We're like, what are we like? 58th in literacy. We're like 120th in life expectancy. We're number one in incarcerations, number one in suicides. I think Japan is number one in suicides. But our metrics do not say that we're number one. Our metrics do not say we're a great country.
No,
now,
we're not.
Opportunity wise, yes, we got the most opportunity. We have the highest ceiling.
Yeah,
in America,
I guess.
We got the highest ceiling in America.
I guess.
But as far as metrics wise, no.
Mm-hmm.
We don't even have the best healthcare system.
But you know what? Making America great, and I hate to say this cliche, when was America ever great? Yes, we had some wonderful times, but not everything was great all at the same time. You have to understand that.
No. And I think when you just look at metrics wise, America was never actually great. And even in the greatest times, metrics wise, I mean, we were practicing Jim Crow.
Yeah, we were having slavery.
Well, I'm not gonna say slavery. I'm just saying metrics wise.
I'm just saying. I mean, if we want to go all the way, back, we had slavery.
I don't think we were great during
was
slavery.
Was that great? Great?
Yeah, Virgo. I don't think that was great at all.
Whipping into our backs, was that great? I don't think so.
No, but it's stories like this that really it kind of sheds a light on many things, whether this was racially motivated or it was a suicide. I think it sheds a light on both things that are very ugly about America, where if you look at the suicide rate, it's very high in America. A lot of guys are committing suicide nowadays. A lot of guys are throwing their lives away.
Yes, and it could be either or. And what's, I'm going to say something that's unpopular. What if he put a rope around his neck to make it look like it was a white man that did it? We don't know.
And that's the other thing too, where because there's so much racial tension, there's gonna be so many people that try to push the race angle on this. Even though there are places, if you Black, you better be careful. That is true. But there's so many people that are gonna take this story and calling the NAACP, say all white people are racist. Racism is still alive and well.
Sharpton. call our shop then.
Oh, loaded. Oh man.
Yeah. Ooh,
Jesus.
child. Ooh,
Ben
child.
Crump. Ben Crump.
Ben Crump. Right. So I think you know it's everything in America is for sale. Everything.
Oh, that's a good take on it. Yeah.
Oh,
My brother-in-law actually, he committed suicide by hanging himself.
Jesus.
And this is
Christ.
this is my husband's brother.
Wow. Can you imagine what somebody's going through to hang themselves?
Yeah.
He was going through depression.
You never know. He could have a terminal illness. They could just be going through depression.
He was just going through depression.
Yeah.
And then they're out of 5 boys, and another one died from a heart attack. You know.
That's why
and
I think
my husband,
having a spirit.
My husband was the one to catch the brother that killed himself when he died.
Damn.
So yeah, I had to help him. When we got together, I had to help him heal. Yeah.
Yeah. Get Crack. What do you think about this? What do you think about this, Get Crack?
Well, I gotta fact check you, man, because like you were like, "Oh, the U.S. is number 1 in soup." Wait a minute. What?
Yeah. Look it up.
You know who's number 1? Russia.
Who's number 1? Really?
Oh,
that
Russia.
makes a lot of sense. That
Greenland.
makes a lot of sense.
Greenland.
Okay.
Those
that makes a lot
two
of
are
sense.
on the top. Those two on the top, man.
Wow.
Then the
Korea and
next
Russia?
one, Greenland and Russia. So anybody living above the Arctic Circle, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When it's all dark or all always sunny and it's cold
Why
as
white
hell.
people killing themselves, man?
No, I think Get Crack is right. I think it's more of they live in a very depressing place.
Come on, white people.
Well,
Your
Greenland
birth
is all
rates
Eskimos.
are already low.
Yeah.
Eskimos.
Your
Eskimos
birth
are killing
rates are
themselves
already
too.
low. Why are you killing yourself, man?
And the second one is I think South Korea in one survey.
Mm-hmm.
I think so South Korea is next.
Very, very, very strict, rigid society in South Korea. So I can understand that too.
Interesting. Another one said Botswana is a big one. I don't know why Botswana would be bad, but all right.
Where the hell is Botswana?
Yeah, I think it's north of South Africa, next to like Zimbabwe.
Oh, okay. Wow.
I don't know what's up with that country. I don't know too much about it. So.
Wow.
They probably only have cats. That's the problem.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know why. Must have some mental issues there too. So.
Yeah, but you notice like none of those countries are third world countries.
Well, Botswana might be, right?
Except for Botswana,
Yeah.
Yeah, Botswana.
Oh, Greenland's kind of a third world country, I guess.
Yeah, Greenland and
Because,
even what you said, Russia.
Russia's not really. I mean, I think any country with nukes isn't
Russia's
really a third
probably
world.
like a second world country.
Yeah. I mean, Greenland's part of Denmark, but it's not really part of Denmark, right? It's just a big piece of ice. So.
Yeah. There's very poor parts of Russia. Very poor parts.
Yeah.
So you can call it like a second world country, I guess.
Wait, what else what other countries are on that list? Where is America sit?
America's all the way at like middle or something. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah. No, we're fine.
Oh, that's a goddamn lie. These how about all these people killing their wives and their kids and their dogs and cats? Y'all want to talk about Haitians eating? At least the Haitians eat the cats. These motherfuckers are killing the cat and killing the dogs.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Virgo, you gotta kill it before you can eat it. So.
But what I'm saying is they're killing it for no reason. There's no nutritional purpose in killing the cats. You know, no nutrition in it. Just killing the goddamn cats. Nah,
Yeah,
man.
that is true. That is true.
I mean, it seems like most of the countries on the list are like either African or like former Soviet countries. So if that gives you any idea, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Probably not a lot of opportunities.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll do it.
They'll do it.
Probably a lot of godless countries.
Yeah, you're kind of right on that. You know, believing in religion is a good form of drug, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah. I think it's just any type of spiritual backing will keep you from deleting yourself. You know, you gotta believe in something, you know?
So that's a good point, man. You bring a good point. See, that's why, you know, some people are like, what's the point of religion? If you think about it from a, you know, scientific sense, there is a point to it. This is how humans stay alive.
Yeah.
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 Right.
It's like that you know, that need to stay alive, really. And you know, it's also to not get too high on the highs and too low on the lows.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I think any spiritual backing, it keeps you grounded. And
but how about this? Explain Imperious.
well, I think that I think that's you could definitely turn into a zealot. And I think too, what ends up happening if you become a zealot, you become what you hate the most. And that's where spirituality and religion can go. I think there's a difference between spirituality and religion. If you're too caught in the religion, you can become a zealot, and that's when I don't know if you ever heard of I don't know where I heard this story from, but it always stuck to me. It's I don't know if it's some ancient Chinese proverb or something. I don't know what it is, but it's the hooker and the priest. And have you guys heard this story before? The hooker and the priest?
I don't think so.
No.
So there was a hooker and there was a priest. And the hooker, every time she would lay with a man, the priest would stack a stone. And after a couple years, he went over to her and told her, every time I saw a man go into your house, I stacked the stone, and look at all these stones that I've gathered. And then the hooker said, well, I pray every day. I don't have anything else. I'm just trying to take care of my kid. I pray every day though. Now, when they both died, the hooker went to heaven and the priest went to hell because he was judging her. And judging somebody and not praying for their salvation is worse than the actual deed that she was doing. She actually prayed. She actually had the spiritual grounding. He didn't really have the spiritual grounding because all he did was judge her.
Oh, damn. Ain't that
So
something?
So I always think about that you know, these super religious people that are so judgmental, they're stacking the stones of other people in society, but are they actually a spiritual person? Who have they actually helped? Who is Imperious actually helped?
And you know what? I actually found myself. I don't think Imperious is a bad spirit, to be honest with you, because I've actually found myself agreeing with Imperious on a couple of things.
He has a lot of good points, but I
Yeah,
think that
but
spirit
sometimes he
of judgment.
can.
I think
Yeah.
that spirit of judgment is very, very.
Yeah.
You know,
Sometimes he can get judgmental, and he
Yeah.
can be a little bit, erotic.
Erotic.
Erotic? You mean neurotic?
Yeah.
Neurotic.
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 Oh,
I'm from Brooklyn.
Oh, neurotic. Erotic.
I hope he's not erotic. Whoa.
Did I say
Dries up
erotic,
pussies
like
in no
sexual?
time.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. My bad. Man, I'm from Brooklyn, and my English is my second language.
Oh, all
Stop
right,
it.
all right.
All right. So yeah, he can be a little neurotic.
Yeah.
But sometimes I do find myself agreeing with him.
Yeah,
no.
He's very logical in his belief. That's why it's hard to disagree with him, but you got to look at the judgment aspect of it too. Like that priest in that story, he was right, but he was also, he judged her. He didn't get to know her. He didn't get to understand her plight. He didn't try to save her. All he did was judge her.
Somebody said, good old sexy erotic Imperious. Oh my God. You know what? Gasoline draws. Maybe that should be my intro. Gasoline draws. Gasoline draws.
Oh man.
That's why Virgo, you sometimes people have religion, but and
you're breaking up. You're breaking up a little. Let's see. Okay, it's better now.
Am I back?
All right. Yeah,
okay. You know,
I can hear you now.
Some people have religion, but they don't have any spirituality. It's not based in anything.
Yeah. Because anybody can read a book and quote something from a book.
Right. Right. That was one of the things that Adolf talked about. Was that, there's so many.
Shit.
He said he absolutely despised the well-read and what would you call like those people that read a lot of books, like the
Stanleys?
No, well, what are they called? The people who are in the schools and stuff, the college,
I mean, I think if you were a communist, you would call them the intelligentsia, the
scholars.
Yeah, the scholarly class.
The scholarly class. He said he absolutely despised the scholarly class because they can quote all of these books, they can read all of these great men who wrote books, but they don't ever apply it. All their knowledge is just that knowledge, but they don't apply to anything. Now, I'm not saying go the, Adolf route, because obviously, he kind of took it to the extreme, but he was also a very, very well-read person. And he took his knowledge and actually applied it. And we see Dwale writing is, speaking of Adolf, Dwale is in
Good morning. Good morning. Guten Morgen. Malaka Nubia. Guten Morgen.
Good morning, Dwale.
Comment ça va? Très bien, ma chérie.
Très bien, très bien.
It's a
Très bien
beautiful
aussi.
day.
Merci. Très bien
Look at
aussi.
that.
Merci.
Day here.
Beautiful
lot of history
day
in-
in Germanistan.
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah,
history in that place. A lot of history in that place, in that country.
yeah,
Don't go down that road.
yeah. This is so smooth, you know. We have
This road looks dangerous.
the
Be
normal road. No, we have the normal road here, and we have the bicycle road here.
That is
And
normal
here
to
is where I
y'all?
swim.
Oh, hell.
I think
Yeah, nobody's here. This is the Fahad Bek. This is the bicycle way.
There's trees
Only
blocking the
Fahad.
road. Look at that. It's in the middle of the road.
I think Aaron
Now, this is the bicycle road. The normal road is there or there. This is a small road. It is only for bicycles. But the normal road is there.
C'est pour
house.
la bicyclette. C'est
This
pour la
man has his
bicyclette.
house. He's driving his house.
C'est pour la
He's
bicyclette.
driving his house. Ooh. Yes, Claire.
look at
Oh, this is a farmland. Look. Oh. It's a beautiful day.
Yeah, look at you, Dwala.
La 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 la.
Oh, look at
I
Dwale.
said bad.
Smelling the
I
white
said
man's
bad.
air, riding the white man's bike path.
White man's land.
Where's Black Rick when you need him?
And Dwala, he ain't never going back to Somalia.
Hey, HB.
No way.
Correct.
Yo, CKJ, what's
Hey,
going
what's
on?
up?
Do y'all have access to upload the video of my niece driving?
Oh, upload?
Yeah, it's actual video footage of it.
I think you can go on StreamYards and try to present it, and then HB can pull it up.
I'll put it in the back chat. Or the private chat.
Oh. Can you pull it up, Get Crack?
No, I don't have Chrome. If it's on that, you have to download it or get Portia to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta wait for Portia because I'm
gonna email it to Portia then. It's kind of early, but I'm gonna just email it to her.
Yeah.
I could try to download it. Let's see if it works.
Yeah. See if you can download it.
Man, I don't understand what StreamYards need you to use Chrome. It's like, what the fuck? Why do I have to use Chrome to like share my audio? You guys are paying $300 a month for this service, man. Come on.
Wait, CKJ, you said your niece is driving.
Oh, HB, you wasn't here.
Yeah, I don't think he was here. He doesn't understand the context of this story.
Yeah, so my niece took my sister's car. She's 8 years old. Took the car in the morning and drove to Target and went shopping.
Hold on. Let me mute the Wale real quick. All right. Fucking damn Somalian pirate.
The Wale is on his bicyclette.
Yeah. Oh, we got Cam the King back. Look at this. Freaking. Wait. So CKJ, your 8-year-old man, she sound like me at 8, man. Jesus Christ.
8 years old, took my sister's car, took the dog, drove to Target, went shopping and everything.
Wow.
Yeah, we talked about it. It happened Sunday.
Did she make it back home?
No, they caught her before she made it back home. But she went shopping and everything.
Wait, how does she have money at 8?
She took it from my sister.
Wait, you said she took cash from your sister or took her credit card?
Yeah, she took her card.
Wow.
Yeah, she's going viral right now, man.
Wow. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, man. Like when I hear shit like that, I always think that shit is so fucking cool. I know she's probably gonna get her ass beat, but still,
No,
like,
no, my sister is still in like disbelief, man. Like I still can't believe she actually did it. I went to go talk to her yesterday, and she showed me. Like, I'm like, yo, show me what you was doing, dude. Use the blinkers and everything. Like, she's like, yeah, this the gas, this the brake pedal. Like, I'm like,
Ask
man, don't
Wale.
you ever do this again, man. But I was laughing though. It was pretty funny.
Ask Wale, is he wearing a pussy hat?
oh no, he's got our headphones. You know those is headphones he always wears.
Oh, so it's not is it a pussy headphones?
So, I mean, it's not like you can really charge her with anything, can you?
No, they can't charge. She's underage. She said she only ran one light, and she told me she hit a mailbox. But that's what she told me. But yeah, she's not even fazed about it. Like, but she's a good kid, like quiet, and I would have never thought she would have did it though. But yeah, she did it, man.
What the hell, man?
Yeah, man,
That
you
is.
got it. Yeah, I sent it to
Yeah,
Portia, and she was talking about it the other day. Like, it was crazy, man. It's crazy.
yeah, I gotta see that. I gotta see that story.
Yeah,
That is crazy.
so somebody dash cam that was behind her. So it was on the news this morning. So I wanted you guys to see it, actually see her driving.
Wow. Yo, she's gonna be like fucking Mario Andretti, man. She's already driving at 8. Yo, that's crazy. I was driving that young too, but I didn't go anywhere. I just like drove around my neighborhood. But yo, she drove
But
through
HB,
Target.
it's a great distance. She drove like 12 to 25 miles, man.
Yo, there's adults that can't even drive. She's doing that shit at 8, man. She's way up. Yeah, she's got to be really smart, man.
And never been taught. Like, she said she was just observing. Like, my sister never taught her. Her father never taught her.
Does she play video games at all?
No.
Damn. Yo, that is crazy.
Hey, CKJ3. Like, the thing is, when Portia pulled up that article, that was random, right? You guys didn't plan it, right? Like, none of us knew that you were, or your family was.
No.
Right?
So,
that was a coincidence.
I got a call, and my mother had called me. Well, no, not called me. She texted me. Was saying like somebody had stole my sister's car and took my niece.
Yeah, but the thing was, you were on panel here. Portia pulled up that article. That was just random, right?
No. I sent that to her.
Oh, you sent it to her. Oh, damn. Man, you could have kept the mystery, dude.
Yeah, I sent it to her.
You could have been like, this show is crazy.
No, I sent it to her.
All right.
Yo, that is amazing, man. I mean, I'm just glad she didn't kill anybody or get hurt herself. But Jesus, all she did was hit a mailbox. That's Jesus Christ. I wonder so she took the keys, took the credit card. What was your sister doing?
So it happened in the morning. She said that she came in the room, asked for her iPad. Sister gave her her iPad. My sister rolled back over and went to sleep. And I think she got like an alert from her phone or something, like somebody, transaction alert or whatever. And she looked at it and it was like Target. So she got up, was like, what the hell? Like, walked in there and like, car gone, and my niece was gone. So that's when she called the cops, and then the cops came, and then the neighbors across the street, cameras showed that, she had the dog, put the dog in the car, she hopped in the car and drove off.
Yeah.
And then I guess like somebody actually seen her driving on the road, and that's the video I sent you, showing her actually driving on the road, and then went to Target. She parked, walked inside of Target, got a cart, went shopping, went through self-checkout, paid for everything, and as she was walking out, that's when the cops came. Like, yo, you gotta come with us.
Wow. Yo, she actually parked the car too. I wonder how she parked.
Yeah, everybody wants to know that.
What the hell? Yo, this is insane, man. This is insane. I gotta crack. Did you download the video or can you download the
I
video?
can't download the video.
Oh man, I gotta see that. Is it on YouTube yet?
Yeah, you can. Yeah. I think you can. I'm pretty sure you can YouTube it. I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube. If it's on the news, it's got to be on YouTube.
Oh man.
This
Stanley,
is
what are you talking about?
diabolic.
No, I'm not judging her. Honestly, I think it's really cool, man. I mean, it's probably one of the worst things that you would want to happen with an 8-year-old. But the fact that nobody died, I think it's honestly kind of cool, man. Cause I was the same way. I was driving young. I was driving young as hell, driving a stick shift too at that. But I never stole like money from my mom though. I think that's the worst. Stealing the car is one thing.
Yeah.
But
I didn't start driving until I was like about 12, I would say. That's when I would go practicing. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah, Stanley. Yeah. You know, everybody. Everybody in the chat is clutching their pearls right now. But I mean, I'm looking at how just like how smart she is, man. Like that girl is damn near a genius. Like took the credit card, went to Target. What did she buy? What the hell did she need that bad?
She bought
the devil's
$200 to
toys.
$400 worth of toys and clothes.
She bought $200 worth of toys and clothes.
I think either $200 or $400 worth of $400 worth of toys and clothes. Yep.
Oh man, Jesus Christ!
Damn it, Target. It's all Target's fault. Let's just blame it on Target.
Master Kim, good morning, man. Oh man.
Oh, where's Master Kim? Good morning, Master Kim.
Yeah.
Is he in the chat or is he on the panel?
No, he's in the chat. What the hell? Yo, 8 years. Jesus Christ. $400. God damn. She gonna have to be cleaning dishes for like a year. Pay that back. God damn, man. Yeah, I gotta see this story. This is wild. Man. Get crack. You ever do something like that?
Nope.
And you got to stay over here. Dwally can't even drive. He over here riding a bike. Look at him.
Nope. Cars are illegal in Germany. They won't let you drive there.
Yeah. They make the best cars. You can't even drive them. Ain't that a bitch?
Ain't that a bitch?
I haven't seen one car yet.
We saw a van. That was it. Probably full of illegals.
Yeah.
Oh damn! Trying to catch cats.
Yo, Germany looks dead as hell, man. That shit looks spooky. Looks like a lot of Jews died there. I don't know.
Shut up. God damn. Motherfucking
like
Hansel and Gretel. Hansel and Gretel.
Right?
Nah, it's not Hansel and Gretel. It's Duwame and Mohammed now, baby.
Oh man. where's Germany at on the list of suicides? I feel like I'd probably want to kill myself if I lived in Germany.
Really?
Oh, don't say that. Germany is
Okay,
all
let's
right.
see.
Hey, where's Germany on the list?
It's 91. Yeah,
Okay.
not too far away from America. About the same.
Yeah, okay. Just looks really fucking depressing over there. Very clean though. Very clean.
That's just this part. What part is this?
Well, he lives kind of like around near the border with France, I guess, right? Somewhere there, the Black Forest, kind of that area. Yeah.
Wow. Damn it. Douale. Yeah, you got to get to America, man. That shit looks. That shit looks depressing.
That's why he speaks French, right? Douale, Français.
Well, he married his wife who speaks French. That's why he knows it a little bit.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's if you're gonna marry a chick that doesn't speak the same language as you, you got to learn their language.
No, he knows. I mean, she's Somali, but she lived in France.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you don't have to speak our own language. You just gotta give it to us good. That's it.
Ah, come on, Virgo.
Oh wow, it's the truth. It's the truth.
You need the
Douale.
You need those. You need the.
C'est pas vrai.
You need those back
c'est pas vrai.
shots.
C'est vérité. C'est vérité.
You need the back shots, Virgo. Yeah, Douale, you're still muted. I'm not trying to hear all that wind with your damn construction headphones on. Douale got those negative
the noise-proof GM headphones things.
Yeah, right. He could stand in front of a rocket launch. He wouldn't hear that shit. Douale. Wouldn't hear shit. Oh man.
I'm trying to teach my husband how to speak French.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing turns me on more than a man that can speak multi-languages.
Okay.
Je m'appelle. Oui, oui.
What the hell is that? Je m'appelle. You tried that with Josie too. It was like, what the fuck?
Oui, oui. Oui, oui.
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Fucker.
Well, that's very good, gentlemen. That's very good. That's very good.
Joy de vivre. Enjoy the vivre.
Oh my god, these pronunciations are terrible.
Joy de vivre.
No,
Joy
actually, HB did very good. He did very good.
Man, I think you got to use more throat, guys. Come on, HB.
Hey, yo.
You got to put a frog in your throat and start to sing everything. That's why I put the layup there for you. Just take it, Virgo. Take it. Take it to the hoop.
Put more throat. Put more throat. Yeah. Absolutely.
Wait. What kind of car was she driving? I hope it wasn't like a V8. It wasn't a Trackhawk.
No, she had. My sister got a 2020 Nissan Rogue, the little small SUV.
Oh, okay. Damn, that's still like a V6.
Dude, my niece, she's not even tall, man. Like when she was showing me yesterday, like she was like, "Yeah, I was standing up and like this is the gas, this is the brake pedal, and like I use my blinkers." Like I'm like, man, you're crazy, man. Like don't ever do this again. Like it's funny, but it's not funny, you know.
Yeah, no. You're right, because that's not like a small car. She could have really fucking took some people out.
Dude, somebody could have took her out.
Yeah.
But the kind of thing that was like on her side was like she left so early. So wasn't so many cars out there. Like she was probably like the first one at Target, like in the morning. Like she probably got there like around 8 o'clock. Target just opened and she just in there. And I'm just like, yo, ain't nobody say nothing to you? Like, y'all see this little girl in here with a cart, like going through self-checkout, shopping? Like,
Man, they
nobody
work at
said
Target.
nothing?
Yeah, they work at Target. They don't give a fuck.
Like, nobody
Target.
said nothing.
Target ain't what it used to be. Jesus Christ, man.
But you know what's really funny is like she took her dog with her. So the dog is in the cart inside the store. Just her and the dog just driving.
Man, the dog didn't even stop her. He should have said something.
I think it's like a little puppy or something.
God damn. That dog was just ready to go for a ride. It's probably the dog's fault. You probably told her to do it. Let's go for a ride. Oh, man.
Man, I don't even want to tell you stories about dogs because it is crazy out here with dogs.
Jesus
We'll
Christ.
save that for another show.
Virgo, you ever steal your mom's car?
At 8 years old,
no, because I know I would get my ass whooped.
I wasn't even thinking about driving at 8. Not no real car.
Well, especially not at 8, but I would probably get my ass whooped if I stole my mom's car or my dad's car. So no, I never stole that car.
I was, but I was bad as hell though, so it was a little
different. Did I take my own car and sneak out the house when I wasn't supposed to? Oh, hell yeah.
No, my mom had 2 cars, so one of them was like a newer car. She had like a Camry or something, and then the old one was like this old Ford, but it was a stick shift, so she didn't think that I could drive it. But I like taught myself at like 8, 9 I would like move it in the driveway at first just to like play with the clutch and shit. And then once I figured out how to not stall out, I used to drive it around the neighborhood, and then I would have to back it up in the driveway while she was gone. So I had to get real fucking technical, and she never noticed.
Well, that's how I learned to drive too. I learned to drive stick, and my first car was an Acura Integra. So man, I would just be like speeding on the highway and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, you were wilding.
That was some good times. And then when my mom would say, "Oh, you gotta be home at a certain time," blah 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 blah, and I'd be like, "Okay, Mom, I'm home." And then when she would fall asleep, I sneak out the house.
Yeah. Get crack. Are you seeing Cam the King over here? All this slander. Jesus Christ. Is Get Crack still here? Get Crack left. Cam, Get Crack left, man. He's probably eating breakfast right now. Man. Wale, you really gotta take a trek, man. You on a damn journey to work. God damn. I know you be smelling like goddamn seafood by the time you get to work.
God damn, he's smelling like
Hey, I am not going to work, man. I'm
exercising.
I'm riding a bicycle exercise, yeah. I'm free today. And I want to buy some fresh milk from the farmer.
Some
like
milk.
Fresh.
There's no R in milk. Milk.
You know what, Stanley? You know what, Stanley? You need to come up and stop talking this this bull. Stop talking this bullshit and just come up.
Wait, Stanley. I did want to know what you thought about that story I played earlier. I wanted to know because I think Vance County is in Georgia. That's where
he needs to come up and stop playing for real.
Yeah, I wonder
what is he saying, Stanley?
Stanley. Talking about what sign my dog was and shit. Come on, Stanley. Come on.
Your dog?
Yeah, my dog.
The big one or the small one?
He was a small one.
Okay. Because
he was a Chinese crested.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right, Stanley. It is North Carolina. Yeah, you're right. That is. Yeah, you're right. Vance County is North Carolina. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. That story is just. That story.
Is Master Kim
I don't know. Yeah.
Get Crack still up on here?
No, I think Get Cracked. He walked away for a second. Yeah, Stanley. That's one thing I don't. That's one thing, Stanley. I don't let white people tell me who's racist and who's not. You know, I don't. Ever white folks try to tell me about that shit. That's why it's hard for me to listen to the left, because they're always trying to say everything is racist. But you know, the right, they try to act like racism doesn't exist, and I think it's closer to the middle. Oh, there goes Stanley. Yeah, Stanley, what'd you think of that story earlier?
You know, I don't know what to think of it, to be honest.
Yeah, no, seriously, I'm on the same page. I don't know what to think, man. It's such
that is strange.
It is. Like, man, he was so young too. That's why it's almost hard to believe he just killed himself. But at the same time, it's not. It's not unbelievable.
Yeah, it's heart wrenching, man. You can see because of his profession, you know, that something like that could happen. But at the same token, I do believe in some
I don't get much farther than I don't know what to think.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I get that.
I mean, he looked clean cut. He looked, like he looked pretty sharp.
Yeah.
He looked like a regular schmegula. Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever a schmegula is.
A regular schmegula.
That's that New York.
That means just a regular
Yeah,
guy.
It wears thin, doesn't it?
I know it does, Stanley. Yeah, because you're about 30 years older than me.
Maybe that's why it wears thin. I've heard it before.
It's just, Stanley, it's just because he was so young, man. Like,
how old was he, HB? I didn't catch the whole story.
He was 21.
Oh shit.
Yeah, oh man, that's like my boy's age, man. Serious.
That's why.
Did he have a girlfriend or anything like that?
I don't know. They haven't gotten too much into the story. Like,
oh my God, I didn't even know he was that young. That's my
sometimes
age.
Sometimes if you ask questions and listen, you learn stuff like that.
Yeah, no, he was only
Yeah, my
21.
twins are about to be 22 in March. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
That's why.
Crazy.
everything orbits around Virgo.
That's right. Because I'm perfect and I gravitate everything towards me, Stanley. I am the world.
I can't.
I am the creator.
Oh, you are the world. That is for sure.
I am life. That's what I am, Stanley.
We need
Yeah,
a Virgo.
it comes to that.
We need a Virgo and Stanley meetup. That would be interesting.
Oh my God! You know what? I wouldn't mind a Virgo and Stanley meetup. Let me tell you something.
Oh
no, I
Yeah,
wouldn't
I have
mind
no
it at
say.
all.
I have no say in the matter, HB.
No. I wouldn't mind a Virgo and Stanley meetup. We meet up for some coffee. Me and my husband come meet you, and we hang out. No, I wouldn't have no problem
Yeah,
with that.
that's what a 59-year-old wants to do. He wants to hang out with a married couple.
Yeah, right.
Oh, Stanley, come on.
You know what? I'd stand y'all up.
Stanley, that's not nice. That's really not nice.
Stanley trying to go to the strip club. He's trying to go to King of
Yeah,
Diamonds.
He's trying to turn me into bands make it dance. Bands make it dance.
Yo, Ryan, good morning. What's going on?
How you doing, sir? Hi, sir. How
Oh
are
my
you?
God,
Pretty
Ryan.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
What's
It's morning
up,
time.
Ryan?
It's time to go to work. Time to get it done.
Hey,
I'm good.
right.
Nah, we ain't gotta go to work.
Are you riding a bike to work like Diwali?
No, but I
Oh,
respect what he's doing.
shit.
He's trying to stay in shape. It's good for his health. I
He's
like it.
going to get milk.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I thought he might be going in. My bad.
He probably
From a
gets
goat.
it out. He probably.
You know,
From a
riding
goat.
a bike to get unpasteurized milk, that is very European.
Is that what he's doing? Yeah, it actually is. They shop every day for food. Seems just wow. Crazy.
Yeah.
I think he's actually going just to suck a cow's teeth.
That's great.
And spit it
That's
out
great.
into the cup.
That's
No,
great.
It really
That's
doesn't
really
get
nice.
more. It doesn't get more European than going to ride your bike to get milk, for real. Like,
It really doesn't. Like Amsterdam.
Diwali, the Somalian milkmaid.
Well, he's trying. Look, he's going to burn more calories getting there than he will be getting the milk. Then he'll take in.
You don't know how much he sucks. He's a high energy sucker.
Well, you'd have to suck a lot of teeth.
He's gonna burn
teeth.
He's gonna burn more calories sucking that teeth.
That's a lot of milky right there.
Diwali, it's a man cow. Diwali, you're sucking the wrong teeth.
Diwali can't even respond right now. You guys are just.
Diwali, your mic sounds like shit, man. I'm muting you. Your mic sounds
You
like
seen
shit.
those milk? You seen those milk suction things they have in dairies?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It's got like you can put each teat in the thing. Pretty smart, actually.
They're called Diwalis.
They're not. Really? They can suck 8 teats at a time. They suck all the teats at once, I think.
Diwali can do 9.
I need to buy one of those. I need to buy
that's
one of
industrial.
those for the road.
Industrial scale teat sucking. I didn't know they had single. I'm kind of surprised. I didn't know they had single family homes in Germany.
I'm actually thinking they hired teams of Somalis to do it.
Jeez. Wow. They do have single family units there. I'm surprised. Most of the world has apartments and condos and like townhomes, you know.
Yeah,
But
it does
Germany
look
apparently has
very
some.
different.
Damn, Diwali, how far away do you live from this pasture?
Yeah, wow.
He's been driving for like 5 hours now. Damn.
Don't go
How
there.
many
Don't go near
pounds do
those
you
tracks
have to
in
go
Germany.
through?
Diwali, avoid the tracks in Germany. Just a heads up.
I'm sorry. How many bergs do you have to go through?
Many, apparently.
Yeah, that
Oh, look, there's the other Somali teat sucker.
This place was leveled. This place. You know, this place was rebuilt within the last 80 years. So we just knocked the hell out of it.
Yeah, how
Guaranteed.
bad did we bomb Germany?
Just look at one video of Dresden, and it's amazing. It's an amazing thing.
Yeah,
Master
Kim.
This is like Westworld.
Master Kim. Master Kim, when is Stanley's intro gonna play? Please.
Portia's gonna do the
I am
honors.
dying to hear this. Master Kim, please let me know.
Portia's gonna do the honors whenever she gets around to it.
Yeah. She'll play it.
I am
Now, see,
dying to do this.
that person's wearing a helmet. Why aren't you, Dwally?
Diwali is
that's
the
a good
helmet.
question.
Is
That's a
he
very
wearing
good
a
question.
pussy hat?
Yo,
Those headphones are.
I don't think he's a liberal.
Virgo, you say pussy one more time, Virgo. We're gonna have to have a conversation.
I figured there'd be more bike lanes over in this liberal enclave. Look at this place. There's the beer house on the left.
You know,
That's, where they do October.
Diwali needs a helmet with Viking horns.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I think that's a Starbucks on the left too, oddly.
You know, Diwali's from Somalia. He survived like civil wars and stuff and tribal warfare, so he ain't wearing no helmet.
Oh, I was reading up on the Somalia conflict the other day after.
He
Diwali
survived
was
colonialism.
No, he was educating me on Somalia, which he said that we went in with food and then we showed up with guns, but I read why, so I need to talk to Diwali when he's available.
What, you white people showed up with food and then you ended up with guns? That's what you did to the Somalians?
What happened was they were starving. We showed up with food, and then later the food was being stolen. So then we showed up with guns and say stop stealing the food because there was apparently another warring society, which it wasn't white people, it was the U.S., which is a mix, has various races. So essentially, they were trying to protect the food for the Somalis because there were other warring tribes taking the food. Yeah. I want to ask him if that's true because that's what I read.
Yeah,
I want to see what his take is.
White people bad. White people bad.
No, the U.S. is a mix. We're mixed here in the U.S. Virgo, we're mixed. We got a lot of people.
Well, you know I'm teasing, right? You know I'm teasing.
I know you are. But
I saw a video where they said Somali pirates over like 10 years they stole over like $3 billion worth of stuff from shipping containers.
Yeah, it is kind of wild. I think they arm these ships now with water cannons to prevent it.
Yeah.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Got water. They got water.
It's just so fun to tease sometimes.
It's we love you.
Jesus Christ, Wally, you got all that German air blowing in the wind.
Where the fuck is he going? Where is this farm? What is it in Poland?
Is that the German air blowing in our faces?
Yeah.
We got Hitler slapping us in our face. What the hell?
They call their winds the Hitler.
Yeah, that's what I said.
By the way,
with Stanley.
check this out. I saw this special the other day. There's people in the U.S. like descendants of Hitler, and they didn't change their name.
Oh yeah.
What?
A lot of those
Really?
Nazis changed their name. Yeah, a lot of them changed their name.
But imagine if your name was like Bill Hitler. Like, wouldn't you change your name? I mean, wouldn't you change your name? Like, at least,
Bobby Hitler.
Yeah, Bobby Hitler. Like, wouldn't you change your name to something? Good Lord. I mean, he's the most hated man in all of history, probably.
Here's
Modern
my
history.
wife, Frida Hitler.
Yeah, this is Frida Hitler here. How you doing? Like, what?
Honey, the Hitlers are here.
I mean, I can't even imagine. Like, if in Italy, like it'd be like if you were in Italy and your name was like, Ronnie Mussolini, right? Like, wouldn't you change your name? The guy was hung in the public square. I don't understand that. Why wouldn't you change your friggin' name? And the guy said well, it's just my name and it's not who I am, and I deplore what he did, but it's just my family name. And I'm like, wow. Okay, you're gonna run with that.
He wasn't that bad if you really think about it.
Not at all.
I dare you to say that in public.
Good Lord.
Did.
I mean, I'm not saying he wasn't. I'm not saying he wasn't a jerk. I mean, he was a real jerk, but he wasn't that bad. I mean,
have a good day, baby.
He was.
Listen, you can't say anything good about Hitler, HB, because
I reached my farm. I will be back later. Okay.
Oh no! We want to see you. We want to see you get the milk. Dwale.
He's gone. Like later. He's
Come
getting
on,
ready to go.
come on, say it, HB. He was just misunderstood.
Yeah, I mean, they said he was a real. He loved dogs. He couldn't have been that bad.
He
He loved dogs, but not as much as Haitians.
One time I referenced Hitler and said, the Autobahn was a smart idea. That was a smart idea by the Nazis, right?
Yeah, no.
And this guy went crazy. It was so pissed off. I'm like, listen, I'm not saying I liked him, nor do I like the Nazis, but we have to. The truth is, these people thought of this shit. What do you want from me? It's not my fault. Why didn't America do it?
Nah.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is that a real cat? That sounds like a real cat.
That's weird. Very weird.
Yeah.
All right, Virgo. You gotta relax. Virgo. You're turning Stanley on. You gotta relax.
Oh man, turning Stanley on. Oh Jesus. Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do it. Yeah, I'm gonna relax. I don't want to relax.
You gotta relax. It's early.
It is early. It's not late enough for us to meow.
There was,
I'm
Ryan.
There
was a lot of good things that Hitler did, though.
I'm not sure about that.
Always look on the bright side of life.
Yeah, you got to. I mean, still to this day, as far as like military uniforms, who's better than the SS? Who had a better?
I don't think.
Come on, their military uniforms were the best in history.
Oh my
What you mean the SS or the standard German issue? The SS was different. It was they were the black. They were the black.
Yeah. The SS. I think their outfits were fucking. I mean, I feel like
they were. I think they were all black, right? I know some of them wore brown shirts in the beginning, and I think they were all black. You know what that was? That was Hitler's guard, so that the other people would. He was almost assassinated like 20 times or something. Man, they tried to kill the guy several times. They couldn't kill him. They tried, but.
Well, I tell you what. The monocles, they were awesome. If you wore a monocle,
I think that was in Hogan's Heroes, Stanley Cross. I don't know if that was a common. It was
there were a bunch of major Hochstädters.
But this guy. No, apparently you can't. I guess saying the Autobahn was bad. I'm like, well, we didn't invent it. They did. What do you want from me? Like, it's not my fault. But all these
Well, we tried to imitate them with the interstate highway system, right?
Yeah, we
That's
did.
right. Yeah.
We did. We did.
Yeah,
See,
that's right.
we took a good idea, we made it our own.
Made it better. That's right.
We took a lot of ideas
Love it.
from Hitler, honestly.
I think
I'm
we just
telling
got
you,
the
It was a
rocket.
mutual benefit. It was a symbiotic relationship.
Well, we snatched up a
He
bunch
took
of
a
their
lot of
rocket
our ideas
scientists.
and killed Jews.
I don't know if
Yeah.
that's true. I think.
Oh no, it's
Like, I don't.
actually true. It's documented.
I don't.
Yeah.
In what regard?
You know what? I forget the name of the book in the eugenicist who wrote it. They literally organized a conference around this Southerners book about Jim Crow and how you control, minority populations.
Yeah.
I know that he was very much about. So from what I read, he was very much he followed a lot of the preachers or priests, I guess, and
Well,
felt
of course,
like
they
religion.
write the lies down in books. Remember?
Yeah.
They
Hey, good
they
morning,
what?
Portia. Good morning. Good
They
morning,
wrote
Portia.
what in books? What you saying? Oh, sorry. No, he emulated the preachers though, and said, "I want to have that kind of zeal when I speak." So, but I think the origins of the Germans believing they are a superior people they have deep roots in that culture. So from what I've read, they're very much a people that have said living here in this place is difficult in the middle of Europe that's war torn. So we are superior to everyone. That was the German ideology.
I mean, it's
So
not it's kind of hard to go against that type of logic. It makes sense when you think about it. It makes a lot of
I
sense.
don't know if it, I don't.
If you call that kind of thinking logic, then it definitely is hard
They
to
couldn't
go
even
against.
form a country. They couldn't form a country I mean, France was a country and England was a country for 500 years. The Germans never had a friggin' country. It was just a bunch of little city states. So I don't know how you'd feel superior in that regard when you could. I mean, I think Germany came around in like the late 1800s because they couldn't get
Well,
along. It's almost
France
like
is the same way. France didn't really coagulate until
well, Charlemagne was
probably the 18th century.
But I think Charlemagne might have even had in the Frankish Empire. I think they also had parts of Germany. So they've been fighting over that land for a while. The French and Germans, the same area, They never really got along. Like most neighbors.
You know who spoke very highly of Hitler?
Who?
Jesse Owens spoke very highly of Hitler.
I don't think he did. I don't think he did. For some reason.
Yeah, no, he did. He said he got more respect in Germany than he did in America.
He said they treated him like a prince.
Yeah, he said
Really?
Hitler shook his hand and everything.
Interesting. I know he was very upset when he lost when Germany lost. They lost the rowing event. They lost their sprinting event. They lost a bunch of stuff, and then Hitler was pissed off.
Well,
So
yeah, it did kind of go against his superior race.
Well, come on now. Nobody likes to lose.
Yeah. I mean,
They didn't just lose. They didn't just lose they lost the. They had this. One of the largest spectator sports was sculling, like rowing.
Yeah.
And that, like, huge people would turn out for that. He lost that too to that team in Oregon. Not even like the Harvard rowers, but the Oregon rowers, just a bunch of hicks from Oregon, right? Which was undeveloped completely. They lost that. He lost a lot of stuff. It showed that America and its vast number of different people could beat these people. So lost a lot of stuff. And then
Yeah,
Max Schmeling lost to
that
Joe Louis.
DEI stuff used to work back then.
Well, I think the DEI then was 100% merit based, perhaps, Stanley.
If you actually believe that meritocracy was ever a real thing in America, oh wow, I don't know what to tell you.
I think
they wouldn't have sent Jesse Owens if that wasn't the case.
Bingo. The fastest guy in the country.
Bingo means you don't understand what meritocracy is. If you can buy your way into the meritocracy, then it's not a meritocracy.
I don't know if you can. How can you buy your way into a meritocracy?
Dude,
Meritocracy would be
have
just
you
that.
ever heard of a trustafarian?
Of course, I've heard of a trustafarian.
It's like
Most of them are drug addicts.
in America, if you earn $1 million, you are a genius.
Well, let's put it this way. I know that
People
there
think
is
Trump is a good businessman.
Listen, Stanley, I will tell you what I discovered in high school coming out of the dump hole that I went to. I dated this girl that was from the upper crust of society who, I mean, wealthy, like they had this coming out thing, and I was like, what's that? They were like, it's the debutantes. I didn't know what it was. But we're talking about a half of a percent of the population. Yeah. It's a very few that enjoy these privileges, right? It's very few people. So over most of the masses, such as myself and you and all of us out working schleps, don't enjoy that. So I don't know. I think we are a meritocracy overall. I definitely believe that to be true. So, I mean, Stanley, 80% of millionaires are first generation, right? 80%.
What is that telling you? What does that tell you? That first generation millionaires, there are more of them than second and third generation millionaires.
It tells you that the idea of wealth. So 20% of people get some inheritance, right? They get an inheritance from someone, but 80% are first generation.
What does that tell you, Bob? That it's not sustainable past the first generation, or that it trends. Basically, the trend is wealth gets lost from generation to generation. What does that tell you?
So it's first generation builds the money. Second generation enjoys the money. By the third generation, everybody's a drug addict and wastes all the money.
So what does that tell you about American culture, Bob?
I think it's great.
I told you, Bob. I'm sorry, Ryan.
So I view myself in this regard.
Wait,
I like
don't view yourself. We were talking about, in the abstract, about wealth.
I think
from
it's
the
great.
First to the third generation.
What
does that tell you about American culture if the first generation builds wealth and it's lost or squandered by the third generation? What does that tell you about American culture?
I don't know what it tells you. It's decadent.
It tells you that wealth can't be sustained and they're all druggies by the third generation. It tells you something's wrong with American culture.
No,
this is the thing that really weirds me out, that we will go from a point and personalize it instead of dealing with the point.
Okay. Well, let's stay on point then. So it tells me that in America, your fortune can rise and fall fairly quickly, right? And frequently, which is good. I like it. I think it's great that you can rise out of this current situation into a better situation. But if your kids are lazy drug addicts, they're going to fall to the floor. I think it's good.
Yeah, that's a
merit.
good thing. American culture does not teach kids to build on a good thing. That's awesome. That's a good thing.
Do you think that
I don't have to think? You just told me your statistics. Dude, you're telling me everything I need to know. I'm just interpreting it.
I think that's what makes Trump's story so amazing. Was that he kind of broke
I don't know about
he kind of broke that curse, you know?
I don't know about that. I think Trump's story might. Trump didn't come out of the gates in a dump hole surrounding Baltimore, right? He had some seed money there. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like his dad was
putting
broke.
it in the context of your story, Trump is third generation, and he actually defied the trend.
Yeah.
See, we gotta stick to the context. We don't want to talk about dump holes in Baltimore.
Well, okay.
That's
So explain.
not what we were talking about, Ryan.
Okay, explain to me then your point. Your point is this isn't
Okay, I
good that
just
America.
explained my point. You just explained your point. I'm saying that there is a problem if wealth cannot be sustained through the third generation. That's what I'm saying.
Good morning, Portia.
I don't know why it's a problem. I think it's great. It means
You know
people
what?
can rise
It's a
from.
problem. It's a problem that you think you go from first generation millionaires to third generation drug addict.
Good morning, HB.
That is not a good thing.
But you also go from.
No, Ryan, you can't tell me a third generation drug addict is a good thing.
Okay, what I'm saying is to rise and fall in terms of your social situation in America is attainable, and you can lose it. The children can lose the money as well if they're not smart and do the right thing. And
You know what?
That's
It is useless dealing with someone that's that brainwashed. And yes, I'm using the word brainwashed.
You know,
so Stanley, you'd rather have your.
Wait,
I'm not even arguing.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a specific book. Dude, do you know history? Dude, motherfucker, give me the book. Let me drive my point home. Dude, nope. Motherfucker. You're wrong.
That was awesome.
I'm sure someone found it funny. Except I wasn't in the army.
That was great. Stanley, so let me get this straight.
So let's get back to the point. If you literally don't see a problem from going first generation millionaire to third generation drug addict, and you can twist it or spin it into a good thing, I don't know what else I can say. I can't obviously make my point.
Well, make it. What is your point? I'm trying to figure that out.
There is a problem with the culture if you can't teach your second and third generation what the first generation did. There's a problem with the culture.
It's usually the fact that the first generation is got to eke it out. They got to work hard. They've got to work extra hours.
You're just repeating yourself. Can we deal with why the teachings, the work that the first generation put in to achieve success can't be transferred? The teaching, the culture.
I gotta get in here. Wait, Ryan, I gotta get in here.
Jump in, HB.
Wealth, even before this capitalistic society we live in now, even before that, wealth has always been circular, where you have one
what
generation
does that
makes
mean,
money.
HB? How is wealth circular?
It's the transition of how wealth transfers. It's a circular thing where you have one generation that makes the money, the next generation, they're well off, but then the third generation usually squanders it. So then that fourth generation has to start from the beginning. So it's like a circular pattern. This isn't something that's
not a
just
circular pattern. That's
I'd
a
say it's
linear
vacillating.
pattern.
Well, it is vacillating. It's up and down and up and down, right? So,
Okay. You know what? I'm not, apparently it's too early in the morning and I'm just too tired to make a point. If a parent, and it goes back to my point that America's problem is parenting. If the first generation parent is teaching the second generation that, hey, it's okay if you squander your money, and the squandering second generation is teaching the third generation that, hey, don't say no to drugs, that is a culture problem.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's
I'm
why
not saying we
sometimes
don't have a culture problem, but I do think that it's when you have a lot of European societies, you have a
Okay,
structured
we're not
class.
talking European societies. Where does that come in?
Can I make my point? What if
No.
the wealth?
Let's just drop it
Okay.
because I don't have the patience for this kind of goalpost moving.
Yeah.
It's not really goalpost moving, but
It
that's
is
fine. I have
literally
no problem.
goalpost moving. We're talking
You
American
guys are
culture,
arguing.
and all
You
of a
guys are
sudden
arguing.
Europe comes into it.
You guys are arguing the same point. My
No,
whole thing is
actually,
like,
we're not.
No. I think the thing though is that there is a pattern when it comes to wealth, and this isn't just American culture. But I do agree with you though, Stanley. I think though the biggest issue in American culture is parenting.
I agree with Stanley 100% on
Well,
that
here's
point.
the point, though.
Totally
Why do
agree, Stanley.
people, if wealth is going to be squandered anyway, I think an inheritance tax makes perfect sense. Let's do something
I agree.
positive with the money.
Yeah, no,
I think an
I
inheritance
agree.
tax is a smart move as well. I totally agree, Stanley.
Okay.
I agree.
But we were talking about merit and meritocracy initially. And the point is, the first generation builds it. And by the third generation, they blow it. And they got to start at the bottom. And then through hard work and dedication, they can get back to wealthy. And that was the point. The point is, it's great that you can move up and down based on your effort in the country. And in other places, I don't want to name those places because it'll take us off topic. But in other places, you got wealthy and they stay wealthy and the poor stay poor. And that sucks. And that was my point.
My version of meritocracy is you take a good thing and you make it even better through hard work. That to me is meritocracy. Meritocracy is not going down the ladder.
Ryan, you shouldn't argue with Stanley because he already admitted that Trump broke the mold. So anytime Stanley can give Trump a compliment, we just gotta let it go.
No, you know what? That's really not the point. The point is really, I have trouble with how people like take their points and want to move all over the place to avoid the obvious flaw in their logic. Meritocracy literally means that you achieve. It doesn't mean you devolve. It's not a meritocracy. It's not a meritocracy if you're going down the ladder.
Chris Reed said, Mr. HB, do you think that it could be your environment that can change your wealth? You know,
yeah, American culture is the environment.
You know, there was a I can't remember where I read this at, but I think it was basically the most wealthiest people in America, they believe, I can't remember where I read this at, but they believe that if they lost everything today, they believe that they could still be the 1%. Now, I don't necessarily believe that because I think there was some guy who tried to do that where he had some really high-paying job and then he wanted to live on the streets to have like a social experiment to see if he could get it all back, and he failed tremendously. He failed really bad. So I'm not sure how that plays, but I do think an environment
It plays into it.
Definitely. It
Yeah.
definitely is a major aspect to it.
Yeah, it's
But
part of it for sure.
I agree with Stanley though too. I do think it is parenting that really plays into it because and I'm not even one of those people that believes like, you know, I think the numbers wise, yeah, it's much better to have both parents. But at the same time, I think you know, if you have two shitty parents, that's not better than one
That's
good
not good.
parent. Yeah. So I think it's the quality of the environment that shapes it. But I do think too, there is a part of it that's inherent too. I think some people, I mean, they could have grew up in fucking Somalia, they still would have been successful.
Well, I will just, yeah, and I think hunger's not bad. You know, at least for me, it was I felt a lot of shame, right? I was a lot of shame. I was ashamed of like reduced lunches to the point where I would hide the tickets, right? And then all that kind of shit, right? It's like I don't want this for my kids, you know. So
Yeah,
but
I think that motivates a lot of people is when they come
shame.
from the trenches. I don't even think it's shame. I think it's just you remember what it's like to be poor, and you never want to go back to that. You know.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I didn't like it.
I don't think
I
there's
didn't like
nothing to.
sympathy from
I
the
don't think it's
people. I
nothing to
even
be.
I
I don't think it's anything
graduated
to
with
be ashamed of,
brokies,
though.
right? Well, I graduated with brokies, and then the brokies were telling me I could work on their stuff when I was like 21, and I was like, you know, like they got jobs. Fortunately, some of them got jobs at like GM. They're like, you can work on my stuff. I'm like, you know what, man, I got to go back to school or something. I couldn't make any money, but you know, but it
And
drove
that
me
is.
to go back to college, right? I went back to college and I graduated because I couldn't make any friggin' money. Everyone else got on with a union, and I had some terrible job, right? So
Well, the
it's not
thing
bad.
is, the social safety net, you know, that euphemism is meant to help you along on in the meritocracy.
Stanley,
It is, but
what
yeah.
exactly is
So,
meritocracy?
Well, it's the theory that hard work, with a little bit of luck, you will pretty much always succeed. And two, the thing is that hard work isn't necessarily going to get you ahead in the actual world.
Yeah.
And there's, you know, what the the problem is meritocracy. There's IQ, people who believe in IQ, like high IQ will, get you success. All of it is true, but there's so many exceptions that people really don't want to consider. You know, there are plenty of I've literally known PhDs who were homeless and couldn't actually succeed because, for various reasons. Maybe they got hooked on drugs or they were just lazy, etc. Just because you get a PhD or just because you achieve, hell, you could have a medical emergency and wind up bankrupt. The meritocracy really, it's a myth, in my opinion.
I think too, a lot of times it's like morally.
And the American man, oh my goodness, you know what? There is no social safety net for men. I haven't seen it. Well, American man, if you haven't seen it, then by golly, it doesn't exist.
I think it's
men typically,
inherent.
a lot of men don't go get it. A lot of men don't do it.
Wait.
I wouldn't do it. I was below the poverty line and I refused to do it, Stanley. I wouldn't do it.
Okay, well, you know what? God bless you because you were too pig-headed to do it.
Wait, the social
not
safety net
pig-headed, buddy.
is being a man.
Starving yourself, hey, it builds character.
Wait, Stanley. What is American Man talking about? The social
I have
safety
no
net is
clue. Only American Man knows.
the social safety net is being a man. That's the safety net right there. What are you talking about? There is no
Well,
such.
no, he means the welfare state. He doesn't think men should ever do it. I think that's what he means. And you know what?
I kind of agree
American
with him.
Man, you are a living GI Joe.
Yeah, no. I think if somebody, they get their legs blown off in the war, I think they should
Well,
definitely have some the state should definitely help that person out. Or if
Well,
somebody's
no,
like,
a real man with no legs goes and supports his family selling pencils on the corner.
I mean,
I think we're
mean,
taking some far out.
A real man will show up on that exit with a sign that says, "I'm hungry." That's a real man.
Sorry to interrupt.
I think these are far reaching.
It is 26 people in the building and we only have 12 likes. If y'all could please hit the like, that would be great. It's free. It's free. Please hit the like. All of you that are listening, hit the like, and then hit the like. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Please, guys, hit the
I
like
always hit the
button.
like.
Hit the like button, and also subscribe if you're new here. I see we got Cam the King back. I thought you were blocked, sir. You told.
I thought he was blocked. I thought he got banned.
Yeah, you told John you were blocked. I'm glad you unblocked yourself.
Yeah, I'm glad he did too, because I thought that I blocked him.
I
thought I was the one that banned him.
Glad you were able to unblock yourself, Cam.
God, wow, that's incredible. It's incredible. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That is amazing.
I didn't even know you could do that, right?
Wait, Portia, can you read this for me real quick?
Yes, Chris Reed says, okay, Mr. HB, what about a student that has a lunch card at school? That's how I grew up versus a kid that always brings money to buy lunch at school.
Yeah, that's me. Sorry.
Oh, he said, how embarrassing is that? I grew up like that too, where I had a lunch card. So, I didn't know it was something to be embarrassed about. Yeah, I did see those kids with their packed lunch and stuff. They had the celery with the peanut butter and raisins and stuff. And yeah. Maybe I wanted it a little bit, but I didn't really. I guess I didn't really covet another man's lunchbox as much. Maybe I don't know. I don't know if you should be embarrassed about that necessarily, though. I think that should just be something that you just maybe get over. I don't know. What do you think about that, Stanley? What do you think about that?
Well, kids, I don't think kids are mature enough to get over it. I really actually understand how a kid might be stigmatized or might feel marginalized. However, to Chris's point, and by the way, during COVID, kids, like everybody, got free lunch during COVID. Whether you were, able to afford it or not. So that kind of took everything, the stigma away. Minnesota, I think, is working on a bill where everybody gets free lunch.
Yeah.
So, there's some places where the stigma doesn't exist because you can either bring a lunch or not. Nobody's really paying for it.
Yeah.
But I get Chris's point, and I can see how that would happen. That's where parents come in. Sometimes, parents have. I don't know. My experience is that you talk to your kids, and sometimes you won't always be able to figure out what the problem is, but I know in my personal experience, I can tell when something's up.
Yeah. Ryan, what
And,
about you?
and
Did your kids get free lunch, or did you pack their lunch for them?
I'd get
me?
a
Oh,
third job. I'd get a third job before I put them through that shit. Number one, the tickets that I used were bright orange, so everybody could see them, and I would hide them in my pocket, pull them out quickly, and the lunch lady would take them and tear one off, as slow as she could. And I didn't want other people to know it, right? So my kids weren't going to do that. I would never let them go on lunch tickets, even if I packed them lunch every day or whatever. So I wasn't going to do that.
Yeah.
So
I don't know.
well,
because
there's a
when you hear
trade-off though. If you're working
your
three
mom is
jobs, you
so
don't get to pay.
poor,
You don't get to play with your kids.
but your kids don't have to hear your mama so poor jokes, right? Like
Right,
your mama's
but
so
you don't get to spend time with your kids. What's more damaging to a kid, an absent parent or your mama jokes? And that's
look.
really up to the
I
parent to decide.
call it dysfunctional, but between that and then the getting out of high school and not having any money made me say I'm not doing this. I'm going to build money so that I don't have to be like I was, right?
Well,
So
in all honesty, I respect your decision as a parent. If that
you can
is
say
how you
I border.
decide,
I was a
honestly,
workaholic
in
for
all
sure. I
honesty,
was a
all
workaholic.
jokes aside,
I
parents
was a
get to
workaholic.
decide that priority.
I was a workaholic for sure, and it wasn't great, but
Right.
I was a workaholic, and
Understood. But
so
again, I respect your decision. Don't get me wrong on that.
yeah.
I really liked my school lunches though. So maybe that was Chris's issue. Maybe he had like really bad school lunches. Cause I used to love my school lunches. They were always really good. So I don't know. I didn't get to. I didn't. Unfortunately, I didn't get to have the Michelle Obama lunches. So, I got like the pizza and
Well,
the
those Obama
fries.
lunches had lots of vegetables. They were Michelle
Yeah,
Obama lunches.
yeah. I didn't get the healthy lunches. I got the pizza and
The greasy pizza.
yeah. Oh man, that pizza used to be so greasy. Oh man. I used to love it though, so I don't know. Maybe Chris just got bad lunches. I don't know. Hey Cam, you were never blocked, man. You were never blocked. You gotta
never
stop
blocked.
this. You gotta
Yeah.
stop this.
I think
And
he
Portia,
was.
stop.
No, I'm just kidding.
Portia, you
No,
gotta
he wasn't.
let
You
him.
want me to let him live?
Yeah, let him live. Let him live. Let him
Okay, I'll let him live. I'll let him live.
Let's face it, Cam was too busy reading that book.
Which book?
The Carol Anderson book. I have to applaud Cam. He actually read a book I recommended. He is one of the rare ones out there. So at some point he gets, we'll talk about it on a panel.
I'm surprised he can read. That's a blessing.
I think he probably, so far in my experience, he might be the only one up here who can read.
It's just a.
Oh wow, Stanley! Stanley, you just choose to be very disrespectful this morning.
It's very it's the arrogance is amazing.
Yeah, I know, because nobody else has ever read a book before ever in their life.
No. I'm talking about in my experience with books I might recommend. So I'm just talking my experience.
A lot of books that you've recommended, I've already read them.
Ooh, okay. Well,
And
you know
Stanley,
what?
I recommended a
already
book to
own
you,
them.
and you never read it.
Oh, wait,
Right.
You know what, Portia? I forgot who I was talking to.
You sure did forget who you were talking to.
You
I'm up
need
this
to
morning,
be
Stanley.
recommending books to me then.
I'm up this
Hey
morning.
Stanley,
son.
you never read the book. You never read that book I recommended to you.
You know what? It is on my stack. Figuratively, I've got the PDF, and
Okay.
I will read it.
telling you, it's gonna change your life.
Nina literally made it a point to get that book to me, and I respect her efforts.
Yeah, it's not the easiest book to get a hold of. I'll tell you that. Especially a hard copy.
What book is it? What
Especially
book
a
is it?
hard.
What's it called? What's it called? What book?
One of the greatest books ever written, Mein Kampf.
It says,
Oh my God.
Monterio
Really?
says HB also recommends Mein Kampf. So, I mean,
Yeah,
I recommended that book to HB. So that's one of my favorite books.
Why are we reading Mein Kampf? Why are we
Hey, you know what? When books get recommended to me,
I don't understand why we read that book. Huh?
Have you read it? Read it?
Okay, so I've not read it. I know it was written in prison by Mustache Man, and I haven't had the delight of reading it yet. So
A lot of
I'm
great
sorry.
books are written in prison.
I mean, it's just something. I don't know. I don't want to buy it.
That
and
is
be
true.
on some government watch list, though.
Oh no, you can get they have like the PDFs you can download, or
When it's gun permit time, they start to look at that kind of thing. You know, when I have to redo my CC concealed carry, they're oh, what's this? He's reading this book. What's this book he's reading?
Yeah, you might want to wait till after the election before you make that.
well, wait,
Amazon purchase.
they can't restrict a gun permit, just because of what you read, can they?
I just don't want to be on a list. I hear in the DC metro market, I don't want to be on a list of any sorts, So, but if they got a PDF online, maybe I'll have a look.
I'll tell you what, buy.
Don't get banned for real this time. Don't get banned for real this
Communist
time.
Manifesto and Mein Kampf.
I read parts of the Communist Manifesto, and
okay, well then you're in good stead in Maryland.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's right. It is somewhat of a semi-socialist state here, so it's definitely they border. They're right there.
That's why
Mein Führer Westmore.
That's why it's good to read those books, because we are in sort of a socialist communist state, and you kind of got to understand the I guess kind of how deep this philosophy goes, to understand where we're going and why things are the way that they are.
Yeah, I'm definitely.
It's only gonna get worse, Ryan. It's only gonna get worse.
I hope not.
Yeah. Hey, hope doesn't get anybody anywhere, man. You gotta accept reality for what it is.
It will usually in this kind of situation, though, you'll get once it goes in that direction, hopefully it will swing back the other way. Warren Buffett actually believes that. He believes that we've had both Republicans and Democrats that have been influential and critical to their time periods. So maybe we're swinging left now, and we'll swing back to the right when the time is right. So
yeah,
we'll see. That's what Warren Buffett's idea is.
Yeah,
I'll go with that.
I
smart
think
guy.
I think Warren Buffett, very smart guy, but he understands his position in society. So I think he says things. He says things just to make sure that everybody doesn't freak out. But I think Warren Buffett understands the reality. He's gonna make money, whether it's a Democrat or conservative.
That's right. He doesn't
he's
care.
gonna make money. He
I think,
doesn't care. He really doesn't
HB, you make a great point. I think it's hard to be a Republican when you're ultra wealthy, because you're seen as a villain in a sense. Like, oh, of course he doesn't want higher taxes, So it's, the Koch brothers are a rarity in that regard, because they come out as Republicans, whereas you want to appear compassionate, so you're going to be a Democrat.
Oh,
and by the way, you're insulated from the economy.
The Koch brothers are Republican activists. They're not Warren Buffett.
Well, I recognize that, Stanley, but what I'm saying is they're self-proclaimed Republicans. How many ultra wealthy
are Republican activists? Being a rich Republican isn't a problem. Being activist is the problem.
Okay. So if you just look at the top, like, so you got Jamie Dimon, Larry Fink, all these groups usually are liberals. But I mean, here's an example. Jamie
So
Dimon
rich
wrote a
people
letter.
in America tend to be liberals?
The
Absolutely.
the
Oh,
famous ones,
oh
the
wow.
famous ones, yeah, they usually. But I think it's just to appear a certain way. I don't think
I
they're
agree with that.
liberal. Yeah, I
Well,
just think they.
Jamie Dimon wrote this letter, maybe a year ago, about how inequality is horrendous, and a week later he got his compensation, which was $233 million. The week
Yeah,
before he wrote this letter, inequality is terrible. We need to really deal with it. And a week later he gets this chunk of change, and I'm like, oh, imagine
yeah,
that.
yeah. These
What do you
guys are
know?
full of shit. They're full of shit. He could
Absolutely bullshit.
if he wanted, he could get every homeless person $100K, and it wouldn't
Give
even.
everybody, turn the money over to homeless shelters there. And by the way,
Yeah,
if he
nah.
did that, Jamie Dimon wouldn't be impacted because he's not going to spend the money. He's not going to
Yeah,
buy a new yacht. Like, you can only spend so much. I think Bill Gates' house is like $90 million, right? Because you can
yeah,
only build so big of a house. Like, at some point, what's the point of having more? So he spent
yeah.
like 0.001% of his wealth. Who cares? It's nothing.
No,
It's like me buying a
Get
pack
cracked.
of gum.
No, get cracked. I 100% believe he deserves every dollar he has. It's just that I don't think that these ultra wealthy people are as humanitarian as they come off. I think that they're
Yeah. Yeah,
shrewd
that's right.
business owners and business people, business minded people, and they would rather burn in hell before they gave a homeless person any type of money. They would.
I agree. It's virtue
they,
It's virtue signaling. All
yeah,
the
yeah,
Hollywood.
big time.
If you said, well, hey, well, I'll tell you what, you're right. Let's take 90% of your money. What? Well, what do you mean? They wouldn't agree to that, right? So
Yeah,
it's virtue signaling of the highest order.
yeah,
So
yeah.
and yes, most of the blue voters now, Stanley, believe it or not, in Bethesda, Maryland, they have Biden signs all over their yards and etc. So the liberals now have the Democrats now have a ton of wealth in their party. So, and if you look at the campaign contributions, massive amounts of money. So big tech, all your big tech moguls are Democrats.
Yeah, like
A lot of
Peter
your big
Thiel.
banks.
Yeah, Peter
Well,
Thiel. Yeah,
okay,
he's a Democrat.
so in 2020,
Peter
Zuckerberg,
Thiel, the one who basically funded
Peter
JD
Thiel.
Vance. Yeah, he's a Democrat.
Give me two more. Give me two more. Oracle, that's number two.
Adelson and the Koch brothers.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Get cracked. Portia, if you could play that video for us too.
Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm doing it right now.
Okay. Hey, welcome back, Cam the King. Welcome back, man.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm blocked. Glad you're back. Glad you're back. We didn't miss you. We didn't miss you at all.
That's for sure.
It didn't miss you at all. But yeah, welcome back.
Well, Cam, I missed you, man.
Stanley missed you.
Of course,
Cam,
Stanley
so,
did.
Yeah, that's good.
Hey, Cam blasts me too.
Sure, he blasts everybody, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's equal opportunity.
Yeah, so whenever the trolls come out to troll, why don't you troll back?
Who, me?
No, not you. I'm just speaking in general. Let's see here.
You know what he forgets to add is Cam, the king of trolls.
Yeah. That would probably be a good addition.
He probably ran out of characters. He couldn't add the troll part.
All right, so let me take this comment off the screen. Good morning, CKJ. So I have the article. I'll give it a read, but would you like to fill everybody in on what's going on before I read?
Yeah, so can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So my 8-year-old niece.
Oh, hold on. Let me refresh.
Just 1 second. He'll be right back. And there he is. Okay, go ahead, CK.
Yeah. Woke up in the morning. Asked my sister for her iPad. My sister rolled over, gave her her iPad, and she took the keys, took my sister's card, hopped in the vehicle with her dog, and drove to Target and went shopping. Now she's viral.
She's viral now, CK?
Yeah, my sister sent me. She made it to all the way to Africa.
Dang, that's crazy.
Yep.
I wonder if, because everybody didn't get to see it. So we're gonna take a look at this article about CK's niece. She is an excellent driver. She actually drives better than all of the Haitians that are here in America right now, illegally. All right. Bedford, Ohio. Dash cam video appears to show 8-year-old girl behind the wheel of her family's car and on her way to Target. Bedford police reported over the weekend that they found the child safe and shopping after they said she took a car and drove on busy roads to the popular retail store. On Sunday morning, police took a call for the missing child. As they began to investigate, police also took a call concerning a small child driving on East Rockside Road. So somebody did say something, CK. Somebody actually did call, because nobody in the store did, but at least a concerned citizen did. In the dash cam video recorded from a personal vehicle, you can hear a man call the police and report a vehicle behind him swerving everywhere. Eventually, the swerving driver passes into view of the dash cam, and the man can be heard telling dispatchers, "It looks like a kid." Officers eventually found the car in the parking lot of a Target store in Bainbridge. Police then found the 8-year-old girl in the store. Although the exact route the child took is not clear, Google Maps shows the store is more than 10 miles from where she was reported missing, about a 20 to 25-minute drive. As CK has already told us, 25 minutes this child drove from home to Target.
What's that about? What is that like? What is that like? 30 miles?
It was 13.6 miles. Or excuse me,
Wow.
about 11.4 to 12 miles, somewhere in between that.
Wow. So she had to hit a lot of stoplights then.
Yeah, that's what CK said. He said it was like 20 lights or something in between.
Wow. Yeah, she's a beast, man. We need to get her in like stock car racing. She needs to be out on the track. Not that kind of track, CKJ, but the racetrack.
I believe that's what I believe we all understood that. She told officers during her travel she struck a mailbox. The girl's relatives were called to the store to get her in the vehicle. Police tell Fox team the girl's too young to charge criminally, and they are grateful no one was injured. If y'all don't mind, I will show you guys the actual news clip from it. Let me get that pulled up really quick. It was a really powerful news clip. CK, I tell you, but whenever I saw it the other night, I don't know if you were listening in the audience, I kind of got worked up because I felt for a second there she was mine. I was like, I know she did not. Let's see. Let's get that for you guys so y'all can see the actual news clip.
Places to be, and she, an 8-year-old girl, had places to be, and she took it upon herself to get there. This morning, she drove herself to Target. According to police, the girl lives in Bedford and drove to a Target in Bainbridge Township. News 5's Maya Lockett has more on what happened.
What started off as a missing child report soon turned into a busy day for an 8-year-old at this Target in Aurora.
He did advise the driver appeared to be small in stature, and she should be in that vehicle driving.
The driver was an 8-year-old girl who was originally reported missing along with the family's vehicle, a 2020 Nissan Rogue. In a press release from Bedford Police, family last saw the child around 7 a.m. A next-door neighbor provided the family and officers with Ring camera footage that showed the child got into the SUV and drove off around 7 a.m. alone.
Bainbridge located the vehicle so far, but not the child.
Officers learned through dispatch that Bainbridge PD had located the vehicle in the Target parking lot in their city.
Bainbridge does have the female juvenile.
Moments later, officers were able to locate the 8-year-old inside of the Target. On a Facebook post from Bedford Police, they said they did let her finish her Frappuccino. The girl admitted during her drive she struck a mailbox. Target employees told News 5 the child walked in with more than $400 and proceeded to walk around the store shopping for items and checking out. Now, police did make Target employees give the money that was spent inside the Target by the 8-year-old back to the family, and I did attempt to speak with the family today. However, they did not want to go on camera and they did not want to provide a comment. Reporting in Aurora, Maya Lockett, News 5.
We begin with a follow-up on a story we first brought to you last.
And there, thank you so much. All right, so we have the dash
was reported
cam.
missing Friday, make that Sunday morning in Bedford. Then this driver calls police after dash cam video shows an 8-year-old girl driving her family's car. She was reported missing Friday, make that Sunday morning in Bedford. Then this driver calls police after seeing the child behind the wheel on Rockside Road. The girl ended up driving 11 miles to a Target store in the city of Aurora. She wasn't hurt, but she did hit a mailbox. Police say she will not be facing any charges.
Wow. 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 CK, how is your niece today?
Oh, she's fine. I visited her yesterday. She's cool.
Uh-oh.
Cool. She told me how she got in the car. She said she was standing up. She told me that she know how to use the gas, the brake. That she used her signals and everything. Yeah. She got it.
She used the signals too? Wow.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, she's going places.
She's like, oh, I was just watching. I'm just observing.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, this is crazy.
I told her, I was like, yo, don't do this no more. She's
Yeah,
like,
your
I'm
sister's gonna have to put her keys in a lockbox or something now when she goes to sleep. She made the news, man. She made the news.
Oh, she went viral, man.
Yeah.
She's viral now. She's everywhere.
Man. You know, niggas in the hood, that's all they want to do is make the news. She did it at 8.
Can I address Montiero in the chat?
Yeah,
Sure.
go ahead.
Which one?
Who wants to send this mother to jail?
Oh,
Okay,
that
you know what? What parent of an 8-year-old is going to hide the keys because the 8-year-old might drive off? It would never occur to me that my 8-year-old Dude, this is an anomaly.
Yeah, I think
who knew that an 8-year-old would do this? That has never happened in my 59 years. I've never heard of anything like this.
You're right. Stanley, like, this is my niece, so I didn't believe it when my sister was telling me, because my niece is not like that. Like, she's quiet, she's a nice little girl, like, she's not like that. I
She's
thought it was
8.
I thought it was the middle child. Like, she's kind of like, she probably would try to pull something off like this, but the youngest one, nah. I'm still,
I would
surprised that,
never
she
in
actually
my wildest
did
dream
nothing.
think someone that short would even think of driving a car.
shit. I know I did, Stanley. So I'm honestly, I kind of want to shake her hand, man. Like, Jesus Christ.
Well, HB, the other day when I first heard about it, I was like, as a parent, I would literally have to sit down and think about this for 2 hours.
Yeah. No. There's no like, I feel like as a parent, there's no like quick reaction to something like this. Like, she didn't get hurt, she didn't hurt anybody else. Especially, she's not a bad kid. What do you even do in this situation? Do you discipline her? Do you blame yourself for it? Do you lock the keys up? Like, do you get her in the stock car racing? I don't. What do you do in this situation? I don't know.
Well, you make sure now you know to hide your keys.
Yeah, but I would take her out to the go-kart place. Like, damn, my 8-year-old, she really wants to drive. I'm gonna take her out to the go-karts. You about to get all of this energy out. You want to do laps.
The black Danica Patrick.
Yeah, right. You about to do 500 laps. Fuck it. Like, we about to get all of this out. I don't even know what you would do in that situation. But the fact that she didn't hurt anybody, I'm kind of, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I'm kind of proud of her a little bit.
Well, you also have to thank God, or because it could have been way worse. I mean, after the sweat, because a parent's going to have a lot of adrenaline while that child is like missing, and yeah, it would take me a couple hours just to come down.
Yeah.
Like, shit, it could have been way worse.
Especially when the police show up to your house,
right?
And you're just like, what the fuck? Ah, man, that would be brutal.
The prime thing is make sure she knows that you did wrong, and make sure now you have to take precaution. How do you childproof a car? I know to childproof the cabinets. I don't know to childproof the car.
Yeah. You gotta put the keys on the top shelf or something. Even then,
put one of those. What do they call the things that they lock the wheels with? The parking people do.
Nah, seriously though. I'm putting the keys in the gun case. I'm locking everything up now. My God damn, I gotta keep the keys with the rifles. Shit. That is crazy. Damn. So at 8 years old, she's already taken a police ride. Oh, man. Ah, man. Hey, that's wild. Yeah, I would definitely be trying to take her.
CK, you know what I'm going to get your niece for her birthday? I'm going to get her a pair of leather driving gloves.
Yes, seriously.
I told her I gotta get her a Target gift card. Like, you really like Target, huh? You really had to go. She's like, yeah, I did.
Oh wow.
Damn. Damn. So Target
But
kind of
but
took
hey, the thing
accountability
is,
for it.
you know what was strange? On another news reporter, they lied. So they at the end they had said like,
Oh wait, CKJ breaking up. Hey, did CKJ? He left. Yeah.
Yeah, probably lost connection.
Okay. Yeah. Jesus Christ. This fucking. Yeah, I wonder what he's about to say about the news report, because you know those news reports, they kind of a lot of times. Wait, CKJ, you
Yeah,
broke
there
up
he is.
yeah,
at
I was getting a phone call.
they
Yeah,
okay.
they add a little sauce onto it. Said that like they had like she had got like a frappuccino and all this other stuff. But my sister said like they added that on because I guess they kept calling her, wanting her to talk, and my sister was like, nah, she didn't want to like talk anymore. So they added that piece on, and then they had like another like a stock picture of like a white girl, a little white girl like driving like with the Target, and like my niece she was pissed about that. She was like, I'm not white.
Wow.
Yeah, so.
Wow. Whoa. Yo, the news is crazy.
Yeah, so they
Yo,
was
I'm not gonna lie. When they said the frappuccino, I said, "Ah." So maybe that's why
but you know what I think is what happened was at every Target there's a Starbucks. So I just think it's just marketing. Starbucks probably like, yo, throw our name in here, Target name. You know, it's marketing. It's all marketing at the end of the day. So yeah, say she got a frappuccino. You know.
Yeah, but you know what? I actually, when I heard that, I was imagining who would be serving an 8-year-old coffee.
Right.
Yeah, what 8-year-old wants coffee too? Like, what the hell? I didn't.
HB, you'd be surprised, man. A lot of these kids, man, love Starbucks, man. My daughter likes Starbucks. I mean, she go to an expensive school, so you know they all spoiled brats. But yeah,
Hell, I didn't start drinking coffee till I was like 30. I'm like, what the hell? I didn't need coffee. Coffee.
But, you know they got all them flavored drinks, the little strawberry drinks, stuff like that. So
Yeah. No, I get that. Yeah, it's just like kids. I think caffeine is probably the last thing a kid needs.
Well, damn it, she had coffee before she left.
Yeah, all right.
She brewed a pot of coffee.
Jeez.
but the story overall is just a crazy story. Like an 8-year-old kid drives, make it to Target, get a shopping cart, go shopping, go through self-checkout, and almost about to get back in the car and drive back home. That's a crazy story.
Yeah, that's insane. It's an insane story, man. I'm honest. I just still wouldn't even know how to feel as a parent.
Y'all best be saving up some money for Harvard.
That's like if I found out like my 16-year-old son was banging his teacher, I'd be like really conflicted. I'm like, wait a minute, you're 16, but your teacher's 35. I should be mad. Kind of proud of you, son. I'm kind of proud. I should be mad though. I feel like it's the same thing. Like
Would you be mad or jealous or both?
I'm a little bit. No, I wouldn't be jealous, but yeah, I'd be mad, but a little proud. That's kind of how I feel about her. I'm kind of mad, but I'm a little proud too. Like, damn, go ahead.
You know, she's gonna have quite the story for her grandkids.
Yeah, nah, that's a story for. That is a real story right there.
When I was your age, it won't be walking through 8 feet of snow. It's gonna be
Yes, sir.
I was driving at your age.
Yeah, damn. I got a record at 8. Oh man, that is crazy. Yeah, yeah, synthetic future. I'm glad nobody got hurt too. That's the thing.
Yep,
And
definitely.
and like Portia said too, it is kind of crazy. She drive better than the Haitians. That's wild. All she hit was a mailbox.
Now, the one lesson she needs to learn is, you got to roll down the windows when you leave a dog in the car.
No. The CKJ says she brought the dog with her in Target.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, they allow dogs in Target?
Oh man, you probably don't
they
go to Target.
totally dropped the ball.
Yeah,
Danny, it's a small dog, like a little puppy dog. It's a real small dog. I think the dog was like in the cart, so.
Hey, you could tell Stanley don't go to Target. Man, them white ladies in Target be having damn near a pit bull in there, man. Them white ladies be
No, it's been years since it might be 10 years since I've been in a Target.
Yeah, I'm about to say, Target is super dog friendly.
Once they put the dog in a stroller, no one says anything. They got dog
Yeah.
strollers and all of that they walk around with.
Oh wow.
Yo, American man, I used to date this girl that had a cat stroller. She was insane, like completely insane. But she would take her cats out on runs. She would go run on the by the lake, and she would take her cat out there with her in a stroller. Like, it had like one of those like a see-through, like it looked like a spaceship.
Yeah, Matt. Yeah.
It was crazy. It was like plastic though. It was like, it looked like a Apollo 11 or something. But she would run out there with her cat. I'm like, yo, this bitch is crazy.
Off the noodle. Yo, there was a dude in Brooklyn that would walk his cat. Just the wildest thing you ever want to see.
I see that on the road a lot. You see that? I see a lot of guys with cats on leashes on the road. I'm like, you guys are crazy, man.
Yeah, that's insanity, bro.
Yeah, that is crazy. But I mean, you know, if you got a pet, you got to let your pet out, and if you're in the truck. So I kind of get it, but it's like, bro, like Montiero, yeah, she was crazy. She was crazy. Her cat was fucking dangerous too. I think that thing was like half leopard or something. That thing was freaked me the fuck out. Yeah, she was insane. Yeah. Yeah, usually girls with cats are pretty crazy in general. I don't know. Lawrence wants to know if you have a cat on a leash, American man. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, yes, I do. I actually have him in a work van with me right now. He brings me little screws and stuff that I need.
Oh yeah. CKJ, that's a good question. How much damage was done to the vehicle? Her premium's about to go up crazy.
Yo, that's a fact.
It didn't look like nothing happened to the car when I looked at it yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the car looked fine yesterday. I don't even think she hit a mailbox, but we heard nothing about it. Nobody came out and said like, "Yo, my mailbox is messed up," or anything like that.
CKJ, this kind of made national news, right? Because I heard somebody.
It's all the way in Africa right now.
Yeah, because I heard somebody in the mainstream media make reference to it last night. Like, they wasn't necessarily talking about the story, but they were telling another story, and then like briefly like doing something about the 8-year-old driving a car.
I think it's just because she went to Target. I think that's the real story.
she's a budding liberal.
Yeah. You know, women love Target, man. So I think that's the real story. This is like I think CKJ is right. This is like promo for Target. Like shit, we got 8-year-olds stealing their mama car to come to Target. Y'all better come through.
HB, I'm not gonna lie, HB, I'm not gonna lie though. I go to Target because you get a lot less degeneracy there. Like Walmart, you got to see flip flops and pajamas and bonnets and shit.
Oh yeah.
It's
Target is
Target.
Target. Yeah, it is like the
Yoga
high
pants. You
scale.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a difference.
Yeah. Nah, it's
Yeah,
definitely a different environment at
those
Target.
liberals are a higher class of people.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, they let
Well,
an 8-year-old
he
come in there
he
and
just
purchase.
described Walmart shoppers.
Ah, come on, Stanley. Come on. They just
Well,
those liberals let an 8-year-old come in there and buy $400 worth of. They fucking.
no,
Like,
that
where you get
wasn't
that credit card from? Nobody even said anything.
that wasn't degeneracy.
No, that's worse. That's hey,
that's child abuse.
yeah, right. I think in the story they said that Target reimbursed the mom for everything. So I think that's why, because Target, you look kind of crazy.
CK, did they let her keep the toys?
She had to bring all that back. I think.
Yeah, so I
CKJ
mean,
might
they
got
didn't give it back. They they did a big refund.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Service King, seriously, Walmart would never. They would have, man, one of those mammies working at Walmart would have been like, "What you doing up in here? What you doing in here?
Oh man.
Who credit card is that?" Hey, Walmart would never, hell nah. Walmart would have stopped her at the door. Where your mama at? Where's she at? Target, they ain't saying nothing.
They'd have been, ooh, child.
Yeah, ooh, child.
Where your mama at?
Where your mama at? Ooh, child. Ooh, child. Walmart would have been all in her shit. Show me your receipt. How you pay for all this? This $400. 8 years old. What the hell? Walmart would have been on her. Target. Yeah. Yeah, this is crazy.
HB, does she know the password for the credit card too?
No, I mean, if you just use credit, you don't even need one. That's why I'm telling you, you gotta watch this. CKJ, you gotta watch her, man. She's sneaky as hell. She probably knew she probably knew to press the credit, not the debit. You gotta watch her, man.
Yeah,
That girl.
Like I said, she made it through the whole self checkout, even bagged the stuff, like did it all. Like
Yeah.
You
She
gotta
didn't go
watch
to
her,
the cashier.
man.
She did it herself.
she knew not to go to the cashier.
Yeah, I'd be checking under her mattress, man. You gotta check under her mattress. She might got a shank under there or something, man. You gotta watch her, man.
It might have been a MK Ultra project or somewhere.
Come
You know
on,
what?
nah.
Dwala, you better not let your kids hear about this story. They're gonna steal that bike.
Yo, Stanley, that's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. That's fucked up, Stanley.
Yo, Stanley is hella sassy this morning, bro.
That's fucked up, man. They gonna steal the keys and take Dwale's bike.
then they're gonna steal the farmer's cow.
You wanted to see the cow, huh?
Yeah, I
And
wanted to see
I
the
don't.
cow. I wanted to see the cow,
Yeah,
Duale.
I don't think it's allowed because there are a lot of people there. So, you know, people don't like videos here.
Man.
But the cow was a cow, black and white cow. And the guy
Okay.
greeted me, "Hello, my African brother." He said, I laughed. I said,
I'm
"Hello,
surprised
sir."
you're not. I'm surprised you're not lactose intolerant. Did you drink the milk on the way or back home?
No, I drink milk. We don't have that problem, yeah. That is
Okay.
in primary needs no. We actually live in milk. Our camel milk, cow milk. I don't drink processed milk. Yeah, we go to the fresh from the cow directly, man. It is smell good.
I thought you drank. I thought you drank goat milk. You don't drink goat milk?
Yeah, goat milk is very expensive. Ooh.
Okay.
Find goat milk. No
I'm
way,
gonna
man.
play Stanley's intro real quick, you guys.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a specific book. Dude, do you know history? Dude, motherfucker, give me the book. Let me drive my point home. Dude, nope. Motherfucker. You're wrong.
Oh. Wait, so Duale, did you drink the milk on the way home?
No, this is for the baby.
Oh, okay. Mother's milk for the baby.
For my little boy, yeah.
Your baby's not breastfeeding?
Well, now, no, 1 year and a half is no.
Okay.
Not anymore. It's like almost 2 years he was breastfeeding, but now no.
You know, mothers don't like teeth. You know, once they start growing teeth, it's time to stop.
Yeah, that is a problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
And get the hell out of here. I remember the night that she.
When you have to brush your teeth after dinner, it's time.
We were watching football, and she said, "Hey, get out! No, not anymore. Hey, I'm not doing it."
It's hard not to. It's hard not to put teeth on a titty. It is hard not to. Sometimes I want to bite it off.
Yeah.
You know, that's a strange form of Oedipal complex you have there.
Yeah.
You know, Dale was breastfed until he was 9 years old.
Wait, would you say Duale?
Dale, he was breastfed until he was 9.
Yeah.
I thought he said 9 months, but then he said 9 years. I was like, oh, okay. It's too much.
Yeah. I mean,
it's 9 years. Just coming from the school and down the lunch box and then directly going to Mama's teeth. Mama, I need some bread and some milk. Ooh.
Yeah, I remember we were talking about that. It was crazy. He said 9 years he was breastfed. I don't know what is like the cutoff age before that's like abuse. Like at some age, it's got to be abuse to still be breastfeeding your kid.
So like, more than 2 years. More than 2 years is excessive.
Yeah. I think 2 years is excessive too. Yeah. I'd probably say like a year and a half, honestly.
1 year and a half, yeah. 6 months and 1 year and a half.
If they can walk, they shouldn't be breastfeeding still. That's kind of weird.
No. 1 year. When they have their first birthday, stop it. They have to learn how to eat, man. Normal food.
Do they breastfeed in Somalia?
Of course, they breastfeed in Somalia, but it's like 2 years. It's 1 year and a half until 2 years. It's in the Quran, man. So the Quran said until 2 years, so more than 2 years is haram. No way.
Oh wow!
Get out of here.
Oh, you wouldn't even know if a baby's under their breastfeeding under that burqa. They're just underneath. You wouldn't even know.
Oh wow!
Okay. Oh man, you're funny. Yeah, how should you know? He said I.
Alhamdulillah, Inshallah, Allahu Akbar,
How do
Inshallah.
you know? You are not supposed to know what is in there, man.
He's a terrorist baby, drinking milk and yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's the jihadi baby.
Yeah. Yeah, Dwala, you gotta get out of Germany, man.
Jihadi Jr.
Yeah. You gotta get out of there.
Yeah.
You gotta get out of there, Dwala. It's time to go, man.
Time to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be coming, man. In 2 years, my ass will be there.
All right. Yeah.
I'm saving it. Saving money, man.
Lawrence, why are you thinking that, Lawrence? What the hell?
Talk about on fire. Lawrence is blaming all of us.
All right. Yeah.
Yo, you guys want to hear the nice type of morning? The job that I'm supposed to be at is 15 minutes from my house. I had to drive an hour away just to drive back to that job right now. And initially, the shit is 15 minutes from my house.
Wow. Would you have to go pick up parts or do another job?
Yeah, this job is in a red, and so we're trying not to spend money, and so I'm pulling like certain stuff. You know, certain little parts are expensive, but you know you can pull them off people's truck. So I'm like just trying to pull it off the truck and from the shop, so we don't have to spend so much money.
Turn left onto East Street. Then turn left onto West Main Street.
I mean, this job is severely in the red.
West Main Street.
Man, you gonna have to get you have to install a wooden toilet. You can't even afford the porcelain.
Yo, you know how unsanitary a wooden toilet would be?
Would it be? I don't know.
They're called outhouses.
Yeah, 12th Man has one. You know, I thought I could live off the grid until he told me that. I was like, oh hell no, nah. You don't even got a toilet, bro. What the fuck? Oh hell no.
Just him and a trench tool.
Yeah. He said he uses lime to dissolve the poop.
Yeah. You line your cesspit with lime.
Oh, that's crazy, Stanley. I couldn't do that, man. I need a
Well,
toilet.
you know, the army used to do that. You know, they would dig like, you know, a big trench and, you know, lime it. And, yeah, you know, back in the day.
And just everybody would just poop in the same hole.
Oh, no. They, you know, it was a long trench and I guess they would set up like, you know, little outhouses, you know, in a row.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Man. Well, I guess it's fertilizer at that point, so I guess it's not too bad.
Hey Stanley, one of the temps got upset because he had to do his job. The thing he was paid to do. He got upset because he couldn't half-ass it.
So what did he do? I mean, did he quit?
No, I was on the verge of being like, yo, you just don't come back. Well, like we
Right.
kind of needed him to do this insulation because I didn't want to do it.
Right.
And I think, and I also think part of that was why he was upset because he's looking around like, well, how come I'm doing the work and he's not? And I'm like, you
Because
must not know how hierarchy works, do you? Like,
oh yeah, you know what? I'd have. Well, you did the right thing since you didn't want to do the work, but yeah, he was due for a flaming.
I mean, well, after that, like him and I started making comments, and then he made a comment, try to pass it off as a joke. You know how people make true comments, try to pass it off as a joke. And
Oh
then
yeah,
after
I
that, I
know.
just
I
started
know
making
very
comments
well.
like, yeah, why don't you just just started letting them know, like straight up. You know what I mean? Like once you start that with me, we're going full bore. Let's go. And so, I fucking let him know. And then towards the end, yeah, I mean, he got through it, but like I had to tell him, yo, you got to do it properly. Like this half-ass shit ain't gonna work. You have to do your job, the thing you're paid for.
Right.
But yeah, now those guys are out of there. They're done all the insulation, and so now it's the fucking change for the walls up.
Man. Yeah, we all working today except for Stanley and Dwale. Dwale.
Well, I mean, I might do some dishes. You know,
You don't have a dishwasher, Stanley?
I do. When I say do the dishes, I mean rinse them off and put them in the dishwasher.
Oh, and load the dishwasher.
That's barely doing the dishes.
You know what? When I was a kid, my parents, like when they wanted to do punishment, they would make us wash the dishes by hand. So I don't wash dishes by hand if I can avoid it.
Wait, Stanley, you had a dishwasher growing up?
Yes.
Wow, look at that. More and more, boy, we learned Stanley living in his white privilege.
My parents weren't white.
Listen, white privilege does not mean that you have to have white skin, sir.
Well, you know what? How about let's just be race neutral and call it privilege, shall we? I don't want to be all racist.
Well, it's more fun to call it white privilege, but I'll call it privilege.
Come on now, let's be race neutral.
Yeah. I'm Lawrence. I kind of agree. I didn't know they had dishwashers in the late 1800s.
Those were called Pearl. You know, Pearl the maid.
No, I thought Stanley had dinosaurs cleaning his dishes, man. I didn't know.
Yeah, they licked them clean. You know, like the Flintstones.
Yeah, Stanley grew up. Damn. Ah, man. Wait, Stanley. So you started watching that show, The Terror. You know that's based on a true story too, right?
Yeah, I've only made it through one episode. I haven't gotten to the second one yet, but I liked the first episode. It's very nautical.
Yeah, man.
Now that one kid who died, oh man, that was kind of freaky. You know, I never thought about having people die on a wooden ship.
Yeah. What would you do?
You did what they did. You shroud them up and dump them overboard, burial at sea.
Yeah. But like that whole story is based on a real story. The actual story is even like more ruthless than the show. Like I looked into it, man, it was brutal.
Yeah, those Arctic explorers were crazy.
Yeah, you would have to be.
I mean, if you've ever, the guys who used to go like sledding over land, it's like, dude, you know what? I when they're like finding, there was a story maybe 10 years or more ago where they found like 100-year-old whiskey that was buried beneath the ice. What the hell do you need whiskey for, in a waste on the tundra?
Well, they thought that it would the alcohol could warm you up.
Yeah.
That was the thought back then. Obviously we know better now, but back then that's what they would believe. And plus, like, you that cold, and I mean I would probably have to be drunk too to do that type of shit.
And HB, you don't know, even on like modern ships, when it's cold and you're, in the middle of the ocean, even with the heaters on, man, you're just always cold.
Yeah. That's why I can't imagine doing it back then. The late 1800s, like, I could not imagine that. Like, how cold it is. You could have a wood burning in every single compartment. It would still be brutal, especially in the tundra too.
Yeah, but do you know how dangerous it is to have like a fireplace on a wooden ship?
Yeah. That's one of the things that because I looked up, like, that show made me just really look into the history of it. So I guess some of the inconsistencies were that nobody could smoke on the ship. So when they smoked, it would only be on the deck, because you couldn't actually smoke cigarettes in a wooden ship, for obvious reasons.
Right.
So, and then too, they didn't even have I guess another thing too, back then they had pipes. They didn't have, like, they weren't rolling up like joint cigarettes back then. I guess that didn't come until a lot later. And then too, another thing,
they had cigarettes back then.
but I guess that they had it, but it wasn't it wasn't like the norm. Like, the norm back then was to smoke pipes back then. Like, they had cigarettes, but nobody really smoked them back then like that. It was more like you had the pipe and you'd stuff it with tobacco.
Well, wasn't it like, so when we watch those old movies, wasn't it mostly like the ladies smoking the cigarettes in that long thing?
Yeah. That was
right?
more, the cigarettes were more for the ladies. The guys would smoke pipes. Yeah. Guys would smoke straight from the pipes. But yeah, there was like a lot of inconsistencies. Apparently, canning food, they didn't canning food came before actual can openers. So they just use like a knife to open it up. But like a lot of their food was, man, yeah, it's crazy. It's the story is crazy, but apparently they only did it for trade routes. They were trying to find a way,
Right.
easier route to China. Oh yeah, man, those early explorers, man, these guys were built different.
Built different. That's an understatement.
Yeah, seriously. That's why it's so hard to, like, complain about shit. Like it was normal to get frostbite then and get your toes cut off. It was just normal. That's why it's just so hard for me to complain. Like, you guys in the chat complaining today and shit, man. These guys were exploring the tundra, the thick tundra. Fucking polar bears and extreme cold, get your toe off.
Well, you know that one scene where they put the crew down in front of the ship to like break ice so the ship can sail forward.
Yeah.
Holy God, that is like, man. I wouldn't want to be like a crew member, breaking up glaciers to get this ship through.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, if you got to do that at that point, you already know you probably fucked up. You fucked up. Like, all right, we wrong. We took wrong directions because this. Yeah, we fucked up.
Yeah, well, they knew. I guess they had a in at least in that first episode, they had an opportunity to not go forward.
Yeah, no, they knew, and that's like the actual historical part of the story. Like they knew it was very dangerous, and a lot of people advised the captain not to keep going, but you know, I guess it was gonna be like his last rodeo, and he just wanted to do it. And it's like, I think, anytime a dude is anytime you're in that mentality where my last time I'm doing it's not a really good mentality to have. You're gonna make
Well,
mistakes.
I can tell you from personal experience, captains will yeah, you know what? Give us a tough mission. I have confidence in my crew. We'll get it done. Um, you know, um, there are a couple stories where, I think one of the hardest things I ever had to do was when the captain would make a decision about, staying out another week or, just something that you knew, nobody's going to go to the captain and go, hey, MF, I'm unhappy with your decision. But, the junior officers basically have to go to their men. And one of the things they teach you is, don't go, the captain said we have to do it. You have to pretty much present it as, hey, you know what? This is what we're going to do. I approve of what the captain does. I'm on board. And if I'm on board, you need to be on board. Yeah, that is tough to do, especially there have been some times I'm like, what the fuck is the captain doing? But I have to present it like, hey, you know what? It's a challenge and we're up to it. And
Hey Stanley, I have a question.
Sure.
What do you do with the weak links in those scenarios? Right? Because in those scenarios, a weak link can be very dangerous.
It depends.
What do you do with those guys?
Oh, I have a story for you, and it's a longer story. But what I would do is hold the chief accountable. It's like, Chief, they're your people. You need to deal with this. Now, I will give you a preview. This story is awesome, and I'm going to save it. It was so embarrassing, and I was so pissed off. I literally went up to my division, and I told my division, you know what? It's all of you against me, and I'm going to fucking win. And I told my chief, you know what? You can go down to the chief's mess and drink coffee for the rest of this deployment. I will run this division without you. And he wanted to go, well, sir, you can't. I'm like, motherfucker, I just did it. No. You fucked up. It's me against you, and I'm gonna win. You know it, and I know it. So, I've had moments like that. So, it becomes a test of will sometimes. So your weak link, essentially it's you against your weak link. And, you better win.
That's how that works? You against a weak link?
Hell yeah. Dude, this is the military. This isn't civilian life. I can bench my weak link. I can tell that weak link, you know what? You're no longer my weak link. You're out of here.
Yeah, like it would On a ship, it would probably be easy to get away with murder on a ship.
Well,
Just toss
no. I
somebody
mean, there
overboard.
are limits. And, it's hard to adapt to civilian life, civilian management. That's kind of a thing you have to learn. Once you get out and you're like in the, managed corporate world, you don't have a captive audience. You have to, be a lot more convincing and cajoling and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's what my old boss in Brooklyn used to tell me. He'd be like, "Oh, I almost doxed myself." He'd be like, "American man, you gotta be a lot more diplomatic, man.
Yep.
You gotta move in diplomacy." And you know
Yep.
what? He was right. It taught me a lot. Got me a really long way.
Where is Varun at? Yeah, Varun.
Was he here?
Dwale, what you got? Spider-Man? What's going on, Dwale? What's going on?
Oh, wow.
Dwale.
Into the Spider-Verse, did they have a Somali Spider-Man?
Yeah, I didn't know that Spider-Man in Somalia. Wow.
It was DEI Spider-Man.
Yeah.
We have people who climb ships, man, in the ocean, the open ocean. Oh, these are beautiful.
Now, is that your dolly?
This is for my daughters. I'm fixing it, man.
Oh. I thought maybe they were asleep and you were playing with their toy.
No, they are out. I'm fixing it. New.
When you buy new
Dressing her
toys
up.
for your kids, do you ever play with the toys before you give them to your kid?
No.
Yeah, nah, I don't.
Well, for the boys, maybe when I buy for him a car with a remote control, we go
Uh-huh.
outside and we play together. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
The girls, no. Yeah. Yes, I fix when they. Yeah. Her name is Mona.
I mean, you look comfortable with that dolly. You comb, yeah,
Mona.
you comb in the hair and everything. Yeah, you look like a natural.
She's the baby of my baby, man. Why not? I'm the grandfather.
Dwale, can you breastfeed her, Dwale? Can you breastfeed her?
Get out of here! Get out of here, HB. You gotta get out of here.
Put that towel over your shoulder. Hide your breast when you when you're feeding the baby.
Baby.
Oh Lord. Let's not.
Baby.
No, you're not supposed to shake the kid.
Yo, HB, don't Dwale look hella autistic right now with the big headphones? Playing with a doll.
Dwale is losing right now. I think they spiked the milk.
Wait, isn't there a milk product that's fermented?
She dressed up like a Western girl, Next time I'm going to buy one with hijab. Yeah.
Well, can't you make a hijab for her?
Yeah, where's her haram? Isn't she haram right now? That's a haram doll.
Her belly is.
Buying that doll is setting a bad example for your daughters.
Yeah, I have to change, man. Yeah. She's cute. She's a cutie, but.
Did you kiss her yet? Is it your first date?
I'm oiling her. Give her an oil for the hair.
Oh no! What do you do with that oil, Tuali?
and
You know that Dolly doesn't need cocoa butter.
She needs. She has a natural hair.
Really?
I think John will like it. Oh,
The doll has a weave.
Oh Lord mercy, he will say, oh Lord have mercy on us.
Do you have tea parties with the little Dolly?
Tea party? Yeah. We don't have tea party, but so which one I use? Do I use pure almond oil for the doll, or French one, which is, what is it? Chateau Garden, or the normal African oil?
What exactly is happening here?
I have no idea. I'm just watching right now. I'm very uncomfortable, but I know Duale. I know he's Somali, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on right now.
Yeah, some voodooism is going on here. Don't you see the baby doll?
I think Duale's doing some voodoo. I think that's what's...
All right, guys, that was fun.
All right, guys, that was fun. Oh wow.
Yeah. Was it fun for her though, Duale? I don't think it was fun for her. I don't think she enjoyed that at all.
I'm going to say fun for who? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think
You know, I fear for that Dolly once the camera goes off.
Yeah. What is she? Duale.
Dolly, Duale's Dolly.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, look, I can't lie. You know, I've had my share of having to brush dolls' hairs, you know, having two girls and whatnot. But, like, I don't know. Like, that was a little cringe, Duale. Like, I didn't, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't see the daughter around. I'm a little good. Like, what's up with you, Duale? You got some things you want to talk about?
Now she is, the daughter is in daycare, the boy is in the school.
Duale, that's even worse. She's at daycare and you're doing the doll's hair? Like that? Come on, man.
Duale, don't lie. She was on the bike with you, wasn't she?
No.
Yo, Lawrence, I don't know what's going on with you this morning, Lawrence.
She was in the baby seat on the bike.
Oh yes, I
Oh my God! Come on, Lawrence. Come on. Not things that men say to one another. Come on.
American Man has a lot of Ken dolls.
Sir, I don't promote male dolls in my home, okay?
Well, Lawrence has the Barbies.
Well, they're called action figures. They're called action.
Oh, is that what they are? What kind of actions do they perform?
They're not. They're called action figures, not dolls.
We have Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, old man thing.
Kids even play with do kids even play with like action figures anymore? I don't even know.
No, they're all unisex now, HB.
They play video games, man.
They're all non-binary now.
I thought they all got MacBooks.
Yeah, they probably all play with MacBooks now. See, I came from that generation. We played with GI Joes and all types of shit.
It was crazy, HB. The cheapest toys was the best ones. The little green army men that would come in a bag at like
Yeah, at the
20 or
dollar
something.
store. You get them at the dollar store.
Those ones were the best ones.
Yeah, I guess all the kids just playing Call of Duty now. Yeah, playing Call of Duty. Damn. Yeah, this generation, they don't even have like imagination anymore. That shit sucks. Jeez. Yeah, poor Doale. He's got to live in Germany.
He's got a bike to get a drink of milk.
Yeah, no.
Don't they have refrigerator?
No, it's fresh milk, Stanley.
I'm not gonna lie, Doale. I've never
Did you
had
bring some back with you?
I never had fresh milk before. I don't even know what that means.
Well, no, he means it's unpasteurized. It's fresh from the udder.
But do they make it cold? How does it taste too? Wouldn't it have like?
No, it's warm. It is not cold. It is not hot.
Do you have to? Did you have to pick the hairs out of it?
Yeah, I know, right? It's probably like puss and stuff.
I'm not milking it, man. The machine is milking them.
Oh.
We are just
Well,
there.
I thought it was like self-serve or something.
No. It is a big farm. People are there in line, and if everybody has his gallon, and there are people who are working there and doing the milk. But we like you can choose which cow that you want. You know, a friendly cow.
You choose your cow?
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
King.
Yeah, I have it your way.
Right.
Hey, Duale, do they have the brown and white cows for chocolate milk?
Ah, come on. Come on.
They have black and white cow here, and this is your.
How now, brown cow?
Did you guys hear about the study that actually said that that there's like a huge swath of Americans that believe that fucking chocolate milk actually comes from cows? Like there was some survey that they took.
I actually believe that.
Now, I don't know if they surveyed kids and just putting it on everybody, on everyone, but yeah, there was a survey taken, and they said Americans believe that chocolate milk like comes from cow.
The brown cow.
Oh no, brown cow.
Oh, child.
Ooh, cow.
Moo cow.
Ah, come on, Jihad. Come on, Jihad.
Ooh, cow.
Come on, Jihad.
Ooh, brown cow.
Well, that's a valid question.
No, it's not, Stanley. Come on. It's a cow.
I don't know. According to history, isn't the brown cows worth more?
Actually, the red cows worth more. Red cows too. You know, you have in Texas red cows, huh?
Oh, shit. Oh, God, I ain't done nothing. I'm tired already.
The red ones are worth more than. The black ones, especially when they are
What
milking
animal?
cows a lot.
Oh,
Yeah.
you know what? This is the question I wanted to ask HB. Since you relocated, is your routes going to change?
Yeah.
On what
I'm gonna
side of
be.
the world? Yeah, right.
Yeah. I'm gonna be more southern based, but I'm gonna still go
Yeah.
north a little bit. But yeah, I'll be more down south, and I'm gonna be looking for another job too while I'm down there.
What kind? Something less over the road.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, boy. There it goes, boy. Boy, there it goes, boy. They get a taste and they want to come home every night.
Yeah. That over the road it's not for it's a good experience, but you know I can kind of feel myself going crazy a little bit.
Well, how long have you been doing over the road?
It'll be 2 years in December.
Well, that's really not that long at all.
Yeah, I mean almost damn near almost a 500,000 miles. Shit, it's kind of
Damn.
that's kind of lying. Kind of.
So for the new job, what are you looking for?
I want to do like tanker, like fuel tanker.
Oh, you're going to get that oil money, huh?
Yeah, there's a lot of money in that oil. So
It would really be nice if you could do what Sir does. I like going, Charleston to Savannah, or even over to Greenville, which is a little long, but you know, doing picking up from ports is actually pretty cool.
yeah, nah, he's got the dream job, honestly, because it's like it's I mean, he could work every day for the year if he really wanted to. He doesn't really have
Yeah,
to
I don't
ever
think
take any time off.
I don't know. I have to ask him. I bet all he does is pick up and drop off. He doesn't have to wait for unloads or anything.
Nah. He's just picking up and dropping off. He's not doing anything. I mean, I'm not saying that like he's not doing anything like that, but like as
No, he
far as
doesn't. No waiting.
yeah, nah, he's got the dream job, and he's an owner operator too, so he's making some really good money.
Are you looking to get into that segment of trucking at some point?
It depends. It really depends. It's it just depends, man. I don't know. It just has to make sense. But like owning your own truck is so much you gotta worry about with that.
I mean, but here's the thing, HB. You got to bet on yourself, bro. That's where the money's at.
No. You're right. It's just trucking isn't my only stream of income too. So it's one of those things where I feel like owning your own truck. It's like any business. You don't really start making money until you scale up. So if you buy one truck, you better be looking to buy 2 more at some point, and then scaling up from there. So it's like, do I really want to, have a trucking company? I don't know.
Yo, there was these dump trucks in New York, and on the side, the guy they said I couldn't do it, one. And
that
then
was the name of his company. That was the name of his company.
No. But like that's what he had on the side of his trucks. It was like they said I couldn't do it. and it was 1, and then it was like they said I couldn't do it 2. And I think I probably stole like 12 or 13 trucks.
Yeah, see, yeah, nah, that's when you start making the real money. Once you start getting up there. But you never know. You never know. You never know. I might, you know, you never know. I wouldn't mind going into business with a couple other people, and
I
doing
mean, you
something
know,
like that.
that the people you go into business with is very important, man. You know,
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's very important.
a lot of people don't. A lot of people, you know, I don't know. It just depends on who you go into business with, man. A lot of people truly don't understand business, and if you're in it, you accidentally get in it with someone who has a get rich quick mindset. That's just going to turn to a full on disaster.
Yeah, hey, Cam the King, there's so many different variables if it's a good deal or not, but miles on a truck is never it's never really that big a deal. A lot of times these trucks can go up to 1,000,000 miles before you need to, you know, change the engine out. Yeah, switch the engine out. So, you know,
Is it cheaper to switch the engine out, or is it cheaper to just go with another truck at that point?
Cheaper to switch the engine out.
Really?
Way cheaper. Yeah. But I mean, under 20K is probably a good deal. Probably. But I mean, you gotta, you know, you never know what's under that hood, what's underneath the truck. You never know.
Yeah, how it was taken care of. Many variables.
Yeah.
I'm sure taking care of the truck is just like any other car, right? The car will give you 300,000 miles if you take care of it.
Yeah. But with a truck,
So I got to take this. Hold on.
It's a lot of different things you got to worry about with a truck, though. Like a car, you just gotta get oil changes and shit. Truck, there's all types of permits you gotta worry about, what state you're in, all types of shit. It's a lot. Yeah, I think Virgo fell asleep over there. Virgo ate that dinner or ate that breakfast and fell asleep. Damn, Virgo.
Well, either that or she's working.
Oh yeah.
Will you be going to California?
Hopefully not, but I'm thinking I probably will eventually. But with my company, they do a lot of like curtain side that goes to California, so I might not do California, but
right.
We'll see. I don't want to go to California though. They got that that 55 miles per hour for trucks out there, so I'm not trying to go out there. That's crazy. That's insane. Well, I did want you to see this picture though, Stanley. I know you saw it earlier. That's the Führer and Jesse Owens.
Wait, that is that a real picture?
Yeah.
Because it looks like it's Photoshop.
No, that's the. Oh, maybe it is Photoshop. Hold on. No, I'm pretty sure this is a real photo.
Look at Hitler does. I don't know. It looks photo. Well, look at the two pictures. Like that's Photoshop. I think it doesn't look. It does. The aspect doesn't look right.
Of Hitler, right?
Of Hitler and Jesse Owens.
I don't know.
I don't know. Why would he be looking at the back of Jesse's head?
Well, it looks like he's looking at a photo or he's looking at a camera. But you could be right.
Yeah,
You could be right.
that for some reason that aspect looks off, and I don't know. It looks photoshopped to me. Lighting. Look at the lighting.
Ah, man, come on, Stanley.
Look at his shoulder. Look at where Jesse's left shoulder. Look at where Hitler's right shoulder is. That's Photoshop.
I'm gonna have to find another photo.
See, here's the deal. I mean, I'm
when you
used
go to
to
more tankers, do you got to take different classes, certifications, and all of that
exactly
for like hazardous and those
Phoenix
different
Fish.
things, or you have all of that, and it could be a
Yeah.
seamless transition.
Phoenix Fish gets it right on the dot. I didn't even think of that. Why would he be wearing an Ohio shirt at the Olympics?
I don't know why, but all of his photos from the Olympics, he was wearing an Ohio shirt. I don't know
Really?
why. Yeah. If you look it up, I don't know why, but American Man, yeah. I gotta get some certifications before I can be in a tanker. So yeah, I gotta get hazmat and tanker.
Are you gonna pay out of pocket, or you're gonna look for a company to send you?
No, I'm gonna just pay out of pocket.
Probably easier that way, right? That way you could just go into it.
Mm-hmm. You know, I think Stanley, with the Olympics back then, they were like collegiate athletes. So that might be why he has Ohio State.
I see.
Yeah. Yeah,
Is
you
he
might
from
be right though.
Ohio?
This might be. You said what?
Is he from Ohio? Jesse Owens?
Jesse Owens? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. He's from Ohio.
Yeah. I thought that you did not meet Hitler. Huh? Hitler left the stadium.
No, Jesse Owens spoke very highly of the Fuhrer. Said he was said he got treated way better in Germany than he did in America.
He said, I didn't get a telegram from Roosevelt. Roosevelt was the president at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Damn,
I don't
Stanley.
care about all. Yeah.
I mean, damn, Dwale, you know more than most Americans. Goddamn.
It's my future country. I should know, man. What the hell are you talking about? Yeah, he said, I don't care about Uri, but Roosevelt did not send me a telegram and did not congratulate me. So
Yeah, yep.
that's what he said. Owen, here they know him Owen. Jesse Owen, that the public liked him, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the public liked him so much. And the German player that he was competing with him, with the long jump, oh my God, that was great sportsmanship. When they get that photo together when they were on the ground. That time. Yeah. That was a history.
So you Germans, you guys are proud of that era when you guys were in the Olympics, when you hosted the Olympics.
Well, we hosted the Euro Cup this year, and it was epic and it was hot. No, at that time, I don't know, man. I'm not born. But people, if I ask my German friends, they will tell you the mixed answers. Like, okay, it is Olympics, this is sport, but it was also propaganda for the mustache man and his team, and some of them didn't like it. Some of them like it. It is just divided opinion.
Hey, Duale, I'm gonna ask a question that I probably know the answer to, but I'd rather ask than make assumptions. Because assumptions is the mother of all fuck ups. Are you and your family German citizen?
Yes. Yes, my wife is actually double. She's German and French. But I got citizenship 2021, so yes, I am German citizen.
Okay, okay.
So it's easy for me to immigrate legally rather than
Hey,
illegally.
HB.
Yeah. I'm still here.
Go ahead and check your back chat. He wasn't wearing an Ohio shirt, at least in the pictures I've seen. I just looked it up.
You're right. I don't know. I think we're gonna have to look more into this story.
I mean, because the thing is even at the Olympics, you're not representing your school. You're representing the United States. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. Yeah, Montiero is saying that picture with Hitler is photoshopped. Yeah, that shoulder aspect.
Yeah, Hitler probably wasn't that tall either. Oh yeah. You're right. Oh God. Oh God. Wale, are you proud about Hitler?
Not as proud as you are. He's not as proud as you are, HB.
I know he did a lot of bad things. I'm not necessarily proud. I mean, he's not. I just
You're just taking a balanced view. I understand.
Yeah. I admire
You want to be fair and balanced to Hitler.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't kill a bunch of
If any man deserves fairness, a fair and balanced view, it's poor misunderstood Adolf Hitler.
He was misunderstood. He was misunderstood.
He's misunderstood like Putin now.
Oh my Lord!
Misunderstood Putin.
You know your membership to Br'nai Brith is going to be revoked.
Come on.
No,
don't. No, it's okay. Don't. It's okay, Montiero. I know.
Don't feel terrible, Montiero. If there's any time to mock, now is the time to do it.
Come on.
Yeah, I feel terrible now, Montiero, too. I am very disappointed with you, HB.
You know, you shouldn't be singing "My Baby Love" to Hitler pictures.
Come on, guys. Come on.
All right, HB.
Where is John at this morning? What is John doing?
I can tell you right now, he is gathering evidence. He's gonna send some Haiti people to hell.
Oh yeah, I forgot he is working on some Haiti stuff. Oh yeah.
And hopefully, I sent a bunch of stuff to Portia to basically counterbalance the John stuff. Those Haiti people are not illegal.
No, they're not. They're not.
No, the first
I
woman
don't.
who called said she believes that they are legal. They are not illegal. That is what I heard from that lady. The lady and the man who called Lachon the other night. She said they are not illegal,
Oh,
but they are legal. Yeah.
oh, hey, Portia. Hey.
Habibi.
Hey, HB, good morning. Good morning, Stanley.
Hey there.
Hey, Dwale, Habibi.
Baby, wie geht's dir?
Show her your milk mustache.
Oh yeah, I clipped that. So
Yeah, Diwali got some fresh milk from the teat this morning.
Got milk?
It was warm too. He said it was warm milk. I don't know how I feel about that.
of course my computer is updating right now. All right, so
Portia, clip me.
let me
Can
check
you
through
clip me on my dogs, Portia?
because we have let's see updates for Trump. We also have all of the things that
We got a news segment, Portia.
No, give me 1 second. You know what?
Got a news segment with Portia. Yeah. Let's get some breaking news in here. I know Get Crack is probably on the market. My all my freaking stocks are up right now.
Is Crack in the chat right now?
I haven't seen him in a while.
Okay, because I was going to ask him, could y'all tell me the name of the Jesus Christ, the name of the browser that he said that he uses? Because I use a few, but for this,
I don't recall.
Mozilla Fox. I saw him
Chrome.
using
He always says Chrome. You need Chrome for StreamYard.
No, he always says he doesn't use Chrome.
Oh, so I'm guessing that's the one that you need to use StreamYards is Chrome.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I always pull up my news from there. But I can't because I just paid for ad blockers. And
it's Firefox.
Gosh, I hate Firefox.
Well, wait, ad blockers for YouTube?
No, ad blockers just for everything that's online. Like everything that I pull up because it has all these ads. And that kind of, it jacks up a lot of stuff. Let's see. Oh no, that's the wrong password.
Because I have to ask him about that because I pay for YouTube Premium so I don't have to deal with ads.
Oh yeah, so that's the ad YouTube videos. Like whenever we pull up articles.
Yeah, but I'm thinking a lot of YouTube videos are embedded in the news articles.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering because I don't. It's not like I watch a lot of videos embedded in articles. However, I almost never deal with that.
Cam just says Safari is good. I mean, I do have.
Yeah, but Safari's Apple.
Yeah, and I use my MacBook for this.
So, okay. All right.
My thoughts right now. There's something. Oh yeah, this article. So right now, Stanley he wants to debunk all of these things about.
Well, if not debunk, at least counterpoint.
Or counterpoint a lot of the things that are being said about. Oh shoot. About the Haitians eating pets. So, triple hearsay. Original sources of the claim that Haitians eat pets in Ohio admit no first-hand knowledge. Let me make sure this is big enough for y'all to see before y'all start screaming at me, saying it's too small. All right, so I'm not sure I'm the most credible source because I don't actually know the person who lost the cat. Kimberly Newton told NewsGuard she is a Springfield, Ohio resident whose story started it all. And this website is called NewsGuard Reality Check, so I guess we're about to get one. So here we go from third-hand rumor to presidential debate. And so how the claim about Haitian migrants eating pets spread. So there was this alleged cat owner, as you can see here. All right.
Ashy.
And
Ashy.
Ashy. And then we have the cat owner's acquaintance, which is here. Then we have the friend of the acquaintance, Kimberly Newton, which I just quoted earlier, the friend's neighbor, Erica Lee. And then you have conservative influencers, and then that trickled over to JD Vance and then President Trump. So at the end of the day, all of these people before it ended up with JD Vance and President Trump spreading this rumor. So how a rumor involving an unidentified cat owner ended up on the presidential debate stage, because of course it had to be Trump and JD Vance. In just days, a bizarre and baseless claim accusing Haitian migrants of eating pet cats in Springfield, Ohio, went from an obscure Facebook post in a private group to a talking point by Republican Donald Trump during Tuesday night's presidential debate. The journey of the viral claim from vague third-hand gossip among Ohio neighbors to the presidential debate stage, where it was broadcast to 67 million people, is as stunning as the claim itself, according to those who started it all. NewsGuard identified and tracked down two people central to the claim: Erica Lee, the Springfield resident who wrote the original Facebook post, and Kimberly Newton, the neighbor who had provided her with a third-hand account of the rumor, making Lee's social media post a fourth-hand account. The alleged acquaintance, cat owner, Newton's friend, Newton and Lee, who posted it on Facebook. In exclusive interviews, NewsGuard spoke both with Lee, a 35-year-old hardware store worker who has lived in Springfield for 4 years, and Newton, her neighbor and 12-year resident of Springfield. The interviews revealed just how flimsy and unsubstantiated the rumor was from the beginning, based entirely on third-hand hearsay. Yet it quickly gained traction and remarkably found its way to Trump's lips on a national stage. I'm not sure who the most credible source is because I don't actually know the person who lost the cat, Newton said about the rumor. She had passed on to her neighbor. Newton explained to NewsGuard that the cat owner was an acquaintance of a friend, and I don't have any proof. That adds up to 3 people with no firsthand knowledge. So this person right here, how a third-hand account reached millions. Remember when my hometown of Springfield, Ohio, was all over the national news for the Haitians? I said all the ducks were disappearing from our parks. Well, now it's your pets. Okay, so here's an article here. Let me make this smaller so you all can see that in full. Warning to all about our beloved pets and those around us. My neighbor informed me that her daughter's friend had lost her cat. She checked, She checked pages, Kindles, and asked around, etc. One day she came home from work. As soon as she stepped out of her car, looked towards a neighbor house where Haitians live and saw her cat hanging from a branch, like you do a deer for butchering, and they were carving it up to eat. I've been told they are doing this to dogs. They have been doing it at Snyder Park with the ducks and geese, as I was told that last bit by rangers and police. Please keep a close eye on these animals. So it looks like that Facebook post appeared on a private group called Springfield, Ohio Crime and Information earlier this month. Lee could not recall the exact date, but the post said, my neighbor informed me that her daughters had lost their cat. One day she came home from work. As soon as she stepped out of her car, looked towards a neighbor house where Haitians live and saw her cat hanging from a branch. On September 9th, city officials said they had no evidence of pets being stolen, injured, or eaten by the immigrant population in Springfield. Okay, in an email stated to NewsGuard, a city official said, in response to recent rumors alleging criminal activity by the immigrant population in our city, We wish to clarify that there have been no credible reports or specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community. So this article is very, very long, but I will post it in the chat for those of you that want to finish reading that in full. Speaking to that, I thought it was interesting because I did, if you guys take a look in the chat, that article is there in full for you. And what I actually am going to start doing since we're here, HB is not. What I'm working on right now, everyone, in the background is I have updated our description boxes to include copyright claims, the disclaimer, and the next thing that I'm going to start doing, and is, excuse me, it's actually going to start with this video today, is I'm trying my best to keep up with the timestamps. I'm going to look into what Cam the King recommended in the chat, but I'm also going to start to include the articles that we're reading so you guys can like go to the source yourself. So that's what I'm doing right now. About cats in Ohio. So you guys can go ahead and take a look at those articles for yourself, because if you're anything like myself and Stanley, you like to read these things and you like to, you know, just be able to finish the article in full yourself, which I totally understand. So I want to make sure that I do that for you all. So there's going to be another article, and also in the meantime of me pulling up these articles, there is something that I wanted to play from Corinne Jean-Pierre, because I thought about this yesterday, and I think I texted both John and HB about it, because I thought it would be pretty interesting to discuss. But we'll get through Stanley's articles first. Do you have anything to add to what I just read, Stanley?
No, but that third link is actually probably better not to even bother showing it. It's a conservative guide, but it's 20 minutes long. It probably doesn't need to be shown after DeWine.
Sorry, Stanley, I didn't realize that was playing because I clicked off that screen. Could you repeat that for me, please?
Oh no, that third link is optional. It's 20 minutes long. It's probably too long to actually show here. It was really more just for you and John to see. Because
I want to be
okay, well, it's up to you. But he's a conservative. He's a conservative who's actually fairly popular. You may or may not know who he is, but he's a pretty good guy.
Well, we stream for 12 hours, 24 hours over here. So, Stanley, we ain't got nothing but time.
Okay, touche.
Hey, Stanley, good morning, everyone. Good
morning. Oh my goodness,
Wow.
is that John?
What's up, Portia? Hey, I did a stream. I did a quick stream overnight. This probably would pique Stanley's interest. I talked about an NGO that is clearly very responsible for bringing a lot of the migrants in here, at least into Springfield, and I can't say about Charlotte, but maybe it is Charlotte too, but definitely Springfield. And it seems to be a collaboration or a partnership between these companies and these NGOs. And when I say a partnership, I'm talking about somewhat formal partnership where these groups are pledging to, find housing and, well, maybe not housing, but jobs for these immigrants.
Yeah, I definitely want to see it.
Yeah, you should take a look. It's out there on the stream, and
Okay.
I think we should devote some time to it because it'd probably be pretty interesting, for the people that don't like the corporations and they only see the corporation side of it, which is clearly a piece of it. But then there are also these nonprofits that are getting pledges from organizations like Boar's Head meat. You ever heard of boar's head meat? You go to the deli in your grocery store. Well, they just had to close down a factory in Jarrett, Virginia, because of a listeria outbreak. And I'm not tracing this to the migrants or blaming this on the migrants or anything, but they were one of the companies that pledged to, relocate and hire the migrants. So it's very interesting that the American citizens now are kind of on the outside looking in as the companies are truly finding their replacements.
So, John, would you like for us to? I mean, I know it's 15 minutes, but like for us to.
We'll take a look at it later. We got plenty of time in Portia. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but we got plenty of time, Portia. But I just figured Stanley would like that because he sees the corporation part, and so we tend to look at it.
I want to blame the corporation.
John, look who's here! Look who's here!
Cam the King, welcome back, man. Cam the King, I always keep this close to the Cam the King. Thank you very much, Cam the King. Yeah.
We were giving him a hard time this morning, but we had to welcome him back with class.
Let's put the link in the chat. Maybe you want to hop on here today. But go ahead, Portia. Don't let me interrupt you.
Box as well. Cam says, it's all the migrants' fault. Y'all in the Black community should be taking up arms to go places like Chicago and see how much money is given to migrants from the community. Well, that's kind of a bold thing to say. I'm not sure what to do with that, but
I do kind of agree with Cam, Portia. Honestly, I told you, you go to the Caribbean, you go there and try to work a Caribbean job, the lower skill job. You know how in America we say we allow for provisions for people that filling jobs that quote unquote Americans can't fill, and we allow that here. And maybe it's not a big deal, but we seem to also allow it in the lower skill jobs where the Americans could do the job, retail, things like that, restaurants where you do see a lot of migrants working, and it does kind of fall on the people who are losing the jobs, which is kind of how I take Cam the King's. His comment.
I agree with this too. He says it's disgusting the services they're taking from the Black community and giving to migrants. I agree with that. Cam, I know you just now got back. This is your second time coming back, but we did talk about some gang members in Chicago that went viral for essentially threatening the migrants and talking about what they would do to them in the event that they keep it up. But I haven't looked at anything about that since.
I think the services focuses on the government aspect of it, and we saw a whole parade of the Black American Parade yesterday, where the government officials were telling them that if they just do their job, vote, then they will go out and get the service. They'll do their job to get the services from them. Well, clearly the services are being reallocated to the migrants. No matter how hard the Blacks vote, the services clearly are being, because the Blacks voted real hard in the last election. Someone said Denison was in, Blacks voted 100% clip. Clearly the Blacks in Georgia and Atlanta and Savannah helped get Biden elected. So they did vote, but I just don't think they got the services in return.
There's a few things that I wanted to touch on, of course, to include the migrants, but also some news in Texas with Ken Paxton. So Juan Pacheco, if you're listening, this would be a good time, or, within the hour or so, to call in so we could talk about what Ken Paxton is on right now. He's always throwing the book at somebody, and don't we love him for it. So Butler County, Ohio Sheriff Richard Jones sounds the alarm on invasion of illegals. He is now saying that every state is a border state. So I want to read this first, and then I want to go back to what Stanley sent to me, because I think that it'll be good to have, the conservative perspective versus the counter arguments that Stanley has to present to that. So
well, do know DeWine, the governor of Ohio, is a conservative also.
Oh, yeah. I'm just talking about like news sources, like ABC.
Right.
You know the thing, what I said a while back, Stanley, about this whole conservative, liberal narrative. You know, I started out saying, you know, it's two wings of the same bird, and the people in Springfield are fairly conservative. You watch some of the videos of some of the residents riding around. They mention all the Trump signs. I played some of that video.
Well, the mayor of Springfield's a Republican.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And that two wings of the same bird. These are conservative towns. Sylacauga, Alabama is not some liberal bastion, but seemingly they're going along kind of with the same narrative or same platform that the Democrats are going along with. The Republicans and the Democrats. The people in Springfield, Ohio, they're not happy with any of the Republicans. And as I speculated, you know, maybe a week or so ago, Donald Trump won't be to the right enough for them to solve this problem. They're going to be looking for solutions, right or wrong, can't blame them. But I don't think Donald Trump is strident enough in terms of this immigration to satisfy these people. We're going to need a little bit stronger man, in my opinion.
Let's see. In a fiery speech released last week to the people of Butler County, Sheriff Richard Jones didn't mince words about the growing illegal immigration crisis, pointing specifically to nearby Springfield. The sheriff warned of a quiet invasion that threatens to unravel communities and strain local resources beyond repair. I'm here today to talk about the invasion of our country, and I mostly want to talk about Springfield. In just 4 years, between 15,000 and 20,000 illegals have poured into this small city of 50,000 residents. That's almost half the population, and it's unsustainable. Let's see, 440. Let me put the timestamp there, 440. For Jones, this is more than a local problem. It's a national emergency. The sheriff highlighted how the influx of undocumented immigrants has crippled Springfield's school system, overloaded hospitals, and overwhelmed social services agencies. Emergency services is already stretched thin, have been left in the dark, and unable to track who is in their communities. Our citizens are angry as hell. Where are they going to live? Who's going to pay for their health care, education, and welfare? And most importantly, how can we ensure the safety of our residents when the police have no idea who these people are?
Hey, Portia, you know what's interesting? You know, as I was looking through those videos, some of the videos coming out of Springfield, I mean, it's like, you know, where are these people going to work as they're being replaced by the migrants? And then you look at like all of the services being given to these people. It really is amazing to see vans being, you know, put into service to haul these people to and from work, you know, things that were never done for American citizens. Not to say that it would have worked, but, you know, man, it is truly amazing. And, you know, I can see how the people are very angry. Portia, what do you think about Camden Kings coming here?
Let me come back to that. Let me see.
Let me read it for you. So you not to take you off your spot.
Sorry. Oh no, I was putting the timestamp in. Let me come back. Let's see. It's white and black men in America don't stop crying about each other, but unite and be willing to fight back and remove these people. We will lose the culture. Things are getting bad. It's all coming down. I mean, I agree with that. I look at this like it should be bipartisan. I don't agree with the division on this issue, because we're already divided as a nation as it is. But whenever we're talking about people that aren't supposed to be here, that don't belong here, that came here illegally, I believe that the American people should come together as a unified front. And like Stanley has mentioned many times, there are laws in place that need to be changed, because there's laws that say that the federal government is supposed to provide housing for these people. So I believe that that would be a great step forward. But for the overall issue, I don't know why it's a left and right thing. It should be an American thing. So I do agree with us coming together and uniting and fighting against this as a. Oh yeah, and I remember that. I remember seeing this a long time ago. DEI, deport every illegal. I remember seeing that before. And then he says you should pull up the hearing in Chicago. The Black community Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I actually did send that to myself because I saw that they had a town hall the other day, and that it was wild.
You remember, Portia, I've been saying over and over repeatedly, like, people are going to be living in shanties, and maybe not the South African style shanties, but the quality of life or the expectation for where you will live is going to have to go down. You're not going to be able to afford what you normally could afford, just like I don't eat chicken wings that often anymore. You go to the grocery store, the fucking chicken wings are $5 a pound. Like, I guess I'll eat thighs instead. And you look at a town like Springfield, Illinois, most people who run to smaller towns, they think they're going to get the accommodating small rent. But you look up and down Springfield in some of those videos, the city is packed to the gills. All the houses are rented. You hear the people saying, I can't find housing in a smaller town. That's a big city concern typically, right? You worried about price of housing in the inner cities, finding housing in the inner city. But here, they've exported the inner city problem to the small town. For all the people that say you're going to be able to just get out of the inner city, hell, they've exported the same inner city problem, probably even worse, to a small town.
Yeah. Let's see. Where was this at? Let's see. I think this is a video. What? You know what? At one point, my videos would play because it says watch, but it's not letting me play it. Let me see.
Hey, Cam King, we played Yuri Bezmenov a couple of days ago. Maybe it stands to return to it at some point. But yeah, we definitely played him. You're a little late on that. You missed it. But we'll probably come back to it, yeah, at some point.
Let's see, Sheriff Richard K. Jones.
I preached to Cam the King about comparative cultures.
What you say, comparative culture? Is that you, Sam?
Yep.
You know what? This month, let's see. All right, let's see right here. Because that other one isn't playing for me for some reason.
And where are you sitting right now, Sheriff?
Springfield, Ohio, at the exit. I pulled off. And listen, the whole world's messed up. But here in Ohio, all I hear is that, hey, we're not on the border, but you are on the border. Another 5 years, there'll be a 50 or a 60, 70% increase in Springfield. It's everywhere. I don't care where you go. It's everywhere. We're going to have to start learning different cultures here. We're going to have to start changing. We're going to have to break at like noon and get our prayer rugs out. The whole United States is messed up, and I blame it all on our current president.
Yeah,
I'm in Butler County, Ohio, the 7th largest county of 88. I've had 1,000 illegals in my jail in 3 years with 2,000 charges.
And how much
Butler
increase
County,
is that,
Ohio.
Sheriff? How much increase is that from 4 years ago when Trump was in?
Oh, it's tripled. It's tripled, if not more. When Trump was in, we done deportation. We had the authority to do that because we were certified through the federal government. The state of Ohio won't give us any authority to where we, local law enforcement, can arrest these people from being here, being transported here by different organizations. And you yourself know what and who those organizations are.
I'm very familiar with
Oh, what is this? California sheriff exposes VP Kamala Harris over illegal immigrant crisis at the U.S. House hearing. When was this? Oh, 6 days ago. Stanley, are you still here? Let me look. Hey, Stanley, I need you to help me with something. I'm about to, because I'm trying to figure out what is wrong with my email for the domain that I purchased for us. Also, I did add you to the Slack, but I added the one of your emails versus the other, but I can't add the other. I'm about to send you an email from the domain, and I'm going to add you to it once I can. But to send you a test and just let me know if it lets you respond to me, because I'm trying to get in contact with Google. So yeah, Cam says, John, look into JJ Carroll. His work on the migrant crisis is the best I've seen so far. He provides hella receipts.
I'm looking into him right now, actually.
Oh, you are? Okay, great. Because I was about to say I could pull that up.
I've been trying my best to respond to a lot of the comments from these migrant videos that we put out, and just doing some other outreach to see if we can get some of these people from Springfield or Charlotte on the stream, just to kind of dispel some of the fake news and the narratives, just to kind of hear from the residents' mouth. So you guys that may be on other streams reading about this immigration, feel free to post some of our links of our immigration coverage. We have an immigration playlist, and maybe that would get some of the people on these other streams to pay some attention to what we're doing over here. Maybe we can get some of the people on in those areas. That would be great.
Yeah, and another thing that would be great is if you guys check out our shorts as well. I did like a dump yesterday. I think I uploaded like 7 of them. And I'm going to be doing shortened versions of the phone calls that we have taken to add to our immigration playlist. So please just go to our page and go to our videos, our shorts, and like them. You know, please leave a comment, even if you're just putting LOL or whatever it is. Please show us some love that way. So if you're interested, John, because I wasn't aware of this, they had a hearing at the House. Stanley, did you hear about this? And John, did you hear about this? The hearing?
I did not.
Yeah, this was just hold on, wait, let me make sure again, because my brain is kind of working right now. 6 days ago. So this is very recent. So let's check it out.
Kamala Harris as the senator and attorney general in California, and I can tell you that the words that she has often spoken when it comes to defunding the police and ICE kin to the KKK is demoralizing to law enforcement and those trying to protect our country and protect victims. Thousands of people coming through a day where I visited and I saw people from Yemen, China coming through. A friend of mine, Jody Jones, his brother was shot and killed at an AM/PM mini mart where an illegal immigrant who had been deported 3 times over found his way back into the United States, attempted a robbery, and shot and killed a man. We're starting to see is an influx of Mandarin, or those from China. We're unraveling a human trafficking case of over 40 women who are involved in sexual prostitution up and down the state of California, who have found their way across the border and are here illegally, and that case is ongoing.
I'm on mute. I was trying to make sure I'm not playing this music. Jordan added that Biden-Harris administration let in 10 million people in 3.5 years. 99 are on the terrorist watch list. Let's see.
Made 3 changes that led to the unprecedented situation we've seen in our country. Day 1, they decided no more building the wall. No more remain in Mexico while we evaluate your asylum claim. And once you get here, you will not be detained. You will be released into the country. As a result of that, 10 million migrants have come into the country, 99 on the terrorist watch list. We've lost track. They've lost track. This is what happens when you have an administration that doesn't care about border security, that prioritizes aliens over Americans and legal immigrants. But unfortunately, we don't. We have a Democrat presidential candidate who for years advocated for open borders. She was appointed the border czar, yet presided over the largest mass illegal immigration in U.S. history. She has called for ICE to be abolished. She has laughed off questions about border security. She has promoted amnesty. She has said that, quote, undocumented immigrant is not a criminal. Thanks to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, we're on track to get to 12 million illegal aliens in the United States in this 4-year administration. 12 million. I always tell folks, man, that's the equivalent of the entire population of our state of Ohio, 7th largest state in the union. And that's not even counting the 1.9 million known gotaways who've evaded Border Patrol or the unknown number of gotaways who've not even been detected. American communities are left to suffer the consequences.
So he highlighted Kamala Harris's defund the police. Says Sheriff Bordeaux. He is in uniform, isn't he? Let's see if they're
right in the center. We're a very large agricultural community. I have spent 38 years in law enforcement working in the sheriff's office and working with victims throughout my career. I am also an FBI National Academy graduate in class 251, where I have law enforcement leaders from all over the country and as well all over the world who I have connections with. When it comes to the dangerous and sometimes deadly impacts of what I feel is a failed Biden-Harris administration on open border policies, the impacts of illegal immigration in California, I must say that I have a front row seat. I also served as the California State Sheriff's Association president, where I meet regularly with all other 57 sheriffs. There's 58, me being number 58, in the state of California, hearing their stories. There's a few examples that I would like to be able to provide today. We have a long issue of illegal immigration in California. However, over the last 3 years of the Biden-Harris administration, we have a deadly impact of violent criminals coming into our communities. We have migrant communities of farm workers who are now infiltrated and terrorized by those that they had fled other countries from, who are now in our communities terrorizing them, threatening their children to be involved in drug trafficking, gun running, drug dealing, as well as gangs and sexual activity of children. I'm very involved with these migrant communities as the sheriff, and I can tell you the personal stories and impacts are heart-wrenching. Many of these communities have to do what's called paying rent. You must give money to the drug lord or the gang member or the violent criminal of those that you fled if you want to live peacefully within that migrant community. I'm very familiar with Kamala Harris as the Senator and Attorney General.
Hey, Portia, can you pause for one second? You know, it's interesting that he just said that because, you know, I pointed out some of the things, you know, with the Colombian guy that was working for me, how he had to go back home because he wasn't kicking down enough money to the traffickers that brought him here. I've told you about my cleaners, where she brings them in and she basically probably holds their passports in exchange for them working and giving them a place to live. Chicago Hustler Master said, you know, that the gangs will come in and start shaking down people, and that's why he doesn't want it to, you know, go any further. And here's a guy, you know, talking about it just the same. You know, I think that people are going to really, you know, I just don't think it's going to come down to voting. You know, if these people are willing to use force to shake them down, someone's going to have to resist. Go ahead.
The words that she has often spoken when it comes to defunding the police and ICE kin to the KKK is demoralizing to law enforcement and those trying to protect our country and protect victims here in California and the United States. I have, as the president, walked the border, and over the course of the 38 years as sheriff, I have visited the border many times, and I have many friends in the Border Patrol as well as Homeland Security, and I can tell you that they are frustrated. Thousands of people coming through a day where I visited and I saw people from Yemen, China coming through. In our town, we had a friend of mine, Jody Jones, his brother was shot and killed at an AM/PM mini-mart where an illegal immigrant who had been deported 3 times over found his way back into the United States, attempted a robbery, and shot and killed a man. My deputies got into a pursuit and got into a violent shootout with this man. We have a case where that's called the reign of terror. I can tell you, as the Attorney General, Kamala Harris often lessened the impact of law enforcement with her quotes of defunding the police. I have story after story, but most recently what we're starting to see is an influx of Mandarin, or those from China. We're unraveling a human trafficking case of over 40 women who are involved in sexual prostitution up and down the state of California, who have found their way across the border and are here illegally, and that case is ongoing. We have financial crimes from Mandarin, thieves from China, who are stealing millions of dollars online from our elderly in the Central Valley and up and down the state of California. We had an illegal immigrant, El Mano Negro. He was a hired hand by the cartel, where we arrested, and finally he admitted to killing and assassinating over 25 people in our county at the hands of the cartel. We just unraveled a cartel in our county, dismantling that cartel. The people in that cartel that we arrested openly admitted that within the last 3 years, it's easier now to move human beings, drugs, guns, fentanyl most specifically, across the border, and that it's easier now than in the history of their cartel. I can tell you, because of the Biden and Harris administration, law enforcement resources are quickly depleted. We have victim after victim that we see, as you'll hear today, and that these stories are not unfamiliar to law enforcement up and down the state of California.
Well, did you guys hear in Aurora, like the truck stop, they also getting asked to give $50 to the migrants, or the next morning their tires will end up slashed?
No, do you have like a source for it?
I can find you the video. It's actually a news article I saw yesterday, and the guy was basically saying like that he paid for it because he didn't want to be that guy having to change all his tires on his 18-wheeler. I'll look it up and I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Aside from that, how's everybody's morning?
It's good, just working.
Dandy, just learning stuff.
Hey, hi, Stanley.
Hey, what's up, Latino?
Not much. Making some coffee.
Let's see. Oh my gosh, this music is so loud. This one is louder than the other one. Okay, that's better.
Can we play Governor DeWine next?
Yeah. Did I have it pulled up? I thought I had it pulled up. Oh yeah, I was about to say, I thought I had it pulled up. Let me see. All right. So we have Governor DeWine. This is an article. DeWine defends Haitian immigrants that came to Springfield to work. So this is a Republican governor. However, he is defending the immigrants. So Ohio Governor Mike DeWine offered one of the most vociferous defenses of Haitian immigrants in Springfield, yet from a Republican, as their presence in the city becomes a chief point of criticism for former President Donald Trump. Speaking to This Week co-anchor Martha Radatz, DeWine reportedly noted that the immigrants are in Ohio legally and praised their work ethic, stridently swatting away claims that they are eating neighbors' pets, unsubstantiated conspiracy theories promoted by Trump and his allies. I think it's unfortunate that this came up. Let me tell you what we do know, though. What we know is that the Haitians who are in Springfield are legal. They came to Springfield to work. Ohio is on the move, and Springfield has really made a great resurgence with a lot of companies coming in. These Haitians came in to work for these companies, DeWine said. What the companies tell us is that they are very good workers. They're very happy to have them here, and frankly, that's helped the economy. Now, are there problems connected? Well, sure. When you go from a population of 58,000 and it adds 15,000 people onto that, you're going to have some challenges and some problems, and we're addressing those, he added. Conspiracy theories about the immigrant spread online have made their way into national politics, breaking through when Trump claimed in his debate with Democratic opponent, Vice President Kamala Harris on Tuesday, that Haitians in Springfield were eating neighbors' dogs and cats. Look, there's a lot of garbage on the internet, and, you know, this is a piece of garbage that was simply not true. There's no evidence of this at all. I think it's important to note that Governor DeWine, although he is a Republican governor, he does not like Trump, many other Republicans. And so this is par for the course. Not to say that he's wrong or Trump's wrong or he's right and Trump's right, but it's something to note. The
Hey,
fallout.
Push, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You see Joe Cool's coming on the screen here?
I'm in Colorado. I'd love to find that truck stop in Colorado. We visited every place so far where news stories were wrong.
Hey, Joe, why don't you go, since you're in Colorado, why don't you go to Aurora and take a look at those apartment buildings that the Venezuelans apparently in?
Yeah,
And
'cause it's easy to
report
say
back to us.
Colorado.
Right. Since you're in Colorado, Aurora, I think one of the buildings was named the Gnome. And if you can't find them, we can get you the addresses because we would love to see some video of how those places look. And if it's not real, if the news is telling us it is slums created by these Venezuelans and they're gang members, why don't you go out there and disprove them? You seem to have an interest in disproving it. You go into the truck stops. You say you've been to every place where the news stories were wrong. Have you been to the apartment buildings where the Venezuelans were alleged to have taken over? I'm just cool. And if you do, send us some pictures. Show us how nice it is, how nice they made it. Then, can you give us some idea of why the people, some of the residents apparently, Joe wants to join, because I'm really curious, like, why would the residents lie either way? Why would someone lie and say, hey, the Haitians are causing car wrecks, and if it's not true? Why would they say the Venezuelans are, was that video true of those Venezuelans with those long arms, those long guns? I know you can't verify that, but we would love to know what the truth is in areas like Aurora. Here comes Joku right here. What's up, Joku?
Top of the morning, matey. I didn't go to the Venezuelan apartments. There was a homeless one. I've been to a bunch of shit with the homeless shit. But me, and you can look up these vids if you want, K-Dot and Mexican Long Hair. They live there. Every time I'm in Colorado, we literally run that strip up and down in Aurora in 3 different cars and 3 different cars. And I've had friends camped out there every day. And no, they ain't found none of that shit. They're live outside of them apartments every fucking day and been for going after that same complex before because the guy's a slum landlord. And they said that it's their belief because they got the video of the trash stacked up as tall as I am in the back of the place and all of that. They've been getting on him about that. And they said that he started the immigrant shit as to blame them for the fucked up shit that he was doing. And of course, people politically ran with it, but I'm confident because I know people that are out there every day. I haven't been past the apartments since I got back. I just got back to Colorado.
Well, you know, they've condemned the building and told the residents to move out. So there had to be some going on and they wouldn't have condemned the building for just a slumlord, you know, because it wasn't that slum. He was charging people $1,400. They condemned the building apparently because they lost control of the building, and there was a lot of communication going back and forth between the mayor and the law firm for that management, CBZ, the ownership firm, saying that, you know, hey, there's crime and there's violence, and, you know, it was documented, substantiated.
The mayor said what the guy told him when he was told what the problem was. The mayor repeated it. Since mayor has recanted it, mayor has says he was wrong. Mayor has sent the police out there. They've been out there every day, talked to everybody who was in the building at that time, and stayed out there. Not only that, us cop watchers and auditors been posted up there. Not only that, the haters been coming in from other states and shit. With bullhorns and shit. We're
So,
looking
Joe,
for.
So what do you make of the building being closed? If it's not bad, all of those people were now displaced because of what, a lie?
Well, what I wouldn't jump to the conclusion that it was radioactive material. It must be closed, Joe. It's radioactive. It's because it's closed.
Well, but I mean,
If
regardless
you're
of what it
making
is,
the leap that it's closed, therefore it must be.
well, the city closed it, right? The city closed it for whatever reason, and that those people were paying a decent amount of rent, and now if it's true or false, they got to move. They've had to move, like over a rumor that you say is false. Like that would be I'd be mad as hell if I had to up and move over a fake rumor.
Well, my guys have
Perpetrated
been
by anybody, it
doing
wouldn't matter.
before the immigrants even got there. My guys have been doing stories on that building and that landlord trying to get that place closed down because it was such a slum place. So the fact that he got some unwanted attention could have brought to light what already existed.
Did you see the video with the guys with the long arms going into the building?
I did. That was an entire different apartment. That was not even nothing to do with that apartment building.
But do you think that was a real video? The first thing I want to ask you, because a lot of this stuff is fake.
No.
I think
That was real. I think that was real, and I think there was some gang shit going on.
Now they've been accused of being Venezuelans. Do you think they were Venezuelan gang members doing that? Because the media played that video and said, "Look at the Venezuelan gangs." They could not be Venezuelan gangs, right? They could just be regular guys.
I don't know if they were Venezuelan. They did look light skinned, like they could have been Hispanic or something, which is why they would tape that leap. But I wouldn't care, because if a white gang went in there, I wouldn't be like, look at those white people. It's just some indication of how white people are. I wouldn't make that leap. I think people who do that shit are nefarious. That's why a black man does this. That's why that title is already there. Venezuelan man does this. It's for a reason. It's to trick people. But really, I don't know if you watch shit. You could pull up MLH. His name is Mexican Long Hair. He's literally him and another friend of mine, K. Dot after the party, K. Dot at the party or something. They're just camped out there every day while this shit was going on live every day.
What's his name? MLH on YouTube.
MLH, Mexican Long Hair. Yeah. MLH, Mexican Long Hair on YouTube, and you can see him and my buddies camped out there. Go to one of his lives from a week ago, and anything along that week would be them outside of that place.
Now, which place are you referring to?
The Aurora place, the building that shut down, and that you say shut down. When I was there, was still a few apartments open, I'm sure. Not when I was there, when I was watching that.
MLH, what is it?
Mexican long hair.
Yeah, I just put the
MLH might have got you there, because there's two MLHs.
All right, we're gonna take them out. As again, I think it's always good to get both perspectives as opposed to just one perspective. So we definitely take a look at them. We want to hear both sides and come down to the truth or whatever it is. Yeah.
I've been to different places to see these immigrants, and they are thick as fuck. It's crazy. It was already crazy here with the homeless, but with the immigrants, it's totally crazy. If you go into any mini little mall just to grab something, it's gonna be 8 motherfuckers out there asking you for money in different languages, sending their kids and stuff like that. I've been doing this shit for a while. I went to Chicago for a few months, and I haven't been back to Aurora since I've been back, but my guys are there every day. Did you want to look up Mexican Long Hair? Go back about a week ago. It should be something about Aurora apartments in one of his titles. You should be able to go straight there.
Let me take a look. Yeah, I pulled it up. I didn't go through all this video shit.
Okay.
I figured we got plenty of time. So let's focus on why you got up here. What do you think about the people talking about the car crashes in these towns?
The Haitians?
Well, if you want to say Haitians, okay, fair enough.
I mean, I thought, is that what we're talking about in Springfield, Ohio?
Well, primarily we've been talking about the Venezuelans. We started out on the Venezuelans.
Oh, they said that the Venezuelans can't drive either.
Now we haven't heard as much about the Venezuelans, but the Haitians, the complaint about them.
Yeah.
I mean, above and beyond the chickens and shit like that, that could be fake or not fake. But what is real are the car crashes and their ability to get driver's licenses without much documentation, like an American citizen would have to do. And clearly, is resulting in car crashes. What do you think about that?
I think it's logical. I think if a person comes over here from another country and so, and they're trying to make a living, we hate them. We hate everybody who don't look like us. So it's not easy. They're going to cut corners. They're going to do what what everybody does and pay the guys at the DMV and blah, blah. And they're going to have...
Joe, no, I understand cutting corners, believe me.
Yeah.
I'm not one to tell you not to cut corners if you can cut a corner and get there faster.
I think it's natural.
What I'm talking about is the government. What I'm talking about is the government cutting corners, or creating cut corners for them.
Now, I don't know if that's true. I think you're saying that the government is intentionally giving them license without having to take tests.
That's what the residents in Springfield have said. And I think they've alleged some of these things on their DMV. I'm not sure if it's true, but one thing is true. One thing is true.
Yeah.
That they are having crashes, and that will increase the insurance rates in a small town if you have a large number of people coming in causing crashes, and particularly if you lower the standards for allowing people to drive. But my bigger question is, if that's true or not, do you think it's fair? What do you think about the government allowing these cut corners for people to come here? In many cases, they're having to put up signs in Spanish. Or talking about putting not Spanish, but Creole. Talking about putting signs in Creole.
If I went to a different country, I would want all the help I could get. I would want someone to say, he doesn't speak the language. Here, can I help you? As opposed to take your ass back home if you can't speak the language. Learn our language like a motherfucker can learn Spanish fucking overnight to go visit somebody. You know, I like people trying to help people. I don't want them cutting corners, giving them driver's license if they ain't took a test where they're going to kill somebody. But I want my government helping people. And personally, I don't think that's what they do. I think the government is the main motherfucker. What?
Well, how would you explain someone getting a license if they can't speak English or Spanish?
Well, I'm in Chicago. We had a really big deal.
But in Springfield, where they're not going to have translators to ramp up to translate the driving test in Creole.
I was just going to say we had a bunch of immigrants who were paying, who found out that they could pay the DMV and didn't have to take the test. Truckers in particular, and then one of them killed a family, a whole van load of the family, and that's how it got out. So if that's what they're doing over there, I'd like to see it. I don't know.
It doesn't sound like that. That's corruption. That's illegal. You can stop corruption and illegality.
Yeah.
But what the people can't seem to stop is the government creating these cut corners, these rounded corners for these people to be able to take advantage of services that the American citizens have to jump through hoops.
What corner?
Most Americans don't even want to go to the DMV. They hate going down there.
My experience was horrible. I just got my license like 5 years ago when I stopped selling dope, and it was horrible. It took 6-7 visits. It was a nightmare. But you say cut corners. No one's named a corner that's been cut yet.
If someone walks into the DMV and they can't speak English or Spanish, and they're in a small town, there's no translator, how do they get a driver's license? They have to cut a corner. They got to round that corner a little bit to help this guy. And I'm not against support. I'm just saying, I think everybody's license should be easy to get. It's easy as day.
Wait. You might be making an assumption because your first assumption, or I think, is that these towns are overrun. If they're overrun,
I didn't say they were overrun.
I thought that's the picture. You probably didn't say those words, but I thought that was the picture that
no, I don't think this is the picture. Like Aurora wasn't overrun, but we covered the situation there. It was
Aurora's overrun like a sumbitch, bro. I'm telling you.
We didn't cover it from that angle.
You can't park on a corner without somebody coming up asking you for money, bro. It's crazy.
We didn't cover it from that angle, but now that's interesting. You bring some more.
It's crazy overrun. And I've been there for a long time. I'm telling you now, the homeless people there, it is just fascinating. It's like The Walking Dead, bro. It's something totally different. It's incredible.
It's amazing.
It is.
We didn't cover it like that. I guess I wish you'd been up here to tell us about your experience in Aurora, because all we had was secondhand information there.
I can tell you the apartments and all of that shit looks like total bullshit because it's been covered from hours live by personal people. I've heard people on the internet say, but I'm lucky because I cop watch Aurora all the time. Colfax is our favorite street. We live up and down that motherfucker, so it was not a problem to access information directly. And I can tell you those, it don't even be people outside of there. That's what I do. I go where the homeless and the migrants are because the police are going to be called. I'm telling you, I would pass that apartment all day. Even when my guys were out there for days, it was probably 2 people that walked up down the sidewalk. There was no activity like
Now
in other
mentioned,
places.
you mentioned that the areas were, overrun. You said Aurora is overrun. Yeah, that's something that we didn't know or mention.
Yeah.
But what we did mention was that what was mentioned by a Springfield, Ohio resident was the shit smell.
Yeah, that's comes along too. Yeah, that's
Right.
right.
She said it, was shit smelling. The town smells awful.
Yeah.
That alone should tell you that, you can see that even if they're not eating one cat, duck, or bird, that alone, those people quality of life has been lowered. And it wasn't smelling like shit before the migrants got there. And now you got migrants piled up in their houses, overwhelming the sewage. It's my contention. You can agree or disagree with it, but those people quality of life has been lowered. And everywhere the migrants seem to go, the quality of life has been lowered. You say Aurora is overrun. The people in Springfield, there are people that are complaining about it. Sylacauga, Alabama, Talladega,
Aren't you used to this argument, man? Because I still have friends that say the same thing about black people. Joe, I love you, but I don't want you to be my neighbor because my house value, property value would go
Well, the
down.
thing is,
everywhere black people go, it gets worse. Do we hear these same arguments?
Well, I don't look at it as a black or white thing. I look at it as more or less a cultural thing. If a bunch of white people moving into, I don't know, Haiti, hell, if a bunch of white people moving into my neighborhood, the black people would be saying, wait a minute, why are you going to change the neighborhood? The culture, the rhythm of the neighborhood.
I agree.
And so you can kind of understand, where the people are coming from, surely.
If they spoke plainly like you just did, if they leave it at those damn immigrants or those Haitians, then I worry. But if they're being expressive as you are now, and you would be right, it's the culture. I'd seen the parody all over the place, man. Everybody who talks about these immigrants, I don't want to preach here, but it's the same shit. When everybody comes to this country, including white folk, the Hispanic, the Irish, no Irish, no dogs allowed. They're pieces of shit, low life. Everybody goes through that bullshit, and we're doing the same shit. I think history will look unfondly on us.
Hey, Joe, I know you're from Chicago, and every now and then, Chicago Hustler Master, I'm not sure if you're familiar with him. He's an Uber driver in Chicago.
Right.
And so he came on, and here's a little tidbit of something that he had to say. Let me know if you hear it.
Yeah, I love to see it.
That's a big gang members building from here, from Chicago, from
You're
60.
right.
From
Taking
chaos,
over.
you know what I'm saying?
Right.
That building that they took over, that's a big gang members building from here, from Chicago, from 61st.
Is that a black gang member building, white gang member building?
And what I was trying to say is, this is what I'm gonna try to say. This is what I'm gonna say. And I'm a bluntly person. You know what I'm saying, the Venezuelans are going to black neighborhoods and trying to take over African American neighborhoods. That's
goddamn shame.
Because the thing is that this is what happened. This is what happened when they first got here. Right? They killed one kid. One 14-year-old. This happened a while ago when the Venezuelans first came here. They killed him right there in Garfield Park.
That's the hood, right?
Yeah,
That's my crib. Yeah.
They don't. Those kids wasn't doing nothing. His mom was selling water on the corner. So they killed that one kid. Police didn't do nothing. And it was African.
So basically what he's saying, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, I know you're from Chicago, he's basically saying, he alleges that the Venezuelans went into 61st, I guess 61st and King, took over a building or something, and the blacks just took tail. And what do you think about that?
Well, first of all, I would reject that nonsense on his head. However, yes, they are in black neighborhoods because that's where the government are putting them, in the black neighborhoods. The thought that they went and took over some shit and we ain't, that shit ain't fucking on the front page news, man. On 61st, nigga, that's right past O Block. Zero fucking chance, and King, not in that neighborhood. No, it'd be,
So you think he's lying? Or what do
no,
you
I
think?
think the government put them in there. He see them in there. He's saying they took over. I don't think that's the case. They're all
Okay.
over the place in Chicago now. I
Okay.
wouldn't say they took over shit.
Okay. All
That'd
right.
be
Yeah.
my guess. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I just wanted to get your perspective. I know you're
Yeah,
a Chicago guy. Yeah.
yeah, John. I told you it's. I think Chicago hustle man got a little PTSD, man. I think.
Well, I'll tell you one thing for sure. That if they are there, it's
And they
inevitable
are.
they're gonna bump heads.
Oh
That's
yeah, no.
inevitable.
It's gonna be a war eventually, but it's
Yeah.
not
Well,
happening now.
I don't think there's gonna be a war.
You don't think so?
Nah.
I hope we get together because in my
There
neighborhood
ain't gonna
we
be no
got
war. Ain't gonna
a
be no
bunch,
coming
and
together either.
we got a bunch on my block and shit like that, and we get along. There is no tension. Nobody trying to take shit. And
That's
my
right.
next door neighbors are fucking Mexican
right.
now. Literally,
That's
they're
right.
sleeping on the floors in the police station. We're
That's what I'm
overrun.
talking.
There is
That he is
no
true.
tough guy shit going on in my neighborhood. I
Right.
guarantee you.
Right. That's why I tell you there would be no civil war. People gonna get in line. They're gonna get their ass in line.
That's what
We
she
got some
said.
real gangsters in this motherfucker that can organize shit.
Right.
Make your ass bow the fuck down. Right? Ain't gonna be no
What do
damn.
you think, John?
I
You're
just told you what I
asking
think.
me.
I think
got a
the
question
Venezuela
for
gonna
you.
come in and whip shit into order, right? And if they put their ass in 61st and King, wherever they put them off, they just decide to go on their own.
Yeah.
Them your boys gonna bow the fuck down.
Well,
Them
what's-
skinny, ripped jeans that they wear and they hair all playful as shit. They playing with their hair all day. These boys, he's serious, right? You saw them in Aurora, they serious. And I don't think that the blacks are gonna resist that, because if they were, we know by now. We know by now.
I think if they were trying something, we'd know by now, because I go past packs of them where, I'm assuming what they got, like different homes and buildings that they've been assigned, and they were super thick out there. And you can see the tough guys and the guy who thinks he's tough and running shit around there. But I don't see any signs of these guys trying to bully anyone or do anything crazy. There's always brothers out there with them and
That's
shit.
what I'm saying. I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. They ain't gonna have to bully anybody, because the people we thought were bullies, they really weren't bullies.
All I know is murderers,
They were just
bro.
running over weak ass people, right? These little gangster motherfucker, little ass niggas with skinny pants on.
61st and King murder motherfuckers, Joe. They murder.
Yeah,
I've
they murder
had
each other.
so many
They murder
friends
each other. They
murder, I
run
can
around and
tell
shit.
you.
But I don't believe that they got that same kind of energy as these Venezuelan boys. People,
I keep hearing that, man. I keep hearing that.
I mean, you look where they come from. Maybe the boys in Chicago are just really that bad, right? I don't believe it.
Man, I've had so many friends that everybody I
know.
know is a murderer and had to murder a motherfucker, multi-murderers. If in the real life, all of them serial killers. If you're white, that's how you describe these motherfuckers. And in my neighborhood in 61st in particular, that's why all them niggas died, all of that stuff you see, all that drill music shit with all them people. So-and-so got 8 bodies, so-and-so got 6 bodies. That's over there.
Let me ask you this one more time. You said that what Chicago Hustler Master was talking about was O Block or close to O Block or something like that?
On the other side, I think O Block is
6th King or whatever. Right.
Yeah.
Now, HB, Joe Cool, you ever heard of that big basketball nigga? What's his name? Steven. He said he was friends with George Floyd. Remember him?
Steven Jackson.
Steven Jackson, right?
Don't ring a bell.
Remember he was in O Block a while back, and he's known for what do they call it? He publicizes how basketball players and rappers shit. Are you familiar with this? Check in.
Yeah.
Anybody know you have to check in when you go to some of these gangsta ass hoods? You Joe Cool over there, you know about that.
Well, I know about what they say and all of that
Right,
shit, man.
and
But
you always thought that you hear about old blocking, like man, it must be gangster over there. Who the hell is it safe to go over there?
Right,
John,
You gotta,
that's more LA where you gotta check in than
but Stephen Jackson filmed the video in Old Block.
Yeah,
but he checked in. Yeah,
okay, he did check in.
So I want to know: did the Venezuelans have to check in?
No, they got the government. Niggas are scared of
They
government.
got the government back.
Yeah, niggas scared of
Now
the
we know who's
government.
gonna win. That's it. We know who's gonna win.
Well, John, I want what you think.
Matter of fact, one of them niggas ruffled a head on a migrant. Hair on a
Woo!
migrant head up in New York. You know what they charged that nigga with? Hate crime, nigga.
Hate crime.
He ruffled a hair, one hair on the head of a migrant. They charged that motherfucker with a hate crime. Like he was the Ku Klux Klan.
Ooh, this is getting interesting, right?
It is getting interesting. That's why I keep telling you. With the government behind him, nobody can stop him.
If that's the case, man, the government is behind it to an extent.
You just said that.
Yes.
Said it,
Yes. No. I want to get your opinion, John. There was a video going around where the police grabbed this immigrant, threw him against the wall, and his boys, knocked the cop around a little bit, and they all ran off. Do you remember that video?
Which city? Shit.
Girl, I think it was New York. Immigrants beat up a cop.
Yeah. I remember that shit. Yeah.
All right, what was your opinion on that shit? Because I saw people split both ways on that.
Well, you remember back in the day when the blacks could, get away with behavior with the police. And they still can to a lesser extent.
I protest. Yeah.
But the blacks can't do what them Venezuelans just did, right?
You damn right.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, they beat that.
Got the government behind them, bro. Why do you think this propaganda? Why do you think this push to dispel the notion of Haitians cutting up chickens and whatever, real or fake, the government and the media apparatus is going hard as a motherfucker to make anybody saying them Haitians or anything but the most civilized people look like a fool. The media, you Google Haitians and chickens, dogs, cats, it's going to be conspiracy theory. These people are crazy. They're making shit up. But they don't talk about the shit smell. They got you chasing, are you crazy? But talking about dogs and chicken, Donald Trump said this. But that nigga that we called in Springfield, he didn't mention that shit smell. Maybe it's okay with him. But that white
No. I would say you're missing the big picture.
Okay.
The shit smell, the reason that's not talked about is because that's the truth, right? Nobody's talking about that. Why is the media pushing? They're eating your pets and they've taken over this building. Those are the Trump still talking that shit on speeches now, and not one of those things has been proven. When you have shit smells,
Donald Trump is not the media. The media, I would argue, has done a very good job of discrediting that. We've had every mainstream media send their reporters. When Donald Trump even mentioned that shit in the debate, the moderator was ready for his ass with a quote from the mayor. He done his job. He went and talked to another politician who has a vested interest in maintaining the narrative, and he had a quote in his pocket ready for as soon as Donald Trump mentioned anything about damn spring.
Well, it's politics, and you knew Donald Trump was gonna inflame and say that immigrants are evil fucks. That's what Trump does, is he inflames you. The migrants are evil fucks. The Haitians are evil fucks. Anybody, Chinese are evil fucks. That's what he does.
Do you think that he said they're evil? I'm just asking you.
Do I think a racist came out and said, I'm a racist? No, I think I judged by his actions. When he said spend an hour and 30-minute speech talking about how evil immigrants are, and then spends 2 minutes saying some of them are good people, don't get me wrong, but they're the worst coming over here. I can judge. I don't have to, go by his words. I can judge what the fuck he is. His opening line is always, the immigrants are evil, the Haitians are evil. Did he go, this is what I'd be more concerned about. Did he vet these stories? He's the president of the United States. And it ain't just him. All my friends who are certainly Republican friends and shit are coming to me with this Aurora shit, and the Hell's Angels are on the way, and all
Yeah,
nonsense.
I don't believe that. Yeah, I don't believe that. Hey, Joe, let me play you another little clip. This was a Springfield, Ohio resident that called in.
My man.
How they're moving into houses in Springfield.
You looking all professional.
Is that true or not? Yeah, I don't know about that. It seems to be real, but with social media, you can fake anything.
They are moving into houses, and I just told you the lot that they just tore the high school down, not for that purpose, but I'm sure it's the government that's bought that land, and they're building housing development for them. And they're cramming all of these people, I'm talking 20 people, into a 2-bedroom household. The sewage system can't even hold that because people are shitting and pissing outside because the sewage system can't handle 20 people living in a 2-bedroom house.
Yeah.
What do we think so far about what's going on? So far, I don't blame the Haitians for anything. There are plenty places to put people if you really wanted to help them, where you wouldn't close down some high school and tear down a gym. That's to divide motherfuckers. These are cities. They're buildings everywhere that you could have put these people in, and to cram them in 20 in a room with a city, it sounds like you're trying to cause trouble. I don't blame the Haitians for none of this shit. They didn't even get to decide where they went.
Yeah, the Haitians can't build a building. They can't go buy a building and build it. The government had to do it. You're correct about that. We just did. I did a pre-upload this morning. It was about like the NGOs and the companies that are kind of in cahoots with bringing these migrants in here and replacing.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, look at it. It's out there on the YouTube there. We're covering the immigration, so I'm glad you joined, man. To give us a perspective that we oftentimes don't hear in this panel. Oftentimes you hear people up here just saying, "Put them all out." Put them all out, and you've been around.
Do you ever think of that, bro? Because that is what they said about every shit, especially being a black motherfucker. I've been an activist all my life, and that's always been the attitude toward black motherfuckers, man. All of us are low down so-and-sos. And historically speaking, the Chinese with that railroad shit, they were treated horribly. The Irish, when they came over here, they spit on them. Every group of people that don't look like us, we become Vikings and animals. We haven't grown. We're doing it now. That's my opinion on this migrant shit. I'm a fan of God, man. My first duty is to try to help motherfucker. If that nigga don't pull a gun on me and shit like that, or put myself in his shoes, my shit's fucked up over here. The cartel took over. I see a better chance. I go over there. I want a guy to help me, right? I don't want the guy saying, "Die, you piece of shit. You might have fentanyl." It grows. They make laws. They got laws out there where if you try to help a guy crossing the border, they got to cross a desert and they die. And some people were putting water out there because they're finding so many skeletons. If you help them, give them water, or you see one of them and give them a lift, you're a criminal. If you help a person who's dying of thirst or dying from being in the desert, you're a criminal. That mentality of us versus them leads to us doing weird anti-God shit like that, in my opinion.
Yeah, no. How many more people do you think we should accept in this country, or that we can accept into this country?
Well, that's not really an issue because everybody in this country now could probably fit in Vegas or something. Our country is nothing but open space. I just drove through Kansas. I didn't see one human being in 3 apartment buildings. Nothing, but we are nowhere near overrun. That is a myth.
Do you think the Americans should go on a Trail of Tears to Kansas or places like that, that open space, and just let the migrants have the cities or wherever the government decides to put them?
Oh, well, that sounds just, I'm Indian too, black. So Trail of Tears shit, I could not suggest anybody do Trail of Tears, and certainly not Americans, and certainly not the people
I use that
who already.
Player.
I know, but God, I studied that. It was really horrible.
So basically, in your words, we got enough space to accommodate a lot more people.
That's a fact. I mean, they've done a study where our whole entire population fits in like one little fucking place. And you know, if you travel, that you go hours, there is nothing but open land. And most of it's being bought by Bill Gates or some Chinese motherfucker, right? Nowadays. And then you get to the populated areas. And then you drive for hours and hours. You don't see nothing but open land. We're full of it. And somebody, you know, it's not like we don't have the fucking land to do it. Right. When white folk got here, man, and wanted to stretch out across the land, what did America do? They gave these motherfuckers loans. They gave them the land for free. They gave them loans so they can get the machinery to till their land. They hired people to teach them how to do the crops and shit. That's what you do when you want to help people. And I see that as help. When you make it illegal for me to give a motherfucker a cup of water, I know what you think about them. I don't care what come out of your mouth.
No, yeah, that is true. You know, I can't imagine it being illegal to give a man some water in the desert, but yeah, I guess it is aiding and abetting a crime, a criminal act. So I see where you can, I guess.
Or a lift.
Yeah, lift,
it's a sick mentality, and I think it starts, you know, us versus them is helpful for the elite. As long as we keep talking about, you know, how Trump is better than Biden, little weird shit like that. Both of them are shit. You know, come on. No president's changed my life. It's going to do nothing big since I've been alive. It's not a stop it. He's not going to rescue you. Neither one of them was going to rescue whoever fucking wins. Black versus white. We're more similar than different. We can argue over what motherfucker pants sag, or do we like to wear fucking tight t-shirts like white motherfuckers always wear them tight t-shirts. I don't know what it's about. But we can argue over that shit, or be divided or not, man. Left versus right, black versus right, us versus them. That Vice Lord GD shit, you know, I fell into that shit as a kid, right? You know, GD's was the op. I was wrong. I was an idiot. It just depends on what side my mama moved on to the viaduct. But I was but I thought it was, they're different, you know. I was wrong.
Joe, you want to take some questions, man? You've been up here a minute. I don't want to be the only one asking you questions. I'm sure plenty of people do. Probably be some challenging questions.
Well, anything. Yeah, I felt like I was monopolizing anyway.
Yeah, man, you know, again, man, a lot of times, you know, we get one side, you know, and to hear the other side, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so most people agree with you a little bit. Is where you're going.
Well, not me. Most people have their own opinions. They kind of probably come down where I am. They're not agreeing
could you
with me.
guys
They have
on
their own
panel?
opinions. Yeah.
Could you guys on panel give me some of your opinions on the migrant? If you want to talk about that, we could go on or something. But I'd love to hear John's right. He's the only one giving his opinion. So
I know they clammed up this morning. They screaming and shouting at each other.
I was just listening. You know.
Yeah,
I was just listening, but you know, I definitely think this is a bigger issue. But what I keep hearing is that, you know, black people need to do something about this, and black people need to do this and that about the migrants. But what I'm starting to kind of slowly realize is that this is big business that's happening.
Yes.
This is the left and the right both working together to bring these migrants over.
Yes.
So I think it's just kind of ironic how now all the white folks want us to save them.
Right. In Chicago, like you said, that the first migrants, they were putting them in the school gyms and telling kids, y'all team can't play. You know, they was doing shit like intentionally. I remember the first meetings, the motherfuckers like, we ain't gonna fall for this shit. What are y'all trying to do? Blah, blah, blah. Yes, it's a fucking game. You wouldn't have come through the door trying to cause strife if you weren't trying to fuck with people.
And that's why, you know, when they try to make it racial, and you made a good point too, John, earlier, how a lot of these migrants are moving in Republican towns, like straight Republican, all white towns.
Yeah.
But y'all want black folks to solve it. Nah, get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. It's big business right here. This capitalism. This is what it looks like.
like the military industrial shit. This is a new resource generated. Man, I can't speak. This weed, this shit's good.
You know, Get Cracked
Yeah.
said last night, Get Cracked is one of the guys on the panel. He said, is this like a decoupling from China where we're bringing in our own cheap slave-like labor, like what China has? I said, damn, I never thought about that. That's very interesting. You know, if we bring in a bunch of third world people that, you know, the companies, we won't be able to take advantage of their cheap labor, but the companies will, you know, on their, you know, they can house them, give them rides. And we always talk about the minimum wage, but we don't know what goes on.
I never thought of that. That's a good one. I heard stupid shit like they're bringing them to change the vote. I always that was dumb because in most places they're putting them in Democratic areas, which are going to be solid blue anywhere. So it don't matter if they vote or not. This one though, the workforce, it would make sense why they'd come in the millions and shit if you were trying to create a workforce.
Let me show you guys this, and you know, I think it's a good time to talk about this. I briefly touched on it in the stream, the little pre-record, pre-upload, whatever they call it. Let me see if I can. Oh, I have it right here. You guys are quiet this morning. Ryan's quiet. Everybody's quiet. Joe Cool, cool the room. You cool the room on Joe Cool. In my research here, I ran up on this organization in looking at Boar's Head, the deli meat company. You've all heard of Boar's Head.
Yeah, they got some great corned beef, man.
The corned beef, I think, is where they found the listeria, by the way, HB. Listeria will kill your ass. It will kill you real quick. And so there was a factory in Jarrett, Virginia, that had a listeria that killed 9 people. And it was a Boar's Head factory, and the Boar's Head said, we're just going to close this place down. And so 500 people have lost their job, by the way, Jarrett, Virginia. And it got me to thinking, like, would a company normally close a factory over 9 deaths? Or is this a way to replace the workers? Or is this a way to say, hey, you know what, we're closing, we'll open up it in town, hell, maybe Springfield, where they're bringing in the migrants.
Yeah.
And reopen this factory, right?
Yeah, that's like a dope dealer. He start killing some fiends. He got to get up and move to a different city, man.
Move
out.
It seemed like you got to move around after 9 deaths. It seemed that's hard to bounce back
I
from.
mean, you know, but typically there were people that had died in New York City in buildings where there was listeria. You know, they have water towels or something on top of it. Somehow they can get in the AC systems and it'll kill you. Right? And there were people, but the people didn't move. They mitigated it. But this company just packed up tents and we're out. And it just seemed rather rash to me to close a factory just like that over 9 deaths. Why not mitigate this?
I see your logic. Is there any clue, or do you see that they're reopening? Any clue that they may be reopening, or they're not truly gone?
Well, you know, I'm sure that it's not their only factory. You can still go to the grocery store and get Boar's Head meat. You know, these people can reallocate.
And cheese too.
Right. You know, these people can move their supplies, you know, their supply lines and distribution. They can accommodate these things if you have more than one factory. You know, they may have been building up a distribution center.
And now it seems even smarter. If they're that big, sacrifice that factory. Looks good for press, and you can keep your business going.
Right. And then you can open up a new factory with the new people, the new Americans.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Maybe it's the town over where these people will not commute. Right.
Just wait a little while, right? Just give it a couple of months. You could probably open that same factory.
The same damn factory. You could. That is true.
Fired that guy. Everything's taken care of. We're back in business.
Tent.org, or maybe come back as a subsidiary, a new company, a subsidiary. You know, there are many things that companies can do. You know, companies are people, by the way. Companies are human beings. Tent.org, and they're a nonprofit in the business of. You can read it on the screen, can't you? Maybe I don't want you to act like you can't read, so I'm gonna zoom in for you guys. Connecting what?
Refugees to
to
jobs
what?
at scale.
What's the last two words? Because that really means something.
Jobs at scale. What's
At
it mean?
scale. Does everyone understand what at scale means?
In big numbers, yeah. You think that's a bad thing?
Well, essentially, it means we got jobs for everyone who comes here, I guess. At scale, scalable.
Yeah, that means it's scale.
I mean, it's a business,
right?
yeah.
You know, when people say scale to me, I think about software all the time. You know, in this new world where you can, they call it like on demand, or you can pull what you want as opposed to it being pushed on you, right?
Yeah.
It's like all you can eat, or maybe not like all you can eat. It's like all you want to eat.
A la carte.
You pay for what you want, right? What you don't want, you don't pay for because you don't put it on your plate.
Right.
If you still hungry after you done pay for your meal, you can add some more, and they just add an incremental cost. That's how you see a lot of things in software. And so to add the incremental cost, the profitability comes when you can do it at scale where the cost isn't so high for each new subscriber and each new member or whatever.
Yeah.
And so what they're doing is, when I read this, we work with leading companies across the Americas and Europe to connect refugees to jobs at scale. That means not one, not two. You need 100 of these motherfuckers. We got capacity to place 100 in your company at scale.
Yeah.
It's very hard to hire at scale. Anyone ever hired people, man, go try to hire 10 people. 6 of them will be bad.
I think they're talking thousands, not even hundreds.
That's what
I
I'm
think
talking
they're
about.
talking about companies across the
Thousands.
world, America,
Now, when
whatever the fuck they say.
Yeah, they not talking about in just Dayton, Ohio, Springfield, Ohio, Charleroi, Pennsylvania. They talking about at scale. They need multiple cities to make it work. To house, transport, food, provide jobs for these people. That has to be a scale or it ain't worth doing. And so what in my research, I realized that what's the company? Boar's Head?
Yeah.
And well, let's see what they say. Tent.org. You know what? I'll look it up this way right here. Boar's Head and refugees. Let's see what they have to say about refugees and Boar's Head. And I think I have it here. And let's see if this is the tweet I want to share with you guys. Yeah.
The mystery music totally makes sense now.
Yeah, you see this? Take a look at this. Okay, you guys see that? What's that on the screen? Boar's Head. Commitment types: hiring and training. Your replacement, that is. Hiring and training. Right? It's a little bit cheaper to deal with these people than it is to Americans.
This is true.
Boar's Head is part of the Tent Coalition for refugees in the United States, exploring hiring, training, and mentoring opportunities for for refugees across the country. Is there any correlation with that listeria outbreak and Boar's Head hiring third world? Could it be? I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. I used to work with Boris for 3 years.
Oh yeah. And what about it?
Was it migrants there? What was it? You see any migrants and shit?
Where I was, because we were just a purveyor. The main warehouse, I believe, is in Virginia. We basically, I really don't want to say too much stuff on here, but like y'all just got to be careful with certain deli meats, because some meats have expiration dates that pass by a week or two.
Yeah.
And some people like to like, how should I say this? Erase the dates on them.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
I don't know. Yeah, so I seen somebody get fired for it, and the manager didn't back him up, and the manager was the one that told him to do it. Long story short, he was gone. But that's how these people play, man. I quit that job because I was getting treated like shit, so I just couldn't take it anymore. But yeah, they do a lot of iffy stuff, man, like to cut corners.
Well, it sounds logical bring in immigrants and shit because they'll be needing a job, more refugees or whatever, and they may think it's the status quo here in America. You might get away with some shit that you couldn't get away with a cat like you.
I'm going to read you what they found at the Boar's Head facility where they were. And, again, food is like security, national security. I bet most people don't think about that shit.
No.
You bringing a whole bunch of people here, right, who may not give a shit, contaminate your food. Maybe not even on purpose, just haphazardly do it. Don't have the standards that American people with experience have been doing it for 20 years who know that their family may be eating that Boar's Head.
Right on.
Other Americans saying, I can't do this because it could go to my mama. And let's see what they found. Boar's Head faces at least 7 lawsuits following the recall of millions of pounds of its deli meat. The latest outbreak has grown to 57 hospitalizations in 18 states. From Boar's Head plant
2 or 6 years.
in Jarrett, Virginia. At least 9 deaths have been reported, 2 in South Carolina, 1 each in Illinois, New Jersey, Virginia, Florida, Tennessee, New Mexico, and New York. The likely number of people sickened is higher than what has been reported.
Of course.
Federal food inspectors found dozens of violations, including mold, mildew, and insects.
Oh.
Insects ain't so bad.
I remember when Portia took a look at the Queen's mark and she recalled on her avatar when she saw how that meat was being left out. You remember that, Portia?
Yep, I remember.
I just wonder if there is any correlation here. It's a bacteria, bacteria.
I could agree with you where it's them probably hire him. I don't know how it works in Virginia, but over here we can't do that because he'll get sued if he hires a person with no documentation. But
bro, I'm telling you, it's the old
how
world.
it works in Virginia, but I'm pretty sure that those people didn't follow the right guidelines on cleaning protocols. So
that's what it looks
maybe
like.
this is
I'm
the reason
wondering
why
where
we're in
John's
this
going.
predicament.
Where are you going, John? I know you're seeing a bigger picture.
I hire a lot of labor, man.
Yeah.
A lot of labor.
Yeah.
And I should have talked to Philippe about this last night, but there's so many things you can cover. And as a landlord, man, a person that, in real estate, you're dealing with varying degrees of skill, or even the people that even care to be, do they do a quality job or not? Right. In every walk of life.
Agreed.
And so you get someone from a country where, shit just ain't up to American standards. That happens. And they come here and you trying to impose your standards on them in the workplace. Either somebody's gonna have to step up or the standards are gonna have to fall down.
Yeah.
And that's what I think happens, man. In software, man, listen, I work with a lot of Indians.
We're assuming that there were immigrants in this place. Do we know that? While we're considering this, do we know that?
No, but we do know what we do know is tangential. We know that this company has committed to another company who wants to place workers at scale. And this company
cuts corners, I told you.
I love to see the next thing, if it's refugees, and especially if they come into this plant, I would cream my pants. John was right. If one day I hop up here and you be like, remember that plant I told you about? They closed where they're reopened and they have refugees there.
Man, I'll tell you another story. So one time it was Thanksgiving. The main factory that you guys are talking about had a situation where they overdid a certain amount of honey turkeys, right?
Yeah.
So these turkeys were due to be expired in 2 weeks. So they called our headquarters and basically said, "Hey, we're going to give you these at a cost of a price.
Right.
If you guys could get rid of these in the next 2 weeks." The turkey ended up coming next week. So now you got to think to yourself, it's 1 week to sell it.
You got 1 week, right?
So I'm just trying to tell you, these people do iffy stuff, man. Just be aware, man.
Yeah.
3 years, man, I worked for these people. I couldn't take it.
Wow, that's just. I believe in signs and symbols, right? It's no accident that you worked for these people, so I got to figure out what's God trying to say here.
You got a question up here, Joe Cool. All the questions come from the audience, and you know.
All right.
Cool the panel here, Joe Cool.
How many illegals Joe Cool personally housing? Not a single freaking one.
Would you house one? Would you house one? If
I
one
get-
came to you and needed and say, "Hey, man, Joe, just got here. I know you're a helpful guy. I just need a little help." Would you be willing to do that?
Well, if I was in a position to do it, I gave up
Okay.
my apartment in Chicago, and now I'm here with my chick and that type of shit.
Would she be willing to let one come in with y'all?
Would she? Well, all of her friends seem to be like hippies and shit like that, you know. So I don't know. She might have a more liberal view. I don't know. Probably not. Now that I think about it, I don't think. I think she's with you cats. You know, those immigrants are taking over shit. I think she's more that type of person. Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. You
But
to the left of her. Okay.
I could tell you, in Chicago, my neighbors moved in Mexicans, and I went out. This is before all this immigrant shit started. Right around when it started, very beginning, probably a little before. I went over there and told them, "Listen, I'm popular here. Name's Joe. Anything you need, any problems with anybody, because I wanted their shit to be smooth, because I know how people are." And you know, and now we got, you know, it's full of fucking Cubans and different motherfuckers from different places, and we all get along great.
Oh. Yeah, I think in the cities it's a lot easier. You know, people are, you know, there's services.
Yes,
You're
yes.
Cuban and you
You're
long
right.
for some Cuban food, you can go find that shit in Chicago.
Buses
Right.
everywhere, right? You
Right.
can get wherever
Right.
you
Yeah,
want.
buses,
L train, subway, you can do whatever
schools.
you want. Schools.
They probably got a bunch of closed schools that have been closed down that you could
They got so
house or
many.
send the
That's what I
kids
was
to.
thinking. I was like, all of these closed schools and buildings, for y'all to put them in active schools and gyms and churches and all that, a crack on the churches. I don't think they can make them, but they were. That was you know, immediately that was nefarious, man. This whole thing is a plan, and it works if the people ever got together, and we can't. Because of shit like this, we are like squirrel, and suddenly we want to talk about the transgender so and so who you ain't even gonna see in your life. You know, you might meet 1 or 2 people like that in a lifetime, and suddenly they take over the fucking news cycle, and people argue both sides. It's to keep us from coming together. I can't come together and get those cops on my side, those immigrants, those the Hicks, what do they call them guys? I forgot, hillbillies, the Proud Boys. I can't get none of them on my side and fight, you know, bigger shit, because you got so many eggshells out here that motherfuckers are sensitive about. You know, black people are this, Haitians are that, immigrants are this, and Trump feeds into it. He's a lousy fuck, in my opinion. I don't have to see one policy. I can listen to the shit that come out his mouth. The way that girl, I don't want to. Maybe y'all like talking about Trump. The way he
Go
did
ahead. What
after,
you gotta say?
the way he did after the election. Shit, my shit batteries getting low. The way he did after the election, with that stolen it's shit, and I got all this evidence. He outright lied. He went to court. I forgot, I followed it up to 57 times with his evidence, and I read all the paperwork and shit. The judge was in there, literally. The judge was in there saying, "Do you have any?" After about the 30th time, he's furious. And these are different judges. Some of them are Trump appointed judges, and they're furious at this bullshit they're coming through. And none of his evidence is all that allegations. The judge asked, "Do you have any evidence?" to his lawyers. And they had to admit, "No, we don't have any evidence." And he balled them out, kicked them out. And Giuliani is outside. When a lawyer come down, he's like, "Yes, we went in there and presented the evidence. We had all this evidence. We will win our case." They just lied. And Trump
he got everybody fired up to where they ran up in the fucking place with that bullshit.
Anyone want to comment to Joe Cool, man? You guys usually be fired up. Where is Black Suited Fire?
No, no.
You know, shut him down, Joe Cool.
No. It's
I
good
like
to
the
have.
opposition.
I like hearing
Where's
I like
Stanley?
hearing opposing opinions and everything.
Me
It's good
too.
to
So
have,
I'd love to hear your guys. I am that guy. I like to debate whether my opinions
Where
suit
is
the
Black
truth.
Suited Fire?
Fears no scrutiny. If you guys, see I'm wrong, I would love for you to, set me straight. Even give an alternate opinion where I can, figure shit out for myself. I appreciate them. I'm not that guy.
Do I need to put the link in the chat one more time? So
No. I think it's hard to really argue the points because it's kind of all over the place. But what I will say about Trump is his whole campaign is for speaking for the Americans. So a lot of this stuff, we understand that it's really big business that are bringing in these migrants and benefiting off of these migrants.
Yeah.
But he's speaking for the American people. So even though we know nothing is really going to get done about this shit, we know he's not about to deport all these migrants.
All right. I'm not gonna drain the swamp or whatever,
HB, you don't think he'll at least get rid of half of them or a quarter?
Nah.
None.
It's his money, like John says. There's a lot of money here.
No. It's a lot of money being. Man, these people. Some of them are walking over here, but a lot of them, man, they getting flown over here. They getting shipped over here.
Yeah, but
they probably got some. They probably got some submarines bringing some illegals over here, for all we know. And a lot of them, they're getting paid for to be over here too. People are paying for these people.
Yeah. But how about the ones that are committing crimes? You think that we're just gonna lock them up and leave them here?
No. Those ones, they're gonna get deported. The ones committing crimes, but I think that's a narrative that a lot of them are committing crimes and stuff. I think a lot of them
it is.
Are just coming over here to work.
Yep, that's what it is, and they taking those lower paying jobs and that nobody wants to do thanks to COVID. So.
I don't even think it's low paying jobs necessarily. I just think it's their way of living. If you got 20 people living in a crib and they all work at the same factory, listen, they're gonna be able to benefit off of that a lot more than one guy living in a house working at that factory.
I can tell you stories, man. I knew a Mexican family of I believe it were 9. And it was the mom, the dad, and the rest of the kids, and they all worked, and they ended up buying that house that they rented. It's crazy.
This is the new America. So, obviously, I'm voting for Trump, but at the same time, I see it for what it is too. I just think he's better, or he's way better than Kamala, and I don't support none of the shit that the left pushes.
Yep,
but as far as where America is going, man, this is just the way that it's gonna happen. And if you're gonna keep trying to fight against it instead of accepting it, you're the only one that's gonna lose. These migrants, these people coming in, man, this whole U.S. is changing for them. It's not the other way around. So yeah, it's just the reality. It's just the reality.
I ain't gonna complain. When I open my food truck next year, I'll probably hire myself two Central Americans, man. I know they're gonna be there on time. They're never gonna complain. They're gonna work, clean, everything.
What type of food truck do you want to get, man? What type of food do you want to specialize in?
All right, I'm gonna tell you what it is, man. I just hope that nobody steals my idea. So, I talked to my wife. We came out with 2 things. It's either tacos and stuff, but there's a lot of that. So I don't want to do that. What I want to do is fried dough, right? But it's different type of fried dough. It's not going to be just sweet fried dough. It's going to be a cheesy parm fried dough. It's going to be a taco fried dough if you want it, a pizza fried dough, a regular fried dough. It's just a whole bunch of different fried doughs, basically. If you want fruit on it or whatever.
That's an interesting business. That's pretty interesting. The concept.
Yeah, it's
Most
not
people would have
around. Like,
most
I
people would
haven't
have
seen
tried the tacos. You know, tacos are so easy and
Yeah, it's so easy.
low maintenance. You know, that kind of low barrier to entry there.
Well, John, I'll be quite honest. I loved American tacos before I went to Mexico for the first time 20 years ago, and had Mexican tacos. And then, I'm sorry, night and day. It's night and day the difference.
I feel you, Juan. It's not the same.
No, it's not the same, man. I'll go and I'll order some tacos of vapor.
It ruins it for you. It's the same thing with pizza. Like I have to drive all the way to Boston to get pizza. Like that's 45 minutes away from my house to get good pizza.
I hear New Haven has a good pizza. I guess Boston, when New Haven would be even further for you.
Dude, it's like 2 hours and some change.
I always hear about New Haven pizza.
Like my kids can eat Domino's. I cannot eat that stuff.
I can't eat that shit.
Oh, dude, I want to throw up.
I don't know what it is in the breading for the Domino's and Little Caesars pizzas. I used to be able, when I was in my 20s, I would eat those whole with no problem. But now, I don't know what it is. My stomach doesn't like them. It doesn't agree with them.
It's got to be coal-fired oven, preferably for me. Can't find those at many places these days. You know, back to the immigration thing. You know, I wanted to come in on Joe Cool and just the kind of the commentary. Man, it's tough, because it is true that there is a lot of land. Hell, there's a lot of land in Libya. You look at the population density of Libya. Most people live around the coast.
Yeah, they live near Tripoli, don't they, John?
Yeah, Tripoli, wherever around the coast, right? That's typically where they live. Probably 80% of their population is right around the coast. Probably the same thing here in America. Right around the coast. You take it the West Coast, the East Coast, the Southern Coast, from Florida to California. That's probably 80% of the people in America, right? Every state that touches some water down there. So that's where most of the people in this country are going to live, no matter what, right? They're not going into the middle of Kansas, no matter how cheap the land, free the land, whatever the land is. They're probably not gonna go on a trail of tears.
Damn, that's right.
And leave behind what they built in these cities. You look at these little small towns. My small town was named after the man who found it. I think he named it after his daughter or something like that. And I don't think those people are just going to leave like willingly. They're not going to take what Joe Cool says, even though it's the truth, and say, well, there's a lot more land in this country. I'll just go.
Well,
At
John,
best.
I'll catch up. What did Joe Cool say so that I can be brought up to speed? I'm sorry, buddy.
Oh, he said quite a bit.
He said a lot. He said a lot.
But specifically, someone asked him, well, how many migrants would you be okay with coming here? He said, well, there's a lot of land in America, open land, and, shit. You could put everyone in America in Nevada or Las Vegas, but Nevada one or two. So the number more or less is until we fill this motherfucker up, right? You got big splotches of land to fill.
Momo is right. There's a reason why we don't live. There's a reason why most Americans don't live on the middle of America. It ain't really habitable. Yeah, there is a lot of land. There's a lot. There's also 100-mile-per-hour wind out in Wyoming too.
I was gonna say I brought that up. HB shot me down on that. There was roughly 100 acres for sale in Wyoming for $70,000, and that's when HB was like, Pacheco, you might get blown over, Pacheco.
Yeah, nah.
And then the other thing that I noticed from Joe Cool, and I think we noticed it from the black woman in Springfield, there is a racial angle to this. You can't deny that. It is kind of an us against them. And when I say us, I'm talking about the artificial people of color, right? Yeah. The black woman that doesn't want to see the Haitians get maligned, but because she's worried that you can one day start maligning blacks on similar behavior. She doesn't want you to see a pattern or speak of a pattern. Yeah, the Haitians are shitting and pissing outside. I notice a pattern. Well, patterns can be applied to anything or anybody. And so I think that the blacks, which makes it racial, as one example, one group, they don't want a pattern applied to them off of certain individual behavior. So they're naturally, reflexively defensive of the Haitians because partly they look like the motherfuckers and the other part is, well, they don't want the pattern applied. So that makes it racial. And I think in the beginning it'll work because all those groups will somehow find interest in fighting for the underdog until they start fighting each other. And that's what I think hasn't been played out.
But you think the Haitians would do that though for like what you just said?
Would the Haitians do what?
Vice versa.
What do you mean? If we went to Haiti, would the Haiti start?
No.
Haitians?
I'm talking about here. You see how you saying that blacks will stand up for the Haitians because they look like.
Well, they are. Okay. Was not Joe Cool standing up for the Haitians?
Yeah, he was. Okay,
right.
But now my question is: do you think the Haitians are going to have the same animosity for the blacks here, for the Americans?
Up until a point, but see, I think right now they don't even have this. They got other aspects of society, the liberal society, the tent organization that I just showed you, that's doing their talking for them. And
the reason why I asked this is because around here where I live, there's a whole bunch of Haitians and they stick together. They don't, you know what I mean? So this is why I asked this. And it's the same thing in another area in Boston called Hyde Park. They literally own that. And they only their kids are the ones that you know what I mean, but not the older people.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is just will be some natural boxing out. It just will be natural. If there's a job opening and I'm Haitian, shit, it's a million Haitians need jobs, and at least will express willingness to work. I call my Haitian buddy. And so on and so forth. Every group will do that. They do it now. You know, I can't hardly hire outside of a Spanish contractor because every time I ask my Spanish guy, hey, you know anyone? Yeah. I refer you to my buddy, Mario, Jose, whatever. And I think that's just natural. There's no problem with that. And so that is kind of part of the boxing out that groups that don't necessarily have skills to offer, well, they won't be referred by anyone. And you let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, John, that's why, I think unfortunately we can blame the government, we can blame big business, but really the only people we got to blame is ourselves as Americans altogether.
Go ahead.
People always talk about, oh, they doing these jobs that we don't want to do. Well, why we ain't doing those jobs? Niggas lazy. That's why.
I just looked at Joe Cool's comment. He said, I stand up for everyone, not just Haitians. And it made me think about, and I briefly touched on why he was here. One of the hottest topics in my business is gentrification in inner cities. Mm-hmm. You see blacks raise holy hell about white people moving into their neighborhood. Mm-hmm. If I Google gentrification right now, it'd probably be 100 million articles. Gentrification, blacks is bad. It raises the price of everything. It destroys their neighborhood. They can't do what they used to do, play their music the way they wanted to, whatever. They can't park on the street the way they used to. I've talked about some of these things, Now that the white people are moving in my neighborhood, shit, you gotta have zone stickers on your car and all that kind of shit. And so it's been an argument for years and years, right? Gentrification, how it harms the black community. I think we talked to someone on this channel. Remember the black lady from Bedford-Stuyvesant when I went live at Brew? Remember that?
Oh, she had that person living in her crib for months. Yeah.
Right. And one of the reasons why she had that person living in her crib is because she did not want her neighborhood invaded by white people. And she did everything she could within her power, more than she should have, by giving someone a $1,600 deduction in their rent or discount in their rent to rent to a black person. She said that on the stream. And she knew she fucked up because she started saying, hey, I don't know if I should be saying this.
No, she should. Reverse racism lawsuits incoming.
Not to a protected class, And so, that is where it becomes racial. Gentrification is racial. By and large, it's black and white. But you don't see that same energy from the blacks when it's the Haitian migrants coming in their neighborhood. Why not? And we've seen Joe Cool. We've seen the barbershop man from Sylacauga or Charleroi. We've seen the black woman in Springfield. They instinctively defend these Haitians in particular. But then we had a black man call in here yesterday, a man that I would say don't understand the way of the world, because he could not understand why a slim, blonde-haired woman is being allowed into America as an immigrant from a war-torn country. Go figure that. Huh?
That's crazy.
He had some ire for her, didn't he?
Yeah, not because of the cartel, not because some civil war, but an actual war. We can drive up and bomb people and
Oh, you're breaking up a little bit, HB. Oh, you're breaking up a little bit, HB. Yeah, now we can hear you. Go ahead, HB.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I want to hear what you had to say.
Yeah, understand. No,
HB. Oh, HB, you breaking up. Oh, HB, you going through a dead zone. Give us a minute. You'll give you a second. Yeah, but then anyone interesting how that black man came on here. I mean, he had fire for that. Them Ukrainian women, knowing what they. He don't like the women here, man. He didn't want them pretty women in here. He want them Haitian women.
He don't like the Barbie, man.
Yeah.
Hey, but John,
Yeah.
hey, no disrespect though. I seen some fine Haitians, man.
Man, I had one. Shit, I know
Come
what they
on,
look
man,
like.
stop playing,
You
man.
get a good one now. You get one of them ones that speak their little French.
Creole.
Well, you look at
leave that Creole at home. Leave that Creole at home.
C'est passé.
Nomboule.
When you look at Virgo's picture, Virgo's half Haitian, and then I had a friend of mine that I went to law school with. She was also Haitian, but she was a different class, and I think Virgo had made mention that there are certain classes, and the people that are here, like her, they were at a higher class more or less. And the person that I went to law school with, she was the same way. She was basically the equivalent of our middle class, but she would have been the equivalent of their 1%.
Someone said the jobs that Americans don't want. I don't believe that shit. I believe it's Americans that just don't want to work because they don't have to.
That's that simple.
I don't know.
You can make them. It's
the reason why is because I have friends that work tobacco in North Carolina, and they were paid $9 an hour back when minimum wage was $4.25 an hour. This was 30 years ago, and then you had Mexicans from Chiapas come up, and the farmers figured out, we can go ahead and pay those guys 25 cents a head. So about $3.25 an hour is what it came out to be. And when my friend went to work tobacco the next year, those farmers said, well, your services are no longer needed. So there's not one specific answer to all of this. Is why I'm mentioning that anecdote, John.
You ever heard of specialization of labor? Is an Adam Smith concept, right?
What's that mean?
Basically says if you are making, I don't know, a widget and there's an input that goes into that widget, let's just say, I don't know, a pencil. The person who cuts down the trees don't make the pencil. He just cut down a tree. That's what he specializes in.
Yep.
And the people who make pencil, they buy wood and they trim it down into a pencil, right?
The lead, the eraser.
Yeah,
Right.
compartmentalization is what we
A
call
whole
it.
bunch of compound that goes into
Adam Smith termed it specialization of labor. So I'm not against bringing in someone to do something that they do better. You know, picking some tobacco or some shit like that. We may be too advanced of a country. We've educated these people to the point where they should be above picking tobacco. Fair enough. We shouldn't have anyone in this country going to school for 12 years and picking tobacco. So maybe we need to bring some people in for that. But there are a lot of jobs that I shouldn't walk in a Chipotle right past an unemployed man who's eating, drinking, smoking weed, and walking in and see a whole bunch of immigrants, people that just got here 3-4 years ago. Something wrong with that picture. That's not that hard of a job. You know, something wrong there. And I think you have to fix that equation right there.
I have a saying that I tell certain people when they're down out of their luck, and I say, not everybody is meant to be successful. Some people are just meant to pick up shit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you do that and you make your living, take care of yourself, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Because it's like
that is successful. If you're independent, able to take care of yourself,
wouldn't you think it would be hard? Because I mean, like, we have a majority of people right after high school that go to college, right? Let's say the competition. It's just like Master Kim was saying. Like, if you yesterday, if you're not an accountant or a certain major, you're not going to go anywhere on the first time you graduate. You know, the first year.
You know, Master Kim talks to me every now and then. He'll say something. He'll be like, "These people see you smoking weed, drinking all day, and no one ever asks, how the hell you do this?" I don't have any competition. I don't
got competition.
I don't have any competition. See, there are very few people that want to do what I do. Right? There are a lot of people willing to get up and go to college, delayed adulthood, and you got to compete with all those people.
Yep.
But
That's what I'm saying.
It probably ain't but a handful of people in this whole world, you know, around my age, demographics, or whatever, that would do what I do. That would do what I do. And they see what I do. You see what I do every day, right? I've shown you. Ain't that damn bad, right? But there are people who really get up and go to work every day, chasing their tail, right? As opposed to doing what I do. Shit, look at me, man. Every day here, I'm here. No one. Man, I've had so many tenants, man. See me live the same lifestyle. I've been living like this for a very long time. And not only one, I told you this, ever asked, like, hey, man, you know, how the hell do you pull that off? Everyone chasing their tail, doing, I guess, what someone else would tell them to do. It. They don't even know what they're doing. They're just doing something, you know, following the herd, you know. I took the path less chosen. I think that's what other people should do. You'll find it, you know, much easier, less traffic. What do you think about that, Mr. Kim?
Oh yeah, that's a very fair comment. You're doing stuff that others just, as we discussed before, they're not cut out like that, and then you find your little speciality. One thing I did want to say about what Latins for Trump just mentioned, and it offends our Western Christian mindset because we think everyone could be pulled out of the gutter and forgiveness and redemption, right? That's Western thinking. You go to India, China, and even parts of South America, someone in the gutter that's poor, they were born that way. That's their problem. And it offends our sensitivities of being Americans, Yep. So when these Haitians come here just grinding it, and they could probably care less looking at their fellow Haitian grinding it or poor, whatnot, because I just think they're focused on themselves. That doesn't make them bad or anything like that. But when they come here, it turns our stomach to see them struggling or whatnot. Yeah. And one thing about Joe Coy, John, do you mind if I shift gears real quick and talk about
Sure, go right ahead, Mr. Kim. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm only throwing a theory out there. I don't want to offend HB and Joe Cool, but I believe your West Side Chicago hustler, right? He don't got no reason to lie or exaggerate, but I think there's more to the story. I'm going to call the term retard slap. Okay, I'm going to coin that, right? Because you and I both know you can go up to anyone and start barking at them out the jump and steal on them. Meaning sock them, right? even the toughest guy, because they're not used to people confronting them like that, right? So let's see these GDs in this block, they're not used to people just passing up on them in the middle of the day acting cold, because that isn't the way gang behavior acts. So now you get these dumbass Venezuelans, the Trin de Alaguarda or whatever they call themselves, just out of nowhere, out cold, and probably they are out cold, but also naive, passing up there, doing a retard slap to these people, and these guys' immediate reaction, is stunned. Maybe not choking or scared, they're just stunned. Who does that? Especially showing it with long guns, right? So I bet there's some truth to what Chicago Hustler is saying, but it's not durable. These skinny ass Venezuelans aren't gonna be able to hold that block down for long. It's not, because the big guy is gonna shake off that slap and be like, "Can I just get punked out?" And they're gonna want that back, right? So that's it. I don't want to offend HB or Cool Guy, but Cool Guy said, "Hey, he didn't have no facts anyways. He just had a gut feeling like, oh no, it's not gonna down at this intersection." He just he don't have no facts. Or whereas at least Chicago Hustler, he had facts. He knew people that he knew more of the story. So that's it. I'm not trying to defend him, but I think he's most certainly. I can see a bunch of Latinos doing that. I mean, I can see them. Plus, they're not on paper, so they can commit open homicide and just disappear. No one knows anyone that knows anyone. We don't got their fingerprints. We don't got nothing. They're not part of the DNA database here in the States. Can commit an open murder and be lost. So, anyways, yeah. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to hide.
In other words, what you're saying is the inhibition for them is lower. Right, because there's less chance of them being caught. Right, they be back at home, and they're probably organized transport to get him back up out this country.
Yeah. Right. You're exactly right. But keep in mind that Joe Cool's talking trash about Trump, but Trump is the voice saying that this is unacceptable of all these migrants. He's the only political voice saying this. He had zero to say about Kamala or Biden, who opened the floodgate, and that's not fair. Trump's not my boy, but you can't just mention Trump, who's in office 3 years ago. This shit that's happening today is because of the current administration. He didn't have a single word to say about them at all, and that just shows you, that he had more hatred for Trump than anything, and he's just upset because Trump said some gnarly shit about the Haitians. But it could be Greeks. Trump would have said the same thing.
Yeah. If I think Trump is really speaking to the culture. He can't say what I would say. Is that like, if you bring the third world, you're gonna become the third world? He can't say that.
Yeah,
he can dance up to the line.
And then one more thing, and I'm so sorry to talk about that Venezuelan gang. These guys have got videos online today. Before they get taken down, are cutting people's heads off and smiling in their iPhone. Just gangster. I don't know if it's whatever that Inca shit they got in their blood or whatever it is. They got some different shit going on in their little gangster world down south. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? But anyways, okay, I'm done hijacking the mic. Sorry.
No, always good to have you up, Mexican. Anyone else want to chime in? Joe Cool, he's left the building, so you can speak freely now. If you were biting your tongue while he was up here.
That's how tough I am, right?
I'm surprised most people didn't say anything. Master Kim is like, we had a kind of another guy online with Stanley, and people were radio silent, as they say, Master Kim.
Well, also he's a guest and he's got some very good insights, so I don't think he should be shouted down or argued with either. And let him say what he has to say, so he returns. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Jakulu's been around a couple of times. Yeah. I'm surprised no one spoke out. Someone mentioned.
Well,
go ahead,
definitely encouraged me.
Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't get up here. No,
I wasn't going to gloat.
Well, I didn't know if you had any
that his
questions.
client has been cooperative with investigators.
No, not really.
Whatever reaction.
Yeah, I figured that would have been perfect. But you to get up here, man.
Indictment. It's only there's only 3 counts, but the biggest one is the racketeering.
Hey, John, this is
what's going on?
HB just shared this with me to share with you all. This is the live press conference of Sean Diddy Combs being indicted on trafficking, racketeering, and yeah. So if you wanted to listen to some of that, we covered that last night a little bit.
AP? Thanks. To that end, was there any discussion of Mr. Combs surrendering? I understand he was taken into custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan. Can you elaborate on how that came about and why that was?
I'm not going to be able to get into any sort of operational details as to how he was taken into custody and when. He is in custody right now. He will be appearing in court later today.
Was there any discussion of him surrendering, given they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations. Well, I can't get into the charging decision. It is very meaningful to us that weapons were possessed, as we allege in the indictment. Part of the reason why this conduct was so pervasive and harmful was because victims and others didn't necessarily feel comfortable denying him his wishes, as we allege, because of the presence of firearms. I should leave it there.
Thanks. Last question, Jacob Shamison.
Jacob Shamsian, Business Insider. Thank you. Given that he's the sole defendant in this case and that you allege he's part of a conspiracy that involves members of his companies, do you anticipate a superseding indictment that will bring allegations against other members of his companies or other co-conspirators as well?
I can't take anything off the table. Anything is possible. Our investigation is very active and ongoing. And I think a lot of you who cover this office know that when we say such things, that developments are certainly foreseeable, but I cannot predict them sitting here today. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. What part of this business empire is
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Portia, real quick, and John, real quick. I placed a link of the indictment that I was able to get in the back if you want to put it in the chat for other people to get access to.
Hey, Portia, any chance at some point can we, once one analyzes this document, can we see the beginning of this to see all what they're alleging, the guns and stuff?
Yes, we can. Let me. So how about we, Juan, I don't know how much time you have.
Yeah, we can show one first.
Well, I can simplify it, and it's going to sound a little oversimplified, so I'm going to apologize ahead of time. Stanley, don't bite my head off just yet. But they're saying that he committed racketeering, which basically racketeering is when you're committing a whole crapload of other crimes in furtherance of one criminal objective. So, for example, if I'm moving cocaine from Latin America to the United States, and I take a couple of people out, I take out the competition. I can't say how because of the YouTube algorithm, but let's say I take out the competition. I extort a couple of people in the United States. All of those crimes add up together to equal racketeering because I'm committing those crimes to achieve my objective, get this cocaine from Latin America to the US. He was also charged, this is the one that's interesting, he's also charged with forcible prostitution, I believe, where he brought somebody from Michigan to New York and forced them to do some stuff, specifically SA type stuff against their will. And so those to me are extremely interesting. In the narrative of the indictment, they talk about him either threatening to commit arson or committing arson as part of the racketeering objectives. And that to me is interesting because a couple of years ago, if you guys remember, there was an artist by the name of Kid Cudi that P. Diddy threatened to blow up his car and actually said that his car was blown up. Didn't say how it was blown up. It was real cryptic. And Kid Cudi actually confirmed that yes, his car was blown up. So it's interesting that all of that's coming together in the narrative of this indictment. Hello? Could you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah, no, we were just listening to one.
Oh, yeah, I had finished saying what I had to say. I'm sorry.
Send it over to Slack.
Well, you know what? Before this spokesman gets up there, look on page 11 of the indictment, John. They are giving P. Diddy and his attorneys what's known as a notice of special sentencing factor. So in federal cases, like if you plead guilty or if you're found guilty, and there are certain factors that can mitigate your sentence according to the U.S. sentencing guidelines, you can actually do what's known as a motion for downward departure or a motion for downward variance, one of those things. In this particular case, if you notice, the U.S. attorneys are actually moving to enhance his sentencing. And it looks like what they're saying cryptically is that he used Bad Boy Entertainment in order to further these enterprises. And because he acted with specific intent and also he acted with extreme reckless disregard, his sentence should be increased, assuming he pleads guilty or he's found guilty.
Okay, for those of you that cannot see because you're working, so page 11 that Juan is referencing, it's called the Notice of Special Sentencing Factor. So from at least in or about 2009 up to and including in or about 2018, in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, as part of his agreement to conduct and participate in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, Sean Combs, the defendant, agreed to, in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly recruit, entice, harbor, transport, provide, obtain, advertise, maintain, patronize, and solicit by any means a person knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that means of force, threats of force, fraud, and coercion as described in Title 18 United States Code Section 1591 and any combination of such means would be used to cause the person to engage in commercial SEX Act in violation of Title 18 United States Code Section 1591.
What this means, to oversimplify it real quick, is that this means if he's found guilty or he pleads guilty and the judge accepts this special sentencing factor, Sean Combs will die in prison. At his age, there's no way he's going to be able to get out and live the rest of his waning years at that point.
Hey, Juan, have you heard about his assets?
Other than the fact that they were raided, not really. What I'm going to be looking at once I get done with the work that I have to get done today is I'm going to see if they're going to move for a special suit of forfeiture. If they do that, then basically his 7 kids are in trouble.
Well, here's what's interesting about his assets. Recently, he was sued by an inmate, and apparently this inmate was visited by Puffy in prison, apparently.
Right.
And the inmate won a default judgment against Puffy for like sexual assault or something like that.
Yeah,
and so they put
$100 million, I believe.
And so they put a TPO or something like that, a restraining order on his assets, so he cannot sell anything. Now, if you remember, he had just put his house up for sale for $50 million. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah.
So I suspect that this man is in a serious cash crunch.
But this
very serious.
But John, real quick, the $100 million suit or award, like you just said, it was a default. What a default means is P. Diddy didn't answer to the lawsuit. So let's, as a hypothetical, if P. Diddy has an extenuating circumstance that allowed him that prohibited him from answering that lawsuit, that judgment may be set aside and they may end up taking that to trial. I doubt it, but that is a possibility as well. But you're absolutely right. I noticed it also interesting that his bank accounts were actually, his bank accounts were actually frozen, or not frozen, but basically the federal government has them locked, so to speak.
Is that mentioned in this document right here?
Not that I saw.
Well, how did you know they were frozen?
Well, because that was all over the news this morning when I woke up.
Oh, wow. Is he in jail right now, or is he out on bail?
He is being arraigned right now as we speak.
Do you think they would keep him in jail, or would he be out on bail?
I think he'll post bond.
It's interesting considering that he has been accused of, targeting people, that they were going to let him out. It seemed like he'd be a threat to any witnesses that may one day testify against him.
Well, he had agreed with the U.S. attorneys last week to change his place of domicile from Miami, Florida to New York, and he actually moved back to New York.
Oh, really?
And what that basically would show is that he's willing and eager to come back to New York to contest the charges, would be the argument that any half-assed attorney would be able to argue to get him bond. It might not be a low amount, but that would be the argument that anybody would use to get him bond.
Do you suspect he'd be in it? Because I know he's trying to get that hold so he can sell properties, lifted. But the sharks have to be in the water at this point, looking to scoop up his assets at a discount, knowing that he is, pretty much has to sell these assets because he's facing some significant legal costs with a limited ability to make any money. Do you think he's in any financial trouble here?
Oh, yeah, he's going to be in financial trouble. But the question that I have, basically, because of what happened to R. Kelly, that I'm paying close attention to is what record company, what is the big record company that is interested in gobbling up his masters? Because again, just like R. Kelly and Michael Jackson owned their own masters, P. Diddy owned all of the Bad Boy masters. That includes Faith Evans, that includes the Notorious B.I.G., that includes Craig Mack, Loon, Little C's, Little Kim.
Do you remember a few years back, and maybe it was even earlier this year, he started giving the masters back to people? I think he gave some back to Mace, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he gave Mace his masters back, absolutely. But the reason why I'm asking that question is because, I'm sorry, John, but I find it ironic that after somebody goes to jail or after somebody darn near loses all of their money, or if they get brought to the side of the cliff, does that make sense? They're pressured into selling their masters, or the companies when they swoop up in and grab the masters. R. Kelly is a good example of that. When R. Kelly was convicted of SA in New York, and when he was convicted of racketeering in Chicago, his masters went from him straight to Sony Records. Michael Jackson, when he was accused of SA back in the 90s and 2000s, EMI and Sony, same record company, Que Casualidad, were also pressuring him to give up not only his masters, but the Beatles masters that Michael Jackson owned. So that's my question. My question is, who is waiting in the background to grab up all of P. Diddy's masters? Because those are extremely valuable.
Only a handful of people could afford those masters, or we'd be in the market for them, so you know who it's going to be. The other interesting part, I guess I was wondering is, do you think he gave away his those masters to like Mace, knowing what was coming down the road, and he wouldn't be able to do that now?
He could. That could be the case. That could be the case. But then the question then becomes, did he give the masters to avoid civil litigation or to hide assets, so to speak, the alter ego or what have you? That they basically say you're giving them to Mace, but you and Mace are acting in cahoots in furtherance of your interest. If that's the case, then they can technically do what's known as a clawback, and that's basically where they'll go to Mace and say, "Hey, by the way, your masters are also ours. Thank you. Have a nice day."
Very interesting.
Hey, Juan, I have a question.
I'm listening.
If he's found guilty, the forfeiture of assets, do they take into consideration kids or family obligations?
I didn't hear you say that again. You broke up, buddy.
If he is found guilty, or when someone's found guilty and they forfeit assets, do they take into count family obligations, kids, that sort of thing?
No, because if your assets were gained illicitly, whether you have a family or not, that's excluded out of the factor. If they did do that by argument, El Chapo would have had all of his assets intact in the United States and Mexico, respectively.
Gotcha.
That was fast.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to start the Sean Combs press conference in about 2 minutes. If you have any questions about presentment, I'll come back out and we'll go over timing and give you a few updates. Thanks.
This is literally art imitating life, imitating art again. I'm looking at these guns with the 50-round drums and the clips with the hollow point bullets, and for some weird reason, the Notorious B.I.G.'s song "Give Me the Loot" comes to mind.
What kind of gun is that, by the way?
I don't know. That gun looks like one of the guns that's only available in Israel, but I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know what gun.
It looks just to be the lower, though, right? That's the barrel.
That's the barrel, yeah.
That's the lower right there, right?
Yeah, that's the lower. So it's a disassembled 5.56 type of weapon.
Those bullets look bigger than the 5.56 for some reason. I guess that was the upper right there. Cam the King said, "That's it."
Salute San Jose.
Morning, everyone. My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today, I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is the Cassie
These
incident.
assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs's crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs's residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs's electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contained images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs, more than 1,000 bottles altogether. Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches. As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well that we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there. Now, I want to be clear about 2 things. First, This office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4-HSI-TIP. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SDNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SDNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smizer, and Mitzi Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Backleiter and Jacqueline Kelly. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division. We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions.
Eric Katursky, ABC.
Damian, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive, open, violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take law enforcement so long to intervene? How many women were victimized by Sean Combs and how many others were involved?
Look, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to making sure that justice is done. Next question.
Julia Ainsley, NBC.
Thank you for doing this. You said we are not done and that Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off the table.
Janet Fisher, Newsday.
What's the difference between the sex trafficking and promoting travel for the purpose of prostitution?
Well, there are different crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty-gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significant penalties, and we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge.
One more coercive than the other?
I'm not going to be able to get into that, but you can look it up, and yes, sex trafficking, especially when it involves coercion or force, is a very serious crime, and it carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. 2 questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various points, but we don't have anything more beyond that. Next question.
Lynn Tran, CNN.
Are any of his accomplices or associates under investigation? And additionally, could he face any more charges?
So the investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him and to anyone else who we believe committed the crime with him. Next question.
Juliet Papa.
Hi, good morning from 1010 Wins. Any indication that some of the women or victims here were imprisoned in his residences? And did he have locations where he kept them and they were not allowed to leave? And also, he's indicted here, although there were searches and raids in LA, Miami. Why in New York?
Well, I'm biased. I'm the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. I think that we have an outstanding track record of bringing some of the most impactful, sprawling, complex, difficult sex trafficking, human trafficking, labor trafficking, you name it. The Southern District of New York can do it, and so we're very proud of that. And so the scope and complexity of this investigation isn't something that we ran from. It's something that we embrace, and we will continue to do that. As to your question about whether he imprisoned anyone, all I can say is that, I mentioned this March 2016 incident where something was caught on video where a victim was attempting to flee, and there was violence that was associated with it. That was at a hotel.
Matthew Lee, Inner City Press.
Thanks a lot. Does your office intend to seek remand, or are you reaching a bail package? And if you're willing, how would you contrast this with the R. Kelly case in EDNY in terms of the elements? Thanks.
So we will be seeking detention. We have filed a letter laying out our reasoning for seeking pretrial detention. I'm not going to be able to expand beyond what's in the letter, but it contains all of the reasoning, and it contains the law as well. There is a presumption of detention in a case like this, and we think that's warranted.
The EDNY, ladies and gentlemen, real quick, that's just short for the Eastern District.
Thank you. I was hoping to get some more detail.
I was just saying the EDNY, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, that's just short for the Eastern District of New York, which is where R. Kelly was tried.
Tell about the searches of his residence, the guns, the cases of lubricant, and the videos. Where were they found amongst his residents? Were they all scattered around the houses in one place? So I kind of wanted to just get a better picture of how that stuff was found.
Well, look, I think that some of the details that you're seeking are in the detention letter. So, for instance, some of the AR-15s, 2 of the 3 defaced AR-15s were found in his bedroom closet in Miami, broken down into parts, along with magazines, with ammunition loaded in them. So, some of that detail is in the detention letter. Beyond that, I'm not going to be able to get into where other items were stored.
Ben Kochman, Post.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Your office was the office that had been prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein before he died in custody. I have not read your detention memo yet. It's the first thing I'm going to do after this ends. But does the memo address, or is your office concerned with Combs's safety in custody, given what happened with Epstein?
So we are concerned with anyone's safety whenever they are detained
in
trial. It's part of our obligations to keep people safe as well. It's part of the criminal justice system. So, but I do not draw any sort of connection between Jeffrey Epstein's suicide and what may or may not happen to any other defendant while they are detained pre-trial. And of course, the decision whether to detain the defendant will be up to a judge. Our position is that pretrial detention is warranted under the law and based on the facts of this case. And I'll leave it at that.
Are some of the prosecutors on this case some of the same prosecutors that had been handling that or that worked on the Maxwell case?
So I'm not going to get into the staffing. I will say that this team, this group of AUSAs, this incredible group has been working on this case around the clock, and they've had their hands full. Next question.
Gus Rosendale, NBC News.
Good morning, sir. Combs' attorney said that his client has been cooperative with investigators. He said that this morning. I was wondering if you would have a reaction to that.
Let me just say this. I think that generally and with increasing frequency, the word cooperative or cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity, and it no longer really bears any relation to what the word means when we use it in a very specific context. So responding to lawful process and the like does not qualify as cooperation when we use that term here.
Mike Sisak, AP.
Thanks. To that end, was there any discussion of Mr. Combs surrendering? I understand he was taken into custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan. Can you elaborate on how that came about and why that was?
I'm not going to be able to get into any sort of operational details as to how he was taken into custody and when. He is in custody right now. He will be appearing in court later today.
Was there any discussion of him surrendering, given they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations. Well, I can't get into the charging decision. It is very meaningful to us that weapons were possessed, as we allege in the indictment. Part of the reason why this conduct was so pervasive and harmful was because victims and others didn't necessarily feel comfortable denying him his wishes, as we allege, because of the presence of firearms. I should leave it there.
Thanks. Last question, Jacob Shamison. Jacob Shamsian, Business Insider. Thank you. Given that he's the sole defendant in this case and that you allege he's part of a conspiracy that involves members of his companies, do you anticipate a superseding indictment that bring allegations against other members of his companies or other co-conspirators as well?
I can't take anything off the table. Anything is possible. Our investigation is very active and ongoing. And I think a lot of you who cover this office know that when we say such things, that developments are certainly foreseeable, but I cannot predict them sitting here today. All right, thank you, everyone.
What part of his business empire?
Portia, I was trying to download the detention memo from Pacer. Pacer is the system that we use regarding federal court filings. That's also the system that the U.S. attorneys will file all of their stuff into. Apparently, this is such a popular case that Pacer for the Southern District of New York went down. So I'm not able to get the actual detention memo right now.
Wow. Juan, in the back chat, you said something. I wanted to ask, even the stuff that he put under his mom's name during the years is also seized, or?
Well, yeah, because you're trying to conceal assets that are yours. So again, that goes back to I'm oversimplifying it, but it goes back into the alter ego argument that I was getting. The moment they find out that you're trying to conceal assets, they can grab those assets at will. They can just basically go to your mom and say, "Hey, this house is your name. We believe and we have information that the house was put in your name to conceal assets that the house actually belonged to X person. Congratulations, the house is ours." They can do that. And I'm looking at the indictment. If John can bring up the indictment again and go to page 13 of the PDF, specifically paragraph 19, they actually added the forfeiture suit in this indictment. It's actually under a different name. It's called forfeiture allegations. Under paragraph 19, and again, this is on page 13 of the PDF, it said the U.S. attorney said that as a result of committing the offense alleged in count 2 of the indictment, those are the forced trafficking. That's the forced trafficking count. The defendant shall forfeit to the United States government pursuant to Title 18 of USC Section 1594 any and all real and personal property. So this is real property, that's your house. Personal property, that's your cars, your money, involved in, used, or intended to be used to commit or to facilitate the commission of said offense, and any and all property traceable. That's again the alter ego thing, where you're hiding the property under somebody else in order to avoid the government from taking it. To such property, any and all property, real and personal, constituting or derived from proceeds obtained directly or indirectly as a result of the offenses, including but not limited to a sum of money in United States currency, that's US dollars, representing the amount of the property involved in the offenses and proceeds traceable to the commission of these offenses. So real quick, my gut feeling says his house in New York and his house in LA are gone, because those were the primary properties that these alleged freak-offs occurred in. So because that happened, that's it. Those properties, he can't sell them. That's it. They're going to be property of the federal government the moment that he's convicted or if he pleads guilty.
Hey, Juan, I'm not sure if I heard it wrong, but did they say that he was hiring male escorts?
Yeah, that was there was a lawsuit by one of his producers that had those allegations in it.
Okay. So, because I remember when like the Cassie, not the last video, but like when you would see those videos of Cassie pop up online where she was all drugged up and stuff. There were like allegations that Diddy was paying guys to sleep with her. So that's what this is. That's pretty much what this is.
That's what it sounds like. And those allegations, HB, there was plausible deniability because let's just be honest, artists live eccentric lifestyles. But that last video, I think, is what broke the dam, so to speak. When we saw the video of P. Diddy kicking the ever living you know what out of her, that was it. And because this investigation is active, he said that the U.S. attorney said cryptically in the press conference that there are going to be other people. So then the rumor, the gossip mills are alive and buzzing. Is Jay-Z next? Is Beyonce next? I would argue that Jennifer Lopez has a lot of explaining to do in that regard because she was there when some of this stuff went down.
No, they said something, Juan, where there was 100 bottles of baby oil. What could he be using 100 bottles of baby oil for?
My joke of the day, HB, is what in the Patrice O'Neal is this shit? Because Patrice O'Neal got caught doing something similar with baby oil to himself. So I don't know.
John, do you know why somebody would need 100 bottles of baby oil? I don't. Not Portia, baby. Anybody?
I'm not. I don't believe that I'm sure. I mean, I might have some ideas that I can express a little bit later, but as of right now, I don't know
Stanley.
Why.
Stanley.
I was gonna make a slip and slide joke.
Stanley, you sicko.
But I won't.
Virgo, you still there? 100 bottles of baby oil. I mean,
Richard says that they got a lot of babies.
No comment.
Man. So he was paying male escorts to sleep with.
Well, that's alleged. Remember, they haven't been proven yet. An allegation just simply means the government thinks that's what you did. They have to be proven first. And I think that's what a lot of people keep getting mixed up. There's an indictment or so-and-so was arrested. They equate that with they actually did something. And no, sometimes people get hemmed up. I doubt it in this case, but sometimes people do get hemmed up and it turns out either they didn't do it or number two, the government can't prove the allegations.
HB, fun fact. I think those baby oil, the baby oil bottles are 28 ounces fluid.
Yeah.
So that was about 2,800.
Yeah, it's a lot of
yeah.
It's a lot of baby oil. I never been a big fan of baby oil, but no, I don't know.
Maybe he was having those pool fights where they put the girls to fight.
Yeah.
Will the government be confiscating the baby oil as well? Would be the question.
Yeah, maybe
they already probably have it.
What will U.S. Attorney Williams do with said baby oil after the conclusion of the trial? I don't want to know.
Wow.
Like Cat Williams says, you gotta tell Diddy no. You gotta tell Diddy no.
Cat Williams wasn't lying. He said that 2024 was going to be the year of get back for a lot of people. Man, he did not disappoint.
Yeah. I just, if this is true and he was paying guys to basically sleep with Cassie and, drug her up and sleep with her, I really don't think that's right, man. I don't know. It's because those were like the rumors back then. Those were like the rumors years ago that he was paying guys to you know to fuck Cassie pretty much.
Yeah, I remember a bodyguard of his that was that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard of that guy. He's dead now, but
Well, I'm looking
Yeah. No, that's
I'm
what
paying
all
attention.
the whistleblowers were kind of saying. They were.
Well, I'm paying attention to Jamal Barrow, otherwise known as Shine, because he's in a situation. He's in a weird situation. He's in a situation where this could actually help him. He might actually get his criminal convictions vacated, or it could hurt him, and that makes it even worse because in Belize, they are trying to go through. They're trying to pass legislation, and he's doing a good job of blocking it. That basically says if you have a criminal conviction anywhere other than Belize, you also are disqualified from being part of the Belizean parliament. Because as you know, he's a parliament member. He's a legislator over there. And he actually has a diplomatic passport because of it, in that sense. So I just find it interesting what, the situation that this is going to potentially put him in.
Yeah. San Jose said he's probably down low living vicariously through the poor girl, which is Cassie. Do you think that I've heard of a lot of people's their kinks or their fetishes. I've never heard that be a fetish. I guess it is. It would be like
it's a power
a cuck then. He's like a cuck.
Well, he don't see it. He doesn't see it that way because she could be replaced.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, so it's just a power thing. It's like you want albums, you want this. This is what you got to do, man. Like,
well, I'm wondering,
am I willing to take it with you?
I'm wondering if he got desensitized to his own stuff and he needed to do he needed to graduate into the deeper pits of hell, basically, so to speak, in order to,
And ever since I heard somebody here say that somebody, whatever, a lady's lips or some shit, I'm just like, damn.
Yeah.
That story with the lips or something, I'm like, dude, like, people are willing to do anything, dude, like, when they got power, man. And it's gross.
I think this is just an untalented man being propped up, and he eventually reverted to the mean. Right? I can't think of one talent he has. Not one. All of it, if you can name something, is mushy. Right? Hell, I've seen tough guy come in talking shit, but he can at least play the drums. Can Puffy play the drums?
No, but his talent is bringing over. He's basically the old school DJ Khaled. His talent is bringing over really talented musicians and making that.
Khaled may have some talent, shit, right? You can't really say.
Yeah, DJ Khaled was a DJ. He was a DJ. That's
the Puffy DJ.
DJ Khaled's DJ.
The Puffy DJ.
He was a DJ before he was yeah.
Not too sure.
There's a man with no talent, with a whole bunch of money. That shit shouldn't have happened in the first place, and now you reverting back to where you should have been when you first started out, right?
Yeah.
See, he right where he belong, right?
I got a question, John. You think he was naturally like this, or he learned this on his way to the top?
Well, I think, for a lot of, how would I say this? I've said it before, like you go to Nashville, shit, it's people playing in the windows of every damn bar open, up and down the street. You can't exploit those people. They can go make their own money. Shit, they can play in the window of town every day. They can go down to the little local lake, open up their guitar case and pull out the guitar and leave the guitar case open for tips and make money there. Well, you can't exploit someone that can make his own living. But Puppy basically had slaves. Bitches that can't sing, well, maybe they can half-ass sing, but they can't play any instrument. And so he held
credit for the hits that he basically to cover what is here?
No, hell no. He probably stole that
Like
shit.
a Quincy, like a Quincy Jones.
No,
you know?
I'm starting to
Even though
doubt
Quincy
Quincy
Jones was a
Jones.
composer and
I
stuff,
don't know what the fuck he did. I'm starting to doubt that nigga.
Quincy Jones too.
We're gonna stay right here with Puppy right now. Man, like man, don't play any instrument. Like compose what? A symphony? Quincy Jones, man, I don't know anything about Quincy Jones, so you correct me if I'm wrong, but what the fuck what instrument he ever play? Anybody know? Anybody know?
But I mean, like,
what did he do?
Well, his rap was subpar.
I don't know. I ain't criticizing. I'm asking because I don't know.
I was gonna say his raps were subpar. In fact, Christopher Wallace and Jadakiss wrote a lot of P Diddy's rhymes.
Yeah, man, you know, from what I read, man,
Mace wrote Mace wrote most of that shit.
From what I read, all he did was stealing. From what I read, all the nigga did was steal.
Yeah.
Steal beats, steal lyrics from people, slap his name on it, tap them niggas on the ass, give them $25,000 or something like that. That's what the last guy alleged.
Yeah.
Gave him tried to send him a whole bunch of hope and dreams in exchange for that boy doing the actual work. That's what the guy alleged. And other people, like all these people around him saying, man, he stole from me, he stole from me, he stole from me. Like, what did he do? Right? I don't think he did anything. I think the music business basically used him kind of as the middleman to, you know, wade through all the muck of them rappers and niggas in the hood. And that's what he did. He packaged it up, delivered it to the big business, and now he's of no more use, you know. And that seems to be what it is to me, you know.
Selling himself to the devil, he comes with the receipts, ready to collect that ass, basically.
You know, I don't even think what he did was all that egregious. I just think when you try to, you know, you try to drug women up to do it, because honestly, he could have just started a porn production company.
Well, but then at that particular point, HB count 2 would have a lot more weight. And count 2, the penalty's heavy. You can do a minimum of 10 years on count 2 alone if you don't have downward variance. And again, the U.S. attorney wants to enhance this sentence. Count 2, real quick, for those of you that are just joining the chat, that's sex trafficking or SA trafficking by force, threat, or fraud. That's a very serious thing.
Yeah.
You know, he spent most of his time fucking and probably letting the record companies handle the business. Yeah. I would almost venture to guess it wasn't much of it, but a shell company where they gave him money to go party with. They probably handled all the business behind the scene. They picked his lawyers. They did everything. And they slapped the shingle in front of a building and said, Bad Boy Records. They probably bought the shingle. And he just more or less operated a damn sex scam, you know. And again, I showed you one of the ladies that her brother was my first roommate in college. She was named up in this shit, right? And so, and she was a little bit higher up. She was in Motown, giving him money, giving his company money. But she was also alleged to be at the parties. And it just don't seem like there was much of a business behind him to me. You know, they're just, you know, he didn't start a clothing line. He just slapped his name on one.
Yeah.
You know. So he wasn't gonna start a porn business either. That's hard work, right? You gotta
it is.
You know, so he wasn't gonna do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Man,
it sounds like everything was like I don't know, like a path for him.
He was a Harlem hustler. That's what they call him in New York. You're a Harlem hustler.
Yeah. Damn.
Well, didn't his dad get deleted when he was like 3 or 4 years old?
I think it's something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Clyde Davis is the one that gave him this big break, and we know from Clyde Davis, he's a do funny man.
You know, man, it wouldn't be surprised me if they use people like him to deliver, you know, the LGBT boys to those people.
Yeah.
Give them plausible deniability. You know what I'm saying? Hey, go get me some boys. Yeah, I can't do it, right? I'm too rich to do it. But, you know, use him as the middleman. He willing to do it. He dirty. He ain't got no moral scruples. He'd do anything. You know.
Anybody see that Whitney movie?
Which one?
The Whitney Houston movie?
Sparkle or the other one?
The most recent one that they made.
No, I haven't seen it.
No, well, that one. There's a part where she starts off right, and she meets Clyde, right, and then later on in the movie, she meets Clyde again, and this time Clyde is divorced and he has a boyfriend.
Oh man.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I remember hearing about him.
So yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell y'all, man.
Well, I don't trust him either, though. He was what? Clive Davis was what? The founder of Arista, the founder and CEO of Arista.
Small hat, dude.
Yeah, well, and he had a whole bunch of other people that also fell off hard. Not just Whitney Houston, there were a couple of other artists under that particular label, and once they got dropped, they went absolutely nuts.
Man,
you know, I've been on the phone. Go ahead.
No, I'm just, it's just these. I couldn't imagine going to some of these sex parties Diddy was throwing. Well, I guess I could imagine it, but it's just wild. It's just wild that probably so many people saw this and they didn't realize exactly the details. Like, people are getting paid for. They probably just thought, oh shit, it's a bunch of people having sex out in the open. I'm gonna watch, not knowing that, this woman's drugged up, this guy is paid for, and Diddy is just curating the whole thing. It's wild, man.
Oh, this is interesting. I'm looking at this post real quick that you posted, John, or Portia.
Yeah.
More and more Black Americans are speaking out. And what is the FBA? The pro-blacks or what have you?
Foundational Black
America, whatever the heck. So the Umar Johnson types were pissed off. I find that funny. Say no to racism, Afrophobia, what the hell? And xenophobia, I guess. They don't realize that the Haitians and the Somalis or, other Black people from, this diaspora don't have their interest at heart.
No, they don't. That's what I said.
It's almost like, have you guys have all read the Iliad by Homer, right? Where there's a part of the story where they bring in this Trojan horse, to take down Troy or whatever the heck. It sounds almost like these FBA types are hell bent on bringing in the Trojan horse, not realizing that they're bringing in the path to their own destruction. I could be wrong.
Well, I told you guys that there's a racial angle to this immigration.
Yeah.
I've been, I know I can see, I can feel these things. You got these Black people doing things that don't make sense. And you see this, there's now, I never even heard this term before.
Afrophobia.
You ever heard that term before? Anyone ever heard that term before?
What, Afrophobia?
Yeah.
Nah.
That's a new one, ain't it?
Yeah, that's a new one.
They put a prefix in front of the phobia, and now they got a new word, Afrophobia.
So what is that? Just a fear of people with afros, or
fear of, I guess, Africans?
That's a good point, HB. The fear of afros.
Basically, racism with a fancy name.
Whoa.
Well, no. Hold on. They've already covered racism. Say no to racism.
Fear of
Afrophobia.
I'd say it's a racism with a fancy name. Fear of Black people.
Well, they're slicing and dicing, right? They're all slicing and dicing, right? Yeah. Because racism, by and large, covers Black people. FBA.
It covers race in general.
I understand what you're saying, but when I'm talking about down on the level where these people are writing this tweet, and we're gonna get into it with Umar Johnson at some point. I just wanted to share this before I forgot it. Say no to racism, Afrophobia, which presumably whoever wrote this is making a distinction between racism and Afrophobia, and then there's
they're making it specifically Black.
Right. They're speaking right. Black people of differing origins, I would imagine, right? Racism, which is primarily based on race. Afrophobia, which I guess would be based upon people from Africa or the African diaspora, and then xenophobia, right? Those are three different things. That's how I take it. You know, take it how you like. And so I saw this guy a while back, and I want to let you guys listen to him. I'm going somewhere with this.
Yo, we out here, Springfield, Ohio. Let's dispel all this bullshit, all these rumors, all these lies that you guys are hearing. None of the Haitians is doing none of this bullshit. They can't drive. We will admit to that. But none of the bullshit y'all hear. Don't believe what you hear in the media. Don't believe what you hear Trump say, the news say. No Haitians are stealing people's animals, cats, dogs, geese, ducks, none of that, eating them. That's bullshit. So don't believe it. I'm right here in Springfield, Ohio. Look, Springfield done this. See that water tower right there? Water tower says Springfield, Clark County, Ohio. Trust me. I'm in these streets. I'm in these streets every day. I deal with people every single day. Every day. None of this bullshit's going on. I own this barbershop right here. I got a lot of Haitian clients come in here. Haitians all through these neighborhoods, all in all these streets. None of this bullshit that you hear is happening. So don't believe what people are saying. I live it. It's all bullshit. Trust me. I got to sit here and argue with motherfuckers that's not been in Springfield, that have never stepped foot in Springfield, and sit here trying to tell me that I'm lying. I'm not lying. I live this. I'm in these streets. I don't live off in the suburbs nowhere. I come back. I'm in these streets every single day. None of that bullshit is true, man. Can they drive? Nah. But they're not killing animals, man. They're not kidnapping animals. They started this bullshit with saying that they was riding around in white van abducting people for sex trafficking and body parts. Then it went from that to they was in the parks stealing all the geese and ducks and killing them and eating them. To now they're stealing people's pets and eating them. That's bullshit. Don't believe that bullshit. Trust me, it's not happening. It's not happening at all.
So I have a question to ask you guys. Would you have a vested enough interest to make a video countering what's being said about the Haitian?
Maybe if I was fucking a Haitian chick, maybe.
Maybe if you were Haitian, if you were Haitian, you might say, "Hey, I don't eat dogs." I can understand the Haitian getting out here.
In his position, you heard what he said, right? He said they come here to my barbershop all the time.
That still ain't a good enough reason.
I mean, could it be that his business at first, because some barbershops don't have a lot of clients, man?
Well, that still ain't we know that he benefits from it.
That's what
right?
I'm saying.
So he downstream, he benefiting. That's right. So he don't see a problem with it. Now, he probably isn't taking into account that if he has children, his children will have to move over, sit a little bit closer to their classmates, because some new Americans are coming to class. Yeah. All he sees the front end where he's cutting more heads.
Yeah.
So I was talking to MFB, and MFB, we looked him up. We're going to give him a call. And let's see what we got here. Here's the guy. Let's see if I can share this tab with you. Anthony Gene Heidenstein. Yeah, it looks like him.
Uh-oh.
It looks like him. And what did he do? 48. Let's see. I've been in jail, so I ain't judging nigga going to jail. Criminal, damaging, endangering. And of course, we got the indictment over here. Oh, this is showing that. Oh, this is Puff Daddy. Sorry, that's something else. Oh, that's he must have sent me that. But anyway, I was thinking maybe we should give him a call. See, see if he cutting a lot of Haitian heads. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
We'll give him a call at some point. Yeah, and they on the guy. What do you think? You think we should give him a call?
Hell yeah. I mean, we kind of heard his position though. I think it is. I do want to know what is in it for him though, because I just think you cutting Haitian head doesn't mean you're invested in their narrative in the media. Like what I don't see what either he's got a Haitian girlfriend or something, or
Man, the way I see it is $40 a cut, 20 cuts a day. That's $800 a day. I'm just looking at the money.
You think he couldn't 20 years a day? You think he disciplined enough stand there while he making this video couldn't have shit?
Man, he got his other barbers working, man. You know they get a percentage off that too.
You think he hired some niggas that's gonna be sitting there all day, not talking on the phone, and gonna cut 20 heads a day? That's 1,200 heads in a small town. Shit.
I'm telling you, the good barbers, the barbers that's really making money, they ain't on social media, man.
I mean, they may be showing their wares, how they cut hair.
Yeah, but they not.
They damn sure ain't this political. Did he mention Trump?
Yeah.
We should call him.
Yeah, he did mention Trump. That's what I'm saying. Barbers are not political. The good ones anyway. They're not political, man.
He's very political, clearly. He's very political, clearly, right? Let's see if B sent me his number. Let me see if I give him a call.
Okay, because I would love to.
Who's going to interview me? Who's going to do this?
John, you got it. You got it, John.
You got the voice, John. You got the voice.
Let me cut the road on.
Grab a beer, make yourself comfortable.
I just want to know what's the incentive for him to speak up for him.
What you think?
I'm interested in that too. Yeah, I'm interested in that too. Let me make sure I'm connected before I make the call and you guys can't hear it. I'm gonna let me try. Let me see. Where's that number MF people in here?
Duale.
Habibi. Porsche, John. Mr. Galt, salute.
What's up?
What's up?
Hey. Yeah, I watch again when I was going to buy my milk from that German farmer. Oh man, that was a great content, man. What the fuck? That's great, man.
Which one are you talking about, Duale? Which one are you talking about?
Duale brought he rode his bike earlier to go get some milk from a farmer. He bought some fresh milk.
I gotta watch that.
He didn't show us the milk part though. I wanted to see the milk part, but he got scared. There was too many Germans in there.
Was it like a glass ball or something?
That's what I thought.
I gotta respect the locals, man. The privacy is very important here. We cannot just pull our cameras.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
But I watched it and it was great. Thank you, HB, putting me the middle of the camera on the screen. That's great, man. Child.
Let me call this guy now. Let me know if you can hear the phone ringing.
All right, hold on a second, Duale.
All right.
Should be hooked up and stuff. Damn. Let me get my cord. I don't know why sometimes I need a cord. I don't know why hold on.
Here is Porsche. Hello, Habibi. Porsche. Habibi.
Damn.
Porsche 911.
Is that Latino from? Hey, Latino for Trump.
How you
Please,
doing,
please.
Wale? How you doing?
Hey, please. Some Duale impression. And you sound like Duale. I know you do like a Dualif man. Do it some.
Oh, you want to hear Latino's Duale accent? Go ahead, Latino. Do your.
Yes. Yes.
My,
Yes.
which one? Of many.
Anyway.
You want me to do a Hindu?
Duale, yeah. Do it.
Come on, Latino. Do Duale. You can do it. Do it.
What did you want to buy from me today?
Ah, nah. You're not rolling
That
your
sounds
eyes
like
enough.
Varun. That sounds like Varun.
You want me? Oh, I can do 12. I can do 12 man. John. What?
Yo, I swear to God,
John. Porsche.
No, Ale.
Guys, the only person who can do me is HB2N, brother. You are the only person who can do it. Yeah. Other people can, yeah.
It's bir.
HB.
You know what? You know what? Literally.
Oh, that's
literally HB.
Stanley.
Literally. Not ready.
Was that a good Stanley?
Literally.
Literally.
You know what?
Stanley. Let me see if I call this guy. Let me see if I call this guy here.
Please,
Let me know if you can hear it ringing.
We're sorry. You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service.
HB was right. He ain't getting no clients.
Yeah, told you, man.
He got no phone line. Come on, man.
Well, we got his barbershop number. Let's see. What's the name of that damn barbershop? You know, we get the name of that barbershop. What's the name of that barbershop? Shit, I can't remember. I don't see it. Wait, no, MFB to send me the number here. Another number here. Though his barbershop is probably right here. We could find the name of his barbershop. We could just call him. Anthony Hines.
He never gave us the name of the barbershop?
I don't think he did. That showed you something. No, he should have named the barbershop. Let's see if he named the barbershop again. Let me see if he named the barbershop. Maybe he did.
Or a tag or something on there.
Yeah, that would make sense. He would name his barbershop. Let's try it one more time. I can't make this damn thing play. Let's see if he mentioned his barbershop.
Is the post originally from him or?
No, it's some Twitter voicing by ancestors.
You guys are hearing.
He may have shown his barbershop.
Doing none of this bullshit. They can't drive. We will admit to that.
I see a condominium in the back. I'm about
none
to
of the
Google
bullshit y'all hear. Don't believe
I'm gonna find out
what the media. Don't believe what
there's a tower in the back.
Trump say. The news say. No Haitians are stealing people's animals, cats, dogs, geese, ducks, none of that. Eating them. That's bullshit. So don't believe it. I'm right here in Springfield, Ohio. Look, Springfield did this. See that water tower right there? Water tower says Springfield, Clark County, Ohio. Trust me. I'm in these streets. I'm in these streets every day. I deal with people every single day, every day. None of this bullshit's going on. I own this barbershop right here.
Final cut.
I got a lot of Haitian clients come in here. Haitians all through these neighborhoods, all in all these streets. None of this bullshit that you hear is happening. So don't believe what people are saying. I live it. It's all bullshit. Trust me. I got to sit here and argue with motherfuckers that's not been in Springfield, that have never stepped foot in Springfield, and sit here trying to tell me that I'm lying. I'm not lying. I live this. I'm in these streets. I don't live off in the suburbs nowhere. I come back. I'm in these streets every single day. None of that bullshit is true, man. Can they drive? Nah. But they're not killing animals, man. They're not kidnapping animals. They started this bullshit.
How do you think he knows that they're not killing animals?
I don't know. That's what's so weird about it. I don't know.
He speaks definitively.
Yeah.
But he at least admits that they can't drive though, huh, HB?
Yeah.
John, can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me. I know the name of the barbershop. It's called
Final Cut, right?
Yep.
Let's give him a call. Let me know if you can hear this.
Yeah, we can
Can you
hear
hear
it
this?
loud and clear. Yep, loud and clear.
If you know the extension of the party you are trying to reach, you may dial it at any time. To speak with a representative, press 1. For a dial
Hi, yes. My name is John Galt. We saw Anthony, the owner, on a Twitter post, and we were calling to see if we could speak to the owner. We had some questions about his Twitter post. Very excited to speak to him.
Right now.
Oh, hey, what's up, man? How's it going? I'm glad you answered the phone. Hey, man, we saw your Twitter post, and we were good. We were happy to hear that you had kind of dispelled some of the myths and the rumors. We heard Donald Trump saying that people were killing cats and dogs and stuff like that.
We've been going through it, man. It's that as soon as that happened, my phone blew up from family in Washington, family in California, friends in Texas, Florida, everywhere. Nothing like that's happening here, man. So all this, and here's what's the kicker to all of that. My cousin's son, I don't know if you've seen the city council meeting with the black kid with the red hoodie on that said that they're eating.
Anthony or something, right?
Anthony Harris.
Right.
That's my little cousin Alana's son.
Okay.
He's a YouTuber.
Right.
He's a TikToker. He's a jokester. He goes into places, plays pranks, and does all that. And if you've seen it, it had Anthony Harris for mayor on his hoodie.
Right.
He was down there just to ruffle feathers and to make jokes about things. But here's the thing: white people took that and ran with it because it's a black guy who said it. So that's their okay. Well, you can't make it up. A black guy's even saying it. So that's where they took it and ran it from. The whole thing started with when we started getting a big influx of Haitians, which they've been coming here for about 10 years now. It was Haitians are driving around in a white van, abducting people for sex trafficking and body parts. Then it went from that to the Haitians are in the parks stealing all the ducks and geese. Then it went from that to they're out here taking people's pets and eating them. And you'll even see some people saying that they're harassing them with machetes and they're out here gang violence and all that. None of that is true. Not 1 ounce of that. I work with homeless. I got other posts I'm about to start posting on my Twitter account. I go to all these homeless camps, and that's one reason I did it was to dispel the rumors of the one woman said that the Haitians are squatting in her yard and they had a mattress. Well, that girl who said that is a known drug addict. like that's on frequents the area where my business is at. And she sells herself prostitute, drug addict, all of that. Well, I went and started going to all these homeless camps everywhere where they squat at. I'm talking about I'm in the trenches. So the homeless problem is the white people and their homeless drug addicts. You might catch a couple blacks. You won't find no Latinos, and you're not going to find no Haitians. But they're not out here doing that. They're not doing any of this stuff, man. So I just wanted to get that straight with everybody, because I got people that's actually commenting on my post and telling me that the government's paying me to come to Springfield and make that post. I'm like,
are you from Springfield? What, are you not from Springfield or something?
No, I'm from Springfield.
Oh, okay.
I'm about to be 51 years old.
Okay,
so
man, you look young, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks. I'm from Springfield. I left Springfield. I grew up from between Columbus and Springfield, which I don't know. You're probably not familiar with Ohio, but
Yeah, we have people in the audience from Ohio. You on the YouTube channel with John Galt. I am John Galt, and this is the Urban Landlord. Here, my co-host HB2N. Yeah, man. So we were looking at your videos. People were just looking at it. And they don't know what to believe. They don't know, how to make heads or tails of this. Well, let me ask you this question: is it true that it's 20,000 Haitians?
Probably upwards towards 30.
Really? And the town was originally about 50,000 people.
Well, I'll give you a little bit of history. In the 70s, it was about 100,000.
Mm-hmm.
It was a little over 100,000. Late 70s, mid 80s, everything started. We're a blue collar city. Factories and all different things here. Well, when all these factories started shutting down, our population dwindled, and it dwindled down to about maybe just a little under 60,000. And 12. There's only probably about 15,000 blacks at that time when there was that many people. So now we got an influx of Haitian immigrants that are here, and it just boosted them numbers. And it's crazy because our economy is thriving right now. It's going crazy, but we do have a shorting of housing, which we had prior to the Haitian influx. We don't have our jobs. There's plenty of jobs, and that's why a lot of people are moving here. Not only Haitians, you got Americans, from different surrounding cities that's moving here, because we're right in the middle of Columbus and Dayton. We're 25 minutes from Columbus. We're 25 minutes from Dayton. So, you got a lot of companies are here now, and they're building a lot of things. So it's bringing a lot of jobs to this area, and we don't have the housing.
I think I'll start with the housing, since I am, a landlord and everything. Yeah. With the city declining in size, you would think there would be a lot of vacant houses, right?
Well, there were, and that's the thing. The Haitians are buying them.
Okay, all right. So
and they're taking, and that's another thing. They're doing. The Haitian influx is doing so great for this community that they're purchasing everything. Now, here's where they're bitching about. People were bitching because I had somebody. I got a guy. I own houses. I got 5 houses myself.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a guy who I cut his hair, and he's bitching about his sister is on Section 8 and she can't get anywhere to live anymore because these landlords are not allowed. They're not accepting Section 8 no more because they don't have to, because you got Haitians here, and the Haitians are overbidding anything just so they could secure a place to live. Like I got a duplex. One side I'm renovating right now,
mm-hmm.
and the guys, the Haitian guys that live across the street, there's probably 50 Haitian neighbors right there by this property I'm talking about, and he keeps coming at me and trying to give me the money. He's like, "Look, I'll give you the money now if you just let me know when it's ready. I'm not going to press you about it or anything. I just want to secure it." And they ask how much you charging for rent, and they'll up it a couple hundred. You know what I'm saying? So now when if you being a landlord, what are you going to do? You know what I'm saying? And that's what all the landlords are doing around here. They're You know, they're taking you know, houses that they were getting $700, $800 for are now $1,100, $1,200 houses because the Haitians are willing to pay that because they want to secure a place to live. They want stability. They're coming over here. If you look up the Haitian, you know, look up, I was in the Navy, so I've been to Haiti, I've been to Port-au-Prince, all of that, like multiple times. And, you know, the average wages for like a nurse in Haiti is only like $400 a month. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're getting paid like 50 cents an hour working an 8-hour shift over there. I mean, 50, yeah. So you figure the type of money they getting, and they coming over here where we have jobs are starting out at $27 to $31 an hour.
Let me ask you this question. You said that they would look to buy your property and presumably they would rent it to other Haitian people?
No,
really?
They want to rent. They
they
want to
want to rent.
They are buying properties.
Okay.
You know, they're buying properties left and right.
Okay, let me ask you this. So they're buying properties left and right. Are they renting to their fellow Haitian man? Right, okay.
Yes.
And so you mentioned something else about Section 8 that piqued my interest there. You said someone that you know has a Section 8 voucher but can't find a landlord to rent to her?
Yes. Well, I don't know the girl personally. Her brother was complaining about it. I cut her brother's hair. He was like, man, my sister, because we have black people out here. There's some of them that are complaining about the Haitians, but their complaints are they can't find nowhere to live. And then most of them are Section 8. That's what's the kicker, and that's what I shut the conversation down as soon as they say that, because your sister's on Section 8. She can't find nowhere to live because all these landlords are now not accepting Section 8 because they can just rent to the Haitians, and they know their money's going to be on time. They ain't got to go through the
inspections and all that.
Regulations of yeah. So you know, and they're complaining about that thing. Oh, well, they're pushing us out of our houses. You know, I mean, being a landlord, it's business.
You know what it is.
You know what I mean?
You know what it is.
Yeah. If I can get an extra $300 from over here, and I ain't got to go through
and from better tenants,
stipulations and regulations of the Section 8,
and better tenants, and better tenants, better tenants.
There.
Hey, let me ask you this question. We've heard about the overcrowding in the housing. Is that true? Like, you know, that the Haitians. So I'm assuming, you know, I put my landlord hat on, that they ain't just overcrowding and not paying for that overcrowding. They hit every head paying something, I imagine.
Every
right?
head is paying. You're exactly right. Every head is paying.
Man, you come over there and buy some property, man. Shit, y'all got it going on up there, huh?
Yeah. I mean, you can't find nowhere to buy here, though. That's the thing.
In a small town like that.
It's land-wise, it's not as small. It's really not. I mean, it's small, but it's like I don't know, maybe you're calling from Illinois, right?
No, Washington, D.C.
Oh, Washington, D.C. So it'd be like maybe Frederick, Maryland.
Yeah.
I was in the Navy, so I'm familiar with that whole area out there. It'd be something like that, like, you know, it's not. I mean, it's not super small, but it's not big. You know what I mean?
So I heard someone complaining about the sewage being like kind of, you know, what do they call it? Like, you know, just overrun. You know, not being able to handle the capacity.
No, that's false.
That's not true.
Totally false.
I mean, there would be a lot of people, 10 people in a house or 2-bedroom or something like that. You know, you are going to run the sewer. You are going to be running a lot of water in and out of the house. You know. And so you mentioned the car crashes. You know, people have crashes all the time. So, you know, it's not really worth mentioning it unless they're having a lot more car crashes. Is it that they're having a lot more car crashes?
Yeah, we are doing that. But here's the thing also with that. You come into Haiti. I mean, you coming from Haiti, where only 12% of the population drives. You know, they don't have them taking, you know, you take your permit on a computer. If you're over 18, you don't have to take driver's ed. So as long as you can pass a driver's test, that's all you do. Now, I do see them practicing their parallel parking all the time. And that's the main thing that people fail when they're out here, is the maneuverability part. So if you can pass that, more than likely you're just going to get your license.
Wait a minute. So the Haitian people, and I'm assuming I'm just using Haitian, placeholder for any group, right? But they just keep talking about the Haitians or Venezuelan, whatever. So if they come to your hometown and they can't read English, is there a test for them in their language of choice?
Yes, yeah, they do have tests. You can pick your language and all of that.
But in your little small town, they have Creole. Is Creole an option?
Yeah, they got French, Creole, Spanish, English. I don't know. We do have a lot of Ukrainians here, but they don't get spoke about because people just pass them off as being white people. But I don't know. I don't know about that, but I know for a fact, like they're bringing Haitian. I mean, they're bringing Creole and French into the schools in elementary and all of that.
Okay, I'm going to get to the schools in 1 second, but so back to the driver. Is it a special driver's license test for someone who doesn't, if they're new here? Like, where would they get all that paperwork? And you know how it is. Going to DMV is always a hassle.
Yeah.
Is there a special process for them?
It's the same. It's the same process that we take as Americans. Same exact. Nothing's different. Just like I said, how you press 1 for English, press 2 for Espanol. Well, now they got to press 3 for Creole. You know what I'm saying, or French.
Right.
So they just added that to it. They got their own paperwork. They got their own that they can read. But don't get it twisted. A lot of these people they speak 4 languages. A lot of them speak Creole, French, Spanish, and English.
Now, let me ask you this. So are they driving with licenses and having wrecks? Or are they driving with they have a license? Okay, okay. So I wasn't sure if they were driving without licenses. Was that the problem? Or was the problem that
they're driving, they're just wrecking. I mean, they are crashing. I mean, they can't drive.
Has that affected your insurance rates? Or maybe not yours, but people
insurance? It hasn't affected mine yet, but they can't drive. I mean, that's not all of them, but it's a big majority of them.
Now, you mentioned something about the schools, and they've had to incorporate extra languages. I imagine a smaller town. That's a kind of a strain on the resources of the school. Do you have children in the Springfield schools?
Yes, a lot of them.
What grade are your children?
I know I don't.
You don't have any children.
Grown.
Okay,
all my kids are adults.
All right. Do you have nephews and nieces in the?
I do got one niece that's in school here.
Has there been what has been the experience? Incorporating all those newly arrivals into Springfield, small town like that.
I don't really know because, like I said, they've been here for like 10 years at least. But they just bigger numbers have been coming. At first it just was a little amount, but now it's been bigger numbers. They've been like they got billboards all around the city, their own billboards. They don't incorporate. These guys came with their own infrastructure, so something like I've never seen before. I lived in Brooklyn, New York, and
I live in Brooklyn. What part of Brooklyn, man?
I was in Flatbush.
I live in Crown Heights. But go ahead.
I was on right there on Ocean Avenue.
Okay, so you familiar with the Caribbean? Are you Caribbean, by the way?
Yeah. No, I'm not. But I'm Jamaican, Haitian. I lived around all that. My cousin lived in Crown Heights, right on St. Mark's Avenue.
Man, I live on St. Mark's, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, go right ahead, man. So you're saying about the schools?
But they've been trying to incorporate certain things, like over the years. But now it's like, it's just everything's done turned into a racial thing now instead of trying to, fix what's really the problem. So, I mean, they still doing it with schools, but you had people bitching about, I don't want my kid learning that language or, this or that. You know what I mean?
What language would they not want to learn?
The French Creole, man.
I'm sorry?
The French Creole.
What are they forcing the teaching of that in school?
Yeah, they're incorporating it into the schools, and you got people that don't want that in the school system.
What do you think about that?
I think it's idiocy. If you ask me, why wouldn't you want your child speaking multi-languages?
Okay, gotcha. I wasn't sure. All right.
You know what I mean? I'm like I said, I'm about to be 51, man. I wish the hell I would know, have 2 or 3 languages, 4 languages under my belt. Fluent.
Yeah. So I imagine they have to hire some Creole speaking teachers to.
They have it. They have them.
Okay.
They have them already.
Yeah.
All our BMVs. Our BMV has. A lot of businesses have already hired Haitian. Haitian people, so they have interpreters and things of that nature. They've been doing that. Like, we got banks. Our banks have got people in them. They are doing that. Like, these businesses are definitely doing that because they have to. When you got a city that was of 60,000 and you just got damn near half of your population added to it, that's a.
You mentioned the racial angle. Can you go into that a little bit more?
Well, it's you got a lot of hate here. Like I said, the Proud Boys were just here Friday. I think it was Friday or Saturday, one of them. The neo-Nazi group was here a couple weeks ago at a heritage festival. They was marching armed with masks on and
masks, like a COVID mask. What kind of mask?
No, they had masks like Pooh Shiesty masks. Yeah, and they were here armed with AR-15s, bulletproof vests, walking through downtown during the Heritage Festival with thousands of people down there.
You said Heritage Festival. Was this like a Black American festival?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Pretty much for a diversity, for all the different, because we're very diverse. We're a very diverse city. We have a lot of Latinos, a lot of blacks, a lot of whites, a lot of Haitians. And like I told you,
so where's the racism coming from?
You already know.
you think it's okay, Trump and downstream from Trump is the white people are in the city feeling agree.
Yeah. Yes.
Someone wants to know. We have some questions in the audience. I'm not sure if they can hear. Can you guys hear? You guys hear him?
Yeah,
okay.
John. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Yeah, you can ask questions if you like.
Okay.
The first question is, how's business going? See, Latino from Trump had that question.
Business is thriving. Business is great in Springfield.
All right. Go ahead, you guys. If you.
I wanted to ask them what kind of jobs are the Haitians doing in Springfield, and has the Haitians coming into Springfield really helped out the businesses in the city, pretty much?
You still there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, John. I don't think he can hear me.
I can.
Did you hear the question? Did you hear the question?
No, I can't hear nobody but you.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, let me okay. So his question, what was it? Your question was how are the Haitians helping the economy? Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
How are the Haitians helping the economy? And also, what kind of jobs are the Haitians
in every way
doing?
you can imagine. They're spending money on everything. They're buying buildings, they're buying houses, they're grocery stores. I mean, you name it, they're spending money. It's just, they're putting so much money into the community that it's crazy. And if you dig deep into this, you'll see there's a few companies here in Springfield that have even spoke upon it, and they've been there's a company called Morgul, and it's a white man. That's his dad owns it. He's the CEO of it, and he's got a video where he's showing the Haitians working in there, and and he explains it. He says, these are people that are dependable. They come to work every day. They don't complain. They do their job. They even stay and ask, if there's extra shifts to work. and you know, he absolutely loves them. He commends them. I mean, they're every way possible you could think they're boosting our economy. I mean, it's unbelievable. Like I said, our economy is thriving. It's probably, I would say, I don't know. I haven't done the statistics on it yet, but I would say we probably might be at the top economy in the state right now.
What is the unemployment like for the Black Americans?
I don't know the unemployment rates at this present time, but I would imagine that it's not too good, because we got a lot of the guys that's in there, you know, a lot of 20 to 30-year-old that street dudes that don't want to work, you know, drug dealers, you name it, you know, but all I would say pretty much, you know, late 30s on up. A lot of those blacks are working.
So basically, the younger generation is not necessarily getting replaced, but displaced.
Yeah.
In a sense.
Yes. Yes, they're the ones smoking blunts, playing PlayStation all day, drinking, you know, living at the baby mama's house, or while she's at work, they driving her car. You know, that's that age group. That's what they doing.
When the baby mama need a new place to live, she's gonna have a hard time finding some Section 8 holder to take her, huh?
Yes.
Damn.
Any more questions, guys? Any more?
Well, I'm curious, based on what he said in his Twitter video about basically how it's all just cap and it's not.
Okay, you probably have to repeat their question.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat it for you. I'll repeat it for you. Go ahead.
Like how it's not all true. So, I mean, I think I haven't really got to gauge his position on it. Like, it's a good, like, it's true that the Haitians are there, but it's a positive thing. It's a good thing for him, or is it not impacting the community in a negative way? You're going to have to word that better for me, because I'm.
Yeah, well, he's answered the question. I'll give you the question. So she's wondering, our editor on the panel, she's wondering just what the kind of the effects of having the Haitians there based upon your video. And you've expressed it's been very good for the economy, and they're buying up buildings, renovating the buildings, I would imagine, right? They're not just
a lot of buildings. See, here in Springfield, the city will go around and put a red X on buildings that are condemned, and they give you so long, like the owner of the building or the home or whatever it may be, they give you so long to get it up to code. They fine you, they do all of those type of things, and they give you so much time before they just go ahead and take it and start, and they'll knock it down or whatever and just have it an empty lot. Well, the Haitians are actually buying those buildings and renovating them and renting them out, and they've bought a lot of business. They bought churches. I mean, they've bought everything you could think of. There's nothing that they haven't bought. They got bakeries here. They even got a radio station. They got their own radio station. They got their own newspaper.
Where do you think they got all the funding and the money for this?
Where did the money come from for this?
Yeah, these are very poor people. Where do you think they got the money from to do all this?
Well, you got ones that have been here who came from New York, who came from Miami or Fort Lauderdale, or, you know, somewhere down in Florida that's already been here, that's established themselves and already had good credit and the whole nine. Like there's a bank, I got a PNC bank right next to me, and I got about 4 bankers over there that I know that come to my barbershop, and they you know, they tell me, they're like, man, you wouldn't believe the credit scores or the amount of money I see in these accounts, and, you know, this and that. Like, you got head, you know, top of the food chain Haitians that are here that have already been in America, that have already established themselves, and they're, you know, buying up things and then helping, you know, putting their people together. And then, like I said, you know, you get Haitians that's here, that's been here, you know, 2-3 years, and they're making $30 an hour, but there's 8 of them living in one house. You know what I'm saying? Even if they're paying $400 a piece to stay there, it's giving them, you know, they go half on you know, they chip in on grocery bills. Like, they do things like that. So they're living for really cheap, and they're making great money for that. For, you know, their monthly expenses might be, you know, $600, $700, but they're making $1,000 in a week.
You got a household full of people working. Is basically what you're saying.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
And
So that's how they're doing it, and then they branch
and they
off.
splitting one roll of toilet tissue among, you know, they ain't got to go out and buy a roll for each person. They can split a roll, and the ketchup and everything gets split down the middle. 8 ways.
I mean, and when I tell you they split, like like I said, I talk to them all the time. I taught a group of them how to how to park and do all of those types of things.
You taught them how to park?
Yeah, I've taught them how to park. I always do that. Like I help them as much as I can, but I talk to them all the time. Like I pick their brains about things and all of that, and they really, 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 like I said, they had their own infrastructure, man. They bought up buses and vans to take each other to work. I mean,
I have another
they
question.
do all of that. Like they came so organized that it's crazy coming from where they came from, because I've been there multiple times, and to see how organized they are as a people, it's just unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. It's almost like somebody organized them.
Yes, and they get to that money, man, and they get to their money. And what they do is you put 8 of them in a house. Okay, when 1 or 2, like, you know, whoever feels comfortable enough to go out on their own, they go out on their own, and then they just keep replenishing, like add somebody else to their house, and then that's how they do. They just all branch off. Then you'll see a whole new group in that house, and then it just continually rotates like that. And you'll see them go from when they first was coming, you see them in, you know, older vehicles. All of them getting new vehicles now.
Wow,
you know,
that's amazing.
2 years worth of tax payment. 2 years of tax papers of making.
Yeah,
you know,
let me ask you this question, man. You say you grew up in Flatbush, and again, I'm in Brooklyn and Crown Heights, and I'm a Black American. I'm not Caribbean or anything like that.
Yeah.
And I didn't grow up there. I just lived there now, and last 10, 15 years. And so when I was living, I noticed there was kind of like a tension between, say, the Black Americans and the Caribbeans, because as you described the Haitians in your town, the Caribbeans, the Haitians, the Jamaicans tend to just do a little better than the Black Americans. Would you say that's fair?
Most definitely, because they know how to stick together, man.
Do you think that contributes to like some of the tension? Are you seeing some of the tension between the Black Americans down there?
Yeah, there's some here. There's some here. Yeah, there's some here for sure.
And what is the basis typically of that tension?
They're taking our houses. They're taking our jobs. That's the whole root of it. They're taking our houses and taking our jobs.
What do you think
that
about
don't even
that?
work.
What do you think about that, though? Mm-hmm.
I get on them all the time about that, because you're crying about jobs that y'all don't even work. Like, y'all sit around playing games all day and smoking weed and doing all of that. Like, what jobs are they taking? You don't even have a job. Like, I'm hearing this from people that I know personally that hasn't worked in like 8-10 years. You know what I mean? Oh, well, they're taking our jobs. Okay, but you don't even have a job. So what job are they taking?
People on the panel are laughing at what you said. That's very true. If you don't have a job, you don't have a job to be taken from you.
They're taking our housing. Well, you live with your girlfriend, or you still live with your mom. So what house are they taking? Like,
so let me ask you this question. If they are feeling this way before the Haitians, they weren't working.
Yeah.
It almost, one could lead you to say you pretty much have to write these people off. Their future is pretty dim.
Yeah. Well, it's basically the same thing as the Willie Lynch syndrome, but it's with the Haitians, and it's jealousy.
You think the Blacks are jealous of the Haitians?
Very, very, because you just sat on your ass for 30 years and ain't done nothing. These people been over here just a couple years, and they killing the game. And then you looking at them, and you're like, oh, hell, what? And I'll be telling them all the time, while you was sitting there playing that damn PlayStation, you could have been doing all of this.
Omar coming. Like in The Wire, Omar coming.
Yeah. Yeah.
So does he?
It's crazy, man. Like just to see that.
Hold on for a second. We got a question for you. What do you say, Portia?
Okay.
So I'm hearing the things and not saying that I don't agree, but he mentioned how he helps them or he teaches them how to park, and he has a lot of them that comes into his barber shop. Does he or has he ever helped out Black Americans in his community the same way that he has with the Haitians?
Okay, that's a good question. Portia, the editor here says, have you ever helped out the Black American community in the way that you helped out the Haitians?
Yes, I have.
And
how?
Thank you.
She said, wondering, like, in what fashion have you helped out the African American, Black American?
I've given out JanSport backpacks, full of school supplies. I did that for probably about 5 to 6 years, and I stopped because, as usual, one of us want to try to take advantage of the situation. I had an incident where a lady, I let her get it off coming back twice. Then she came back 3 times, and I had to call her out on it, and it turned into a verbal altercation. So and that wasn't the only time I had that happen, but that's kind of like the one that stuck out and made me just shut it all down. So I still had probably about 100 backpacks full of supplies. I mean, I'm talking backpacks, JanSport backpacks, not just some cheap ones, that I had with everything. A parent wouldn't have to buy a single item, not a pencil or nothing to add to it. And my nephew is Braxton Miller, the football player for Ohio State, quarterback. I donated the rest of what I had to his foundation and the school that he has opened here in Springfield, and let them deal with all of that. And they gave me a plaque for it and everything, but I didn't care about the recognition. I just was doing it to,
Okay, 2 questions. She said, what's the name of the school? And secondly, question from the audience: do you believe that Haitian illegals are a better replacement for Black Americans, particularly since they've created their own infrastructure?
Well, let me correct that question. They're not illegal here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They're illegal. I'll just give you a little bit of background on that. Our governor, his name is Mike DeWine. He is from this area, so he has a school in Haiti. He had private schools in Haiti, which were called the Becky DeWine schools. You can Google them if you got somebody up there. They can look this up.
Yeah, I can look it up. Yeah.
Okay. Well, they had to shut down those schools because of the gang violence and all the violence that's going on in Haiti. Well, that is the pipeline from that to here. He's from here. You know what I mean? He's not like from Columbus or Cincinnati or Dayton. He's from here. So
does he believe that Blacks are a better replacement than Haitians?
Whole neighborhood where his funeral home is at. So a lot of the Haitians have moved into those properties. So it's deeper than just what everybody is. You know what I mean? So
it sounds like what you're saying is that Mike DeWine tuition-free school you said it was a pipeline.
Yes.
And I imagine that he didn't build a pipeline for free. There has to be some money in this somewhere. So you think he's getting paid to bring them here?
I believe that there's I mean, if it's coincidence, I'm a very intelligent man, you know what I mean? So if it's coincidence, I would believe that only probably be 2% out of 100 that it could be a coincidence. Because these 2 guys are real friendly with each other. And
hey, what's the 2 guys again? You said Mike DeWine and who?
Mike DeWine and Rob Rue, R-U-E.
Okay.
He has a funeral home called Littleton and Rue, and it's a big funeral home. Like they got a crematory, all of that. And then that whole surrounding neighborhood, all them, there's a few blocks around there that he owns a lot of the houses. Then there's also a guy, I forget his name. He's First Diversity. It's a temporary job service. Like they do the staffing, or they like put people in jobs. Well, when the Haitians get here, a lot of them end up going to that. And he owns a lot of he owns like 67 properties. So he gets his little cut. I think Rob Rue gets his cut, and then I think Mike DeWine get kicked back.
Let me ask you this question. You say you had 5 properties, right? I'm a landlord. How do you rent your properties? Do you rent them the entire place, or do you rent them room by room?
No, I rent my properties as entire property.
Do you rent to any of the Haitian people?
No, I do have a Bahamian in one of my properties, and he's a single 28, 27-year-old Bahamian dude. But no, I don't rent to any Haitians.
Have you been tempted to rent to them, considering you could probably get more?
I would. I would definitely rent to them if I had anything available, but I don't have anything available.
Like if you had something available, like hypothetical, and a Section 8 person came to you, or if a Haitian, if you can rent it, the rooms individually, you take an Haitian. There you go. Yeah. Businessman.
Yeah.
Let me shout out your barbershop, man. Anyone ever in Springfield, Ohio, the Final Cut Barbershop. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we're talking to Anthony. You got an interesting last name, man. What? How you pronounce?
I'm half German and half black.
Man, are you people probably think you're Jewish. Are you Jewish?
Nah, German. It's German.
I mean, you German. You Jewish by way of Germany?
Nah, it's all German.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think the Jews.
I've never met a black person with you have an interesting last name, man.
Hey, John.
We got another question for you. What's up, HB?
My great grandmother, man. She was an immigrant.
Yeah. Hold on for 1 second. What's your question, my man? HB.
So there was a viral picture of a Haitian holding a goose. Can you ask him about the genesis of that picture?
There was a viral picture of a Haitian holding a goose or geese or whatever.
Goose, yeah.
Did you see that picture? Do you know if that's real or AI? What do you think?
Well, the neighborhood is real. It's right here in Columbus. And like I said, that's not Springfield. That's Columbus.
Okay.
It's on the north side of Columbus. It's on the 4700 block of Cleveland Avenue. I've heard 2 different things. I heard it was an AI picture. The neighborhood is real. Now, the guy planted in that picture, I heard, was either AI or was removing roadkill. So I don't know. I know there are geese on that part of the strip of Cleveland Avenue.
If you had to bet your bottom dollar, you think that was real or not?
No, I think it was fake.
Okay. Do you view the Haitians as a threat to the Black Americans in Springfield? Like, and when I say threat, maybe not even physical. Like, this is a question from the audience. Their quality, a style of life, quality of life, or even physical threat.
No, not at all. Not at all. They, I mean, to the ones who don't have anything, yes.
Do you think they would gentrify the blacks out?
Once again, to the ones that don't want to work and be lazy, yes. To the ones that are out here, productive citizens in the community, no.
But do you think that the blacks can compete with people that are willing to live 8 to a house, 8 adults, getting up, going out of the house every day, headed to work?
They can't.
Man, white people can't hardly compete with that, bro.
No, but the Latinos here can.
Yeah, the Latinos can.
They did, and the Haitians can. That's what they're doing. So, I mean, it's an American thing, man. We are privileged. We're entitled Americans. You can't put 8 American different. That's not in the same, even in the same family.
Diversity,
put them in one household together, unless they were brothers and sisters growing up with the same parents in the household. Yeah,
diversity.
Somebody's going to steal something.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to, try to always get over. You know what I mean? If we're all paying $250 a month for something, 1 month, I only got $200. You know what I mean?
So let me ask you this:
how we work.
So if I pulled a random Springfieldian, I guess that's what you would be called. random white person Springfieldian, their mood would be what? Probably negative, right? Middle 50-50.
I would say yeah, but I also will say this. Like I got friends, I got a few friends that own businesses and stuff, and it's kind of like a good cop, bad cop relationship. You know, you got a guy that might be a great cop. He might not do no foul stuff to people, but his partner in the car with him that he rides with every day gets out and beats people up, done shot a few people, done did all of these different things, done stole drugs from one of the drug dealers and put it back on the streets. And the other cop that's a good cop, he's sitting in that car with him, but he's not saying nothing. He's not telling on this guy. He's just allowing it to go on. So in all reality, he's not a good cop because he's turning his head to what the bad cop is doing. It's kind of that situation. Like my friend, he spoke to me and he's like, man, I want to do something, but I'm kind of scared because I don't want the feedback from, what my friends will think and this and that, blah, blah, blah. Well, he went ahead and spoke out. He was with me at this restaurant that we were at, and he's been getting nothing but negative feedback.
But what did he say?
I mean,
what did he say?
He's for the diversity. He's for, including, the Haitian community to Springfield. He's like he said, they're working citizens. They're doing what they do, and you just got people that hate. That's like.
And he's a white guy, or black guy?
Yeah, he's a white guy.
Okay, so how would you think? How do you think that?
Lost a lot of friends behind this.
How do you think that black people feel about it? If you'd ask that, random black guy, hey man, what do you feel about the Haitians? What do you think they would say?
Most are going to say they don't mind it. Most are going to like it.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, like I said, it's the ones that don't have anything are the ones that got problems with it.
Hey John, I got another question. A serious question.
Mm-hmm.
Are the Haitian women hot?
Are the Haitian women hot?
There are some, yes.
Yeah, I had a Haitian woman. I had one, man, and she was hot. There's two
that live in the building. The building right behind me that you've seen in my video. That big building. There's a few that live in there, boy. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, man. That hair, boy, be so soft you could sleep on it like a pillow.
Oh yeah.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah. And the skin. Oh my God.
Man, don't talk about it. Hey man, this has been great, man. Anyone else have any other questions?
So
go
did
ahead.
you ask him Kamala or Trump?
Oh yeah. Kamala or Trump 2024. Who you predicting? Who you voting for? We got a mixed crowd here.
It's a landslide, and it's a landslide with Kamala.
All right.
And it could have been a lot different, but the orange guy don't know how to keep his foot out his mouth, man.
Who did you want to win? Did you want the Trump? But if he had kept his foot out of his mouth, did you want? Okay,
never.
All right.
Nah,
okay. Mm-hmm.
No. That brings too much hate and division in this country. I mean, my issue is this. Would we all I seen Ice Cube on an interview this morning. I seen this interview. I don't know when he did it. I think it was just like a few days ago. And he was talking about Trump, and he was talking about he's rich, he's powerful, he says what the hell he wants to say. He's the American dream. Why wouldn't anybody want to be like that? You know what I'm saying? If we had the opportunity to be that way, we all would be that way. But the downside to that is he's not a compassionate human being. He lacks morals. He doesn't know. He puts his foot in his mouth every time he opens his mouth, and he's not very bright. So, if he didn't do those things, it'd probably go the other way, to be honest. And like I said, I lived in New York. I got a daughter, a 23-year-old daughter out there. She moved from Brooklyn to Freeport, Long Island, and I was just out there, and I seen how the South Bronx is backing Trump, and it just puzzles me. Like, I just don't understand it. Like, it's a whole group of blacks and Latinos. You got Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, and blacks, and they're out there really, really going hard for that dude. And I don't understand it. Like it
Do you think it is the blacks and the Latinos that you speak of, the ones, the weed PlayStation guys that are seeing themselves get displaced, and they are reaching out to, he's speaking about the immigrants, and they feeling like they're being displaced by the immigrants. You think that's why those people like in the South Bronx? I tend to doubt that South Bronx are going to go for Trump, but
from me being out there and seeing the stuff I see, I be sitting there. It can't be over immigrants, because hell, all of them is immigrants.
It's like you start protecting your turf. You know what I mean? Like, hell, I was here first type shit. You know what I mean?
Maybe, but I don't think that is it. I just don't know what it. What I really believe it is? That stimulus money, that PPP loans, and
that's what you be saying,
John, and all of that. That's what it is.
What do you mean when you say that's what it is? What you mean?
Everybody was getting free money a few years ago, and
you think they attribute that to Trump, and that's why they like Trump?
Yeah, these people. Yeah, I hear it. I hear it out of the people's mouths.
They got that
Trump
COVID money, unemployment, all that supersized unemployment, everything like that, right?
Yeah, and then all these fraudulent, PPP loans and all of that they were making,
He more or less bought them. He bought them, Rick.
Bought them.
Yeah.
And then, let me go ahead and exonerate Kodak Black and Lil Wayne. We'll give you a couple little token, token people, you know what I mean? And that sells it.
Yeah. All right. So what do you want to see Kamala do her first 100 days? What's the most pressing thing on your mind right now that you want to see her do?
Well, as far as for me, my economy is doing great where I'm at, but I would like to see the economy as a whole, the world a little better. I'd like to see homelessness and really veterans. I would like to see something done about that. The homeless veterans that, if they're homeless and they're on drugs or something, I don't really have sympathy for that like that. But if they're homeless and, I have a personal thing with the VA. I went to the VA just to see if I could start going to the VA doctors. And they told me I was too young. I was in too good a shape. They thought I was younger than what I was, and then they told me I was in too good a shape. I just want to see something done like that for there's people out here that need to see doctors that are veterans, that are homeless, that are getting denied, doctor visits and things of that nature. We definitely need to take care of our veterans, the ones who have honorably, served this country.
Right.
That's one of the biggest things that I want. And
hey, I'm sorry. You can keep talking. I need to get an order. My audience can hear you, but you won't be able to hear them. But keep talking, whatever you got to say, and whenever you're ready to hang up, they'll be able to carry on. But,
John, make sure you plug the channel.
Yeah. Before I step away, this is the channel. I'm John Galt. This is the Urban Landlord. You can probably go on YouTube, find those channels. We stream 24 hours a day. And I should have called you from my other phone. Matter of fact, if you don't mind, man, we'd love to call you back a little bit later to get some more feedback. Not today, but as we get toward the election time. And I'm sure you guys will be in the news. Sounds good.
That's definitely fine.
All right, so I'll let you answer that question. I'll be right back.
Okay. But yeah, I would like to definitely see her implement something that involves helping homeless veterans, homeless women, children that have been displaced due to, domestic violence or whatever the case may be. Pretty much anything that has to do with elderly, Social Security, things like that. So my whole thing with if she does get elected is, just try to look out for the veterans, try to look out for the homeless, especially women and children, and our elderly. You know, as far as, you know, physically capable men and women from the age of 20 to 60, you know, we pretty much should be able to take care of ourselves. So and for me personally, I have a soft spot for women, children, elderly, and veterans. So that's what I would like to be addressed, and different, you know, I'm trying to implement something to help those type of things out.
Oh, the irony.
He can't hear us, Portia. He can't
I
hear
know.
us.
I know he can't. That's why I said that.
Wow.
Gosh, I have
Man.
so much to say. I have so much to say. I truly wish that he could hear us. Wow.
Well,
So
yeah,
much.
yeah. I'm not sure. I don't. Yeah, we know he's working. We've been hearing that Clippers go off the whole time. So
Yeah.
damn, John should have just ended the fucking conversation. God damn. Damn, John. Let me just take John's. Let me just take John's John off the screen. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, there you go. There goes John. He's walking around. Hey. God damn it.
Well, he working, so he probably don't mind because he seems to be very forthcoming in his discourse.
Yeah. Honestly, I really do like his response, and you know, I hate to well, I'm not gonna say I hate, but I do think there is a big racial aspect to this. And I think you know, especially in small towns, when you see these people coming in, kind of taking over, people are gonna feel a way about it. And you know, I think a lot of the stories and the narratives can be you know, kind of, we can be as the audience, we can be gaslit into believing whatever we want to believe in. So I think that's you know, I can't see there being a whole bunch of illegals. And I do, and I think too, you know, it is, I'm telling you, I've worked with some of these Haitians before, and they have such a strong culture that you wouldn't believe. And they are kind of like, they move kind of like the Jews a lot of times, where, you know, once one makes it, they trying to help the next one and compound all of that. So I think it's really, they're just taking advantage of the situation that they're in. Plus they got that, you know, they got that layup from that white man, from the what did he say, the mayor or the senator or something. So I think that's what it is. I think we're all being kind of played in this political, you know, theater. And, you know, it's obviously, it's not going to change how I feel about certain situations, like illegals, letting a bunch of illegals in here. I'm not with that. But if these people are coming here legally, and they have you know, some white man at the top making sure that they have you know, their papers right, and they working, investing, buying up all, like I tell you that all the time, Portia. The block that I grew up in, Detroit, the whole block is vacant now. When I grew up there, it was nothing but families.
Yeah, but I'm sure right now they can move more Haitians or more illegals into these places like that in Detroit, and they can revamp it and build it, and, you know, rebuild it and turn it into their own thing.
And I think that's honestly, these small towns are like the test places. These are the test subjects right now. They're trying to see if this stuff can actually work. But you damn right.
You see what John got? You see what John got? What he had to pick up?
What do you have to pick up? Some weed?
No, you see?
What is that?
Some beer. That? It's his beer order that he ordered yesterday.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey, Gary,
So I
and
think
since you're here, I'm sorry, Gary, and since you're here, I actually was looking for your email. My other email is working now, just so you know.
I'm
John,
sorry about that.
CP
He hung
John,
up already. He hung up
CP still
already.
on
Did he
the-
hang up? He's still on?
I can hear you.
Oh, he's still on. Okay, shit.
Oh, he's
All
still
right.
there. He's still there.
Yeah, yeah. Oh man, we still got you, man.
Yeah, I was
hey
in
man.
there while you doing that.
Yeah, man. I guess we let you go, man. We had you up here for a bit, man. I really appreciate you coming on, man. I hope you spread the channel. You know, I will be honest with you.
What's your channel again, so I can put it in my phone?
Yeah, John Galt, the urban landlord, and you know, I'm a landlord. And, you
Hey,
know,
John,
I will.
John, tell him it's at the urban landlord
At the urban landlord, at the urban landlord on YouTube.
One
and
word,
I would, you
one
know,
word.
yeah, at the
John
urban
Galt.
landlord, one word, John Galt. You'll see a black guy with a tuxedo on. You know, and before you even look, man, you know, I'm probably not as pro-immigration as you are because, you know, those guys that you spoke of, they're smoking the weed in the PlayStations. You know what I'm saying? I used to rent to them. And I do see kind of what they're going through in that, you know, they're going to have a hard time finding their way in this world because no one's going to be choosing them, even with their Section 8 voucher, when you got people willing to pay more than the voucher and can put, you know, and I, you know, I really feel sorry for them because like you, man, I don't rent to any migrants or illegals or whatever the hell you want to term them. You know, let the government pick a name for them and I call them that.
Yeah.
But I don't rent to them. I don't feel comfortable with them. I feel comfortable more with Americans doing business with Americans. But I guess we're gonna have to learn a little Creole.
Have you ever been overseas anywhere?
Yeah.
Okay. See, that's what I mean. My Navy career is what made me. You know, I look at a lot of things different, and it
Thank you
isn't
for your
just people of
service.
color. I've been to Jerusalem. You know, I've been to a lot of different places where it's bad at, and you know, I just got empathy for people, man, that are being, you know, that got to live like that, you know, that's got to live where they're being oppressed. And, you know, that's part of the American dream. And, you know, we in 2024, I was born in 1973. So not too many years before I was here, born to this country, I came from 2-3 generations of immigrants. You know what I mean? And my whole thing is this: at what point, when all our people came over here as immigrants or as slaves, at what point, at what year is it, okay, we can shut the door now and nobody else is allowed to be over here? You know what I mean? And that's where I have a tough time with a lot of people, because this country, you know, is supposed to be the land of the free. You know what I'm saying? And it's not. But to them, it is. You know, that's everybody. That's why it's called the American dream, because everybody wants to get here. You know, we have all kind of fascinating things going on in the United States. So everybody looks at the United States as, you know, I want to get there. You know, they see the big bright lights in New York City. You know, they see the weather of Florida. They see the hills of California. You know, they see things like that, and they want to be here. They want to be a part of that. And
They also see the welfare benefits.
yeah, they do see that. But let me tell you this. In my experience of me being, I live in, you know, Columbus, one of the most diverse cities in the United States, and also one of the largest cities in the United States. They're not eating off of our welfare, bro. And right here in Springfield, okay, if you got probably 90,000 people now with the Haitians. Now I will say this: do you see them at Job and Family Services? Yeah, you do see them there, but that's when they first get here. You damn sure don't see them after they're here for a few months. They don't be down there no more. Now they done implemented themselves into the workforce, and they're working. And that's one thing. They are working. They are out here working. I mean, when I tell you they working, the same with the we had a big influx of Mexicans. You know, now a lot of them were illegal, but they were out here doing roofing jobs, you know, siding jobs, any kind of construction, concrete jobs, all of those different things.
What kind of jobs do the Haitians do?
Factory.
Okay.
Most of them are doing factory.
So not a lot of construction or anything like that.
No, they're not doing. They're filling these factories up. You know, this right here's where Honda is made. So we got 2 big Honda plants.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait. There's a manufacturing plant near your town?
Yeah, we got 2 of them. That's where my mom retired from one.
You know what's interesting about that? Because I did a stream on Talladega, Sylacauga, Alabama. What plant you say is there?
Honda. And they do have, we got the major Honda. The United States, all the Civics, Accords, all of that. The plants here in Ohio, right here in Marysville and East Liberty plant. Those are the cars. They produce all the cars for the whole world. Now we do have where they'll do like Alabama's got a plant down there. They do like something for cars. I don't know, but we actually Honda's opening up another plant, a battery plant.
Yeah, Honda, Alabama. They've been there 22 years.
Yeah.
It's right near Sylacauga, Alabama. In Lincoln, Alabama, is an assembly plant, manufacturing, whatever. Yeah, it's a $2 billion manufacturing facility in Lincoln, Alabama. Okay, so there's a Honda in.
There's 2 Honda plants up
2 of
here.
them.
There's
Wow.
actually 3, but the 2 main ones in the whole United States are right here.
Right.
That's East Liberty plant and the Marysville plant.
Are the migrants working at the car plants?
Yes, they're working at there. They're working at. I mean, they're working at Amazon.
Let me ask you this question, man. You know, again, you know, I am a black guy, so I'm really curious. Why do you think the blacks that you speak of that smoking weed, PlayStation, whatever? Why do you think they didn't grab the bull by the horns at all these jobs that your city had to bring in Haitians? Because these aren't like picking cotton jobs, right?
These are nice jobs.
These are good jobs. So why do you think the black men, the ones you said smoking weed, who are getting displaced, why do you think that even now with the pressure on their ass from the whatever you want to call them, illegals, migrants, whatever, Haitians, whatever, because they're not all Haitians, they're not all legal, illegal, whatever. Why do you think that hasn't lit a fire up on their ass?
They lazy, man. I mean, you're a black man. The one thing I do, bro, I keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Even, you know, I'm like that with my favorite sports teams. I'm like that with just life, period. I keep it real and shoot from the hip. Y'all lazy. You know, I tell them all the time. I'll be like, y'all lazy. Well, y'all sat here and watched. First of all, y'all watched the Mexicans come through do the same thing. But the Mexicans wasn't as organized as the Haitians are. The Mexicans just came and, you know, they was a little bit just doing a little bit of everything. But the Haitians came and they organized. Like I said, they got their own newspaper and radio station, bro. Like they doing.
Do you think the government helped the Haitians organize more than maybe the Mexicans?
I just think they had people implanted already that were here. That I think that they the ones that migrated here 10 years ago had already been in the United States. They either been in Florida or New York.
What do you think made them pick Springfield of all the places in the world?
That Mike DeWine school, man. That school did it. That school did it. That school did it. And you seem like you an intelligent guy, man.
Yeah,
I'm
listening to
that information. I want you to dig into
man,
that.
I already got it up, and we're gonna talk about it afterwards, man. You know, we're gonna open up an open panel. As I said, we stream 24 hours a day, so we talk about a myriad of things. You come on, man. I invite you to come on any day, man. You come on. You know, we have an open panel, man. Free speech. Say whatever you like. You know, no one's going to disrespect your opinion. If you do, we put them down for a bit, let them cool their heels, and then we let them come back up. You know how that goes. But yeah, man, you know, come up anytime, man. I would really appreciate you coming up, man. You know, this is a business channel, by the way, so that's one of the reasons why we wanted to pitch your business and stuff like that. You got any social media, anything you want to pitch before we let you go?
Just my TikTok is Anthott, ANTHOTT. And that's pretty much, I mean, my Facebook and my Instagram pretty much just.
You're going to be posting some more about Springfield on your.
Yes, I most definitely will.
What do you mostly post? Facebook or Twitter?
I don't have a Twitter account. I use my TikTok. I've never been into.
Well, who is that retweeting you, bro? 'Cause we saw you on Twitter.
I know you guys are the third people that just called me within about a half hour of each other. I don't know who it is. I went viral. I'm viral on TikTok right now.
Are we like the first people calling you from out of town or like locally?
No. I had a 67-year-old white woman that runs an organization in Virginia that called me right before you called me.
And what does she want to talk about?
Same things, same exact thing.
What angle was she coming?
Pretty much, she was wanting to, you know, ask me what she could do to help, you know, with what's going on in the community. She has they have a private group that they fund everything for themselves, and she just wants to know, you know, she just was spreading love and just basically letting me know that, you know, there are, you know, white people out there that supporting, you know, what I'm doing, and just, you know, telling me to basically keep doing what I'm doing, and they were proud of me, and, you know, for debunking all the rumors and the lies that are being spread, and, you know, just things like that. And,
you know, I may have asked you this. I'm sorry, Coach. I got to get ready to get out of here. I may have asked you this before. Do you think it is racial because the Haitians are black? Do you think it would be racial?
No, most definitely. Like I said, we got an influx of Ukrainians, and nobody's pitching a bitch about them. Not at all. You know what I mean? And I've encountered them in the grocery store and everything. I thought they were regular white people also until they were speaking. And I looked, I'm like, oh, there goes the
Hey, did y'all?
I knew they were here.
Hey, did y'all get some of them fine ass Ukrainian? That's what
I haven't seen any yet.
You know, none of them big, tall, blonde motherfuckers.
I've seen some big, tall ones, but they was big.
Were they blonde at least? Were they at least blonde? Were they at least blonde? You know, nigga, hey, you know, brother, take a big woman now, shit. But if she blonde, you boy pay attention to how big she is. Was she blonde?
They was.
Was she blonde? I keep asking the question.
She was like a dirty blonde.
Oh, that's it. No.
She was a big woman, man.
Hey, man, hey, what Carlos said? Carlos liked the big dirty ones. Remember Carlos? He liked the big dirty.
Yeah.
Man, you know, you're a very intelligent guy. I can tell by over the phone. You know, we're not. Yeah,
Hey,
I'm
and
49.
another thing.
What's up?
This is also the home of John Legend. John Legend grew up on my box. That's little Johnny Stevens to me. That's
we showed a video of him. You showed a video of him.
I reposted it. I mean, you could literally. I used to watch Johnny when he was a little boy in his garage playing the piano with the garage door up all year round. That's my little guy, man. Him, his brother Bumper. That's Ronald Jr. Their dad Ron Sr. He sells hats, pop tops. That's my people, man. So John's out here spreading the word too. So we can't forget about him.
My man, you know, it's been a pleasure. You probably one of the better calls that we've had, man. You know, somewhat surprising, I would say, to some of the people, in a good way, in a positive way. And I would be, you know, including in that. I thought it was going to go a totally different way, to be honest with you. But anyway, man, it's great, man. I would love to call you back again, Anthony, guys, from what Finest Cuts or what's the name?
Final Cut Barbershop.
Final Cut. You won't need to go anywhere else. It'll be the final stop for your final cut. My man, we really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. All right.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you.
Indeed. Again, John Galt at The Urban Landlord.
I got you, buddy. I'll be tuning in.
Man, that was great. That was great.
I understand. Y'all have a wonderful rest of y'all's evening, wonderful week, and I wish nothing but blessings on y'all.
Indeed. Thank you, man. Stanley done had a damn orgasm over that motherfucker.
Yo, but you know, I think like for me, it ain't politics with me. I just want to know the truth. And I think we heard the white lady and we heard him. And I think there's some truth in the middle there.
Well, the white lady and him said the same thing on one regard, at least.
Yeah.
That there is overcrowding in the housing. Now we can go back
Do you agree with him more because he's black or
what?
No, HB.
Oh. Wait, you said what?
I said, do you find yourself agreeing with him more because he's black, because it's a black perspective?
No. I said we heard from the white lady, we've heard from him too. And I think the truth is somewhere in the middle.
You know, I think you're right in that the truth is there is overcrowding.
Yeah.
The truth is that if you have 10 people on a 1-bedroom apartment or 2-bedroom, that's a lot of sewage that line wasn't built for. Everyone knows how big a pipe is. You understand?
Yeah.
When you build neighborhoods and things like that, you know, they demand to know how many people are going to be living here. So the sewage capacity.
Yeah.
To be up to snuff.
The roads, sewage, schools, every
right.
system.
All that stuff. But we've had people right now come in on the sewage, and he may not know the sewage smell. Maybe he don't smell it. Maybe it's not in his neighborhood, whatever. But there will be sewage problems.
Yeah.
Right. There will be.
Yeah.
You just double those. You just raise the size of the town very densely.
Yeah.
So, you know, that may not be something he's even aware of. But there are other people, multiple people have said it. And that does, you know, what she's saying, it coincides with what he's saying. They're both saying the same thing. There's overcrowding. But she just mentioned the sewage. Well, you can deduce that there probably will be sewage issues if you stack a house with people where the pipes weren't built for that. This is an old town, right? Old pipes, you know. Anything, man, there was a lot to unpack there, guys. That was a good one right there. That was a good one.
I think that was probably one of your best interviews, honestly. You know, I don't agree with him with voting for Kamala, but even his critiques of Trump, I'm not even mad at his critiques of Trump. I don't think he's stupid. But you know, Trump does say some things that, you know, only certain type of people can digest. He's not really a politician.
I say some things.
Right.
But I guarantee you though, if you voted for me, I wouldn't sell you out to no migrant. I'd give your children every opportunity to live up to their potential. And if they fucking flamed out and wanted to smoke weed.
You running for president, John?
Nah.
I'll vote for him.
Man, I ain't trying to get shot at.
Yeah.
Because I'm to the right of Trump. If you on the migrant shit, I round their ass up. We be fighting in this motherfucker. But may the best man win. And then he gonna say
2024. I got a real question though.
Yeah.
Is every nigga in the Navy a liberal?
Now I got a good buddy of mine.
It does seem like the liberal branch. It does seem like
I know a lot of people from the Navy that aren't liberal at all. So.
But you know, again, you know, that guy's very.
It's just that I've seen so many of them.
You know, he's very similar to me. When I would listen to him, and we like, I don't know how. I'm like, oh shit, like he like me, black guy, about my age and shit. But you know, I think he's willing to go along because right now it benefits him. But he kind of intimated in how things are going to turn. And I said it myself, you know, he made so many points. You heard me over here, like, I said this so people don't have to think I'm over here lying. I know the way of the world. And when he talked about that person with that Section 8 voucher, man, he read my transcript from another stream.
Yeah.
He basically read what I said line for line, didn't he?
Yeah. You literally said the same exact thing he said. And you've been saying it for months now. You've been saying the same thing. And I think that's why, you know, a lot of people are looking at this as, you know, this is messing up America and everything. But really, I think it's just putting everything in perspective. Like the government handouts, the Section 8, if you dependent on that, it's going to get hard for you. This shit's going to dry up for you real quick.
Well, the government has shifted the allocation of the resources to the migrants.
Yeah.
And I've shown you that with the government's intervention. I've shown you that, right? With the tent organization. What did they say? Connecting refugees.
NGO.
To jobs at scale.
There you go.
Yep.
He's down low on the totem pole like me and you, all of us, right? But he's, you know, right now he's swimming, you know, ahead of the stream. You know, he he hasn't been exposed to being naked yet. But what happens when all them Haitians buy up the houses, drive the prices up? Because they can rent them. Like, you heard what he said? He said, I rent whole houses. That's what he said, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what is
Ryan said something earlier. He said, Ryan, because I want to reply to your message. You said, how you gonna buy a house on the Amazon check?
On an Amazon check.
Ryan, before you respond, I'm sorry, John, what website was that you just pulled up?
Tent.org. Tent.org.
Tent.org, okay.
So the thing is, you can't buy a house on the Amazon check if it's if it's just one of you, but if it's 80 of y'all living in the house, all working at Amazon, yeah, you could probably buy a house in a year.
I think you missed something else too, HB.
But my point was this: Amazon wouldn't have total power over the employee if there were less employees to choose from, because you limited the labor pool, which is impossible when you have unlimited labor that's available, like in Springfield. McGregor Metals in Springfield is happy because they're hiring Haitians by the dozen, and they're not going to give any of them wages. They have no bartering power because they'll just replace them.
Right.
And my problem is that workers get screwed.
Hold on, Ryan. You know, about a month ago or so, I talked about a coffee shop. It was one of my favorites. It's called White Down. Anyone remember that shit? White Down Coffee and Bakery. It's on 8th Street, actually, right at the Whole Foods where I was going to stream. And then I said, well, Roz, girl, we got to go down the street because the homeless people have taken over. And White Down, DC, as you can see right here. Let me see it. Well, you can't see this. Let me show you. Listen to this. White Down, DC. Oh, man. Oh, they had the best cookies and croissants and scones. And then they decided to try to unionize. And what happened? What happened? They lost everything.
Yep.
The cafe said, man, fuck y'all. I'm out.
Hey, Ryan, it's a new America, Ryan. We competing with the third world, and not just the.
Go ahead.
And people are advocating for it. I mean, like, it's funny because business owners are winning.
No, Ryan. It's not that people are advocating it. It's the reality. We're not competing with the third world. We're competing with the third world mentality.
That's right. Do you remember what I said? Do you remember what I said? You better learn how to live like a migrant.
Yeah, we live. Hey,
what did he just tell you? What did he just tell you? They'll come and pay more rent than you because they're gonna pop 5-6 people in there. I've been telling you that shit from way back when I first started getting on YouTube. I was like, you better learn how to live like a migrant. 8 migrants will share one thing of ketchup. While you don't spend $3 for yours. Just you. That motherfucker sitting there half full. You've been wanting some French fries. One night, you bought some ketchup. That migrant jar, that shit, they empty that motherfucker right on out because it's 8 people. They spent 50 cents on the ketchup. You spent 3. And on it goes all these microtransactions that they get ahead of you. He said it. I said it too. I've been saying it. You gotta learn how to live like a migrant. That's the only way out of this now. And so what I wanted to point out was, like, HB said, well, these people work, job, migrant. But he also said that the more affluent Haitians, the Virgos of the world, said, shit, I can come and make some hay out of my own people. I know how to deal with my people. Sock posse. Meow. And so they go to Springfield from New York because New York's so overpriced. They've been making good money working in New York University Langone Hospital or some shit like that, being a nurse. They take the mega bus down to Springfield. And now they got big New York money in small town Springfield. That's how it works.
Wait, John. Let me reply to this message. First of all, he didn't. He literally said that they're not illegals. They got a pipeline from some white man paying for their green cards to come over here. That's what he said. So I mean, saying that they're illegals is one thing. I'm not saying roll over and let them scratch your belly. I don't even know what that means really. But crying like complaining about it when the people that own the businesses are selling you out. Your politicians are selling you out. What can you really do in the situation?
HB, I always say, man, this shit like political. You just arguing two birds of the same feather, two wings of the same bird, right?
They both, because I guarantee
I can tell you what to do. Don't vote Republican.
Well,
it's not. See, Stanley,
again,
it's not about
they both with it, right? They both with it.
They both winning.
They both with it, Stanley. See,
Stanley.
No. Let me enjoy my flowers, man.
Sure. Yeah.
Governor DeWine is a Trump voter, dude. I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a specific book, dude. Do you know history, dude? Motherfucker, give me the book. Let me drive my point home. Dude, nope. Motherfucker. You're wrong. You know what? I didn't like that dancing black guy until now.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
This is exactly how I feel right now. When I heard the DeWine school, oh man, I'm like, oh, these Republicans are horrible.
Hey, Stanley, Stanley, you remember yesterday I mentioned Justice Roberts? How?
Oh yeah, you did. Hey, John, you got some things right. I'll give you that,
bro. I cut it straight, man. I don't have a dog in the hunt. All I want is whatever it is.
But,
whatever
but for the,
how many streams did I do on JD Vance? Well, I was like, man,
I don't know.
2 or 3. I ain't done any on Waltz or Kamala. But I was most
John, don't ruin my dance.
Hey, I'm turning the music up louder for you, Stan. I'm turning the music up louder.
Nah, but
I'm turning the music up louder for you, Stanley.
Stanley, this is not a Republican Democrat issue, man. They both making money off of this stuff, man.
Bro.
They all winning. That's the trick. They all winning.
Well, here's the deal, though.
No, hold on, Stanley. I want to put something out here in the air, and I want you to respond to it.
Okay.
Now, y'all may have a disagreement with how that man voted and all that shit. But what he said about that DeWine school, it had to fuck you up if you're a Republican. It had to fuck you up. That shit had to fuck you up. It didn't fuck me up because I know how the game played. But it had to fuck you up.
It didn't fuck me up either.
But if you're an Ohio voter, you're sitting there Republican. I had never heard this shit. Now, and the media could. Now, I just Googled it. It's true. The boy ain't lying. It's true. He ain't lying. Yeah. Why hasn't the media covered this? Ask yourself.
Well, I got one better for you.
As easy as I Google that shit, why hasn't the media covered it?
Why did Trump and Vance are visiting Springfield? Why aren't they Googling it?
Because it shows the hypocrisy.
It's amazing. No, listen, man. Look, this is
both sides.
Harris gave them and 5 other countries TPS status: Haiti, Venezuela, a bunch of countries to come here and work, etc. It wasn't Trump. It wasn't Vance. They were given temporary protective status, which was extended by an additional 18 months by Biden, Harris. Period.
Ryan, you still
That's the
don't get
facts.
it, man. Ryan, you still don't get it.
Ryan,
I don't believe that, honestly.
These Haitians were brought there by the Republican governor. He ran the school.
So with that being said, all of that to the side, whenever you ask,
immigration is a Republican issue. Sorry.
Whenever you
Sam
say
was right, it's a Republican issue.
The thing is that it doesn't matter if it's the left or the right. We're going to cover what's in favor for them, because I can turn around and say, well, why don't the Democrats or the left stream media, why don't they cover this? They're going to cover what's in their favor. So the Republicans aren't covering it because it's not going to be in their favor. That's simple. It's simple. They both do it.
No, Portia. I think John was asking, why aren't the liberals covering it? And that to me, it's. I remember
Stanley sent an article earlier where the liberals were covering it. Isn't that right, Stanley? With the ABC article that you sent to me.
We've talked more about cats.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they just interviewed the governor.
Right.
Did they talk about his DeWine school? No. Did they talk about his DeWine school in the interview?
They did not. They didn't ask about it either.
Yeah, and
yet that nigga brought it up. Yet Anthony brought it up almost reflexively, like, yo, it ain't just him. It's the guy that owned the funeral home, that owned a lot of property, that housing these people. He probably making
also want to point
money. These probably all Republicans, right? These are all Republicans, right?
It could very well be that's why Anthony isn't voting Republican, because of DeWine.
Maybe, but again, like, it's on both sides, and Biden is at the top level, incompetence or whatever you want to call it, doing his best job. He just can't figure it out, but they flowing through. The NGOs and the companies have formed PACs to hire these people at scale. The governor of a Republican state has been able to, under the radar, bring in many of them from his school where this state failed, this country failed. And the media don't seem to have any interest in that. They show more interest in a property sale of Obama with Anthony Resco than they did with DeWine seemingly having. I can't even believe he had a Haitian school. Amazing to me. And no wonder he protecting them. Shit, he getting paid. No wonder the headlines when you Google DeWine are like this. This is what the headlines look like when you Google DeWine. Governor DeWine said baseless claims about Haitian immigrants. What was the? I would read the headline. It would be, whatever. Let's see what else the headlines are. Governor DeWine defends Haitian immigrants. I'm sure he does. DeWine speaks in Springfield. I wonder what he had to say. Simply not true that Haitian migrants are eating pets. Governor DeWine defends Springfield getting $2.5 million to manage. Who is going to get that money? Will he get some of it? Yeah. Governor DeWine pushes back on fake migrant story.
And isn't he endorsing Trump too? Isn't he still?
I don't think so. I don't think he endorsed Trump.
No, he's not endorsed Trump in God knows how long.
I don't think he's going to endorse him.
He's not a Trump. He's not in favor of Trump. He's not a supporter of Trump. He never has been. Maybe back in 2016, but ever since he's been president, he's not been a fan of Trump. So that comes as no surprise.
What state was Trump shot in, by the way?
In Florida.
I said, where was he?
And by the way, the guy didn't get shot at.
Answer the right question. What state was Trump shot?
Pennsylvania.
Was it Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Yeah, it was Pennsylvania.
Right.
It was Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. And that's where all the migrants are.
Yeah, he was shot at by a migrant.
No, I'm just saying,
wasn't no migrant.
No, it wasn't a migrant.
He wasn't no migrant. Stop it,
I didn't say he was a migrant. I'm saying, that you have these governors that are have an incentive to keep the gravy rolling. DeWine clearly deporting all these migrants, that would not be good for DeWine's business. I can't imagine. Right? He's making pretty good money, I would imagine. Bringing in Haitians, housing, feeding, providing jobs for their mamas and daddies. from his school. That's good money.
And they
He's
building the town back up too. They building the town back up.
Those
Which he
Haitians
owns some
aren't
real
eating
estate.
pets; they're eating steak.
Yeah.
Sound like
food
it.
stamps, food stamp supercharged, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, it's very, very interesting. I think we've
If
seen.
you'd like to, today at 1:36. What Stanley shared earlier, I can finish that from Mike DeWine.
Yeah, go ahead, push.
And play that video. We touched on this earlier, but it has more significance now, given that phone call. There are hate groups coming into Springfield. We don't need these hate groups. I saw a piece of literature yesterday that the mayor told me about from purportedly the KKK. Look, Springfield is a good city. They are good people. They are welcoming people. We have challenges every day. We are working on those challenges, DeWine said. This idea that we have hate groups coming in, this discussion just has to stop. We need to focus on moving forward and not dogs and cats being eaten. It's just ridiculous. DeWine last week announced that the state would send more resources to Springfield. His office said local primary caregivers have been impacted due to an increased numbers of patients and lack of translation services. DeWine has authorized $2.5 million to go toward expanding primary care access for the city of Springfield while calling for more federal help. When pressed by Raddatz on how to square his defense of immigrants in Springfield with Trump's comments about them on top of recent incorrect claims at the debate that he in fact won the 2020 election, the Ohio governor said that Americans trust Trump on the economy and other issues. I've said before, we knew who the nominee was going to be. I would support the Republican nominee for president. I am a Republican. I think if you look at the economy, these are issues that I think the American people are most concerned about. I think Donald Trump is the best choice. Look, there's these are these are legitimate problems that we have on the border. I'm not minimizing that at all. And those are legitimate arguments where the vast majority, the American people agree with Donald Trump and not Vice President Kamala Harris. But what's going on in Springfield is just fundamentally different. These people are here legally. They came to work. And there's a video paired with this. I wonder if it'll let me play it.
To Republican Governor Mike DeWine of Ohio, whose state has been in the spotlight this week. I know you are a Trump supporter. And Governor, let's start with that poll. Donald Trump did not make any significant gains after that debate. Kamala Harris is ahead among likely voters, 52-46. Did he miss an opportunity at that debate?
Well, he's going to do well in Ohio. He's going to win Ohio by a big margin. That's what we're looking at, of course, in Ohio.
Well, he needs to do more than that. So did he miss an opportunity in that debate?
Look, I think he's always better off talking about the issues that really impact Americans. I think the economy is always the most important thing. The inflation. These are the things that I think are bread and butter that he should be talking about.
And I, of course, you remember what he did talk about. You have said that you don't oppose the program that allowed some 15,000 Haitians to migrate there in Ohio, in Springfield, Ohio. But former President Trump and J.D. Vance, who you support, have doubled down on baseless claims that former President Trump made at the debate. Let's listen to that again.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame.
And here's a question I never thought I would have to ask, but do you see any evidence as governor of the state that Haitian immigrants are eating pets?
No. Absolutely not. That's what the mayor said. That's what the chief of police has said. I think it's unfortunate that this came up. Let me tell you what we do know, though. What we know is that the Haitians who are in Springfield are legal. They came to Springfield to work. Ohio is on the move, and Springfield has really made a great resurgence with a lot of companies coming in. These Haitians came in to work for these companies. What the companies tell us is that they are very good workers. They're very happy to have them there. And frankly, that's helped the economy. Now, are there problems connected? Well, sure. When you go from a population of 58,000 and add 15,000 people onto that, you're going to have some challenges and some problems. And we're addressing those. We're working on those every single day. Primary care is essential. The other thing we're working a lot on is driving. We have Haitians who, frankly, many times have not driven before. We need to get more driver's training, and we're working on that. So these are things that we are working on. Springfield is moving forward. I've always felt that, and as the governor of the state of Ohio, we want people who want to come here who are legal, where they come from another state or another country, who want to work.
So Governor, let me.
That is really moving forward.
So bottom line is you are asking for federal help. No one was eating any pets in Springfield, Ohio. So what would you say to Donald Trump for bringing up those baseless stories? Is it responsible for a presidential candidate, the former president of the United States, to make those baseless claims?
Look, there's a lot of garbage on the internet. And, this is a piece of garbage that was simply not true. There's no evidence of this at all. And look, here's what we're starting to see.
But I want you to address what you would say. Okay, but I do want you to address what you would say to Donald Trump.
Yeah, there are hate groups coming into Springfield. We don't need these hate groups. I saw a piece of literature yesterday that the mayor told me about from purportedly the KKK. Look, Springfield is a good city. They are good people. They're welcoming people. We have challenges every day. We are working on those challenges. Haitians are culturally, my wife Fran and I have seen this when we've been down in Haiti. The education is prized. So when you look at all of these things, people who want to work, people who value their kids, who value education, these are positive influences on our community in Springfield.
Wow.
And any comment about that,
wait, pause
otherwise,
that.
I think
pause that real
is
quick.
hurtful, and it's not helpful.
Yo, what he just said about the Haitians, he's basically saying that the American people, you guys dropped the ball on being what it means to be an American. Saying you're bad parents, your kids ain't shit. You don't even care about education. These people do.
You know what else he did not say?
Go ahead.
Anybody catch what he has not said yet?
What?
Anybody get it? Nobody missed it.
His schools?
They say, I went down to Haiti. Nigga, what you go down for?
Oh, yeah, I did caught that. I caught that too.
He didn't tell us why he went down there.
He was recruiting athletes for his school.
He didn't tell us that. Is that what he said? I did. If he said that, I stand correct.
Did he say? I don't think he said that, Stanley.
Did he tell us that he owned the school down there?
No, he didn't say. Yeah, he didn't say he.
You say he been. He said he been there.
He's been down there.
He didn't tell us why he went there. Most people don't go to Haiti unless you got a reason, a real good reason.
Yeah, a lot of politicians go down to Haiti for some reason. I don't know what's going on down there.
You'd be surprised. There's a lot of white people in Haiti.
How many people? But that man ain't just go to Haiti. What I'm saying is, I don't deny there's a lot of white people. That's not the point.
Mm-hmm.
That man on the school, that this man on the call just saying is basically shuttling people from Haiti to the United States, of which he's probably making money off of. He probably making money in Haiti to the whatever happened down there, shut his school down. That's what the man said. You can Google it, see this school is shut down.
Where
He mentioned
in Haiti does he have this school?
We'll look it up. He mentioned briefly in passing, I've been to Haiti, but he didn't mention that school.
Yeah, it's because he getting direct deposits from Honda. That's why.
And people might would have started putting two and two together. Like, wait a minute, you got a school in Haiti? Why not one in Ohio? Why you and LeBron didn't build a school together?
Yep. John, it's honestly kind of brilliant. Instead of building a factory down there in these third world countries, Wouldn't it just
build it here.
It's a lot cheaper to just bring them over here. Yeah, it's a whole lot cheaper.
Pick the best ones.
Yeah.
Use your school as the filtering ground.
Yep.
And bring the best ones here and insert them in corporate America factories and warehouses.
So can I ask a question, John? So DeWine is happy about this.
Mm-hmm.
The town has no resources to support a third more people, but the town now wants to get money from Ohio, who wants money from the federal taxpayers, right?
I mean,
lots of business owners in the town benefiting.
Those Republicans are
Let me
horrible.
finish.
Hold on.
Stanley, please be quiet.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah. Okay. Just
come on. Go ahead, Ryan. I want to answer your question. Go ahead.
So answer me why I, as a U.S. taxpayer, got to fund the business owners, and I'm sure the Department of Commerce is pumping money to DeWine. Why am I, as a federal taxpayer, going to pay for the business owners enjoying this cheap labor? Explain it to me. Why does that make sense to you? Anyone?
Read what's on the screen and hopefully I won't have to explain it to you. Do you understand that?
I don't. All I see is okay. I see that. But why do I got to pay? I don't. There's no justifiable argument for me paying for migrants. And I just want to add, Stanley knows that Texas
Stanley,
shut their border and the Democrats opened it up again.
Who's arguing with you? They just making the fucking decision. They just running over you, man. They steamrolling you. The decisions have been made.
Yeah, they have. I agree.
Okay. So
and all the people here will get screwed. People that support this are going to get run over unless you're a business owner, and then you're going to benefit from cheap labor. But everyone else gets screwed. I won't be affected. My job's secure. I got no issue. I'm fine. But a lot of working Americans are going to get screwed. I'm just saying.
Here's the thing. You know what's interesting? I want to go back to the guy for a minute so we can unpack some of what he's saying. What he said. He doesn't want to take the migrants, the Haitians. You notice that? He doesn't want to rent to them. Why not?
Yeah.
He said they pay more.
Yeah.
Why doesn't he want to rent to them?
Probably don't want eight Haitians up in his crib.
He know he ain't gonna be able to get top dollar for what he gonna be given. He ain't gonna be able to get what the Haitian man gets. And basically, if he would have even rent his place to the Haitian man will arbitrage his shit. Get crack. You understand what arbitrage is? You all understand what arbitrage is. One of the Haitians would basically arbitrage his house. Say, okay, hey man, you want to rent your house for $1,000? Cool, I'll pay you $1,000. And then the Haitian comes in and chop that place up, put people all on the floor, on the bedroom, on the sofas, and he charging $400 a head.
Yeah.
Now he making $2,000 off the apartment.
Yeah.
And homeboy Anthony, he's getting $1,000, and he mad as hell, right?
Yeah.
But he can't do that because he can't rent to the Haitian. That's why I told you guys before. I told you about when I had the Hispanics in my house, them look like West Coast gangsters.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing I could have done, man, if they would have bucked on me, man. I can't even speak their language. Right? So I stay out of their lane, man. I let them drive up the prices and I benefit by renting to Americans. And that's what the guy is doing.
Yeah.
He said, look, the Haitians gonna push up the price for everybody, and I'll just take advantage of the Americans. Because I can't chop up my house, or maybe I'm not even willing to chop up my house and rent it to the Haitians. So, and you heard him say the Haitians are saying, hey, I'll rent your house.
I'll pay more.
Did you hear him say that? You heard him say that, right? I'll rent your house. Why do you think them Haitians? You think them Haitians, they gonna move in their family? Mom, father, 2, 3 kids. Hell no. They got a play in mind.
Yeah.
As soon as he signed them down line, there's gonna be about 8 Haitians in his house. That's why he don't want to do it. He said he don't want to do it. Did I predict this? I've been telling you this for a long time.
And there are a lot of things you didn't predict either. They're also buying houses. Did you hear that part?
No, I predicted that too. I predicted that too.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I want to make sure that they're becoming property owners and taxpayers and voters.
I said when they become property owners, there's so much of a demand for housing from their own people. You heard him say, ain't no housing out here. The Section 8 people. You know why the Section 8 people, I'm going to explain a little inside baseball here. You know why the Section 8 people can't find any landlords to rent to? You remember when he said he know a friend of a friend who got a Section 8 and she can't find anybody? You know why? Part of it is price, and that the Haitians are outbidding them. But the other part is in these small, in these inner cities, big or small, by and large, Section 8 is 95% black in most cities. New York and maybe 95% black and Hispanic, which means that it was like a fertile playground for black landlords. I had Philippe on here. He was a Section 8 landlord. He'd tell you how it is when you walk in there. It's black, all black. But recently when he went in there, it was Pakistanis and Bangladeshis and ooh-wees. And I told you guys about how the Jews, I can say that, right? Fuck it, we ain't money. Yeah. How the Jews play the Section 8 game in New York. I've showed you articles. I've told you. I've explained to you. I had Kimmy Cakes up here. Did they only do Section 8 with their own people? Why? Because they add a little sauce on top of the price that Section 8 paid. Now, that's illegal. I couldn't do that. If I tried to do that shit, motherfucker call the police on my ass, call housing, and have me in jail, fraud, tax evasion. Mm-hmm. But these people that live in these communities where they don't talk to the police and shit, the landlord say, hey, you got a Section 8 voucher? Okay, give me another $300 on top of that, and I'll get you this house. Now, that's illegal as a motherfucker. But they'll be able to pull that shit off. And ain't no way a black girl who ain't got that extra $3 gonna be, he ain't gonna offer her that deal because it's illegal. Yeah, you can't offer her the deal.
And she gonna snitch on you too.
Snitch on.
She gonna snitch on you.
He won't be able to go to sleep at night worrying about when she gonna snitch on him to pay that.
Just like your man's Philippe. I still couldn't believe that lady snitched on him. But honestly, that's how a lot of them are.
You think them people snitching if they doing illegal construction?
Hell no, they ain't snitching. They'll probably come over and help you just to get it over quicker.
Black people, you better learn how to live like a migrant. That government is not your friend anymore.
Hell no.
You gonna call your government?
John, they never was your friend. That's the irony. They was rocking you to sleep. They was rocking you to sleep this whole time. Man, honestly, I honestly feel like this like a 100-year plan to do this. I think this was always been.
The people are gonna be forced to wake up, man. Like this shit is amazing, you know. Like there were so many things to unpack. Like he more or less said, "Man, fuck my people. Like fuck any opportunities, any dreams, any hopes. Not only them, not only the weed smoking PlayStation baby mama Negroes, but he said, fuck their kids and their kids' kids. That's what he said. He said, man, I understand them niggas smoke weed and they fucking know. They having babies. So fuck their dreams and anything they spit out dreams. Because I'm rolling with the Haitian, because that's what pays.
Are you saying the barber said that or the governor said that?
Implicitly, that's what the barber said.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe that he was very direct in his stance on that. And in the chat, I typed, I don't care how much I joke and play with y'all up here on these panels. I don't care whatever kind of jokes it is or slugs that I make. I am America first, no matter what. But in that, I am Black. And Black Americans, they are a part of my America first. So there is not any, I don't care how low down, broke down, toe up, baby mama, whatever this, that, and the third, I will never put another group above my people.
It's very difficult because it's very interesting because, again, you can't go to another country and they do that. They burn that motherfucker down.
I'll never do that. And that's the one thing about him that it's just like, I hear him and we talk about all of the things that he was saying. These are all of our talking points. And I believe someone in the chat said, he said a lot of stuff. You know, he used a lot of Trump's talking points. I wonder if he's voting for Trump just because of how he was sounding. So yes, we can call out these things, and we always do, and we won't ever stop. However, I am not going to create a path for people who are not from here to have a better opportunity to exceed and or surpass my own people. And the way that he was talking, I mean, because he ain't got to worry about it. Like he said, he good. You know, he ain't worried about him.
His children out of schools, right?
You know,
His children out of the schools, right?
It's great for him. His
Right,
kids is
right.
grown. He ain't got to worry about it. But like, what about all
He
the
a
other
property
black
owner? He a property
Come
owner? Like he got his property, but what about the young man coming up like him that wants to replicate what he did? What about the young man that sees me and want to replicate what I did? That dream is almost gone, man. When I was a young man, like buy property, put it on Section 8, get you the money, passive income, blah, blah, blah. In one sentence, he want to help the veterans.
Jesus.
In the other sentence, right? Like
And the
in the other
homeless.
sentence, right?
and the women and the children.
Yeah. But there's
How,
only so
John?
much money to go around, right? There's only so much money to go around. So if you choose to help one group over another, then you've chosen, right? And he's willing to allow the government to choose one side over the other because seemingly in the short term, it benefits him.
Yep.
In the short term. And I think, honestly, Portia,
advocate for something that goes against my own interest in my own favor.
you know, honestly,
I
Portia,
just can't.
I think when he spoke of the racial divide is partly built on the here and now versus the future. The white people are saying, wherever we are today, we may have children. We want to leave something for the children where they can live here. And we built this town. Springfield probably was named after one of their former residents. He good right now. Right? He good right now. And that is really where the conflict is. The people that wanted to maintain the culture of the town, that want the fifth generation, because he was from Columbus. Is that what he said? He's from Columbus, right?
Yeah, Columbus. Yeah. He said that's the most diverse.
And he threw salt at the drug addict lady. I know who he's talking about, the little skinny woman that says she's only 95 pounds. Oh yeah, she's a drug addict. That's fine. But even we've seen a lot of drug addicts come up on here, Savage Red, Flow State. There's always room for recovery, time for recovery, as long as you're alive. But even this drug addict, how many drug addicts you know go down to a city council meeting? That's in the city.
Not many.
That's what he missed. The black drug addicts weren't there. Hey, they crowded me out of the park. I can't sleep and smoke crack in the park. But that white drug addict was there.
John, how can a working class though, like really fight against the politicians though?
Well, I think that's
and the corporations. I mean, they're literally hand to hand.
Well, crack talks about a lot of times about like the people that be down in Operation Wall Street, whatever, Occupy Wall Street, whatever it was. But they're down there with MacBooks and shit, right? Ordering soy lattes from Starbucks. It's cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
You want to help the veterans, but you helping the migrants parallel park.
Yeah.
Right? Nigga, pick your poison. Right? Pick your passion. Whatever you want to help one another. Go all in. Don't spread your efforts. Go all in.
Can I push back a bit?
Need some concentration. Sure.
The man said he tried to do something for the blacks, and you know what? You'll be surprised for me to hear this or to say this. You know what? If the blacks are not doing what the Haitians are doing, you know, they need to wake up and smell the coffee.
That
And
is true. You know,
probably some of some of the whites need to do it too.
Well, you know what it is, Stanley. You know, I want to point out something that he said, which really Portia asked him the question, like, what are you doing for the black people? And he said, well, I gave them some book bags.
Some backpacks and some school supplies.
Yeah, he did, right? And but then he said, what did he do for the Haitians? Oh, we didn't ask him, but he volunteered. He helped them parallel park. Well, which is more important?
They probably asked him.
Well, you know, whatever the case may be, you're not wrong. But
maybe the blacks aren't asking for help.
They don't need.
Doesn't sound like they are.
They probably asking for help for a backpack. With the goodies inside, and that's what he said. The argument came up to be what you go. Yeah, I want more backpacks. I need an extra backpack. That's what I think. That's what he said. So it was an argument about a backpack, and so he gave up doing that. But I think, you know, if there is a solution, and I'm not saying that there is one for them, for black people in general, in particular, but it's going to take a whole lot more than giving out turkeys on Thanksgiving and backpacks going back to school. Right?
Well, it might be giving up some drugs and getting a job. I'm sure that Honda plant would not turn black folks away.
No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't.
Yeah.
But
I agree with that.
But I think that yesterday we watched the parade of Negroes feeding themselves. I'm gonna vote for you, vote for me, I'll do something for you. That mentality got to change. Them Haitians ain't got no parade demanding somebody do something for them.
Hell no.
That got to change today. And matter of fact, what I would say, you know when it's changing? When they don't have them fucking parades no more. They have a clean up the community type parade. That's what they need to have for the next 55 years, probably, till they can solve their problem. To their neighborhood look just neat and clean without the government or anybody. That's probably a good place to start.
Man.
Because you don't know how much would come out of that, putting your heads together to do something productive.
That takes a culture though, John.
Yeah, well,
that's why I say to Stanley, there is no black community, there is no culture.
And I thoroughly disagree with that. I think what is happening, and the other thing that kind of went unsaid, is here is a business owner. You know, of course, apparently he has some blemishes in his past, but it sounds like he's turned it around. You know what?
Yeah,
but what I'm saying is, this guy, I got the feeling that this man, who, whatever success he's having, is kind of shaking his head and going, you know, these black people don't want help. You know, if you got Section 8 and you can't find a place because the Haitians are buying up properties, you have a big problem.
Yeah, real big problem.
And if
Stanley, did you see my reaction when he was saying that shit?
Yeah.
And you've heard me say these same things, right? You've heard Philippe get up
here
and say,
I'm moving closer to your. I'm all of a sudden arguing the same point. Notice that too.
Philippe said, "No more black people, no more, no more house for you."
But the bigger point is, you know what? Maybe some successful blacks just don't want to deal with people who don't want help in their community.
They don't. I mean, you can look to celebrities for that. A lot of them don't.
Yeah.
But I think it's because Portia, I think it's because they really don't want the help. They want a handout. They don't want the help.
Right.
Because we know what the solution is. We know what the solution is, but they don't want to do that. And it's hard. It's hard.
Yeah, no, and I get that completely. I'm going to be thinking about this for a few days just so I can process it properly, so I can.
This was good. It was good when
a better way to expound upon this in the way in which I want. But at the top of mind, I've said this plenty of times on other platforms as well as this one. In the organizations that I'm a part of, and Juan, HB, and Blacks Who Defy for listening. Check your email because we have a meeting next week. I always tell y'all, whenever it's time to go to the hood to do anything, I'm not going. I always say that, and I never go. And the reason being is because I'm not about to go out here and try to force my beliefs on some people that don't want to receive the beliefs that I currently and have for the better part of my life that I have maintained. However, when listening to him, the barber, speak about it in the way in which he did, in the face of other Blacks, but from another country, it kind of makes me want to reconsider my position. Because to hear someone speak so passionately and profoundly enough to compel me, because it takes a whole lot to move me. You got to be all of that. It takes a lot to get me to rethink the way that I think. However, it's whenever you hear people that look like you, and certainly people that are citizens in the same nation that you are, speak about immigrants more so in a realm that's higher than Black people or higher than the people that are already here, it kind of makes you think. So yes, I can understand he did the backpacks and stuff like that. That's great. But whenever you talk about parallel parking and other things like that, because we can say, I'm a teacher, you already know how I feel about Black kids in school. A lot of them don't even care to go. And in my opinion, I don't even think you should make them go if they don't want to go. But he's teaching them skills that's going to help them out in the long term, right? School should be that, but a lot of Black kids and a lot of kids, period, it's 2024, they don't feel the need for school. But whenever you speak like, hey, well, yeah, the Haitians, they this, they that. I mean, well, Black people, I mean, we didn't try it, but Black people, they don't want the help. They don't want this. They don't want that. And I've said that for such a long time, but it just hit me different hearing him say it, because there is a reality. A lot of these people, what I think is good, they may not think is good. What I think is the law or what you should not do in your life. Like, I don't believe in having children out of wedlock. I mean, everybody doesn't believe that. So who am I to put that on them? And then two, in the same note, which is why the reason why I became a teacher in the first place is because of illegal immigrants. That is why I started teaching. And when you sum it all up, I mean, especially not for you, but when I sum it all up, I was teaching in a district and I noticed quite quickly that the school buses, the Black kids, they weren't on them. Whenever it came to breakfast in the morning, the reduced lunch program, the Black kids, they didn't get it. When it came to the after school program and the lunch program, the Black kids, they didn't get that. And the after school lunch program, the Black kids, they didn't get that either. But it was one day in particular when a mother came in and she had this letter. And this letter essentially was a denial letter for pre-K. And she was asking me what it meant because I had her older student in my class. And so I'm reading over it. This is the first time I've ever seen this letter or even heard of it. But her daughter was denied access to pre-K, which is, we have 2, 3, and 4 years old, but, it's essentially free instead of paying for daycare. But her daughter got denied because English was her first language, not her second language. And as I was reading that and explaining it to her and her overall reaction to it, it made me sick to my stomach, so sick to my stomach that I had to look up the school board. And I so happened to go to the school board meeting that same night. It so happened to fall on that same night. As I am inside of this school board meeting, all I see around me is Hispanics. That's it. The only Black person that was in that school board meeting, with the exception of the council members, was myself. I was the only one there. And so I went to the next one and the next one and the next one and the next one. And I kept going, y'all. I kept going. And every single time I went, I was the only Black person there. And so what I was able to do, because I had this hatred, like many of y'all know that I do, how I feel about illegals, but that hatred, that wave kind of turned, because I'm like, why are Black people all out here throwing a fit, talking about what they get and what they don't get? But whenever it comes time to actually vote and put rules in place to make things more formidable for their students, they don't show up to the places that they need to show up to. So how mad can I get at these people? And Then a Tatiana Jefferson happened. And when I tell you that every town hall, every inch of every street was littered with Black people, they came out for that, but they didn't come out for their kids' education. And so I compare that to
Portia, what's the Tatiana Hall?
Tatiana Jefferson was the black lady
Girl that
who
was
got,
killed.
she was
she
killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, so she was out of stop 6, and she was in her home, and her neighbor directly across the street called and said that her door was open. Now she was in the process of bringing groceries in, and she had 2 doors. She had that screen door, and then she had her main door. But the neighbor called the cops, and so she did live in stop 6. For those of you that don't know about stop 6, oh boy, it's super hood. And so she lived there, and she had her nephew with her that she was the caregiver for. And the cops were going around the house, and in the back window, they saw the muzzle of her gun, her pistol. And so they shot, and it killed her. But whenever I spoke at one of the hearings surrounding this, I told them and all of the other Negroes that were in there that she didn't have that gun because she was afraid of the cops. She had that gun because of where she lived at. But I say that because y'all came out for this, but y'all didn't come out for the other things that matter. Even in places all over Texas where you have, just like the barber mentioned, there are processes politically that you have to go to even have to even open a business, to even break land, to even start to formulate a business. But these people, they go out and they do all of the things necessary to have these resources for their people, and Black people don't do it. So whenever he's saying these things, believe you me, I get it. But what I'm also saying is that I might, like I said, I need some more time to think about it. But it hits a little bit different whenever he's talking about, the Haitians, because it's like, dude, you still put these people above your own people.
Can I add one quick thing?
Sure, go ahead.
Their city council does have, I think, 2, maybe 3 Black council members.
Springfield.
I was going to
Yes.
address that. I was going to address that kind of with this comment here. Do you remember when I mentioned to him about the schools and changing the language in the schools, so on and so forth, right?
Yeah.
And he said, it'd be good to learn multiple languages. Right? You heard him say that, right?
Yeah.
But now, you go to certain countries, like they're not accommodating you. You go to France, certain parts of France, they don't want to speak. They don't want to speak English just to accommodate you, even if they can speak it. And then there are other parts of the world I've been to thinking, what was it? Where was it? I can't remember where I was, and it may have been close to where the country's
Amsterdam.
Maybe wherever they close to where the country's borders, Paris, France, Sweden, whatever. And those people there may naturally speak 3 languages, right? Because it's not out of force. It just came about naturally. You may see a 17-year-old young girl working as a cashier at a grocery store. She can speak English and French and Dutch. But that's not force. But then what is happening here is going to happen by force. He may couch it in that, well, my child is benefiting from learning a second language. But as he was explaining that what's going on in the schools is the people are arguing about it, saying, I don't want to learn that. I don't want to learn that. I don't want to learn that, right? That's what he said. And so one side's going to win and they're going to force it on the others. I've talked about South Africa, and I keep trying to say, like, this is the better analogy than Brazil. It's because in South Africa, they fight like hell over what language is taught in the schools. You think about it, if you got a country with 6, 7 languages, which one is going to be the dominant one taught in the schools based upon the commerce that's enacted in the city? That's typically what's going to matter, right? If everybody's transacting in Igbo or whatever the language is, then you better learn Igbo. And if your parents don't speak Igbo, they better send you to a school that teaches Igbo. Someone saying in California, you have to speak Spanish for jobs. Okay, well, if you're living in California, you had an American child, and you plan on that American child living in California, or you want him to have the opportunity to continue to live in California, you got to make sure he learns Spanish, right? And I think that's kind of the way it's going to have to go. The schools are going to be the battlegrounds, as he said, right? That the people are fighting just over what's taught in schools. What language? Imagine that here in America, right? You better get ready to learn another language by force. And it also shows how willingly he was willing to bow down and force that on the American people. My mama got to learn a new language now, right? My grandma, my uncles, all of them need to learn a new language now because some other people have come here.
Damn.
That's how you become a slave.
Yeah.
Very
I mean, in my job right now,
good
like
point,
I was-
John.
the reason why I left my one school and I came to the school I'm at currently, and what pushed me into politics was that because I was like, there has to be something I can do about this, and that's what led me to where I'm at right now politically. However, at my school right now, I found out over the summer, maybe a week before teachers had to return, that a lot of my beloved coworkers were let go because they didn't speak English first. And the only reason why they kept me is because I have the highest scores in the network and in the state. So they made a provision for me. And so now we're up to about 800 kids at my school. And they're not from Mexico. Funny enough, not one of the 800 are from Mexico. They're all from South American countries, but now they have been integrated in my classroom with my English speaking students. And they have a program, well, two different programs that we use. Like whenever I'm talking, and teaching, it'll pick it up for them and translate for them. And then there's another application, I can't think of the name right now, that we use, but basically here I am. I don't speak Spanish at all. I understand I'm a Texan, I just don't. But where we are adjusting our staff as well as our scholar culture to accommodate kids that don't speak English. And then, also being told that you need to go ahead and learn Spanish because of blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, well, I really don't want to, but, that's happening at my school right now. So, that's just not at my school. I know it's schools all over the state and all over the country. So whenever Stanley always says we don't ever give pushback to the Republicans, or we don't ever, knock Trump or this or that. My reality on a lot of things, especially in education, Republicans, they do push for charter schools and school vouchers for charter schools. But I don't agree with that with the Republicans. And I think that they're dropping the ball in that arena, because while I do love the idea of a charter school, whenever you're pushing for funding or support or vouchers for schools like mine, and you don't really know what's going on in the schools, I can't get down with that. And so, like you, John, I don't believe that we should have to assimilate to other people's cultures and their languages. This is America, so you assimilate to ours. Because again, if you were in any other country, they wouldn't be going for it. They're not about to change their whole entire society just because a few Americans came over here. They're not about to uproot everything that they know to be true just because a few Americans moved over here. They're not going to do that. But we are.
So it's the Republicans that are demanding you learn Spanish?
No, the point I was pointing out, Stanley, is that language is part of culture, right? That's my belief, right? And here
it's an integral part of culture.
Yeah, I do believe that. And here he is, more or less being willingly going along with the changing of the language in the schools being taught. Now, he may not have said, well, he did say that pretty explicitly, but I don't think he knows where this goes once you give in and start teaching other languages in your school. Because ultimately, those people are going to demand all that language school. You're going to have
John and
businesses.
Portia, may I cut in
I
real
don't
quick?
believe that, John.
Well, okay, it's fair. It's
I
just
mean,
my
they've
opinion.
been teaching languages in schools for 100 years.
Well, but that's been voluntary by and large. It wasn't because we just got flooded with a whole bunch of people. Language teachers are probably very difficult to find. And again, what I'm talking about is resources here. Like if you got to go out and put out RFPs for 10 Creole French speaking people, that comes at a hell of a cost relative to putting out an RFP for 10 English general education teachers. You're specialized. You're asking for specialized type labor. And if a school district has X for a budget and they can only put 20% here, 20% there, now they have a very high cost ticket item on their budget.
Well, let me
Creole.
ask you a question. Would you
Yeah.
say that this push for languages, because the mayor of Springfield's Republican, DeWine's Republican, this is essentially the Republican or the
I'm talking
Republican
what
/ language version of COVID.
the man was
Basically, this is the language equivalent of the jab. It's being forced.
what the man
Would
was
you agree
talking.
with that?
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that because I don't think it's political.
That's not. It's a Board of
Yes, it is.
Education mandate. It's a
Right, because
federal Board of Education mandate. Federal Board of Education.
Like they did the jab.
Hold on, Stanley. But again, you heard Portia speak.
Oh, I heard her.
Right, and I would imagine behind the scenes we've seen so much money being spent. Who knew DeWine? Who knew DeWine had a school before now? And
we know this now.
I bet you that there are companies, middlemen like companies providing translators to these schools getting money. We could look it up one day. I guarantee you that there are people jockeying to get more money for translators in schools because they're going to be the ones providing the translators, like Teach for America provided yuppie ass teachers to inner city schools. It was all a money grab. But
John, real quick. I'm sorry, they already are. So there's two things. Here in Brownsville, in the Brownsville Independent School District, they have a contract with a company that makes a translator program called Duolingo, where if you don't understand a certain language,
yes, Duolingo, that's the one. Duolingo, that's the program.
Exactly. So that particular program, if you are, thank you. If you don't have that particular program in your school, that's going to cause problems because we're also, again, I showed you guys the Office of Refugee Resettlement, where we're being flooded. In addition to that, it's a predominantly Mexican population in South Texas where I'm at, and so Spanish is the predominant language here. But the other thing is, real quick, I'm sorry. The other thing is they have in Mexico and in parts of Central America, they have bilingual schools, but here's the difference. The bilingual and trilingual programs here in Texas are being subsidized by the taxpayer by way of our property taxes. Thank you. The difference is like if I go to Mexico, if I have my kid in Mexico and I want to enroll them in a bilingual school, I am going to pay for it, and boy, am I going to pay for it. It's not coming out of the taxpayer's money; it's coming out of mine personally. Else they're going to learn Spanish by force.
Yep, Republicans language is the COVID shot.
One of those things you think about when you talk about software in schools, that's the biggest area where the fraud still occurs. Here in PG County, right outside of DC, they've sent so many administrators to prison for sleeping with the saleswoman of the software company that she's selling software to the school district. That's where a lot of the fraud happens. And look how many all these schools done adopted Apple MacBooks and this and that, all this software. Someone's palms or ass is getting spanked for these contracts. And it's just another way for them people to steal, And this opens up a very large avenue. Duolingo programs get cracked. Just put the stock ticker in the chat here.
Oh, wait, pull that up, yeah, because this is this definitely a good investment right here.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Yeah,
I say something
Duolingo.
before you
That's
guys
what
pull
we
it
have
up?
to. Oh yeah. I was just gonna say that's the one of the language systems that we use. So like the kids, they wear headphones, and their headphones are able to pick up my voice and translate it for them into their language.
Hey, Crack. Let me ask you this question, Crack. They probably gonna have to use these in the courthouses too, right? When you got Spanish speaking or Creole speaking.
They already do that. They have certified interpreters in Dallas County. They have certified interpreters here in Cameron County. But the difference
I
is
used to interpret in New York. I used to interpret in New York.
Man, it's hey, Crack, it's bumping right now too, man. God damn, it's bumping right now. Look at it. It's been up on a upward trend for a
it's
minute.
on an upward trend from past week. Look at that, man.
Yeah, it's
I
bumping
think I
right
got
now.
in.
Let's go to the
I'm
5 year.
tempted to ask somebody if I could borrow $1,000 so that I can invest before it starts to plateau.
Let's look at the 5 year. Go to the
Look at the
5 year. That's the
5 year.
important.
Go to the 5 year. Look at the
Just
5
look when
year.
Biden took office. Just look when Biden took office.
Is
Boom.
It's at 240 right now. It was at
Lord.
140. So it's a 100-point move in 5 years. That's a double. Well, basically about a damn near double, give or take. You know, a little bit short of a double, maybe. Yeah.
There's a market peak, inflation hits, drops down in 22, and ever since it's been on the rise. So it makes sense.
You know, I wonder if you were to look at it, where is this, right? Like, you know, this is a nice run here, man. This is down at $69.
What month was that?
November 22. November 22. $69, and now it is at $250.
This is that was November 22 last year.
November 25th, 22.
I bet DeWine's a stockholder.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised. All
absolutely.
these governors and people are in on it, man. It's too much money for just one side to take advantage of. They're all going to be in on this kind of shit, man. There's just no way. There's no way they're going to let one side win. Please, doesn't Nancy Pelosi have a hell of a stock trading portfolio herself? They all in it, man.
John, it's her husband. It's not her. They never talk about it.
You know, as much as you want to choose sides, I think these guys are, you know, all getting back together. You know, that's what it looks like. That's amazing.
Well, the problem I would add, John, and Portia and Stanley, is I don't think it's political. I think it's I think this is this is Rome in the back place, so to speak. And the reason why I say it like that is because I honestly believe, for example, I learned Spanish because I wanted to. I'm Puerto Rican, and I wanted to learn the language of my grandfather and my family on the island. Just like I also I wanted to learn French because my mom was a very fluent French speaker, so I wanted to learn that just out of curiosity. I like how it sounded. But the difference is it's because I wanted to do that. I don't want to be, for example, if China were to take over, I don't want to be forced to learn Mandarin. I don't want to be forced to learn Katakana, which is the minor language in Japan. That's the issue. And when you get forced to learn these particular language, in my honest opinion, the sovereignty of your country is under threat at that point.
Yeah, but I mean, man.
I love the irony that the Republicans are the other wing on that bird.
Why?
No,
And
it's true though. It's true though, Stanley though, man. And you know that's
Oh
why.
no! Hey, I'm getting an education. I think the Republicans basically mandating indirectly Creole and Spanish. Oh, I think it's hilarious.
But Stanley, I live in Cameron County, Texas. This is a Democrat stronghold.
Oh, I was thinking of Springfield, Ohio. They're forcing Creole and Spanish into the Springfield schools.
He says, got to be careful using forced. It would be more accurate to say pressured. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Virgo.
No, you're
pressured
fine,
isn't
Portia.
forced.
Go ahead, finish.
Oh, no. I was just reading that comment from Samuel.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying, why are we so resilient to learning different languages? Do you know that most countries speak 3 or 4 languages? And yeah, and I agree with Juan. We shouldn't be forced to, but at least be open to doing it, because when we go to other countries, when we spend our hard-earned money and we go on vacations, don't we expect them to speak English?
No, it's the other way around. For example, if I go to Mexico, since it's a predominantly Spanish-speaking country, I'm going to learn Spanish because I don't want the Mexican locals catering to me. I want to cater to them. I'm a guest in their country, not the other way around.
Okay.
Hey, let me chime.
So you
Well,
go
let
on
me chime in on
vacation.
it. Let me chime in on that, Virgo. Let me chime in. I'll let you go. The reason why Americans can go somewhere and demand that people speak English is because of money. They got the money to demand people figure out what the hell they're trying to say, right? Because they want that money, right? Now, the inverse is occurring here. Is that people with no money are coming in and tell us, hey, you need to learn how to speak my language. For what? For what?
Well, hold on. Money is demanding. Money is working its magic in Springfield.
What? Not when it comes to the public schools.
Oh, yes, it is.
No, it's not. Not when it comes to the public schools, because I guarantee
Oh, that Honda plant hiring Haitians is pressuring to use Samuels.
Well, let me. Yeah, it got me. That got me to a point that I want to make. I even wrote it down. Did you guys notice the difference between the Haitians and the Mexicans that he pointed out? I caught that shit real quick. Did y'all notice it?
He said the Haitians were a lot more organized.
He said something else that I caught real quick. See, the Haitians aren't more organized. Someone is organizing the Haitians.
I agree with that.
That's true.
Right.
That's true.
Now, but there was something that I've said all along.
There are a shitload more Haitians than Mexicans in Springfield.
That ain't what I said. I've said that maybe. But there's something that I've said all along. The difference between the Haitian. I think I even said it yesterday. There's a big difference between the Haitian and the Mexican. Right? Very big difference. When he was talking about the Haitians and the Mexicans, you know what he said? I said, well, where are the Haitians working? What did he say?
At the Honda plant. At factories. Factories specifically.
Factories. But what did the Hispanics do? When he said we had a wave of Hispanics, but what did they do?
I don't recall.
Construction, siding, roofing.
Does anyone know what the significance?
Yeah, the Mexicans are owning their own businesses.
They don't need no big business bringing him in here. They start their own.
Yep.
I said that shit yesterday. You can't control them motherfuckers because the value of their labor, they own it. One of the people that came on this stream was Alpha Builder. Early on when we started this stream, it was a black guy out of Birmingham. I saw a YouTube video of his and he was talking about how he was kind of sad. And he was in a Home Depot down in the ghetto part of Birmingham, and all the Hispanics were in the Home Depot and all the blacks worked in the Home Depot. And he's talked about how the blacks work by the hour, but the Spanish work by the job. The Spanish bill. The Haitians, they just tools, labor, very low level labor. They're gonna be in the warehouses and the smokestacks or wherever the hell they got to be, where we just putting shit on assembly line type stuff. That's the underman type job, the lowly man, the man that might get up off his ass and stop smoking weed one day, and he send his resume down to the damn meat packing plant, and they said, now we full of Haitians. And all this hope is now dashed. He'll never get the construction job. The Hispanics got that shit locked up. But now he can't get a low class job. But I
You don't
wanted to
think
make
the
that.
Haitians will evolve?
I don't think the Haitians will ever be the ones that will ever come and put any roof on anybody's house.
No, they buying the houses. They
But
buying the houses.
they hiring the Hispanics to put the roofs on. That's what the man said.
No, that's true. That's true.
Right? You understand? So again, they can coexist.
Yeah.
I had my buddy Chris on here last night. He do business with the Indians. What he say? He designing a gas station. He can coexist.
Yeah.
Right? The Haitians need that Mexican to put the roof on his house. Right? Black man don't know how to put roofs on houses, and nor does he own the house. He boxed out in that sense.
And they sure as shit can't learn how to do it now, can they?
It ain't for me to say. They can. Anybody can learn something. You put your mind. But I'm just pointing to you the avenues of where they are boxed out on the construction, the buying, and the working in the warehouses and factories. The Haitians got that. The Mexicans got the construction. And as the man said, the Haitians are buying up the housing. So what other avenues? I guess you could go be a rapper.
Well, I actually think that if they've
world is getting
only been there for a few years, I mean, who
He said
knows?
about
They
10 years.
may
He
even
said about 10 years.
no, some of them. Oh yeah, you're right. But
He said
I
it's been a long
think
time.
I will not go the eugenics route where
I didn't say
Haitians
anything
aren't
about
smart
eugenics.
enough to figure this. Oh no. I'm not saying you are. I'm
Oh.
saying I won't go that route. And I'm going to think they're going to evolve. Until they don't, then I can form a conclusion.
Well, you know what? In New York, in New York, it just depends on where you live. Because in New York, there are plenty of Haitians and other West Indians that will do all that stuff, roofing and blah blah blah. But here in Florida, yeah, it's the Mexicans. So I see what you're saying, but
I would
some
even
of them
say in New York. In New York, if anybody working with some wood or something on your house, he's Jamaican. I have not had one Haitian, not even a Trinidadian. It's the
I
Jamaican.
had a Trinidadian.
I'm not saying that there are none.
Cut our lawn.
But I'm talking about like
He was funny.
like building a deck or something, some kind of construction.
Mhm.
I see the Jamaicans dominating the area. I just don't see the Haitians being in that, it's kind of a little bit more, headier feel. I've seen them hard work, in nurses, factories, things like that, but not in construction. I don't see Ethiopians in construction. They do very well too, but they run restaurants and things like that. I see Haitian restaurants, but I don't see Haitian construction companies. You know what I mean?
And I
companies. Okay.
add to that, and I believe that HB would be better to expound on this himself. It's been a few months, gosh, I don't know how many, but HB was telling me about, I believe he was in Delaware, if I'm not mistaken, and he was driving through, and he said that all of the construction workers that he saw at that particular time in his passage, they were all black.
Yeah, that's the only time I've ever seen it. John almost crashed my truck when I saw them niggas out there. That was the first time I ever saw all black construction crew.
What town were you in?
Man, I was in the middle of nowhere, Delaware. That's what blew my mind. I'm like on a road. I'm not even on the highway. I'm on a road. These niggas, a whole construction crew. One of them had dreads. He flagged me down, told me to, put up the slow down sign.
Yeah.
I'm like, what this nigga doing out here? Then I see about 10 more black men. They're fixing the road. I'm sitting there like, I ain't never seen nothing like this. And it's in Delaware.
Wait. You said fixing the road? You said fixing the road?
Yeah, they were.
Okay, now, okay, all right. Oh, I can believe that. Yeah, I can believe that. You know, those are government contracts a lot of times. You know what I mean? I can believe that. I can believe that one.
I mean, even if it was just seeing,
Yeah.
I still think those skills are, translatable to doing your own work. Like, I mean, even if you do build a house, at some point you're gonna need a driveway. Somebody got to
Yeah.
build it.
Yeah. They need to get, I think all the American men, like the guy in the video, I think everyone needs to try to get themselves in the position of the guy on the call, because he is in the position where he can still rent to Americans.
Yeah.
And many of us Americans aren't going to be able to go to the Haitian man and find a place to rent, because the Haitian man ain't going to have a place probably suitable for us. His is going to be by the room in many cases, or for his own people. And I'm just using Haitian man as a template. It could be Ukrainian, whatever. But that's kind of what I think, and recognizing that, like, the government, man, they really have kind of sold us out here. And I started talking about, someone said pull up Clark Construction. Yeah. Ryan, it's another construction company I did some work for. I don't think it was Clark though. I think it goes all the way back to, parallel issues like these. People talk about getting the super chats. Google and all these people are the same ones selling us out.
Yeah.
You think they ain't part of it? Hell, they probably shadow banning any real knowledge on Governor DeWine and his connection with the Haitians. All these big businesses are in with it. They in with the presidential, whatever the government doesn't want us to know about. Google will hide it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think we need to change our mindset and be willing to not do business with them people. Honestly, we use their resources here. We can't go around it. But
not do business with who?
Just say like Google, for instance, YouTube. I mean, we have to use their utilities, right? Their indexes, their search is like a utility at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
YouTube is almost like a utility at this point. But there are so many Americans, as an example, who maybe are so vain and get caught up in the vanity, and they rather send a super chat versus a cash app, as an example. Well, that feeds the beast that's bringing in your replacement, right? The Occupy Wall Street people drinking soy lattes while complaining against the people that selling the soy lattes. You got to cut them off at the knees. That's probably the only way where you can really get have some measure of success. You can't keep giving these people all your business and then complain about them. It just doesn't work like that.
Well, John, I did find, this is just one article about the school in Haiti founded by DeWine. His family was forced to close due to gang violence in the country.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I found something on that. Let me see, 1031. I don't know if y'all were interested. Do y'all want to talk about it or?
Yeah, I'm interested to hear about this.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Hold on, wait, sorry.
Wait a minute. I think I remember them losing their daughter in a car crash. I remember that.
Yeah, it says that the school is named after the DeWine's daughter, who they lost to a car accident in '93 when she was just 22 years old. Let's see, here's a video here, so I can probably play that instead of reading to you guys. It's looking like it's loading. Let's see what we get out of this. While it's loading.
Right now, an anti-terrorism team is on the way to Haiti to protect the U.S. Embassy in Port-au-Prince. Heavily armed gangs control much of the city, and the country's prime minister has said he will resign. Now, over the last 2 weeks, we've seen gangs attack prisons, police stations, and even the airport.
And because of this, the U.S. evacuated non-essential personnel out of the country. The leader of the gangs demanding that Haitians decide who will lead the nation next, and he's promising genocide if changes are not made. Others in Haiti are hoping to have a transitional council in place.
We support the plan to create a broad-based, inclusive, independent presidential college.
The EU Commission announced $21 million in aid to the country today as Haiti faces what the Commission calls a humanitarian catastrophe. All that violence is tragically impacting a cause that is near and dear to Governor Mike DeWine and First Lady Fran DeWine.
So 10 TV political reporter Doug Pekash joining us now after speaking with the governor today. And Doug, many of us know that there's a school for thousands of the poorest children there that's really special for the DeWine.
Yeah, you know, Governor DeWine told me today that he and the First Lady have been there like 20 times over the years as part of their work with the Becky DeWine School. It's named after the daughter they lost to a car accident in 1993 when she was just 22. Now, her namesake school is caught up in the middle of all that violence.
The gangs really control today a great deal of Haiti.
And because criminal gang violence has spiked in the country, the
Push
Becky
it. Can you stop it
DeWine
right there?
School is closed.
Yes, give
2
me-
days ago,
You-
Governor Mike DeWine
Back it up to them houses.
Damn.
Are there any houses in Mexico look like that?
Nah, they got brick houses out there in Mexico.
And I'm not saying that all the houses in Mexico look like this. That's not what I'm saying. I know, right? I know. But what I'm saying is like this is like how low they will build. This is why there are no roofers in Springfield, Ohio of Haitian descent.
Yeah.
It doesn't say that they're not hard workers, but they're not the group that builds houses. They're hard workers, right? There's nothing wrong with that, but there's a big distinction. And when you're solely just a hard worker, big business would desire you because, well, you just would be like another tool. Right? You're not going to be able to work yourself up out of that damn job. You'll be consistent labor. Like, this is the extent of the people, likely a lot of the people that come here, like, this is how, you know, a lot of Haitians build. The people that buying those houses in Springfield, I guarantee you, they're not hiring Haitians to fix them damn houses. Guaranteed.
Nah. But John, if they're living 8 people to a house, they can work hard to get out of that situation.
Yeah, no doubt. But they're not going to learn how to open up a construct. Like, they're not going to learn how to build. That's all I'm saying, right?
No.
You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to be like the Mexicans. They open up a construction or plumbing, right? You're not going to hire them. They're not even going to be able to compete with the Mexicans.
But I still
You
think
know what?
they're still gonna
How
be
racist
in
is this?
Bro,
no.
hold on.
It's a point. It's a good point though. But I think for them, it's maybe a little bit bigger than knowing how to build a house. They trying to own the block.
What I'm saying is, like, let me give you an example. What I mean, like, in terms of, I'm talking about like where they're going to fit in here in America, right?
Oh yeah.
Right. Like, I've never had an Ethiopian to do any work in my houses. That doesn't mean they're not successful. They own a shitload of shit around here. But they upstream, bro. Like, they're very good businessmen. Very good. High intelligence people. Right? So you can tell I ain't racist because they're African, right? But they're very good businessmen, peaceful people. You know what I'm saying? Christian, if that matters to you, something, many of the ones that come here are Christian people. The women are, nothing you can say about them, right?
Yeah, I know how you feel about the women.
Right, you understand? But I mean, they're very, like, what is the word? Is the word pious, right? And I'm not saying the Haitian women that I dated Haitian women, she, very good girl. But the Ethiopian people do not build shit, right? So they have to come in and get in where they can fit in somewhere. Or someone said they are the merchant class. That's true, right? They're like Jews.
Yeah.
They're like Jews.
That's kind of how I'm looking
right?
at the Haitians too. They remind me of the Jews, honestly.
The Jews ain't gonna live like this. The Jews can build. I told you, I'm gonna have my guy on here. The Jew he's a Sephardic Jew from Ashdod. He builds luxury shit for rich people. He don't build like this. Like, you look in Israel, look at our houses, even the poorest of the poor, stone houses. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Haitians don't build. They're workers. They're good workers. They're perfect for corporate America that needs workers that aren't going to unionize. They're going to shut the fuck up, be bust to work every day, and not cause any problem.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
that's what they are.
They're the perfect slave.
Yeah, indentured servant. Indentured servant.
Indentured slavery. No, it is a difference. It is a difference. And just like the indentured servants, I think they understand that they're not gonna always be in that position, but they willing to work hard until they not, and they willing to sacrifice.
They can build off the foundation that we have here. You understand? They can't build up their own country, right?
Yeah.
They can't get beyond this.
And I think that's where they're really short-sighted at, because you can build up here, but Haiti is still gonna be a shithole.
Well, but with the white man's infrastructure, with Americans, the Western infrastructure, however you want to term it, right?
Yeah.
They are organized enough amongst themselves, right? They really don't have to know how to build, because we talked about earlier specialization of labor.
Yeah.
America's the place where you can be in real estate and never even learn how to work a hammer, right?
Yeah, John. And then honestly too, with them coming over here like this, there's really no incentive for them to build up Haiti.
No, at all.
And what's funny is Haiti's probably gonna get bought up by the corporation soon.
Do y'all remember that article that Master Kim shared with us about the business owner who was responsible for about like 2,000 employees? And he wrote, like, he penned a letter because he got like robbed into existence and how it impacted all of the different infrastructures there in Haiti.
I remember that. Yeah. The grocery store man, Master Kim, sent that letter, right?
Yep. And so what that guy was actually trying to pour back into his country.
Yeah, no, I think they got a plan for Haiti. Like Haiti, I wouldn't be surprised if Haiti's being, like, a lot of this stuff that's going on with Haiti is being done purposefully so they can rebuild. Because I mean, it's a beautiful country without all the infighting and stuff, but how do you get the people out?
Since Crack is here, I'll mention again what Crack said. Crack said, could this be America's way of decoupling by having a pliant workforce of migrants, illegals, whatever? You notice how fast they fast-track these people to be able to work here?
Yeah.
Could this be America's kind of counter to decoupling from China by bringing in low-class labor, or low-skilled labor that will work our factories?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
If you go to war, you need your factories, staffed 100%. Right.
Right. It's honestly, this does seem like we preparing for war. We got the Americans to fight, and we got the migrants to work the factories.
Work the factories.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Crack, you ought to come up here and explain what you said earlier about the what I think you said. Well, I try to remember the decoupling from China. Yeah, I think the people would like to hear you say it better than me. I'm paraphrasing what you said. Anyway.
Yeah, no, because I always felt like that's one of our biggest issues as America, is that we are so tied to China, and like we can't really go to war with them because we need them. We got to break that. We got to break that somehow.
Yeah, that is very interesting. Very interesting topic.
And China funds all of our enemies too. So we kind of stuck.
This guy gave us a lot of content, man. That was a very good interview. Stanley, what did you think about it? I know you were like jumping up and down, but honestly, what did you think about it?
About what?
The interview, aside from the politics, if you can keep
I thought it was a good interview, but you all are operating on things that are foreign to my way of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Well, let's just focus on
I'm
what
not
he
a
said.
eugenicist. I
Me
think
either.
that what I took from the interview is that Republicans are as bad on immigration in Ohio as just about anywhere else. I think that Trump and Vance coming to visit Ohio or Springfield to push the fake news that they are pushing without actually knowing the truth. I'm hoping they don't know the truth, but I bet they probably do. I find that extremely problematic. They're basically lying to their constituents about situation on the ground in Springfield. I think that the argument that black people, that guy's view in talking about people who can't get Section 8 housing and don't want to work and all that stuff, I think black people might want to pay attention to what's going on in Springfield. Black people in Springfield might want to pay attention to what the Haitians are doing. They are being, the ground is being bought out from under them. And, to a certain extent, I have to take your side on this. Blacks are fucking up here. So, that's my take.
Woo, boy, I tell you, hey, man, that was an exhilarating because I felt like I was vindicated, man. Like I felt like people.
No, you are.
Do another dance
you
for
are-
us, John.
no,
everything I was saying, man.
I think your view of Haitians is incapable, and Amy
I love
Stuffins
Haitian.
made a comment about
Man.
Haitians not being intelligent enough to
Man,
do
hey,
stuff.
man,
I find that
dated-
reprehensible. I
I
find
dated-
eugenics in general reprehensible.
I dated a Haitian woman,
I
man.
think Amy's. I
I
think
don't
Amy's
care. You know
returning
what?
for that
Dating.
comment.
I'm
telling you.
if she dated you, I kind of have to doubt her IQ, but I'll let that go. That's a joke, by the way.
Right now, I understand, but if I dated her, that means I had to have some respect for not only her, but where she came from, her people. I learned a good bit from her, and I listened to her talk about her family. She had a good family, strong family. Her dad was crazy as hell. They practiced a little voodoo, but I didn't hold it against him. I told you that her family, her mama sent her a bunch of shit and told us to put it up under the bed and all that kind of crazy shit. But I don't hold it against them, man. Everybody's culture is different. I don't disrespect anyone's culture. I'm just talking more or less about the dynamics of it.
I think culturally you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not maybe in their culture. It might not be in their culture, but I don't think culture necessarily is equivalent to IQ.
No, aside from IQ, like when Portia showed those houses, I promise you, I wasn't talking about IQ, right? Because that's why I pointed out the Ethiopians don't build shit either. But they smart.
But they
business.
could. I bet there's an Ethiopian architect somewhere out
man.
there.
Well, I didn't say that they aren't architects, right? But when I
know what you're saying, but really, my big problem is just generalities like that, and I know that people are. I make generalities too.
Well, Stanley, I don't judge you for your generalities, but I think that in the way that the world is working out, and I'm going to go back to specialization of labor again, is that in some ways now, if a black man show up to do something for me, if an Ethiopian were to show up to do some drywall for me, I'm like, well, what are you doing here? If a Hispanic show up to do some drywall, I'll be like, okay, that makes sense. And I think for everybody in this, this balkanized type America, they're getting in where they fit in. You want some nice, strong coffee, you go to Ethiopian restaurant, they got it for you. You want a fancy restaurant, you go to French restaurant, boom, they got it. You want some black rice, you can go to a Haitian spot, boom, they got it. What you know about that black rice, Virgo? If you want, whatever tacos, you can go there and get the tacos And as we start to slice and dice this America, you want your roof done, you know who to go to. Every group has their job. Their Mexican jobs. Their Ethiopian jobs. There are so on and so forth jobs. Master Kim, you see what type of business Master Kim is in, the bodega, corner store, gas station business.
Can you hear me?
And so you got to get in where you fit in, you know, and
we can hear you. We hear you.
and as you know, as the guy was saying, if you don't get in where you fit in and carve out your niche, then as the guy that was on the phone does it, shit, people moving on, man. Everybody got time for that shit. He has no time for it. He's like, look, I tried to give you some backpacks, it didn't work out. I moved on with the people who making moves because I'm trying to make moves, right? And that's just the way it is, you know. I think, you know what I mean. See, if you don't, you know, swim fast enough, shit, you get left behind. Since I see Crack up here, Crack, you want to tell him that theory that you had, immigration in China and all that?
No, I think you laid it out how I said it. You know?
Oh man, I wanted to hear you.
And what did you say, Ramon?
I'm 6 beers in. I couldn't have said it as well as you. I'm 6 beers in, Crack. I know I ain't said it.
I think the whole conversation started from talking about the trade between Mexico and Texas, because I mentioned that from a previous discussion, maybe 12 hours before that. And then it was like, okay, we export the natural gas to Mexico. They have the maquiladores. They send the goods to us. But now we don't need that system anymore because we're going to directly import labor into our own shores, right? Perhaps. And maybe let the Mexicans do something else. So it's going to be a reconfiguration of the global order, right? We have for like at least since Nixon made China into our world factory, right? The Western powers. And now it's sort of like how Italy does made in Italy with Chinese labor, right? That's kind of how
that's a good
COVID
example.
started. Yeah, that's a very good example. That's how COVID started in Italy.
Small town in Italy.
Yeah. Because that's how it started. They had Chinese New Year's. They came back to go back to work in the Milan or whatever their factories to make their purses and, you know, whatever trash you want, trinkets, and that's what's going to happen. It just spreads from there. So we're doing the same thing, I think, now. Yeah, we're doing the same thing. And I think they're going to make Mexico do something else. Maybe they'll do more of the high-tech assembly line type of work down there. We'll do the semiconductors, or at least we'll try to do semiconductors, but we'll do the final assembly in Mexico and in Vietnam, essentially. Yeah, those will be the two.
So, Craig,
yeah,
the notion of decoupling of China by bringing in third world labor, cheap, pliable labor, that makes sense to you?
Yeah, I think so.
If you were trying to go to war with China or something, would that make sense to you?
Because the last major war was World War II, right, where we had a fully realized war economy, and at that point we used women as factory workers, right? Mostly. We can't do that anymore, huh? You think you can make an American woman go break her nails? And I don't think so. There's no lattes in that shit. I don't got time to give you no fraps.
Hell nah.
It is an interesting, like, you know, someone who's big thinking. That is very interesting, Craig.
Yeah, you gotta just think about it, simplify the problem. Yeah, you had half your population out in the war zone, half your population had to be in a factory. But now we have a two-person household workforce now, right? So who's going to be doing the labor now? Child labor? No, we're not doing that. So we're going to get immigrant labor.
Damn, that is amazing.
Yeah, I think that simplifies your answer for you. So I told you it another way.
Yeah.
Man,
it is great.
Yeah, that's why I don't come on these political panels, because like I just feel
that's
like
kind of economical to me, though, Craig. That's kind of economical to me. Like, I don't.
Yeah, everything can be reduced to economics. You just, you don't need to think about red, blue, like libertarian this. Like,
that's why we really need you on these panels, because
no.
Honestly, correct. Go ahead, HB.
No, because I really do think a lot of this shit we can argue about the left or the right, but when you
Yeah.
really break it down, it's all economics.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they're honestly playing us.
And
Honestly.
Yeah, they are.
and that's one
Well,
of the
see, I
reasons.
don't break it down like that. I think
What,
culture is separate from economics. They're connected, but they're actually two different things.
well, hold on. Let me, since we have Crack up here, Crack. That's one of the reasons, honestly, why I've been harping on when that guy mentioned that DeWine school shit. I'm like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
damn, that's more of a validation that there's so much money in it that both sides are going along, and that's why I think politics is truly a big diversion, because you see these type of things clearly both sides are winning.
Yeah.
But having lived here for so long, man, I realized, like, damn, these people are all friends.
Yeah.
Outside of this little small city, you don't even notice how they're all friends and shit. They're all going along to get along. And him pointing out DeWine, whatever, he's involved in it. For the people who are kind of on the fence about politics, I hope it opened your eyes to really what's going on here.
Yeah.
Amy Stephanie said, Jerry, you've seen, like, sweetie, I've been here so long. I just tell you, I've been seeing this shit for a long time. I had Philippe up here. I never had Philippe talk politics. You know what I'm saying? I did a little bit. He talked a little bit about who he worked for and shit like that and how the game goes,
Yeah.
Damn.
Can someone here bring up the Gini coefficient? Oh Lord! Oh man, we're not going another rabbit.
You're gonna run Crack off.
Oh man, here we go.
Seriously though, Crack, we do need you on these political topics, just from an economic standpoint. Though
Yeah.
I don't, I know you don't care about the politics, and
because it is kind of like WWE, and it really is. Just WWE
it is.
at this point.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it really is.
And I guess like the wars that you see are it's just like stock market, right? It's just if there's an actual war, it's just rich versus rich, like a different class of rich person versus a different class, one trying to unseat the other. I think that's why you see this type of battles because I don't know who won the war, but it was the Silicon Valley War versus the New York elite war for dominance in DC. I think that was a war. So I don't know who actually won that war, but we'll see very soon who really won that war, I think. Yeah.
Would you say like the war to break up Microsoft, since you talking about war in DC?
It could be. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Because I think the New York elites don't. That's why you had a lot of private equity type firms start branching out into Silicon Valley. I think that's when and if you look at California politics too, a lot of the politicians that have won seats in municipalities or even state governments, they all had their education in New York or they came from New York. They're not home people from California like me or Nas. We're not the political elite over there. Yeah.
Crack, over the years, man, every now and then when you fly out of Dulles Airport. For those of you familiar with Dulles Airport, it's maybe 40 miles outside of DC. It's in, I want to say, Fairfax or Loudoun County, Virginia. This is one of the richest counties in the country, by the way. And when you go up there,
Loudoun is the richest.
There you go. Fairfax may be number 2, right? In terms of income.
It's not. I think one of the California counties is number 2.
Well, Loudoun,
might
Fairfax,
be Orange County.
Yeah, but they're all up there. They're all bunched up together within $10,000 of each other.
Look it up, Amy.
But
might have changed by now.
Over the years, man, you can see kind of how the lobbying effort has really changed in DC, how it's become so multinational, the companies. And when you get off that plane and you get on that Dulles Toll Road heading into DC, it's every major company you could ever imagine. And they're just here for the lobbying. He said, well, why are they out there in Virginia? And then you realize, like, all the rich politicians, the real rich politicians, they live in Virginia. The real rich people, like Michael Saylors of the world.
Oh, they don't live under your tenantship, your lordship.
They live in Virginia, McLean and shit like that. You know, you go out there fucking Ferraris and Rolls Royces just up and down the street.
McLean is in Fairfax.
Yeah, it's a very wealthy area. You know, McLean, Loudon. You know, and just the lobbying effort is so strong these days. You know, that the big business really have their sway over policies and things like that. Yeah. Someone mentioned Dulles. He's a creep. I think he was a CIA guy, right? Was Dulles a CIA?
Yep.
guy?
He was director of the CIA.
Now he is the airport. Yeah.
He had a brother who was a mayor, or was he mayor? I can't remember.
I can't remember.
Man, yeah, man, John. I'm not gonna lie. That interview, it really, you know, a lot of times it's like I kind of have like a feeling things are corrupt, but that guy just
What are you
solidified
talking
it.
about? You needed that to confirm it.
I mean,
you needed some random nigga barber to confirm that the government.
Sometimes
he was a barber too.
I mean, sometimes that's what you need, man. You need somebody, you know, somebody that really knows the situation to really tell you.
But you know, HB, you know what else it was? He wasn't overly emotional, and he was fairly intelligent, right?
Yeah,
right.
If he came on this motherfucker screaming, you'd be like, "Oh, this is a fucking fag or homo or something."
That's true.
You
Where
know,
the videos at of the Haitians,
right.
man? I don't see no
Right.
videos.
Right,
Cats,
right.
man. I don't know where they at, man. Where they at,
You
John?
could. Did you notice that he was somewhat conflicted about white people?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Give me a nigga that ain't, John.
Well, I mean, you know, he's benefiting. You know what I'm saying? Like the more migrants, the better he benefit in some way. He on Team DeWine. Think about that shit.
Yeah,
He's Team DeWine. DeWine's a little bit higher up the pecking order than him. He get, you know, shit rolled down here. He get a little shit. DeWine get the major shit. But he getting whatever DeWine get, he getting some of the byproduct, right? He Team DeWine.
Yeah, but
right?
his
He don't know
philosophy
it.
did make sense, though, John.
I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying, like, it's ironic how much he is on the same side of DeWine. He could be a spokesman for DeWine, couldn't he? Like that nigga. Like
I mean, he could be a spokesman for the. I mean, he basically is the spokesman for the Haitians. They don't even got to say nothing.
Yeah. Hey, John, the way you talk about immigration and all the potential financial benefits that people be getting, I end up wanting to get into real estate just so I can get into some migrants, man. It makes sense. It's big money out here.
Yeah, but I think
damn near convinced me.
But I think you know, you do have to think about at what cost, because eventually, I mean, these big corporations, they're selling America out. These politicians, they're selling America out. And even these small business owners, they're really just selling America out.
Hey, Crack. You know, I was reading an article years ago. It couldn't have been too long ago, but you know, it's long enough. And they went through I want to say they went through an eviction. And they talked about all the cogs in the wheel of an eviction. To where each person does his individual job and he doesn't know how it affects the person who ultimately gets evicted. But if he had to do all that, he may, you know, not want to do it. Like, damn, what I'm doing is going to put somebody out. I'm going to have to go put that person out, right? And what this guy's doing, he's renting rooms, you know, blah, blah, blah. He's benefiting from the price advantages and things like that. But, you know, he's not making any individual decision to raise the rents. He didn't raise the rents. The rents just went up. He didn't bring the migrants in. He didn't house, transport, hire the migrants. But he just benefited. So he's kind of absolved of any blame from any benefit anyway. And it's, kind of how everyone is kind of going along. The smarter, well-adjusted people are able to benefit from it, and they really don't see their part in contributing to it.
I guess that's a righteous muffin is rails against meat, right? That's his thing. Like, why are you trading stock? Why are you supporting the system? Why are you shorting? Why are you doing this and that?
You ain't got no
I'm
choice.
I'm not the
really.
whale.
Supporting the
I'm not the
system
whale,
indirectly.
but I'm benefiting from seeing what the whale does and just collecting my rep too. From trading.
I was going to say they
Right?
let anybody do this stuff though. I don't get See, that's the thing. I don't get Muffin's problem when it comes to the stock market.
No,
Anybody
because
can
he's
do it.
trying to be a purist, right? You saw his other argument about women in the military. He's trying to be an absolutist. He's
Yeah,
trying
no,
to
I
be
don't
like,
get that either. When it comes to taking women out of
well,
the
if you're
workforce,
zealot,
then
you'll get it when you're zealot. I'll do
I was going to say
jihad,
no.
right?
When you take
You
women
better
out
wear
of the
a birth
workforce, there's
variant.
another element. There's another element to it because if one country takes women out the workforce, that don't mean every other country is going to do it too.
Yeah,
I
and
don't.
Amy
Yeah.
Stuffings.
I get it.
That's why and I know Stanley doesn't like it, but that's why I always give respect to Adolf, because he's the only person I've seen that's ever actually done it. Yeah, he was a complete zealot, and
well,
he was a purist. He was a purist.
He was a 100% purist, and you saw all the innovations that came out of that nation. I think when you sell your
oh my
nation,
God! You know what? Yeah, let me go ahead and mute.
when you sell your nation out, when you you cater to outsiders, you dilute what it is, and you're never gonna be really great. It's just like in I know, John, you ever see Scarface, the movie Scarface?
Yeah.
The one line he said in Scarface, he said, "America is like a great big pussy waiting to get fucked."
Yeah.
And that's all it is. That's all it is. That's all it is. And everybody fucking
well,
it.
I have to remind you that America beat the shit out of Hitler and eventually won over communism too. As many issues as I have with America,
It also proved Hitler right.
The one thing I don't doubt about America is its creativity, and when the buck stops here, we figured out some complicated problems.
How long are we going to keep that up though?
Yeah, no,
you know what? You know what? I will leave it. I will leave it to you because you're younger than I am. You tell me. You tell me.
If we gotta leave it up to Gary and
Hey, I have faith in the Garyans of the country. They'll figure it out.
I'm gonna fuck this country
No,
up.
I'm dead serious. I'm not even kidding. I am not even kidding.
Move to Africa and start
telling everybody to read Mein Kampf and
Garian, I have faith in you, son.
I'm gonna take Somalia, bro. They got some fine women over there.
I get cracked. The reason I say it is because
don't disappoint me, Garian.
I see the positivity, besides obviously the Holocaust aspect, but all the innovation that came from being a complete nationalist.
Dude,
all the innovation that came
when
from
you
that.
say except for the Holocaust, that's you basically saying except for 6 million dead people. That's really problematic in my feeble brain.
Go ahead.
But the thing is, when you put your people first, you don't have to outsource to China. You could fight a war.
Dude, the Jews were his people too. Okay, they were German Jews that pre-existed Hitler.
Stanley, you got to take the Jews out of the conversation. Just take them out of it.
Okay, well, you know what? Let me go back on mute. Let me go back on mute because I don't even want to hear this bullshit argument.
I get without exactly, Amy Stuffings, without the outside help. These motherfuckers went to war with the world, and they almost won with the world. You know how many allies we have? How many places we gotta have?
They did not almost win.
Oh, come on, Stanley. We could be speaking Japanese over here.
Dude,
come on.
You know what? I would argue that Japan came closer to defeating the United States than Germany ever did.
Didn't Japan get its ass beat by Russia? just for stepping on their border?
That was
I'm
a
saying,
different war, I think, or was it
I'm
World War
saying
II?
the Germans, they almost won, Stanley. I mean, all right.
They
It was
almost
close.
won in Europe. They didn't almost win America.
Hold on, guys.
Go ahead, John.
Kyle IAB says Andrew England moved to Africa. I don't think he moved to Africa.
No, that nigga didn't.
He trying to avoid a lawsuit. I actually donated some money to him. I like his writings. It's comical, you know. It's hilarious. He makes some good points. And I ended up, as I said, I donated some money to him. You know, anyone that writes as much as he does, and the way he's banned from the economic system, you know, I found myself feeling sorry for him, and I donated to him. I even asked him to come on the show. I would love for Andrew.
Oh man, YouTube on this. Oh, we're gonna get shut down in 2 seconds.
We had to hide him though. We had to like anonymous Andrew. I donated some money to him, so I might go donate some more to him to make sure he goes up. But I would love to have anyone read Andrew England's writing. Anyone ever heard of Andrew England?
No.
What do you write about, John?
Mein Kampf? No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
Might as well be Mein Kampf.
I'm just playing. Stanley just can't get over the Jew part, man. I get it's wrong, Stanley. I get it. It was wrong.
No,
I mean, they got their
Well,
the thing is that the Jews
you are a much more forgiving soul of white supremacy than I am.
Ah, come on, Stanley. He shook Jesse Owens' hand, man. He wasn't racist. Come on, man.
HB, you literally showed me a Photoshop picture of Hitler and Jesse Owens today.
HB,
you believe in Photoshop pictures.
Oh, hold on, Sally. HB, you know, Andrew got to be far right wing for Amy Stuffins. I like it. Amy Stuffins, she likes Andrew England. Kyle IAB says he's 5'3". He's a short guy. Yeah. Yes, John says Momo. Oh, wait a minute. See, I've talked to Andrew England. Have you talked to him on the phone? Kyle IAB, could you get him on the show, like anonymously or something? Kyle, Amy Stephens said he was banned, during Jared Taylor. Yeah, he's more banned than Nick Fuentes, right? Yeah. Does anyone know that? He's more banned than Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, he's got his own platform on Rumble.
Yeah, I think that would be a great interview. Because I don't know who he is, but if he's banned everywhere, he's probably got something good to say.
I know Jared Taylor.
He just wants to listen to all the banned people.
Can we do Nick Fuentes
next? Like about Jared Taylor is that he thinks Jews are white.
They're banned for a reason, man. This is
why
we
gotta go our platform, man.
No, I get it.
HB,
shit.
If Hitler were alive, you'd encourage him to come on the show, right?
I
would. He definitely would.
Someone says John and Jared Taylor would be legendary. Oh man, I just sit back and let him talk. Yeah, I just sit back and let Jared.
John, that's bull. John, that's bull. You got to ask him some questions. You got
put your head asleep with that monotone.
Stanley, that's why it's good to always hear opposing points of views. That's why I really did like that Barber's, because even though he's voting for Kamala, I'm not listening to no Kamala voter. That's my mentality. But it's so good to listen to opposing views because you get a much better perspective on things. And that's why when somebody's banned,
I heard John's analysis of everything that.
Anyone know who that is right there? Anyone know who that is right there?
Jason, what? You can barely see that. Oh, Kessler.
John and Jared Taylor? Nope.
No.
No.
Jason
Kessler.
You talking about the football player?
No, somebody was that a Kessler?
No, can you see it again? Let me see what's
it's already blanked out.
No, let me put that back up again. I'm gonna let you see it one more time. And I'll let you guys Google for yourself. Let's see. And pull it back up again.
Alt, I imagine voting for Kamala.
Yeah. Can you see the name?
Kessler.
Jason Castro, the white. Oh, John, I know him. The
What
white
you know
civil
about
rights
that?
guy. It's the white civil rights guy, right?
Man, what you know about that?
I ain't saying nothing. You talk more than me, man. I ain't saying nothing.
Man, you know.
I know Jason Castro though.
There was some fine people. He was one of those fine people.
That nigga gone. Oh, he ain't gone, but he off the radar.
There was some fine people. You remember when Trump said that?
Yeah, Trump.
I imagine Trump was also talking about you, John.
Yeah, Trump's not the best. He's not the best. He's not a wordsmith. You know, we don't vote
Man,
for
you
him
know,
for that.
Look at American man.
I had a long discussion with this guy, man. This guy right here.
You actually talked to him?
The guy on the screen.
Yeah, this guy right here.
Yeah, Portia,
I'm
that's
more
him.
than talking. You must didn't read what's on the screen. You didn't read what's on the screen. He was a tenant of mine.
What?
Jason.
What?
I show it to you again.
What the hell he rent to? Did he know you? He knew
He
you?
did not know shit.
He knew you beforehand?
What did it say? Can you read that?
Yeah, I can read it.
What did it say? What did it say right up above his name?
I can't see it. It's kind of.
What did it say? What did it say right up above his name? Right up above his name. What did it say?
Does it say friend of the show?
No,
it says tenant.
Tenant 4912. Man, John got
I am
serial
John
numbers
Galt,
for all his
urban
tenants.
John got a goddamn neo-Nazi
I
as
am
a
John.
tenant. Goddamn.
I am the urban landlord, John Galt. I take all comers.
You sure he ain't banned because he rented? You sure he ain't
I
banned because
take
he giving
all
a black man money? He giving a black man money.
I take all comers.
Look at that fat Ben Shapiro looking ass nigga. Yeah, that's him right there.
But why I gotta lie? Maybe G says we can all type that. Yeah, they can. But you wouldn't type 4912 in that tenant.
That's right. He put a
You
serial
wouldn't type
code
that.
on him.
Yeah, I was going to say, why would John type a random number beside the?
And then I could show you a phone number if you want me to, but you see, I cut that shit off. I ain't gonna. Well, why the fuck? I'd be coming up here. Why would I lie to you, man? Like we could have kept moving on. I ain't even mentioned that shit. Whatever. I had some other shit I could have told you.
But still, though, I'm confused.
That
That boy. Yeah, but I'm
I
confused.
don't
Though.
understand that. Why the fuck you think I know about
Why he
that?
renting from a Negro?
These the same guys that never question Grace, but question John.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, they never question nothing she does.
Yeah,
never.
I'm confused. Why is he renting from a Negro though?
How do you know you ever even seen me?
Did he?
I showed you the text message, but I said, "Hey, you and that nigga better shut it down." She ain't never seen me. She still never seen me. I could walk right past her. She wouldn't know what the fuck I look like, right?
I bet if he found out, he'd be fiending, bro. He'd be foaming at the mouth.
No, he wouldn't.
He's like, I gave a nigga money. I gave a nigger money.
What you realize though is he's not racist.
Is he not?
What you will also realize, based upon what he told me, is that shit was a setup, bro. He told me the night before they had the march, was no problem. No problem. The next day, motherfuckers come out talking about they would not replace us and racism and the Jews were burned and shit like that. He's like, who are these people?
Yeah, the Jews.
Who are these people? We just heard a black man talking about the Proud Boys just marched through Springfield. Nigga, did you believe? Nigga, you really believe the Proud Boy? The head nigga, he gone to prison for 20-something years.
Don't the Proud Boys got black people in it though?
Well, he in prison. Thou shalt not protest the federal government. If you do, your ass will get prison time for not even showing up in this motherfucker. Right? He got 30-something years, 20-something. How long that nigga Tyrio, Enrique, whatever the fuck's his name is, he got double digits. He got more time than the people who showed up and walked in the motherfucker. Right? And so you mean tell me that the people, did this man honestly think the Proud Boys and the Patriot Front showed up and those were real protesters? That's a front.
What can I say? Rank has its privileges.
Man, I've told you time and time again, one of my neighbors engaged in that kind of bullshit.
Oh shit, he had voted for Barack Obama. What the fuck?
Who?
I'm reading a little bit more
Kessler.
about Jason Kessler. Apparently he voted for Obama.
And yeah, so you know, man, like it's deepening, like, you know, the shit you see, like you see a protest, they call it violent. People out here screaming some bullshit. You know, the Jews will not replace us, they will not replace us. Something.
They already kind of did.
That could be like sabotage. That's what the man told me. After that, I ended up going to Charlottesville. I went to Richmond too, but I went to Charlottesville. You know, before they could tear down the statues and shit, I wanted to see them. I want to show you one of them. Has anyone ever seen those statues? They went on a rampage tearing down. You know, Yuri Bezmenov.
Yeah, I've been to Charlottesville.
You know,
several times actually.
Yuri Bezmenov talked about tearing down the statues of, you know, the people in a revolution and shit like that. You know, he talked about that. And so, you know, I figure we're living in somewhat of a revolution. And I wanted to see kind of, you know, the things that fall, you know, during a revolution. You know, I told you I've been to Egypt, and when they fought over there, they cut the noses off of the statues to spike them. And that's true. Anybody believe I'm lying, right? That's true. I got pictures if you want to see.
The Sphinx has its nose cut off.
Right? I ain't lying. Well, I got lies. It's just, if you
Well,
know,
that's funny. It's funny because the Byzantines actually cut the emperor's noses to make sure they didn't become emperors. Yeah, they did that.
This is the Robert E. Lee statue on Monument Avenue in Richmond, Virginia.
Look at them liberals.
What you see? What you see?
Oh, damn. I see a Big Mac with cheese, John.
Damn, that is gruesome.
Ah, dang, that's a Whopper.
This is what I would call almost like ritual humiliation. Anyone ever heard that term before?
Yeah, in college.
Yeah.
Anyone ever heard that term?
Yeah.
This is ritual humiliation right here. Anyone ever read about Robert E. Lee? You know, there's people have complicated stories.
Yeah,
someone said that will wash off. Yeah, it'll wash off, but that statue is no longer there. Maybe it'll wash off wherever it is, but it's no longer there.
I think he's talking about the black girl. She'll wash off.
I don't know, man. Greece is hard to get out of. Greece is hard to get out.
Yes, it is, man. I can hardly get. You know, I found a remedy for getting grease out of sheets anyway. Interesting.
Oh, wait, what is it? What is it?
Yeah, what is it, John?
Yeah, I'm gonna show you. Give me a minute. I'll show it to you.
Okay. What the?
This is ritual humiliation, by the way, people.
Not gonna lie, that's some good art.
That ain't art, man. That's vandalism. Goddamn art.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the pictures.
Oh yeah, I guess those are some decent.
I'm not talking about the statue.
Yeah, I don't consider vandalism art at all.
You ever seen a New York City subway?
Yeah.
Nah, it's a piece of shit. It's a piece of shit. Yeah.
You ever see a New York City bridge? Under a bridge?
Who is that on the monument, on the Robert E. Lee monument? Who is that? Is that Bree? Is that Bree?
No, it's all the sacrificial lambs, John. You got Nina Pop, you got Breonna Taylor, you got, I think that's DeMarcus, and I don't know who that third one is.
Somebody asked, what do you? I don't know.
No, that ain't Floyd. His lip ain't big enough.
Oh Lord.
Let me see who that is. Let me zoom, man. This is
Yeah, John, can you zoom in a bit?
Let me see. Who is that?
That's Taylor. That's the Marcus. That's Nina Pop. I don't know. What's that?
I don't know
Marcus?
Nina Pop is with Nina Pop. Anybody know? Wait a minute. This an old Negro that got himself killed. He born in 45. You see it? Look at this shit. Look at this shit on the Robert E. Lee. Today, McDade Black. What is it? What is it? Wait a minute. Remember I kept telling you guys early on in the Black Lives Matter, I was in the Bronx at about, where was I? Right off of Bedford Parkway in the Bedford Park section. And this was early on in George Floyd. And I saw Black Trans Lives Matter. I said, what, already? We ain't even got past George yet. And look at this right here. Black trans. They had already been in the movement to move on from this. Look at it. Look at it. Protect Black trans women. You see this? Protect Black trans women. Let me see when this picture was taken.
I think that Nina Pop person is trans.
Let me see when this picture was taken. Let me see.
They look kind of like a dude.
But they show you that this trans movement, as I've told you guys, is fake. They injected this shit into. This picture was taken July 3rd, 2020. When did Georgie Porgy die? When did Georgie Porgy? Pudding pie. When did Porgy? When did Georgie Porgy die?
You talking about Floyd?
Wasn't it in May?
Right?
Wasn't it in May of 2020?
Was it in May? Somebody verified, because
I think so. I'm not sure.
But again, what I tell you, look at how they had moved on so quickly to protect Black trans women, trans lives. I kept telling people, Black lives matter.
Aren't they humans?
I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm a little bit more nuanced than that. I ain't gonna sit here and argue with you who ain't. Right.
Okay.
I'm trying my best to be.
May 25th of 2020, John.
Yeah. May 25th of 2020. When was this photo taken again? Do you see that right here? Does everyone see when the photo was taken?
July 3rd, 2020.
The Trans Lives Matter movement had already been in full swing shortly after George Floyd was born. That was the goal. There's something in the Bible, they say, getting your nose or in the needle or under the something.
What?
Something about the eye of a needle. It's easier for a rich man.
Nothing, but that is something. So it's another one. I'm 6 beers in, so I may be a little off.
Oh, damn it.
But Black Lives Matter was basically the beginning. It was what they used for the means to progress the trans life, LGBT. That's my opinion. The Black Lives Matter was basically the bulwark to push forward this trans agenda. Yuri Bezmenov would agree with me. You use race to bring in all these other type of things that go against religion, the family, and shit like that. And Black Lives Matter was the nose under the tent. Is that what something like the nose under the tent? You understand you probably know what I'm talking about now, Stanley, right? Yeah. Black Lives Matter was the nose under the tent that allowed Trans Lives Matter, as you can see right there, protect Black trans women. This is July 3rd, 2020, shortly after George Floyd had been killed. They had already moved on to Trans Lives Matter. Right? You can see it right here. Right? You can see it right there. That was the movement. The Overton window was expanded by starting off with Black Lives Matter. Everyone could accept that. And the Overton window later encompassed the trans movement, because how could you reject trans once you had accepted that Black Lives Matter? Surely the trans lives matter too. That is one of the reasons why blacks have argued that the gays and everyone else has benefited from their civil rights fight. Once the blacks opened the door for the civil rights, everybody else marched on through. And I noticed this July 3rd, 2020. I am
Somebody filing paperwork. You guys all right?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, my bad.
That's
I was gonna
me.
say my bad. I actually am filing paperwork. My bad.
Okay.
I thought it
Is
was
that
me.
Universal Jones and Sean, man? Man, I was going to get out of here.
With that loan application.
I was going to get out of
Nah,
here,
I'm
but if
filing
that
some- I'm
Universal
filing some
Jones, I'm
bank
going to hang on for a minute. Is that Universal?
Nah.
No, shit. I thought that was Universal Jones. Just popped on. I'm going to hang on for a few minutes. I want to talk about that
All
game
right,
that popped
John.
off last night. But anyway, you guys go ahead. I'm tapped out.
You only got 20 minutes on this stream anyway. So
Oh,
close it out.
okay.
Close it out, HB. What's the monologue? What you learned today, HB?
Oh man.
What is the lesson of today, children?
Yes. What is the lesson?
I think
We were taught a lot. It was a lot to soak in.
Yeah, nah, it was
John,
a
what's
lot.
the remedy getting?
I think the first thing is you shouldn't believe the media, because remember CKJ3, right? When his niece and his auntie or whatever did not talk to the media, they just made shit up. She went to go get a frat. She was white. They was like, what? What? They blatantly just made shit up when they couldn't get the interviews.
Yeah, John. I don't know if you heard that earlier. CKJ was saying that I don't know. Did you hear that story about CKJ's niece?
I didn't hear it.
Oh, you missed it? We talked it like multiple times. Oh man, you missed it too?
Yeah.
Damn.
So
Yeah, I missed it. I wasn't on.
Y'all want me to play it?
Yeah. Play it real quick.
I set up the next stream, Portia.
Thank you.
Oh, I had set it up already.
Okay,
you set up
go
another
ahead.
one?
No, I was going to set it up, but you go right ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I did it earlier today. It's already done. Trying to make sure I stay on top of these things. Let's see. Here it is. Make sure. Okay. Come on.
Yeah, I use vinegar too, John. So that's good.
Yeah, I use vinegar, but I don't use this. This is something I've never heard of.
I use the concentrated shit. Yeah, like
Yeah,
I don't know.
this
If
is
it's concentrated.
fortified
This is
cotton.
hella
100%.
concentrated.
That's 99%, bro.
Yeah,
That
that's
shit
this thing. You probably open the cap and it'll start burning everything in your mouth.
I mean, I use pure vinegar to clean my drain, but I thought it was too strong for sheets.
What about
Yeah, dilute
John?
it.
What about
dilute it.
clothes?
You got diluted. Yeah.
Could
Yeah,
you
I
put it
did.
in
I mixed it with
clothes,
water.
Yeah, you just have diluted. It's like regular vinegar, just super, concentrated. Not like your store vinegar, yeah.
Okay.
On everything, sheets, white sheets, man. Yeah.
I'm gonna start using it. Is it better than can it be a substitute for detergent as well?
I mean, it's natural though. You know what I'm saying? It's natural. But vinegar would naturally cut grease because it's an acid.
Yeah.
What is it? Acetic acid?
No.
You know? What kind of acid? Acetic, whatever it is. Yeah.
All right, Pusha, play it for John real quick. Thank you.
Okay.
An 18-year-old girl had places to be, and she took it upon herself to get there. This morning, she drove herself to Target. According to police, the girl lives in Bedford and drove to a Target in Bainbridge Township. News 5's Maya Lockett has more on what happened.
What started off as a missing child report soon turned into a busy day for an 8-year-old at this Target in Aurora.
She did advise the driver appeared to be small in the stature, and she should be in that vehicle driving.
The driver was an 8-year-old girl who was originally reported missing along with the family's vehicle, a 2020 Nissan Rogue. In a press release from Bedford Police, family last saw the child around 7 a.m. A next-door neighbor provided the family and officers with Ring camera footage that showed the child got into the SUV and drove off around 7 a.m. alone.
Bainbridge located the vehicle so far, but not the child.
Officers learned through dispatch that Bainbridge PD had located the vehicle in the Target parking lot in their city.
Bainbridge does have the female juvenile.
Moments later, officers were able to locate the 8-year-old inside of the Target. On a Facebook post from Bedford police, they said they did let her finish her Frappuccino. The girl admitted during her drive she struck a mailbox. Target employees told News 5 the child walked in with more than $400 and proceeded to walk around the store shopping for items and checking out. Now, police did make Target employees give the money that was spent inside the Target by the 8-year-old back to the family, and I did attempt to speak with the family today. However, they did not want to go on camera and they did not want to provide a comment. Reporting in Aurora, Maya Lockett, News 5.
Okay, John, so that's one, and then the most recent one, I'm pulling that up right now. There's dash cam that one of the people that called 911, there's dash cam footage of it.
Yo, and get cracked. That's another lie that they told too. They said she walked in there with $400. CKJ says she took her credit card.
Yeah.
Somebody
y'all see
getting it
this
wrong.
one?
Yeah, we can see it push.
So she drive better than the Haitians.
Yeah, that's what I told them.
Dash cam
We made that
video
joke like
shows an
5
8-year-old
times,
girl
Joe.
driving her family's car. She was reported missing Sunday morning in Bedford. Then this driver calls police after seeing the child behind the wheel on Rockside Road. The girl ended up driving 11 miles to a Target store in the city of Aurora. She wasn't hurt, but she did hit a mailbox. Police say she will not be facing any charges.
She driving pretty good.
Oh, there was one where they mentioned that she bought a Frappuccino, and CKJ was like, "Yeah, she ain't buy no damn Frappuccino."
Yeah, the first one was talking about the Frappuccino too. Had that all
Why
over.
are so many people lying when it comes to this? There's like 5 different reports.
And
They're all
then
different.
in another place, they put like a picture of a white girl as it. So that's what CKJ was saying. Like once they refused all interviews, they just started making shit up. That was it.
Yeah.
Just to
Oh, that's
sensationalize
bullshit,
it. Get
man.
the clicks. Got to get the
That's
clicks, man.
bullshit.
And CKJ3 made a
What
good
was you
point.
gonna say,
Like
Bill?
maybe mentioning a Frappuccino would like have a good way of advertising for Starbucks on top of Target, So once it's like media, you put, it doesn't matter what the attention is. You put Target in your face, you put Starbucks in your face, click, 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 click. People's minds, they put it in the back of their minds, right? And it's like, oh, I sure do feel like a Frappuccino today. I better go buy a Frappuccino. They probably do like a bunch of psychological tests on this. Yeah, right?
No. They do it in movies all the time. It's called product placement.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think it works, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't do it. I think it's it triggers animal instincts and shit.
No, it's in. I'm the type, I look for it too. I'm like, oh, they got that
That's
Coca-Cola
every
sitting.
Transformers movie, man. It made everybody.
Oh
want
yeah,
to buy the Camaro.
Transformers was brilliant at it. Michael Bay knows how to do that shit.
Yeah,
with
Michael
all the
Bay
eye
knows how to do
candy.
product placement, man.
Like,
It made me want to get a Camaro, and I was like,
yeah, you the way that he moves the eyes on your camera, so it makes your eyes trail and then focuses in on certain sections of the screen. That's probably, it's probably down to a science, man, of how they do it.
Yeah, he used to be a car photographer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, I
before
think
he got
probably
into
maybe
movie
some music
making.
videos too. I'm sure. Yeah.
Did anyone hear that guy's interview make you change your mind about voting for Trump and switch to Kamala?
No. I just think it's like they both play into each other's hand. But I think ultimately, I'm not voting for my whole reasoning for not voting for Kamala is, the gay agenda, the trans agenda, the Black Lives Matter agenda. And I know both sides really don't care about black people or black plights at all, or even American plights. But I think it's more of a moral cast of the vote than anything. But listen, I understand that it's both sides. I just think with him telling that story, it really just shows you how the media plays into it. They don't really, because this stuff is public knowledge. They could talk about it, but they don't. And I think if you put out too much information, people will start to connect the dots.
Does anyone think that guy could be switched to vote for Trump?
No.
Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. I think he's yeah, probably not. Probably not. I think Mike from Boston earlier was talking about his rap sheet. I'm not sure if that has anything to play with it or to do with it. But
yeah, he said it was pretty big.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What was pretty big?
Apparently he had a pretty lengthy rap sheet.
Oh man, I don't judge him about that.
No. But I think
I mean, he kind of seemed like he turned his life around though. He got a barbershop.
Yeah, no. I think that's why a lot of he has a lot of conservative sentiments, and I just think that's
Well,
just
hell,
a lot of.
I have some conservative sentiments, and I'm not voting for Trump. And,
Let me ask you this
as a matter
question.
of fact, his reasons why pretty much parallel my reasons why.
Let me ask you this question.
I get that too.
Let me ask you this question, HB. Is he in the 70% that Brave talks about?
I would say yeah. I would say yeah to a certain extent, but I think he's at the same time he's not like crazy. He just has his opinion, and he's not like overly emotional. I don't necessarily think he would be like a Black Lives Matter person either though, but probably I don't know. I can't really tell.
Who do you think has more sympathy for the black plight, Brave or that guy?
What? John, can you reiterate that?
No. I'm thinking about it. I think that guy does. I think that guy does more because
I
that
was gonna
guy.
say, what does Brave have to invest in the black community?
Yeah, this guy. It sounds like he rents to black people. It sounds like he owns a barbershop, so clearly, probably.
Yeah, he
most
was
of his
obviously cutting
clients
some nigga's hair while he was talking. So Brave
When
probably
Brave
hasn't
talks
seen a
about
black
black
person in real
people,
life in 20
when
years.
Brave talks about black people, he's talking about improvement, like take the weave out your head, blah 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 blah. To me, it seemed like
Brave, but what Brave talks about is like the obvious stuff in the veneer.
Yeah, it was like any
He's
white
not
person
talking
can do that.
Do you think Brave?
He's not talking about the cultural aspect though.
If we would have interviewed Brave on this phone, how do you think Brave's conversation would have gone relative to this guy's? Let's say if he were a black Brave. What would Brave be saying when I asked him about the immigration, things like that, if he were black?
Probably the same stuff that Barbara would be saying, with a little bit more detail.
Well, no, actually, he would be talking, about the money, both sides, and who's profiting off of it. He's Be Brave is very talks a lot about corporations and
Yeah. I think that guy, he doesn't really see the corporate aspect of it. He just thinks it's more, he's helping out black folks. He's not really seeing the bottom
Well,
dollar.
he might, because he mentioned the DeWine schools and told John to look it up.
Well, Brave is a socialist, right?
Yeah, right.
Self-avowed.
Brave has no idea what socialism is. He is not a socialist.
Well, if you think about, we have 18 minutes here, guys. Show some love for the channel. We've had a great show today, I think.
I can describe it next stream, American Man.
We'll lead off with that. American Man, I hope you join. But Brave is America first, I think. Even if it meant being slightly less well off.
Yeah.
Brave ain't trying to have his grandchildren learning French Creole.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be cool with that shit. You know what I mean? I'm speaking metaphor.
Oh, okay.
This guy, like, for the money, I don't give. For the money, I don't care if my children have to learn Russian. Let the Russians take over. If the money is good, let the Russians take over. I don't think Brave comes from that angle. Brave is a socialist. He's never done much business in his life. Let him tell it, right? Paraphrasing Brave. Two different mindsets. Brave wants to maintain the culture. Another man wants to advance economically.
Yeah.
Those two can coexist for a
Socialists
while.
don't tend to be that conspiratorial, though.
Well, you know, he's not a neat fit.
As a matter of fact, if anything, he's like a horseshoe character. I think he's far right with some left outlook.
I
Now,
don't
Brave
know.
is
Be Brave just
Brave
keeps
is
talking
apolitical.
about how you can't do anything in this work the way the corporations are.
Brave is
I
apolitical,
think he's
man.
giving
Let's
up.
be honest. Brave is apolitical.
Well, then socialists are definitely not apolitical. They talk nothing but politics.
Well,
I
but you
don't
know,
think Brave's a
outside,
socialist.
you know, but nothing's, you know, well, he calls himself a socialist and he may not fit
He doesn't know
neatly.
what socialism means, apparently.
Okay, he may not fit neatly in that, but in a different world, right? In a 1950s world, Brave would be okay with having a covenant with the government. That he go out and work his job, whatever it may be. Brave never was very aspirational, according to him. And he'd be okay with the government taking care of him in his old age. Right?
Yeah. Yeah,
That's true.
Brave would have fit right in Germany. He would have fit right in.
Yeah, Brave might be singing some.
Or Sweden, right? Or Sweden,
Yeah,
or Norway, or
Yeah.
any of those
Any-
socialist countries, or any of those socialist countries, right? You understand where I'm going with this crack?
Yeah,
Crack,
yeah.
you-
Pretty good.
Yes.
You understand where I'm going?
He might
This is a
convert to Dagum. He might convert.
But this is
He
a
might even push
brave
that
new
wall.
world. Well, this is a brave new world where his Swedish Germanic ideals have crashed into diversity.
Yeah.
Where all those social benefits that he was willing to trade off for a little bit of work has now been placed in the hands of other people.
Yeah.
And that's why he was telling Righteous Muffin, man, get your benefit, man, get your welfare. Get me. I was telling him too. You understand? Right? Because he knows it's all up for grabs. Jump ball now. Right? Get what you can. It's a fucking jump ball out here. And that's what Brave, you know, I think the conflict of the socialists versus this whole jump ball notion of the new America.
Yeah, but Righteous ain't gonna bite. He's like, oh, that's not moral. See,
Yeah, it's not
absolutism.
moral. That's not moral.
There go
I can-
again.
I can understand
that
Righteous's,
technology is working well on him. You don't buy
I
stock.
can understand
you won't get
Righteous's point of
welfare.
view
What
if
the
he
heck
was
you want,
into the
bro?
stock market.
You don't want to get money, basically.
Yeah, I can
What did
understand
you-
Righteous's point of view if he was into the stock market, but he's not. He hates the stock market too.
What did the Indian tell Master Kim? In America, you're gonna be poor forever going by the rules.
Yeah.
Remember Master Kim said that?
Yeah. Yep, I remember.
Right.
That Indian understands American business.
Kim Wade, when he comes on here, and I don't know if he said it when he was on the show, but he said, man, this is a gangster country. Right? Right? Venezuelans come in, take over your fucking apartment building. The government's so scared of them, they say, hey, it's your fault for letting them take over. It's a gangster country. And, you know, that's just the way it is.
Hey,
Anyway,
I forgot
okay.
that chat yesterday. Claris was talking about opening a Fidelity account. Once he realized all brokerages like give you interest, he said like, "Oh man, everything's haram. I can't even open a brokerage account."
Wait, what?
Getting interest is haram. Yeah, that's true. Because
in
if you
Islam, I didn't know that.
Oh, we were talking about
No
actually,
interest,
Gary,
yeah.
we were talking about like Islamic finance in one of the early shows.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
you know, I'm thinking like it's gonna be big business to cater to people with wealth that are Muslim. You know, if we're gonna get a lot of Muslims in this country eventually, you know, we're gonna get a lot of Diwalis. It's better to start making Islamic banks and Islamic stock markets.
Did you hear what the guy said about the banks catering to the Haitians? I guarantee you they got people in those banks, tellers and everything speaking Creole, I'm sure, right?
Yeah.
You know, you got to float things float to the money. You know,
John,
services
remember
float to the
that?
money.
Remember that Hispanic lady who had her phone in order to auto translate your order?
Mhm.
I bet it's like that at the bare minimum.
You know, services follow the money. right? Those people got the money, so the services will follow them. That is very true.
I can't wait till October, man.
Election time is.
Gary is like he's itching to press the buy button.
hey, nah, man, I got me a new ThinkPad, bro, for trading. I upgraded my computer with more hard drive, with more RAM.
Here we go.
God, I'm ready, man. I got a freaking Charles Schwab statement in the mail this morning. It's basically a receipt for the amount of money I put in the account.
Hey, HB, we got people asking about another street interviews. You want to do it tomorrow? I think I got a place where I can do it. What do you guys think?
Oh yeah, all right. It's not too cold.
You
yet
going back to
out
New
there,
York,
man?
or you doing it somewhere else?
We're gonna do it at that liberal bastion where Grace read the poem for 5 people.
Okay.
Oh, really? Busboys and Poets.
Yeah, we're gonna do it there. I already scouted.
Are we doing Master Kim's business stuff, the store evaluations, or did you already do it yesterday?
No, I gotta do it. I gotta get the I gotta go by there. Maybe I'll go by there today. I think it's supposed to rain today, so maybe I'll go by there tomorrow. And so I'll get that. See if I can see what the weather's gonna be like. And then I can decide if we're gonna do it tomorrow. Light rain today, tomorrow. Because I want to get it. I want to do it when there's a lot of foot traffic, and that is a pretty good thoroughfare or whatever, where there would be decent foot traffic. Let me see what's the weather like tomorrow. Next 48 hours. Let me see what the weather's like. I think we do it tomorrow. Tomorrow's Tuesday. People will be back in the groove from work. Tomorrow's Wednesday? Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a good day. Tomorrow, I think, would be a good day. No rain. Oh, damn, it's raining all day tomorrow. Sorry. Maybe we do
area?
it. Yeah, it looks like.
Damn.
Yeah. I mean, they have a canopy, but people will probably be briskly walking up the street. It
John,
says
do you got an easy up?
Do
you have an easy up?
What the hell is that?
It's basically a canopy, but it's one of those little personal ones that you can carry around in a duffel bag.
No, they have one. I'll be sitting under a canopy, but the thing is, as the people are walking up the street, they're probably going to be on their way to go. What pictures are there? Did I put that up?
Nah, Master Kim sent that to us. He said, "This who he saw. This who he saw when he was in DC."
Champ.
Damn, y'all.
See,
y'all
this is
over there.
WWE. I told you, the people's champ.
He's
Come on.
under indictment, by the way.
Hashtag do something.
He's under indictment, by the way.
He looked like it. This reminds me of those old Kwame posters.
He looked like one of the Yin Yang twins.
HB,
the Yin Yang twins.
HB, I ever tell you one of Kwame's, I guess it would be like a co-conspirator, co-dependent, whatever. Used to be one of my Airbnb guests. I ever tell y'all this story?
Yeah.
Oh my
You did. You told me didn't he go to prison? He went to jail or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to Trayon?
Oh man, I did a stream on Trayon, man. Like the most
I'll go
niggerish
back
shit
and
ever.
find it. Well,
It's a short. And I'm gonna pull up saying it's the most niggerish shit
I'm fine.
ever. Now I'm about to pull it up right now because I love talking about some of this shit, But Stanley, it's some of the most niggerish shit ever. Like,
I can only imagine. It's DC.
So basically, well,
then what's it about, John? A girl?
Nah, hell no, man. You worse than that. So what happened was, did you hear the guy in the stream where he said how blacks voted for Trump because of PPP? And HB said, he said, John, you're right? Remember that shit?
Yeah.
And so Trayon White, he actually is the representative that represents where I live right now. That's why Master Kim showed that picture of the guy basically, that's on the way to my neighborhood, I would imagine. I can kind of identify where that is. But basically there was a PPP scam. where a black guy got caught up in the PPP honeypot. And to save his ass, guess what he was, by the way? You know, the other day I just did a stream on a violence interrupter. We talked about that. Remember that, HB?
Mm-hmm.
The violence interrupter that got interrupted while committing violence, right? Well, this guy here was taking money from a violence interrupter. And unbeknownst to him, the violence interrupter was wearing a wire and a camera. And for this measly ass sum of $15,000 or so he got, he going to prison, all in a PPP honeypot scam. So beware of people you do business with that took that PPP money, because they could be wearing a wire.
Yeah.
And if you dirty and they done took that PPP money, you never know who's listening when you talking to them, because the feds have allocated a lot of money and resources to go after these people. They've even extended the statute of limitations to go after these people. Did you know that? Did anyone know that? Did anyone know that they've extended the statute of limitations to go after these people? The PPP.
For how long? For how long?
Don't quote me on how long. You can Google it. And okay. I think I mentioned
so
it.
There is a statute of limitation.
Yeah, you know, there's a statute of limitations for fraud and stuff like this. And here's the stream where I talked about it. You can see me here. Let me see if I have it. You can see me here. You can see the stream here. Let's see. Wherever it is. Here it is. FBI catches DC council member Treon White in a PPP honeypot scam. You know what's so crazy about this shit more than anything? You remember when I was writing and I said, this is where AOC lives. You remember that? Anyone remember that? I said, look at the Whole Foods right here. Remember that?
Yeah,
guys,
I do.